However, the words had come from the goddess of mercy. Nana felt that the goddess of mercy had been acting even more erratically ever since she fused with the mermaid bloodline. It was rumored that 10 years ago, in the Freedom Federation's sea, the goddess of mercy had only just been given the title of goddess, but she had attacked the god of fools and the mirror god. As a result, she had been taken down by them. Nana was afraid that the goddess of mercy would abruptly do something that was disadvantageous to her. In the worst-case scenario, even if she was able to flee from the Radiance Federation, she would not be able to take Luo with her. Nana had to forcibly cork her temper no matter how angry she was, because flaring up in front of other experts would be seen as a form of provocation. It was likely that it would cause the other members of the Radiance Federation's royalty to attack her. Nana said to Luo, "Little O, spit out all the things you consumed into the stomach." Luo was still bothered by what happened to the young disaster world faceless beast. However, he was aware of his duty. Even if Nana did not tell him to do so, Luo understood the circumstances. Luo activated the spiritual power he had just recovered, and a giant black and red stomach appeared in front of him. Yanling, Kaihua, and Yuchongjian had all been digested by the stomach. Luo spat out Yanling, Kaihua, and Yuchongjian's phase, as well as their sacred source lifeforms. He knew that, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to spit them out. He could not hold anything back. Luo felt extremely humiliated to have to spit out all his spoils of battle. He kept his eye fixed on Lin Yuan. He knew that this young man was definitely going to be part of the next batch of Radiance envoys. 2 years later, he was destined to cross swords with him again. Lin Yuan saw the way Luo was looking at him. Once the battle ended, Lin Yuan no longer saw Luo as his opponent. Luo had to have worked hard since he was young to have achieved such power. Although Lin Yuan was powerful, he had only been in this world for 10 months. In the past 10 months, he had elevated from having nothing to being one of the top young experts in his federation. If he was given another 2 years to grow, even he was unsure of what level he would be able to reach. Now that Lin Yuan was looking at Luo from a different perspective, he found the way Luo looked at him to be extremely amusing. As such, Lin Yuan winked at Luo. It would be acceptable if Lin Yuan had done it to Lu Jie because they were close friends. However, Lin Yuan and Luo were enemies. As such an action would come off as mocking. Luo almost lost control and exploded. Luckily, his rational side took over, so he stopped himself from acting impulsively. If he had blown his top, he would probably have to pay an even higher price. Luo was not the only one who saw Lin Yuan wink at Luo. From the moment the fight ended, Lin Yuan had the spotlight shining squarely on him. Star Web was still in a state of frenzy. The entire audience felt proud that the Radiance Federation had defeated the Freedom Federation. The tension had been so high during the fight that despite knowing that Black and Lin Yuan were the same person, they did not engage in hysterical debate about the matter. Now that the group battle was over, it was the best time for the Star Web audience to release all their pent-up excitement. The comment sections in the live streaming rooms were racing, and all the Star Web reporters were hurriedly churning out articles. Numerous creation masters were also writing post after post on Star Web. From the information that the members of veteran and top factions had leaked, many Star Web users were starting to guess that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. Given that Lin Yuan, Zhongzhe, Lu Yifan, Gao Feng, and Lu Jie's statuses were special, the creation masters stopped writing posts related to them and analyzing their phase. Instead, they started using their knowledge to analyze the Freedom Federation team's phase and sacred source lifeforms instead. Although Yanling, Kaihua, and Yuchongjian were dead, the information about their sacred source lifeforms still attracted a lot of information on Star Web. Many young experts intended to save the recording of this battle and using it to motivate them in the future. Lin Yuan's power had overshadowed that of the Radiance envoy Lu Yifan during the battle. At that moment, he was even more outstanding than the members of royalty. Hence, his wink to Luo caused Star Web to erupt. 3 questions. Black's wink is so handsome. Even though he winked at Luo, why did it make me want to smile? Starlight Luanai. Haha. Do you see how gracious Lord Lin Yuan is? I'm willing to bet that Luo will never dare to step foot in the Radiance Federation ever again. Exactly the case. I can't hold back. I want to scream about how amazing Lord Lin Yuan is. Later, I'm going to treat my family to a meal to properly celebrate. The beginning of autumn is as beautiful as a dream. I'm sure that Luo and Lord Lin Yuan will have to meet again at the major Federation meeting 2 years later. Do you remember what ability Luo used to kill Lord Lu Jie's insect species carcinoma phase? I can't shake the feeling that that ability is extremely troublesome. Magic Mini Jie. Luo can't even defeat Lord Lin Yuan. Even if Luo improves, Lin Yuan won't stop advancing either. I'm certain that this result will be repeated 2 years later. The excitement on Star Web would likely continue for a long time. With this, Lin Yuan noticed that the faith power in the shrine in his soul seemed to increase at an unprecedented rate. Lin Yuan blinked a few more times to ascertain that he was not mistaken about the increased rate of faith power accumulation. Xia Qing and He had watched the 5 versus 5 battle. Xia Qing had not been acquainted with Lin Yuan before this, but he had made a deep impression on her with this battle. When Lin Yuan had been wearing his silver mask, he came off as cold and distant to Xia Qing. But now that Lin Yuan had removed his mask, Xia Qing was slightly dazed when she saw him wink. She could not help but let out a snort. In her gaze now was a hint of something that even she did not recognize. Before the battle started, Xia Qing had not felt that any of the Radiance Federation's young experts had the power to stand on the same stage as her. But now, she finally encountered someone who was not weaker than her. Xia Qing had always been arrogant. She had only ever played with Lu Yifan and the other current Radiance envoys because her older brother was the first Radiance envoy. She had started training even earlier than Zhongzhe, Gu Lang, and He. She had been born with a golden spoon in her mouth. Although her parents had lost their lives for the sake of the Radiance Federation, her grandfather had brought her up, and he had doted on her since she was young. She never saw Gu Lang, Zhongzhe, He and the rest as her equals. She did not look down on them, but power was irrefutable, and Xia Qing always lived by this creed. Xia Qing had been willing to give up the position of sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence to Lu Jie because she was very impressed by him in a way that was unrelated to his power. She was impressed by how he had been willing to sacrifice his future to protect Cold Frost City. It was the same way she respected her parents despite never having met them. Xia Qing's parents had coincidentally encountered a Class 5-dimensional rift while they were out on assignment. It had appeared within Cloud Lake City's city limits during the dimensional rift active period. Once the Class 5-dimensional rift spread, the Earth would collapse, and at least half of Cloud Lake City would be plunged into a crisis, leading to an extremely high death count. Once a dimensional rift opened, a spatial block would be set up, and phones would stop working. As such, those near the site could only wait to be rescued or leave the affected territory to seek out help. Xia Qing's parents had been very powerful, and the two of them managed to keep the Class 5-dimensional rift under control for almost 6 hours. They did not hope that they would be able to make it out of the Class 5-dimensional rift alive. Their goal was to prevent the dimensional lifeforms that charged out from the dimensional rift from entering Cloud Lake City. By the time the spirit guards rushed to Cloud Lake City, Xia Qing's mother was long dead. Xia Qing's father had also sacrificed his vitality to use his body as a shield. His injuries had been too serious, and he eventually succumbed to them. Xia Qing related to Lu Jie because he had a similar experience with his parents. As such, she had been willing to give up her position. If she did not feel this way, even if Lu Jie declared that he did not intend on fighting for a spot to become a Radiance envoy, she would still have fought him for it. This would also be in spite of her having to reveal some of her power. But just because she respected him, it did not mean that she also acknowledged his power. Although Lu Jie's use of insect species carcinoma phase in his fight against Long Tao had astonished Xia Qing, she was still confident that she would be able to find a way to counter them. Xia Qing's Fei with the Barren bloodline had evolved to the Desolate bloodline last year. If not for the rule that she was unable to enter the Barren Mystic Realm because she was not a Radiance envoy, her Fei with the Barren bloodline would be even stronger. Xia Qing had been very nervous from the moment the battle began. Although she had not interacted much with Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, Black, and the rest, she was still afraid that they would be injured. At the same time, she was afraid that the Radiance Federation's pride would be blighted. If not for the rules that stated that the Freedom Federation could pick the contestants, Xiaqing would have wanted to join the fray. But when Lin Yuan summoned Chaimi during his battle against Han Qi, Xiaqing realized that Lin Yuan was extraordinary. But even then, Xiaqing did not think much of him. After all, Zhongzhe, Gulang, and the rest were also B-rank spirit chi professionals who wielded Diamond X/Fantasy V phase that could produce attacks with myth breed power. For geniuses, rolling grades were common. It was when Lin Yuan used Silver Turtle's reflection attack to reflect the creation breed phase attack that Xiaqing acknowledged Lin Yuan's power. Despite being a B-rank spirit chi professional, Lin Yuan had been able to produce power that was an entire grade above his level. Only such power could sit at the same table as Xiaqing. Could be said that this was the first time that Xiaqing had found someone among her peers who she could communicate with. As a result of this acknowledgement, she felt increasingly closer to Lin Yuan. When Nana saw how livid Luo was because Lin Yuan winked at him, she said, "Little O, you still have a long way to go. Remember this day. After just another 2 years, you'll be able to scrub away the humiliation of today." After Nana said this, the Moon Empress' gaze changed. From the way Nana said such a thing given the circumstances, it showed that she had absolute confidence in her power. At the same time that Luo nodded in response to what Nana said, the Goddess of Mercy said, "I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave first." Li Yang and Na's expressions changed again. They were currently in the Radiance Federation, and the three of them represented the same interests. The Goddess of Mercy was the strongest among the 3 members of the Freedom Federation's royalty present. Once the Goddess of Mercy left, the might of the Freedom Federation would be greatly diminished. Thus, the 2 of them had no choice but to leave with her. Nana took out a seed of Satan and 3 uncontracted sacred source lifeforms, and tossed them to the Moon Empress along with the green gem. The mountain river grain god bells glinted beautifully, and the barrier in the air disappeared. The Goddess of Mercy, Nana, and Liang took the members of the Freedom 100 sequence who had not competed in the battle and Luo, and they left the Radiance Federation together. This year's Radiance 100 sequence selection had finally come to a close. The Moon Empress turned and handed over the resources Nana gave her to him, as she said, "Nana saved Luo from you. As such, you should be the one to take possession of these resources. As for the remainder of the stakes, I, your master, will deliver them to you tomorrow." This was the first time that the Moon Empress had addressed herself as Lin Yuan's master publicly. Her words had been a declaration of Lin Yuan's identity. The broadcast on Star Web had not ended, so the entire audience heard what the Moon Empress said to Lin Yuan. Ever since the mask fell from Lin Yuan's face, rumors that Black was the Moon Empress disciple started swirling around Star Web. However, that was all it had been then, unconfirmed rumors. After all, the Moon Empress had never publicly made known that Lin Yuan was her disciple yet, nor had he addressed the Moon Empress as his master. There were many people who found this speculation to be ludicrous, as it seemed blasphemous to spread rumors about the Moon Empress. But it turned out that the rumor was true. The Moon Empress had personally confirmed the relationship between her and Lin Yuan. This caused Star Web to immediately erupt into a frenzy. But as shocked as they were, Lin Yuan being the Moon Empress disciple was the only explanation for why Lin Yuan was so strong despite his young age. Since Lin Yuan and Black became popular on Star Web, the Star Web users had been trying to guess their identities. Although they proved that Black and Lin Yuan were the same person, it had never been officially announced. But now, Lin Yuan's identity was revealed. There were many creation masters who had been analyzing Lin Yuan's phase to make use of his popularity. But now that his identity had been confirmed, the creation masters deleted all these posts. Lin Yuan looked at the Moon Empress, and a smile of pride played on his lips as he remembered what she had just said. He hurriedly said, "Master, I'll go over to your place tomorrow. I want to go away to train for some time after the end of the Radiance 100 sequence selection." The Moon Empress was slightly stunned when she heard what he said, but her expression quickly softened. She reached out to adjust his collar, which had become messy from battle, as she said, "Little Yuan, Put on the moonbeam coronation costume I brought for you. Now that the uninvited guest is gone, we can continue with the ceremony of the Radiance 100 sequence. While the Moon Empress spoke, Mystic Moon carried the ornate box containing the moonbeam coronation costume over to Lin Yuan and said softly, "Young lord, come with me into the Radiance Sacred Hall to change your clothes." Lin Yuan had been about to turn Mystic Moon down and say that he could change his clothes by himself when he remembered how complicated the moonbeam coronation costume had been and how difficult it was to put on. As such, he decided not to turn Mystic Moon's offer down. If Lin Yuan had to put on the moonbeam coronation costume on his own, he would take at least half an hour to put on all the fastenings and accessories. After all, there were over 100 pieces of accessories. It had been too long since he last put on the moonbeam coronation costume, and he had only done it once. As such, he could no longer remember where each adornment went. When Lin Yuan followed Mystic Moon into the Radiance Sacred Hall, Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, Gao Feng, Xiaqing, Gu Lang, and he, and the rest all heard what Lin Yuan had said. When Xiaqing saw Lin Yuan exhibit his power, she felt that she had finally found a young expert who was just as powerful as she was. But the rest took it as a realization of how large the gap between them and Lin Yuan was. It dawned on them that the gap was larger than they had expected. Gu Lang and he were well aware that if Lin Yuan had not participated in the battle and one of them took his place instead, they would not have been able to win. Despite being so strong, Lin Yuan still wanted to train. He was so hardworking that, and he felt slightly ashamed. He now knew that, in addition to the difference in talent, the gap between him and Lin Yuan was also due to other factors. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence no longer dared to treat Lin Yuan as their goal because the gap between him and them was just much too massive. Nonetheless, his diligence still encouraged them. The other 12 members of royalty were looking at the Moon Empress. All of them knew that she asked Lin Yuan to put on the moonbeam coronation costume because she wanted to officially declare his identity to the world. The entire world was in a state of chaos. It not only involved the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation because no matter how strong they were, but they also could not influence the entire main world. Besides the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation, none of the federations with Class 5 Creation Masters had halted. The Spirit Mother Federation and Sand Island Continent had already started clashing. For some reason, Tower Cannon had been hiding in the shadows. Even the federations that did not have Class 5 Creation Masters but were within a large continent also had not halted their footsteps. At such a time, nurturing a batch of young experts had a completely different connotation from the past. In this chaotic world, the young experts had a much heavier burden resting on their shoulders. With this thought, the members of royalty who had disciples waved them over. Ji Chongdeng called an he over, Chef Supreme called Zhongzhe over, the Bamboo Monarch called Gu Lang over, Night Leaning Moon called Lu Jie over, and Cicada Song beckoned to Gao Feng. Even the old man gestured for Xia Qing to return to his side. All of them handed a version of their own coronation costumes to their disciples. Since the Moon Empress had made her move, there was no reason for the rest of the royalty not to follow suit. It was a good chance to add more responsibility to these disciples. 2 years later, the battle would be much bloodier than today. It would also be more formal. Once Lin Yuan put on the moonbeam coronation costume, Mystic Moon said, "Young lord, if not for the fact that Blood New Moon is hidden in your hair, the Moon Empress would have rushed down numerous times to interfere." Lin Yuan was touched. But frankly, even if Blood New Moon was not hiding in his hair, he would not want the Moon Empress to interfere, even if he had ended up losing to Luo. Word would definitely spread about how Nana had stepped in to protect Luo. As a result, the Freedom Federation's reputation would take a hit. Lin Yuan did not want the Radiance Federation's honor to be blemished because of him. Although he had lived another life, he had still been born from his mother in this world. His heart was bound to the Radiance Federation. There was no question that he belonged to the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan had his own plans and ideas. Once the Radiance 100 sequence selection ended, Lin Yuan intended to immediately head to the Divine Wood Federation. This was because the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm had opened, and he had left Di Wanmi in the Divine Wood Federation. Although Di Wanmi was only Red Thorn's puppet, she was still a genuine Class 5 creation master. Through this fight against the Freedom Federation, Lin Yuan knew that he did not have much time left. In this short time frame, he would have to conquer the startling Lines continent. Moreover, he could not neglect his venture into the Marsh world. Since he had already ascertained that the things that Morbius needed to complete itself could be found in the dimensional worlds, Lin Yuan would first search through the Marsh East Palace in the Marsh East Circle. Lin Yuan had not dared to enter the Marsh East Circle yet because he did not believe that he had enough to do so. After all, it was a city built by the strongest apostles and where they gathered. It was rumored that a dictator had appeared in the Marsh East Circle. Given that Lin Yuan was a fake dictator, he dared not take his chances against an actual dictator. But now, there was 10 times more faith power in the shrine in his soul than there had been before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. If he used such a massive amount of faith power on Whitespeak, its power would definitely exceed that of Apostle. Lin Yuan had never had the chance to try it out. But considering the benefits that his faith power had on apostles, Lin Yuan intended to properly test it out on Whitespeak when he went to the Marsh world. When Lin Yuan used faith power to boost the invisible demon, he found out that dimensional lifeforms had conditions that came with their power. When Shadow had creation breed power, Lin Yuan would only be able to use faith power to boost Shadow to immortal power. When Shadow reached immortal power, Lin Yuan would only be able to use faith power to boost it to pinnacle immortal power. If Lin Yuan used the faith power in his shrine to boost Whitespeak, which had immortal power, it would definitely be able to break through to reach eternal power. However, it would not be able to increase its level by such a large extent during its next evolution. Hence, Lin Yuan felt that he should use his identity as a dictator to accept an apostle that was even more powerful than Whitespeak. It would be best if that apostle's power had already reached eternal or was a Class 13 dimensional lifeform. Lin Yuan had heard from Whitespeak that just because an apostle could reach Class 13 did not mean that it would be able to evolve into a dictator. Among 100 Class 13 apostles, only one of them would be able to transform into dictator. Moreover, when they attempted to evolve into dictator, they put themselves in great danger. There was a significant risk that their power would devolve. There was a rumor that sacred source lifeforms that came from Class 5 dimensional rifts that opened unexpectedly, when it was not the dimensional rift active period, would have a more intense rainbow color than other sacred source lifeforms. With this secret information in mind, Lin Yuan thought the Class 5 dimensional rifts that open unexpectedly are probably linked to the Class 13 apostles that failed to become dictators. Since it's so difficult and perilous for apostles to transform into dictators, it's likely that any apostle will agree to submit to me as long as I'm able to help it break through and increase its life rank. Similar to how Fays needed pure spirit chi to evolve their powers, regardless of what level dimensional lifeforms reached, they would always need source-type power. Lin Yuan had accumulated a significant amount of source-type power. Even if Lin Yuan did not have enough faith power in his shrine, he would be able to deceive Whitespeak by fusing with dark blue. But now that Lin Yuan's store of faith power had multiplied, he felt that it would even be possible for him to fool the Marsh world's dictators. Although he had never liked to rely on the Moon Empress, the eternal sacred Cry Moon Beast had transformed into the Marsh world's light green moon. If Lin Yuan truly encountered anything he could not explain, he would be able to turn to the sacred Cry Moon Beast for help. Once he arrived at the Marsh East Palace, he would have to visit the Palace of Everything. The reason he needed to go to the Palace of Everything was simple. He wanted to trade for resources. If a sacred source lifeform came from a Class 5 dimensional rift, it would be impossible to find out what was within the ball of rainbow light. But if the apostle was killed, the abilities of the sacred source lifeform it turned into could be estimated based on the abilities its totem had when it was still alive. Even if the estimate was not accurate, it would be enough to determine if this sacred source lifeform was suitable for a spirit chi professional. Whitespeak said that the source-type items and sacred source lifeforms available for trading in the Palace of Everything came with a description of its background. Given the unstable state of the world, Lin Yuan needed to strengthen Sky City as soon as possible. The most important part of this was increasing the power of its members. Sky City now had many core members. Besides Lu Jie, Wen Yu, the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer, there were also Duan He, Ji Feng, Listen, and the rest who came later. Finally came Qin Luan, Qin Yu, Little Flower, and Little Grass. The astronomical parliament was based on Sky City. Besides Yin Lin, who had an impressive background, the other members of the astronomical parliament needed a sea of resources to grow. As Morbius evolved, the spirit lock spatial zone would become larger and more facilities would appear. Besides having access to pure spirit chi, he also had pure elemental energy from the element well. These were resources that all spirit chi professionals needed. The Radiance Federation was a well-oiled machine, and Zhongzhe, Gu Lang, and he and the rest were all Lin Yuan's friends. In the next 2 years, Lin Yuan was not going to be miserly when it came to these friends. With such a large burden of resource drain, Lin Yuan was not only pressurized but also motivated. Lin Yuan had been extremely cooperative when Mystic Moon was helping him to put on the Moonbeam coronation costume. However, Mystic Moon could tell from Lin Yuan's eyes that he was deep in thought. Mystic Moon hurriedly sealed his lips. He thought that Lin Yuan had experienced a light bulb during the battle. Mystic Moon was a dragon species fae and was very particular when it came to beauty. The Moon Empress and Cold Moon were well aware of this. If he had 3 fruits placed in front of him, Mystic Moon would definitely choose the best-looking one, even if it tasted the worst out of the 3. With his selectiveness for beauty, Mystic Moon had been stupefied when Lin Yuan suddenly transformed into a merman. Because of this, his idea of beauty had been utterly refreshed. Now that Lin Yuan had removed his transformation and Mystic Moon had the chance to examine him, Mystic Moon realized that Lin Yuan's facial features as a human were almost the same as when he was a merman. The only difference was that as a merman, Lin Yuan's bone structure and facial features were softer. As a human, Lin Yuan lacked the feminine beauty that he had as a merman but gained the unique vigor and brightness that came with youth. It was hard to use words to describe the complexity and depth of his vigor and brightness. They made Lin Yuan seem unlike a young man of only 19 years old. But at the same time, Mystic Moon could understand this because he knew what kind of life Lin Yuan and Chu Xiai had led in the past. With Mystic Moon's help, Lin Yuan was done putting on the Moonbeam coronation costume quickly. As Morbius evolved its grade, the information displayed on True Data also became more detailed. When he last put on the Moonbeam coronation costume, he had used True Data to check on its materials out of curiosity. He found that he could not check on most of the materials. But when he tried again this time, he could see most of them. However, there was still a small portion of materials that Morbius' grade was not high enough to check on. This shocked Lin Yuan. Morbius could not even check on life forms that had almost reached Immortal. If Morbius could not access the information on the materials, it meant that some of the materials came from the bodies of Eternal Phase. Although Lin Yuan had his fair share of experience, he now knew just how opulent the Moonbeam coronation costume was. With the Moonbeam coronation costume hanging off his body, Lin Yuan's aura immediately became more dignified and elite. When this aura was mixed with his original brightness, he seemed very approachable. Mystic Moon reached out and adjusted the collar around Lin Yuan's neck as he said, "The Moon Empress has great foresight. She had the Moonbeam coronation costume made while she knew you were still growing. So she added a layer of the silver gauze pearlfish's skin on the inner lining. Otherwise, it would be too small for you now." From what Mystic Moon said, Lin Yuan could tell how much effort the Moon Empress had put into creating the Moonbeam coronation costume for him. The coronation costume worn by the members of royalty did not have this lining of the silver gauze pearlfish's skin. Lin Yuan had heard that the silver gauze pearlfish was a fish species carcinoma fae. Once it appeared, it would rapidly absorb all the spatial energy in its surroundings. It would then digest the spatial energy to evolve itself. As a result, the space would become perforated and unstable. It was highly likely that it would cause many dimensional rifts to open in a small area. It had the same danger level as the dark sun send mess butterflies that Lin Yuan had recently encountered in the Divine Wood Federation. In order to cultivate the silver gauze pearl fish, the space had to be fortified first. Then, it had to be fed a large amount of spatial spiritual ingredients. The silver gauze pearl fish's original color was bluish-gray, and it was skilled at camouflaging. By the time the silver gauze pearl fish's skin turned silver, and its skin started to change to a gauze-like texture, it could be carefully shaved off. This would not cause any harm to the silver gauze pearlfish. However, the silver gauze pearlfish's grade could not be raised, and it would return to absorbing more spatial energy to change its skin. Every layer of the silver gauze pearlfish's skin was a space in itself. Besides the toughness of its skin, which would allow Lin Yuan to wear the Moonbeam coronation costume forever, when an attack landed on the Moonbeam coronation costume, the silver gauze pearlfish would add a layer of defense. Moreover, its skin was made of interlocking spaces. The spatial links had to be broken before the damage would reach Lin Yuan. One silver gauze pearlfish needed to be fed spatial spiritual ingredients for half a year before its skin was ready to be removed. At least 30 sets of the silver gauze pearlfish skin had gone into lining Lin Yuan's Moonbeam coronation costume. Lin Yuan expected that the Moon Empress had used up her store of the silver gauze pearlfish skin to make the Moonbeam coronation costume. Mystic Moon checked the time and said, "Young Lord, it's almost time. Let's go out." Lin Yuan followed Mystic Moon out to the Radiance Sacred Hall's lounge. He saw Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, Gu Lang, Gao Feng, and the rest standing at the entrance of the Radiance Sacred Hall. All of them were dressed in an imitation of their master's coronation costume. The only one Lin Yuan did not recognize was a young girl who had long hair that reached her waist. She was clearly younger than the others by about 1 or 2 years. Just as Lin Yuan was about to greet the group, the young girl wearing the light gold coronation costume with a golden tree embroidered on it headed over to him. From the moment he saw the gold tree, Lin Yuan instantly knew who she was. The Moon Empress had told him that the strongest of the Radiance Federation's young experts, who was the best contender to become a Radiance envoy, was that old man's granddaughter, Xia Qing. Not long ago, a giant gold and ancient tree had sprouted from the imperial court and shaded almost the entire Radiance Federation. It had stopped the thousands of falling volcanoes that fell out of the balloon flower in the sky. From the golden tree that was embroidered on her clothes, it was likely that this young girl was Xia Qing. Xia Qing walked over to Lin Yuan, smiled and said in a friendly voice, "Nice to meet you, Lin Yuan. My name is Xia Qing." When the others spotted Lin Yuan, they also rushed over to him. Zhongzhe, Lu Jie, Gao Feng, and the rest were not acquainted with Xia Qing. However, and he was looking at Xia Qing in a strange way. He remembered his senior brother mentioning that Xia Qing was cold and was not prone to friendliness. She usually only nodded when she met the rest of them. So, why was she suddenly acting so differently with Lin Yuan? The most surprised people were Mystic Moon and the man in the gold half-armor standing behind Xia Qing. Both of them were much more familiar with Xia Qing and knew how haughty she was. She was clearly more pleasant toward him than the rest of the younger generation. Mystic Moon thought, Lin Yuan is truly worthy of being the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace. He is beloved wherever he goes. However, it was evident that the man in the gold half-armor did not have the same thoughts running through his head. He warily glanced at Lin Yuan before shifting his gaze to Xia Qing as he thought, "The Moon Empress disciple is a fatale." It was rumored that there was something going on between the Azure envoy Lin and Lin Yuan. Both of them had even shared a Fey carriage. When the Freedom Federation proposed the fight to the Radiance Federation, Lin had suddenly inserted herself and sided with the Radiance Federation. The man with the gold half-armor noticed that before she first spoke, her gaze had first swept through the people from the Radiance Federation before it landed on the Moon Empress. At that time, the man in the gold half-armor had not understood why she did this. But now, he guessed that she had been searching for Lin Yuan. This meant that she already knew that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple but did not know that he was also black. Thus, she had not been able to find him. Xia Qing was currently 19 years and would turn 20 years old in another 3 months. That was the age when girls started taking an interest in romance. Any intentions that arose at this age would likely follow them for the rest of their lives. The Moon Empress had risen to prominence when she was 20 years old. At that time, she had been so radiant that although she had rivals, no one dared to claim victory over her. Although her character was extremely cold, she stole the hearts of many, including Long Lamplight. one of the leaders of a Class 5 family from the Azure Federation, had attended one of the Radiance 100 sequence selections and also ended up falling in love with the Moon Empress at first sight. He still had not wed. However, since he could not continue the family name, he gave up his position as the head of his family to his younger brother. He now remained on the sidelines to watch over his family. This incident caused the Moon Empress to be forever frowned upon by the Azure Day Tiger family. Although this was not the Moon Empress' fault in any way, the previous head of the Azure Day Tiger family had done many embarrassing things while trying to court her. As a result, he had even received 2 beatings from Night Leaning Moon and Long Lamplight. When Night Leaning Moon came to the man dressed in gold half-armor's mind, he bit his lip forcefully. He could not understand the relationship between Night Leaning Moon and the Moon Empress. Alas, he could only set these questions aside because he dared not voice his curiosity. At that moment, Lin Yuan reached out his hand and shook Xiaqing's hand as he said with a smile, "Nice to meet you, Xiaqing. My name is Lin Yuan." When Lin Yuan smiled, 2 dimples appeared on his cheeks. Pearly teeth were sandwiched between ruby lips, and his other features shone as well. Lin Yuan's smile caused the half-armored man's heart to skip a beat. Oh my God! The Moon Empress disciple is too good at smiling. How is any young lady supposed to stand up to it? Xiaqing was momentarily stunned when she saw Lin Yuan smile. But before she could speak, Gao Feng patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "Brother Lin, you're so strong. If not for you, we would definitely have lost the battle." Gao Feng was straightforward and was still riding on an adrenaline rush from their victory. Thus, he had not thought about Lu Yifan before he spoke. It was as though the third Radiance envoy had been useless. It was true that Lu Yifan's performance had not been outstanding during the battle. But if not for the Peach Prosper J, Inyang Double Instrument Cow for Animal A Trigram Deer, and Gem which they would have lost long ago even if the Insect Queen had fused with the Emperor Core of all insects. They would not have had time to wait for Lu Yifan to break out of his stalemate with the Disaster World Faceless Beast to take control of the fight. Defense-type Spirit Chi professionals were never eye-catching and had even less presence in a team than pure support-type Spirit Chi professionals did. In the past, and he would have been ticked off when he heard this because of how protective he felt over his senior brother. But now, he did not feel this way because he had watched the fight from the start to the end. Gao Feng had spoken the truth and had no intention of insulting anyone. Although when he, Lu Jie, Gao Feng, Gu Lang, Zhongzhe, and Lin Yuan had held a meeting before the Radiance 100 sequence selection and had even told each other about their phase and sacred source lifeforms abilities, they had not had enough time to summon their phase to demonstrate their abilities and exclusive skills. As such, Lin Yuan's phase came as a surprise to all of them. Previously, and he had never believed that there could be a comprehensive Spirit Chi professional in the world. There were 4 major categories of Spirit Chi professionals: power offense, defense, healing, and support. Every Spirit Chi professional belonged to one of these categories so they would be able to fit themselves into a team. There were Spirit Chi professionals who could belong to 2 categories, but this meant that they would not be as strong as a Spirit Chi professional who specialized in one. After all, a person's spiritual energy and the number of phase they could contract were limited. However, Lin Yuan had completely transformed He's perspective. From He's previous experience with Lin Yuan, the latter had only shown his abilities as a power offense-type Spirit Chi professional. When He found out that Lin Yuan was black, his first instinct was to say that it was ludicrous. This was because black was a healing-type Spirit Chi professional. But in this battle, Black had recovered his teammates' spiritual power, and the Source Sand had helped the team to defend against the attacks and provided cover for the Insect Tide. The strange appearance of the healing-type Fae had saved Lu Jie's life and healed the Yellow Spring Lily. In terms of attack, besides the attack from Zhongzhe that broke the 3-way link, the Insect Queen had mostly only helped in terms of containment. Thus, the attacks that secured their victory had all come from Lin Yuan. Up till now, he had always been haughty. It was extremely difficult for him to feel admiration for someone. Even when Lin Yuan gave him a large amount of Creation Master resources that enabled him to evolve the sudden hibernating wetland dragon's bloodline. And he only added gratitude to the friendship he felt toward Lin Yuan. But after the battle, he well and truly admired Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan anxiously waved his hands when he heard what Gao Feng said and replied, "We won this battle thanks to everyone's effort. If the rest of you didn't protect me at the start, I would have been killed by the opponent long ago." Lin Yuan was not trying to be humble but was stating facts. All 5 members of the team had done everything that they could. Even now, Lin Yuan felt that the Disaster World Faceless Beast was exceptionally strong. Lin Yuan felt that his soul power, spiritual energy, and mind were stronger than that of his peers. But when he was under attack by the Disaster World Faceless Beast, he had to continuously use Calm Mind to protect his mind. If Yanling, Kaihua, Yu Changjian, or Chen Yu had been able to get close to him, they would have been able to attack and kill him. This battle had allowed Lin Yuan to gain a deep understanding of his own power. When Chen Yu died, Luo had been forced to summon Nana. This meant that both of them had used up all their secret weapons. However, the same could not be said for Lin Yuan. Besides those untouchable secret weapons, he still had 2 unused sword skills as well as the Sacred Sword's second ability. The Sacred Sword's second ability was truly Lin Yuan's strongest secret weapon. Mystic Moon always knew what kind of a person Lin Yuan was. He did not find it strange at all that Lin Yuan had said what he said. However, the man wearing golden armor shot a surprised look at Lin Yuan. Setting aside how this young man did not even have a shred of arrogance, he even handled things in such a thoughtful manner. Xia Qing and Lin Yuan had never pitted their powers against each other. As such, it would be difficult to say who would win in a fight. Chen Yu had definitely been more powerful than Lin Yuan. Yet, Lin Yuan had managed to counter everything that Chen Yu had thrown at him. Xia Qing's sacred source lifeform would probably be able to restrain Lin Yuan to a certain extent. However, Xia Qing was a far way from Lin Yuan, both in terms of power and character. Xia Qing was so arrogant that it created a rift between her and everyone else. This made her unsuitable to be a leader. This was why that old man did not want Xia Qing to become the first-ranked Radiance envoy. As he looked at Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, Gu Lang, Gao Feng, and the rest chattered excitedly with Lin Yuan, the man in the gold half-armor scanned Lin Yuan. For some reason, a new sense of hope bloomed within him. Unity had always been the Radiance Federation's greatest strength. When Lin Yuan and the rest walked into the Radiance Sacred Hall wearing their coronation costumes, the entire audience on Star Web started to cheer. The cheers were juxtaposed against the stern music playing in the Radiance Sacred Hall. If Lin Yuan had control of the Disaster World Faceless Beast, he would definitely have noticed that the Radiance Federation's fortune was rapidly rising. The Moon Empress stood on her golden pillar and looked down with pride at Lin Yuan, who was walking toward her. Up till this point, every step that Lin Yuan had taken had been extremely challenging. This was the only way he could have accumulated such immense power. The Moon Empress could relate because she was the only one who knew how much hard work she had put in to change herself from just another face in the crowd to who she was today. Power was not a matter of luck. In order to attain it, one had to arduously climb the ladder. The Moon Empress could not help him alleviate any of the challenges. In fact, he had helped her far more than she had aided him. Besides the pure spirit chi, he gave her the lifespan mouse that saved her life. The Moon Empress reached out and grabbed Lin Yuan as she said, "Little Yuan, the entire world will be yours. Go ahead and soar." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned when he heard this. He suddenly remembered that the Moon Empress had said something similar to him when he started building Sky City. But then, the Moon Empress had said that to give him courage. She wanted him to know that she would always be there as a source of strong support that would protect him from anything so he did not have to worry and could do whatever he wanted. But now, the Moon Empress' words had been full of affirmation and hope. He gently held her hand and said, "Master, I will reach an even higher frontier and find more moons for you." If Lin Yuan had said something like this when he first became her disciple, she would have been touched but would not believe him. But Lin Yuan had already gifted her a light green moon. When the Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan again, she realized that he had already changed from a young boy to a real man. However, she did not know how she felt about this. She felt happy and proud but also slightly bitter. This feeling was extremely similar to how Lin Yuan felt when he realized that Chu Xiai had grown up. "Little Yuan, nothing has changed. No matter how high you fly, I'll be there to protect you. As long as I'm still alive, no one will be able to bully you. When Lin Yuan and the rest were still fighting against the Freedom Federation team, the Moon Empress and the rest of the Radiance Federation's royalty had all been on guard. After all, they had received word from the Heavenly Family Cottage that 2 of Tower Cannon's 8 pages were coming to the Radiance Federation. However, the Radiance 100 sequence selection had ended, and none of the 8 pages had appeared. The Freedom Federation had not even caused an overly large commotion. The Moon Empress found this to be extremely strange. But what bothered her the most was the change in attitude that the Goddess of Mercy had toward the Radiance Federation. Given that they had been on the Radiance Federation's territory, it would be better to keep their noses clean. The best-case scenario was that no confrontations broke out. But once conflicts did break out, the people who would be the most seriously hurt were regular people. Blood New Moon had been hiding in Lin Yuan's hair all this time. A beautiful woman wearing a light purple leather cloak was sitting next to Blue Lotus and White Phoenix in the Return from Faraway Mansion. The woman was staring unblinkingly at the Mother of Bloodbath while tears threatened to spill from her eyes at any moment. Every once in a while, a pearl of tears did manage to slip out and roll down her face. When that happened, it would instantly cause the air to ripple, and beautiful foxtail flowers would bloom in the air. The Mother of Bloodbath had heard from Blood New Moon that this beautiful woman was the leader of the Heavenly Family Cottage, Purple Love. He also told her Purple Love would send over the fragments of its mother's soul. When the Mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon had talked through the night, Blood New Moon told the Mother of Bloodbath about the relationship between its mother and Purple Love. After its mother had been killed by 5th Page Truth, Purple Love had been able to kill the enemy headquarters on her own and even killed 1st Page Fate while seriously injured. This was enough to make the Mother of Bloodbath's family indebted to Purple Love. Although the Mother of Bloodbath's personality had always been aloof, it still hurriedly addressed Purple Love as Auntie-Purple when it saw her. When the Mother of Bloodbath greeted her with such a term, a warm smile spread across Purple Love's face. She reached out and hugged the Mother of Bloodbath as she said, "Little love, you have suffered all these years." Blue Lotus and White Phoenix had been waiting in the Return from Faraway Mansion for Purple Love to arrive as well as to hear back from Blood New Moon. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix also found it strange that Tower Cannon had not appeared yet. However, it was impossible that the news they received was fake. The two of them felt that once the 2 pages of Tower Cannon appeared, their power, in addition to that of the Radiance Federation's royalty, would be enough to capture the 2 pages of Tower Cannon. As long as a few members of royalty kept watch of the surroundings, they could keep the damage to a minimum. Now that Purple Love was here as well, her power had reached beyond eternal and was worthy of being addressed as goddess by human standards. This would put them at an even greater advantage against the 2 pages of Tower Cannon. But where were the people from Tower Cannon? Could they have heard that they were being expected and fled? While Blue Lotus and White Phoenix were thinking, they had no idea that there was a person sitting in the Spirit Food Pavilion who was even more anxious than them. The ceremony after the fight against the Freedom Federation had ended, and the broadcast of the Radiance Sacred Hall had stopped. It could be said that the Radiance 100 sequence selection had officially ended. The young Radiance elites had defeated the young Freedom elites and won glory for the Radiance Federation. Any person from a household of decent income had come to the Spirit Food Pavilion to have a feast with their family to celebrate. When they arrived at the Spirit Food Pavilion, they would find that there was a man with righteous features frowning in the corner of the restaurant. He was completely ignoring the efforts of the women around him who were trying to flirt with him. While he was thinking, he looked toward the Radiance Sacred Hall. This man with righteous features was 6th Page Lashing. He was well aware of the plan that he and 2nd Page Revival had. Now that the Radiance 100 sequence selection had ended, even if he had not used the Black Mass Cup, 2nd Page Revival should have made a move by now. But nothing had happened at the barren mystic realm behind the Radiance Sacred Hall, and no one had started fighting. The Mountain River grain god bells had been stored away ages ago. An hour ago, 6th Page Lashing had clearly sensed the auras of the Freedom Federation's Goddess of Mercy, Na, and Liang passing by the Spirit Food Pavilion. This meant that they had left the Radiance Federation. Second Page Revival's one-sided changing of the plan had given Second Page Revival a surprise. Now, Second Page Revival was returning with another surprise for Sixth Page Lashing. Sixth Page Lashing now had three choices. The first option would be to remain in the Radiance Federation's royal capital for some time to observe the situation silently. But given the current situation, going with this option would be a waste of time. Moreover, his target was not the Radiance Federation, and it was just a testing site. His true aim was to help his organization to discover Tower Cannon's secrets. In the past few years, First Page Fate had recruited him to become Tower Cannon's Sixth Page Lashing. However, Sixth Page Lashing noticed that there was an untouchable bubble within Tower Cannon. Although he was the sixth page of Tower Cannon, he could not breach the bubble to gain access to Tower Cannon's deepest secrets. When First Page Fate died, Sixth Page Lashing waited for Tower Cannon to react. But once First Page Fate died, First Page Crimson emerged. Moreover, Second Page Revival seemed to be acquainted with First Page Crimson. She carried out all of his missions with determination and addressed him as Lord First Page Crimson, as though she was beneath her. This made Sixth Page Lashing immediately pick up that something was not right. Without his help, Second Page Revival should have fallen in a fight against the Radiance Federation. Second Page Revival had wanted to see if First Page Crimson would come to Second Page Revival's aid. Once First Page Crimson and Second Page Revival started battling the Radiance Federation, there was no way the secrets could continue being kept under wraps. His second option was to return to Tower Cannon. However, Sixth Page Lashing could not be sure if an accident had happened to Second Page Revival or if she had returned to Tower Cannon because she thought he had gone missing. If an accident had happened to her, he would not be suspected if he returned to Tower Cannon and came up with a reasonable excuse. But if she had returned to Tower Cannon, he would be walking to his own demise if he returned to Tower Cannon after her. As for the third option, Sixth Page Lashing could return to his organization and go back to being Precious Sword 4. But if he did this, all the years of hard work being undercover in Tower Cannon and everything he had to do would have been for nothing. At the same moment that Sixth Page Lashing decided to take a gamble and return to Tower Cannon, his phone rang. The call had to be coming from his organization. When he picked up the call, a gentle voice said in an urgent tone, "Ashua, Tower Cannon found out that you're a double agent. Come back immediately. Captain's orders." Sixth Page Lashing fell silent for a moment before he replied, "Shikai, how does Captain know that my identity has been exposed?" Shikai's codename in the organization was Tower. She was in charge of handling the organization's internal affairs and communication between the members. She would not release fake news just to convince him to return to the organization. It had to be that their internal department had obtained relevant intelligence. Sixth Page Lashing did not rebuke the girl this time for calling him Ashua. As such, Shikai knew that he had already been considering returning to the organization. She said in a gentle voice, "Ashua, I know that you're reluctant to let 40 years of undercover work in Tower Cannon go to waste, but the information comes from judgment. Moreover, you can regain your original codename Righteousness. You don't have to address yourself as Precious Sword 4 anymore. From today onward, the sixth page of Tower Cannon has nothing to do with you." Shikai's words caused shock to spread across Sixth Page Lashing's face. Judgment was the code name for another member of the organization. This meant that the organization had another undercover member in Tower Cannon. The man pondered for a while but could not figure out which of the other 7 pages could be Judgment. He had not heard the codename Righteousness in over 40 years. Since he could not return to Tower Cannon, he was not going to insist otherwise. He stretched and revealed the outlines of his perfect muscles. The women around him all became mesmerized by this sight. His furrowed brow finally relaxed as he said, "Shikai, tell Captain that Righteousness is tired and wants to take a vacation. I will return in 2 months and tell him not to miss me." The man stood up and shot a flirty look at the women around him before he left the Spirit Food Pavilion and soon disappeared into the crowd. When Shikai heard the cavalier and irksome tone that she had not heard in over 40 years, she knew that the Righteousness from 40 years ago had returned. The organization would be launching a big operation 2 months later, and Righteousness' return would coincide with it. Currently, 3 figures were levitating in the air in the sky above the sea outside of the Radiance Federation. They were in a triangle formation as though they were facing off against each other. There were 3 elderly men and 4 young figures silently seated in a Fey carriage nearby. A silver-haired young man was watching the 3 men face off with his brows knitted. At the same time, he tried to communicate mentally with his contracted life form that he had lost his connection to. Nana had removed her fusion with her higher devil. The goddess of mercy flicked her gold and red fishtail. An enormous red and gold wave crashed into Nana. Nana took out a white bone dagger resembling an elephant's tusk and blocked the red and gold wave. Nana, watch the tone you take with me. You aren't a goddess yet. If you're lucky, it will take you 1 or 2 years to take that step. But if you're unlucky, you might end up stuck for a decade. I need to teach you manners first. The mirror god and god of fools might let you do as you please, but that doesn't mean I will. Moreover, you, a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty, broke the rules. All the federations with Class 5 creation masters will hear about this in less than a month. When we return to the Freedom Mystic Temple, the others will demand an explanation from you as well. You also know that I'm interested in the dimensional gem you obtained from the Marsh world. When you turned me down, I respected you by not taking it by force. But you tried to give it to the Radiance Federation as compensation. Are you trying to provoke me? The goddess of mercy turned to Liang and asked, Liang, you're the leading member of royalty on this trip to the Radiance Federation. Did I do anything to harm the Freedom Federation after I arrived? Liang was at a loss for words. Everything the goddess of mercy said was rational, but the methods did not align with her usual character. However, there was a large gap in power between Liang and the goddess of mercy. Moreover, most of his creation master resources came from the goddess of mercy. Thus, although Liang knew that the goddess of mercy was trying to target Nana and push all the blame onto her, he had no choice but to say, Goddess of mercy, you didn't do anything that harmed the Freedom Federation after you arrived. Nana was the one who broke the rules of the battle. Nana's beautiful face distorted as her expression soured. She was so enraged that she burst out with laughter. Nana always understood the principle of how the person with the most power was the one with the right to speak. However, Nana had never been treated in such a way. All of them were members of the Freedom Federation's royalty. Although they all had their own ulterior motives and schemes running in the background, they were usually amicable with each other at the very least. But now, the goddess of mercy had burned the bridge and used her power to quash Nana. Nana said coldly, I would never dare to provoke the goddess of mercy. When we return to the Freedom Mystic Temple, I will do everything I can to satisfy everyone. Nana walked over to Luo and spatially transported the both of them back to the Freedom Mystic Temple. When Liang saw that Nana had left, he assumed that the matter had come to a temporary close. But the goddess of mercy ended up aiming her cannon at him. Liang, my favored expert Chen, you died during the battle against the Radiance Federation because of your moronic plan. Who was the one who assured me that nothing would go wrong during the fight? If you hadn't gotten ahead of yourself and tried to involve more disciples of royalty, this wouldn't have happened. It's likely that the person supporting Yanling, Kaihua, Yuchangjian, and Han Qi is waiting for an explanation from you. You're close with Du Miao, so you must know Han Qi's importance to him. I heard that Du Miao and Han Qi's blood could be blended. Do you know about this? Liang now knew how Nana had just felt. He had no answers for the goddess of mercy's questions because he knew that he would have to face reprimands from many sides when he returned to the Freedom Federation. He would have no choice but to spend a mountain of resources as compensation. Liang cupped his hands together in front of the goddess of mercy and said, Goddess of mercy, I shall take my leave first. I will make sure to compensate everyone once I'm back. I'm sure that Du Miao will understand that Han Qi died during the fight because he just wasn't as capable as his opponent. Liang controlled the Fey carriage and transported the 3 elderly men and 4 members of the Freedom 100 sequence with him back to the Freedom Federation. A smile finally spread across the goddess of mercy's face. She happily flicked her tail and clapped. She had driven Nana and Liang away. Now, she could return to the Radiance Federation to finish her plan. But before that, She would have to go and see the Moon Empress and that elderly man from the Radiance Federation. Meanwhile, Lu Jie and Lin Yuan were walking along the streets on their way back to the return from faraway mansion. After the Radiance 100 sequence selection ended, everyone returned home to rest. They promised to meet up at Lin Yuan's residence for a meal 2 days later. Lin Yuan still remembered that when he checked on the Emperor core of all insects, its second ability Emperor's Revival involved the insect queen using a large amount of vitality to guide the Emperor core of all insects genetic model and revive its genes. This would enable the Empress form to arise. Once the Empress state was removed, the life form that fused with the Emperor core of all insects could receive a blessing from the Empress. The strength of the blessing was dependent on how long the Empress state had been sustained. In order to support the insect queen, Lin Yuan had used Attack of the Forest-Turned Deer and emptied all of the vitality stored within the vitality imprint. It would be difficult to replicate such a large amount of vitality. With such a large supply of vitality, the Empress state had been maintained for more than a minute and a half. Hence, the insect queen should have received a significantly beneficial blessing. Lin Yuan asked Lu Jie, "Big brother Lu, how is the insect queen doing now? Will the Emperor core of all insects blessing boost the insect queen's combat ability?" At that moment, both Lu Jie and Lin Yuan were wearing masks. After all, the Radiance 100 sequence selection had just ended, and both were the town's talk. If they did not wear a mask, it was likely that they would be swarmed and cause congestion in the street. Lin Yuan's words sounded slightly monotone behind the mask. But when Lu Jie heard Lin Yuan's words, a strangely magical feeling filled him. Lin Yuan would come to his rescue every time they were in danger. He would always be able to trust Lin Yuan. Once the insect queen removed its fusion with the Emperor core of all insects, it fell asleep. But as the insect queen's contractor, Lu Jie could sense the changes that were taking place to the insect queen and was delighted. The blessing from the Emperor core of all insects was just as beneficial to Lu Jie's power as when the insect queen obtained the Blade Queen Bee's venom and mutated. The Emperor core of all insects blessing mainly targeted the insect queen's procreative ability. The insect queen depended on producing insect species lifeforms to fight. The more insect species lifeforms it produced, the stronger its combat ability would be. The production of just one additional insect species lifeform would allow the number of combinations of the insect tide to change exponentially. Moreover, the transformation of the insect queen's procreative ability would not only allow the insect queen to produce more insects but also faster. It would be able to produce numerous insects in a short span of time. The insect queen was still asleep. Hence, Lu Jie could not summon the insect queen to ask it to produce insects to demonstrate how much faster it could now produce insects. But given Lu Jie's sensing, he estimated that the insect queen could not produce insects at least 1.5 times faster than before. This meant that in the time that would take the insect queen to produce 2 insect species lifeforms in the past, it would now be able to produce 3 insect species lifeforms. This change would allow Lu Jie's insect tide to take shape faster. It would also enable Lu Jie to fight using another method besides only terrestrial formations. However, these were not enough for Lu Jie to consider the blessing to be comparable to the benefits that came from the mutation enabled by the Blade Queen Bee's venom. The mutation allowed the insect queen to use psychotoxin to take control of insect species carcinoma phase as a form of special contraction. The insect queen's most recent evolution allowed Lu Jie, who had fallen through the ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence, to regain a position high enough for him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhongzhe, Gulang, and he and the rest. Lu Jie compared the insect queen's recent evolution to its previous mutation because the cocoon of evolution was hosted within the insect queen's procreative cavity. The cocoon of evolution had absorbed most of the Emperor core of all insects' blessing. As a result, the cocoon of evolution had mutated, and the 5 genetic pieces within it had also improved. The cocoon of evolution had even set aside a portion of the energy. Clearly, it was meant for the last insect species Fei or insect species source-type lifeform that Lu Jie had not instructed the insect queen to absorb yet. The insect queen had not gained its diamond abilities yet. It was not that Lu Jie was unwilling to evolve the insect queen. The stronger the insect queen was, the more types of insect species Fei genetic pieces it would be able to store. The diamond ability would be the strongest out of all the insect queen's abilities. First, Lu Jie had intended on choosing an insect species Fae that was skilled at individual combat before the Radiance 100 sequence selection began so that the Insect Queen would be able to gain its genetic piece that would become the Insect Queen's diamond ability and strengthen Lu Jie's combat power. However, while Lu Jie and Lin Yuan were discussing the matter, Lin Yuan objected to this idea because Lin Yuan knew that Lu Jie had not yet enabled the Insect Queen to gain a diamond ability because he had not found a suitable option yet. The Insect Queen was the only Fae that Lu Jie had. If he made any mistake when it came to the Insect Queen, he would be stuck with no escape. Currently, the Insect Queen was already perfect. Before Lu Jie decided what road of development he wanted to go down, it would be best for him to save the spot meant for the diamond ability. This battle made Lu Jie see where he was lacking. He needed the Insectide to have the endurance to fight toe-to-toe against powerful opponents for an extended amount of time. If his opponents had the ability to recover, the Insectide would be at a serious disadvantage. With his one precious weapon, Han Qi would have Lu Jie fully suppressed. Thus, when it came to the choice of the Insect Queen's diamond ability, Lu Jie intended to choose an ability that had not only individual combat skills but also healing effects. With this clear new direction, Lu Jie immediately had many outstanding options to choose from. After the blessing evolved the Cocoon of Evolution, all 5 of the Insect Queen's abilities transformed. If anyone else, even if it was Zhongzhe, Gulang, Gaofeng, and the rest who had become Lu Jie's friends, asked him such a question, he would not be willing to respond. But since the question had come from Lin Yuan, Lu Jie was not about to hide anything from him. Lin Yuan, the Insect Queen's combat ability has at least doubled. The blessing targeted its procreative ability. The Cocoon of Evolution within its procreative cavity evolved as a result of the blessing. All of the Insect Queen's 5 abilities have also improved significantly. However, the Insect Queen is still asleep. I can't use practical testing to see exactly how much the Insect Queen's procreative ability has increased. Elation immediately spread across Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan regarded Lu Jie as no different from his brother. It was natural that Lin Yuan would be happy that the Insect Queen had received such an outstanding blessing. The Emperor Core of all insects would only benefit each insect species lifeform once. The Insect Queen would not receive such a blessing the next time it fused with the Emperor Core of all insects. Lin Yuan had been afraid that the one-time blessing would not be helpful. The Insect Queen's battle strategy revolved around summoning insect tides. If the blessing had targeted its body, it would be useless. The Insect Queen only produced insects in battle and would not go close to enemies. As such, it was not at any risk of having its body harmed. Fairy source-type lifeforms' physical bodies were naturally weak. Even if its body was evolved, it would not be as strong as the bodies of power offense-type phase. Additionally, the Insect Queen was always hidden within the Insectide and could be protected by the layers of insects. The insect species carcinoma phase would also protect it. If the enemy broke through the ranks of insects protecting the Insect Queen, it would be killed regardless of how strong its body was. Congratulations, Big Brother Lu. When he saw the genuine smile lighting up Lin Yuan's face, Lu Jie felt as though a sun had just risen. Every time he evolved, it was because of Lin Yuan's help. If not for Lin Yuan, Lu Jie did not think that he would ever be able to transform his power. If Lin Yuan had not awakened while fighting the Disaster World Faceless Beast, the Freedom Federation would have ended up victorious. Lu Jie would have lost all power and become a weakling because the Insect Queen would have completely lost its procreative ability and vitality. Lu Jie would always see Lin Yuan as his savior. He was willing to give up his body as a shield or sword to protect this light. Lu Jie and Lin Yuan had arrived in the suburbs. There was almost no one around them. They would arrive at the return from faraway mansion if they walked forward for another short distance. Lin Yuan said, "Big Brother Lu, why don't you summon the Insect Queen so I can take a look at it?" Lu Jie summoned the Sleeping Insect Queen. The Sleeping Insect Queen appeared extremely serene to Lin Yuan. It was even smiling with glee. It was as though it had sensed that it had evolved and was having a good dream. Lin Yuan immediately used True Data to check on the Insect Queen. Fey name: Insect Queen, Fey species. Insect species/fairy species, Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, source/spiritual, Fey quality. Fantasy V. Abilities. Execution blade insect. 8 hooked insect legs will grow out of the body. The sense of taste, smell, and mouth will be degraded. The insect legs have extremely strong sensing abilities. The hooked leg's sharp end has mouths connected to the inner organs. When the legs pierce a target, the mouths will emerge and break through anything hard within the target's body. Vibrating armor ladybug. Its back will open and have strong defense against attacks. Its back will also start to vibrate violently and reflect physical attacks. If targeted by elemental attacks, the vibrating back would be able to dodge a portion of the elemental damage. Flowing plasma electricity insect. The insect will spit out large amounts of plasma that will start to flow. The flowing plasma will have strong paralyzing effects. It will cause long-lasting electric-related damage to the target. Electromagnetic chrysalis. In a chrysalis state, it will be able to speed up the plasma accumulation rate. The plasma will be quickly released. In the moth state, it will be able to use plasma to manipulate electromagnetic fields and control targets from a distance away. Lonely night hurricane moth. By flapping its wings, it can generate strong winds that it can manipulate to attack a target. Its wings will produce special scale powder that can perfectly blend with the night or camouflage in the day. Exclusive skill. Blast recovery. The insect queen will select a portion of the insects it produced and explode them. The explosion timings can be adjusted based on the positions of the insects. After the blast, the insect queen will regain some of the protein and spiritual power. Swarm frenzy. When the insect swarm is in a frenzied state, its speed will skyrocket. In the frenzied state, the insect swarm will be bloodthirsty and be able to replenish its vitality using the blood within the target. Lin Yuan was astonished by what he saw and was speechless for some time. Just as Lu Jie had said, the insect queen's abilities had all been improved. After looking at the insect queen's data, Lin Yuan felt that improvement was not the right term to describe what had happened to the insect queen because it was more like an update. The flesh-mincing blade insect would only be able to cut into the target's flesh using 6 insect legs. But now, the execution blade insect would be a soldier suitable for the insect queen. Since its sense of taste, smell, and mouth would be degraded, the insect queen would not need to produce so many organs. This would greatly save on protein. Now, the execution blade insect had 8 legs. This would not only increase its combat power, but the hooked legs would also be able to effectively grip the target's body. When the legs moved, a part of the flesh would be ripped out with it. This would cause much more damage than it would have in the past when it only had 6 legs. Moreover, the mouths hidden in the insect legs would be able to break the target's bones and cause even more damage to the target's internal organs. As such, the execution blade insect was much stronger than the flesh-mincing blade insect when it came to individual combat power. It would not require the aid of the insect queen's other abilities. Just based on the execution blade insect, the power of the insectide had increased tremendously. The shield ladybug had become the vibrating armor ladybug. Although the name had changed slightly, its defense had been raised significantly. The vibration's reflective effect would be able to not only defend against physical attacks but also elemental attacks. Previously, the shield ladybug was very weak against the phase that used elemental attacks. The shield ladybug's evolution raised the defensive ability of the entire insectide. Plasma caterpillar had become the flowing plasma electric insect. Its ability had not changed, but the quantity of plasma produced had increased. The plasma caterpillars used to spit out balls of plasma. But the flowing plasma electric insect could spit out a stream of plasma. Although it had not been tested, one of the flowing plasma electric insects should be the equivalent of 5 of the plasma caterpillars. The lightning-gathering moths had become electromagnetic chrysalides. The lightning-gathering moths used to work in conjunction with the plasma caterpillars. It gathered the plasma spat out by the plasma caterpillars to produce devastating electric damage. It was one of the rare elemental attacks from the insectide. When the electromagnetic chrysalis was in its chrysalis state, it could rapidly gather plasma. The speed at which it shot out the plasma had also been raised. When it was in its moth state, it would use up plasma to manipulate electromagnetism to control a target. Electromagnetism was considered a mutation of electric-type attacks. A controlling ability like this that targeted a small group would have stronger effects than one that controlled a large group. One of the electromagnetic chrysalides in its moth state might not be able to control electromagnetism significantly. But if the insect queen could produce many electromagnetic chrysalides to control the target, the electromagnetism controlling ability would be stacked. The plasma produced by the transformed flowing plasma electric insects would be able to sustain the electromagnetic chrysalides to strengthen the already strong teamwork between the two types of insects. As for the hurricane owlet moth that became Lonely Night Hurricane Moth, its strength lay in its hiding abilities. Coincidentally, Lu Jie liked to use the hurricane owlet moths as scouts during battle to get a sense of the environment and establish his advantage as soon as possible. Now, regardless of whether it was day or night, the Lonely Night Hurricane Moth could perform its scouting abilities even better. It would not have to worry at all about being discovered by the enemy. When other Fays evolved, they would only be improved in one way. The improvement would only be slight. Not even the improvements that occurred to Genius and Chimey after their bloodlines transformed were as significant as that of the Insect Queen. The Insect Queen's evolution boosted its combat power and benefited it in attack, defense, support, control, and scouting. At that moment, Lin Yuan finally understood why the Insect Queen took up all of its contractor's spiritual energy and prevented its contractor from ever contracting any other Fae. After every mutation and evolution, the Insect Queen would become even more ferocious. At that moment, everything that Lin Yuan had been guessing and unsure of cleared up. Although a Fae's evolution seemed ideal, it would still be lacking in some way. For example, after the Insect Queen evolved, the Execution Blade Insect could now cut through bone when the Flesh-Mincing Blade Insect used to be unable to. Lu Jie used the Hurricane Owlet Moths for scouting and not combat. Thus, its ability to hide was improved when it transformed into the Lonely Night Hurricane Moth. This made Lin Yuan aware that he could use special methods to guide a Fae's ability in his desired direction. Lin Yuan wanted to test if he could continuously guide a Fae to the point that it developed the ability he wanted. Lin Yuan looked up at Lu Jie and said, "Big brother Lu, if the Insect Queen fought Chen Yu now, it would definitely be able to hold him back for twice as long as it had. Although the Insect Queen had improved in all ways, it would still be difficult for it to roll grades to defeat a young freedom envoy like Chen Yu. Nonetheless, it would already be very impressive for it to be able to hold him back for twice as long as it had. Once the Insect Queen reached Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2, it would be difficult for Chen Yu to defeat the Insect Queen without using the diving songstress. After all, once the Insect Queen reached Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2, it would be able to use up protein to produce Fays of the same grade as itself. Although Lu Jie was happy over his increase in power, he did not feel cocky or satisfied in the slightest because Lin Yuan was still unimaginably more powerful. Lu Jie had always been doing his best to chase after Lin Yuan. He only hoped that he did not fall too far behind Lin Yuan because that would make him useless as Lin Yuan's sword or shield. "Lin Yuan, you said that you're going to go off to train soon. Take me with you." 3 of the insect species carcinoma phase that the Insect Queen controlled died during the battle. I want to fill up the empty spots, as well as combine the insect species carcinoma phase that are very beneficial to the insectide with the firefly demon fetuses to turn them into fairies. Lu Jie had only combined the firefly demon fetus with the blade queen bee so far to turn it into a 4-winged fairy with intelligence that could comprehend willpower runes. It was now able to advance to higher levels instead of being stuck as a normal fae that would have been unable to evolve to fantasy breed. Lu Jie had been thinking about which insect species carcinoma phase he should combine with the firefly demon fetuses. He only had a few of the firefly demon fetuses and had to be cautious with his use of them. As the Insect Queen's spiritual energy increased, it would be able to control more insect species carcinoma phase. This gave Lu Jie 2 possible paths to go down. The first path would involve Lu Jie fusing the most dangerous insect species carcinoma phase with the firefly demon fetuses to turn them into ultimate weapons. The other path would be for Lu Jie to evolve the insect species carcinoma phase that would greatly support the Insect Queen's combat system. This would turn Lu Jie into the weapon instead. The Insect Queen's transformation led Lu Jie to choose the second path. His power was the root of everything. Moreover, Diamond/legend insect species carcinoma phase could already create catastrophic disasters. In some special circumstances, such as when he was faced with the territory of water created by Long Tao and Chen Yu, Lu Jie managed to use the Diamond X/legend quiet floating hat insect to turn the entire area of water into glue. If the quiet floating hat insect's power evolved again, its fundamental abilities would not change much. Now that Lu Jie had made his decision, he planned on going into seclusion for a few days. Then, all he had to do was to wait for the insect species carcinoma phase that transformed into fairies to evolve into fantasy breed. In the time to come, all Lu Jie wanted was to perform his duty as a retainer. He had found out about Lin Yuan's plans for the Startling Lines continent in a previous conversation. Although the Startling Lines continent did not have a single Class 5 creation master, the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush federations had existed for centuries. Although the three federations had been secretly attacking each other all this time, none of them had been able to take down the other. This meant that a dynamic had been formed between the three federations. Another way to put it would be an amazing balance. When an outsider like Lin Yuan inserted himself into the scene, he would undoubtedly end up targeted by the three federations. Lu Jie had accompanied Lin Yuan to train in the Divine Wood Federation before. There had been dangers both within and outside the city. Although Lin Yuan was powerful enough to handle this issue, Lu Jie still wanted to stay by Lin Yuan's side and contribute. When Lin Yuan heard what Lu Jie said, he smiled and said, "Big brother Lu, I was just about to tell you that we're going to head to the Divine Wood Federation in a few days. We will probably be there for a very long time before we return." Previously, Lin Yuan had felt no rush for his plans regarding the Startling Lines continent. But now that he knew that the things that could complete Morbius came from the dimensional worlds, Lin Yuan could not help but be anxious to explore the dimensional worlds. Thus, he needed to speed up his plans and try his best to settle everything within the Startling Lines continent in 6 months. While Lin Yuan and Lu Jie were talking, they arrived at the Return from Faraway Mansion. The Radiance 100 sequence selection and battle had taken less than 4 days, meaning Lin Yuan had only been apart from the Return from Faraway Mansion for 4 days. Yet, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie both felt completely different now from when they left home 4 days ago. When they left, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had been full of determination to take on any battle but had never felt such immense pressure and responsibility before. When an entire federation's honor rested on the shoulders of a few people, it would force said people to grow up quickly. Now that Lin Yuan was home, he finally relaxed and stretched. Lin Yuan intended to organize his wide variety of spoils from the battle first. He obtained 3 precious instruments from Han Qi, one of which was 5 stars. There was also the body of Han Qi's devil and phase, as well as the numerous resources in his spatial equipment. Yan Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjin's riches had been swallowed up by Luo's devil when it consumed the 3 of them. Lin Yuan had intended to split these resources with his 4 teammates. However, he had been the one who swooped in at the last leg to secure their victory. Thus, Zhongzhe, Gao Feng, Lu Yifan, and Lu Jie turned him down. Lin Yuan felt that the 3 sacred source lifeforms that Luo had not yet digested had great research value. They would also make great precious weapons. But the person that contributed to most of Lin Yuan's spoils was undoubtedly Chen Yu. Lin Yuan checked and saw that Chen Yu's spatial equipment contained much more resources than the other spatial equipment. Moreover, the diving songstress itself represented unfathomable wealth. Nurturing a sacred source lifeform to 8 stars was no easy feat. Lin Yuan was certain that the power that surged through his body after he fused with dark blue was the mermaid's power. This was the only explanation for why the power had been able to affect Chen Yu, who had fused with the diving songstress. Although the power of the diving songstress bloodline was inferior to the power of dark blue's bloodline when it was fused with Lin Yuan, the latter and the diving songstress bloodline had the same source. When the precious instrument was being made, a superior bloodline could be used to evolve the bloodline within the precious instrument. This meant that when Di Wanmi used the diving songstress to create a precious instrument, Lin Yuan would be able to use his bloodline to evolve the mermaid bloodline within the precious instrument. This would enable Lin Yuan to gain a precious weapon that was suitable for him. The only precious instrument that Lin Yuan had was a precious spatial instrument that he used for storage. If he could obtain an 8 stars precious instrument that was suited to his bloodline, his power would undoubtedly skyrocket. Nonetheless, nothing excited Lin Yuan more than the green crystal that Morbius wanted to absorb. Before Lin Yuan even reached his room, Blood New Moon leaped out from his hair and changed into human form and landed on the ground. When Blood New Moon changed into human form, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, the mother of Bloodbath, and a beautiful woman with a purple leather cloak draped over her walked out from the manor. Heavenly Family Fays could perfectly recall their auras. This would allow them to pass by completely undetected. However, Lin Yuan immediately knew who this beautiful woman was. He expected that this woman was actually the leader of the Heavenly Fae cottage that Blood New Moon had mentioned, Purple Love. All of them wanted to congratulate him, and Purple Love had gratitude in her eyes as she looked at Lin Yuan. Heavenly Family Fays placed importance on kinship and promises. Besides the possibility of Lin Yuan being able to revive Jade Sundial, the fact that he had saved the mother of Bloodbath numerous times was enough to make Purple Love regard him as a savior. Before Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and the mother of Bloodbath could congratulate him and Purple Love to thank him, Lin Yuan walked over to them with a serious expression and said, "You must be Senior Purple Love. I heard from Uncle Blood that you went to the Radiance Federation's lava zone and collected most of Anti-Jade Sundial's soul fragments. Now that you're here, why don't you let out the soul fragments so I can try to revive Anti-Jade Sundial's soul? If there are enough soul fragments, you should be able to commence simple communication with Anti-Jade Sundial's soul." Blood New Moon, Purple Love, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix had been extremely grateful to Lin Yuan. His actions told them that he truly regarded this matter as an important task. Although he should clearly be basking in cheers and praise, the first thing that came to his mind when he saw them was reviving Jade Sundial's soul. This caused the gratitude that they felt to multiply. The mother of Bloodbath could no longer hold back as it walked up to Lin Yuan and hugged him tightly as it whispered into his ear, "Lin Yuan, thank you." Lin Yuan regarded it as the mother of Bloodbath being overwhelmed by the possibility of being able to communicate with its mother's soul. He replied, "Why are you being so polite? You're my path protector, after all." Lin Yuan summoned Rememberling. The mother of Bloodbath released Lin Yuan and stood next to him. It looked at him with gentleness and slight shyness. Although it was Lin Yuan's path protector, Lin Yuan had saved it many more times than it had saved him. Purple Love was unaware of how the mother of Bloodbath felt about Lin Yuan, but Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon could tell. 3 of them had been stunned by what Lin Yuan said because the mother of Bloodbath's hug clearly seemed more than just courtesy. Could this be the legendary obtuse man? An obtuse man was handsome but might also end up spending their entire life alone. Rememberling affectionately circled Lin Yuan. Blood New Moon had already witnessed how remarkable Rememberling was, but this was the first time that White Phoenix, Blue Lotus, and Purple Love were encountering a fae from legend. The 3 of them could not see what Rememberling looked like but could sense that there was a life form close to Lin Yuan that was acting lovingly toward him. Purple Love took a deep breath and took out that tangerine and red handkerchief that looked as though it was a piece of a sunset. Once she took out the handkerchief, despite how much she looked forward to being able to converse with Jade Sundial's soul like how they used to, the Purple Love that had barged into Tower Cannon's headquarters to kill First Page Fate now felt frightened. Although Lin Yuan had just given all of them a sense of assurance, Purple Love was still afraid of the possible result that Jade Sundial's soul could not be revived. Even the bravest and most strong-willed people would crumble in the face of the uncertainty of their loved ones being able to revive. The more you cared about someone, the more clouded your mind would be when it came to matters that involved them. If Purple Love was unsure if Jade Sundial could be revived, she could begin to slowly heal her scars and turn her grief into longing. She would occasionally gaze at the handkerchief that contained fragments of Jade Sundial's soul and think about Jade Sundial. However, fear now coexisted with the hope in Purple Love's heart. She was afraid that her hopes would be dashed and she would lose Jade Sundial again, her sister who had been by her side for over a millennium. Purple Love did not know if she would be able to handle having her heart broken again. It might be better to avoid the possibility of pain altogether. The most unacceptable thing to Purple Love would be if the failure to revive Jade Sundial's soul caused the fragments of Jade Sundial's soul to dissipate. That would mean that she had truly lost her final link to Jade Sundial. Lin Yuan could tell that Purple Love was in turmoil. He was in no rush to take the tangerine and red handkerchief from Purple Love. Lin Yuan found out from the Moon Empress that Jade Sundial used to be the second member of the Heavenly Family Cottage and had a deep relationship with Purple Love. Reviving Jade Sundial involved not only the mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon but also Purple Love and all the other members of the Heavenly Fae Cottage. After the fight against the Freedom Federation, Lin Yuan's mindset had changed. It also matured him. Although the Moon Empress had never mentioned it to him, Lin Yuan knew that he could regard the mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon as family. However, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Purple Love represented the Heavenly Family Cottage. In a way, Lin Yuan represented the Radiance Federation. Blood New Moon and the mother of Bloodbath had witnessed how Rememberling collected soul fragments. Both of them had also sensed the fragments of Jade Sundial's soul that Rememberling had collected from the lava zone. Thus, both of them felt rather relaxed. The mother of Bloodbath had been with Lin Yuan for a very long time and understood what kind of person he was. Lin Yuan would never agree to something that he had no confidence he could achieve. Blood New Moon said, "Sister Purple Love, I have seen Lin Yuan's ability for myself. He managed to collect all of Jade Sundial's soul fragments from the lava zone, and he will be able to do the same with the handkerchief. Although it wasn't successful because of some circumstances, the soul fragments had not disappeared." Purple Love took a deep breath when he heard what Blood New Moon said. She took a step forward and handed the tangerine handkerchief to Lin Yuan with both hands as she said, "Thank you so much. Even if this fails, the fact that you saved Blood Love is enough to make you the debtor of the entire Heavenly Family Cottage." Lin Yuan did not immediately reply. After he received the handkerchief, Lin Yuan did not rush to instruct Rememberling to use Soul Knot. Instead, he instructed it to release Jade Sundial's soul fragments that it had collected. He said solemnly, "I won't be careless with Anti-Jade Sundial's soul. Frankly, I don't just need more of Anti-Jade Sundial's soul to revive it, but also to make sure her soul retains as many memories as possible after the revival. If not for this reason, I would only need to nurture her soul fragments to complete it." Lin Yuan has essentially revealed his secret weapon to Purple Love. His words stunned everyone present, including the mother of Bloodbath and Blood New Moon. Lin Yuan had mentioned Rememberling's abilities to Blood New Moon and the mother of Bloodbath. However, they did not expect its abilities to be so extraordinary that it would be able to nurture soul fragments to revive a soul. Jade Sundial had been dead for many years. If Lin Yuan could still find fragments of her soul now, he would essentially be able to bring the dead back to life. Not even experts who were walking the heavens path had such abilities. Lin Yuan had revealed his secret weapon because he wanted to reassure Purple Love, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix, and because it was all but certain that Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation had colluded. Heavenly Family Cottage had always maintained a neutral stance, and Lin Yuan wanted to help the Radiance Federation secure such a powerful ally. Additionally, everyone present was worthy of his trust. After Lin Yuan said what he said, delight spread across the faces of Purple Love and the rest after momentary shock. Lin Yuan had already all but guaranteed that Jade Sundial's soul could be revived, but he was now giving them another surprise. If what Lin Yuan said was true and the soul fragments could be absorbed to retrieve Jade Sundial's past memories, they would truly be able to communicate with her. Now that Purple Love and the rest appeared more at ease, Lin Yuan did not say anything else. Instead, he tossed the handkerchief to Rememberling so it would be able to use Soul Knot on it. When Rememberling used Soul Knot, it would absorb the soul into its body. When Jade Sundial died in the lava zone, Purple Love had rushed to the Radiance Federation to save Blood New Moon and collect the remnants of Jade Sundial's soul. Given the strength of the soul, Lin Yuan was sure that Jade Sundial had reached Eternal and had been one step away from breaking through past that level. When a Fae reached Eternal, their soul would gain a unique color. Many colored soul fragments entered Rememberling's body. Although Purple Love, Blood New Moon, and the rest still could not see Rememberling. They could see Jade Sundial's soul swirling around inside an unknown lifeform's body. Lin Yuan noticed that the swirling soul fragments were interlocking intricately and joining together. The way that a soul was formed was one of life's greatest secrets, and people usually did not get the chance to discover it. If Jade Sundial's soul had not reached eternal, they would not be able to see the soul being put back together. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt deep awe for life. Suddenly, Lin Yuan entered a state of comprehension. A willpower rune that resembled a soul being continuously shattered and put back together appeared in Lin Yuan's spiritual spatial zone. Purple Love, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and Blood New Moon did not find it strange that Lin Yuan had abruptly entered a state of comprehension. Although the four of them had reached such a high level, they were also amazed as they watched the soul being reformed. It was normal that Lin Yuan had managed to produce a willpower rune from this comprehension. Lin Yuan was one of the Radiance Federation's best prodigies and the Moon Empress disciple. As such, his comprehension ability had to be impressive. On the other hand, the Mother of Bloodbath felt that nothing about this was normal. The Mother of Bloodbath had always been by Lin Yuan's side as his path protector. It had watched him comprehend willpower runes numerous times. It felt that it was easier for Lin Yuan to comprehend willpower runes than it was for others to drink water. At that moment, a cry filled the air. At the same moment that the cry filled the air, vast soul energy exploded out. If Purple Love had not used her aura to put a barrier over this space, the soul energy would have caused ripples to spread out across the royal capital. When Phase reached eternal, they would make it a habit to restrain their aura. But Jade Sundial was clearly unable to pull the reins back on the aura of its soul. Lin Yuan could tell from the cry that was released that it had come from Jade Sundial's soul. There was no mistaking that the cry had come from a spider species Fae. Yet, it was also completely different from a regular spider species Fae. There was no malevolence or ferocity within the cry. Rather, it had a hint of gentleness. It was like the sun that was looking out over all creatures of the earth. When Blood New Moon, Purple Love, and Blue Lotus heard the cry that came from the soul, a bright smile stretched across their faces. Blood New Moon's one gold and one red eye, Purple Love's dark purple fox eyes, and Dark Blue's eyes that were as blue as the sea, all welled up with tears. Even the unempathetic White Phoenix's eyes filled up with water, and his lips started to tremble. When Heavenly Family Phase with eternal power that had complete souls and reached their prime, their souls would produce sound when exposed. That spider cry had been Jade Sundial's voice. At that moment, Rememberling released the soul that it had generated through the horn on its forehead. A woman who greatly resembled the Mother of Bloodbath but had a completely different style to it appeared next to Lin Yuan in soul form. The Mother of Bloodbath's eyes and expression were cold, but when this woman smiled, she would probably be able to heal wounds. It was so gentle that it would overwhelm anyone who looked at her to the point that tears would start to slide down their cheeks. The woman's eyes were fixed on the Mother of Bloodbath, and she had her arms outstretched toward it. Before the woman could take a step forward, the Mother of Bloodbath strode forward and embraced the woman. For as long as the Mother of Bloodbath could remember, it had been alone and struggling to survive in the forest. It had indeed gone through a phase of resenting the parents that had abandoned it. The feelings of hatred intensified when it was fighting daily on an empty stomach or when it saw other Fae families. But slowly, the feelings of loathing disappeared because the Mother of Bloodbath did not even know who it was hating. The Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer had developed such a deep friendship because the Mother of Bloodbath highly prioritized kinship. But once the Mother of Bloodbath found out about its background and met Blood New Moon, all of its confusion cleared up. It looked forward every single day to its mother's revival. The Mother of Bloodbath's bloodline and nature allowed it to sense an inexplicable warmth from this woman that it had never experienced before. Blood New Moon walked up to the hugging figures and wrapped his arms around them. The family of three that had been separated from each other for so long only released each other after some time. Jade Sundial bowed deeply to Lin Yuan and said with gratitude, "Thank you for giving me the chance to see my daughter, husband, and friends." Jade Sundial turned toward Purple Love and walked toward her as she said, Big sister, long time no see. The return from faraway mansion was full of warmth. Chu Si had also wanted to go out to greet Lin Yuan but had been stopped by Wen Yu. Chu Si was smart and quickly realized why Wen Yu had stopped her. But now that the matter had been settled, Chu Si rushed up to Lin Yuan and embraced him like how the mother of Bloodbath had just embraced Jade Sundial. Chu Si did not say anything and continued to silently hug Lin Yuan. She had been worried about him through the entire battle, both during Capture the General against Han Chi and the five-man team fight. The Star Web audience saw one of the Radiance Federation's elites putting his life on the line to protect the Radiance Federation's honor. But to Chu Si, it was her brother engaged in a fight to the death. She did not have many memories of their parents and had grown up with only him by her side. With a brother like him who was always there to protect her, Chu Si never had to feel envious of her classmates who had parents. You have parents, but I have my brother. I receive just as much love and care as you do. Lin Yuan was Chu Si's everything. Although she had become Cold Moon's disciple, Lin Yuan's position in her heart was unchanged. Thus, when she saw Lin Yuan fighting with the possibility of death, Chu Si instinctively felt worried. Nonetheless, there had been nothing that she could do. There had been no other moment in her life that she yearned to increase her power more than then. Luckily, Lin Yuan was fine. Chu Si's worries were only laid to rest when she hugged Lin Yuan. Wen Yu stood at the entrance of the manor and grinned as she watched the hugging siblings. A long time had passed, and it was time for the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting to begin. After the Radiance 100 Sky City selection, Lin Yuan finally had the time to focus on developing Sky City. The Radiance Sacred Hall had been sealed, and it was normally not available for public visitation. Only members of the Radiance 100 sequence, Radiance Envoys, Radiance Knights, and members of royalty could access the Radiance Sacred Hall as they pleased. Given that the Radiance 100 sequence selection had just ended, the Radiance 100 sequence members had left the Radiance Sacred Hall, and it should be completely empty. However, the Moon Empress and an elderly man seated in a wheelchair were still in the Radiance Sacred Hall. They seemed to be waiting for someone to arrive. At that moment, the air beside the Moon Empress and the elderly man started to ripple. Gold and red water ripples expanded across the spatial fluctuation. A woman with a gold and red fishtail and dressed in a thin shawl appeared in front of the Moon Empress and elderly man. The Moon Empress looked at the Goddess of Mercy but did not say anything. The Goddess of Mercy had no intention of putting on airs in front of the Moon Empress because she had undermined Na with the purpose of gaining favor with the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress and the elderly man were waiting here because the Goddess of Mercy had used her birth horoscope to send a message to the Moon Empress and the elderly man. Only a person walking down heaven's path would be able to do this, and it was the most secretive method of communication. The Goddess of Mercy's expression became serious as she looked at the Moon Empress and the elderly man. Even a moment after the Goddess of Mercy appeared, the elderly man was still silent. The Goddess of Mercy was quickly weighing her options to decide the attitude to take when she communicated with the Moon Empress or, rather, the Radiance Federation. The Goddess of Mercy was still a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty. Given this status, she should not be communicating with the enemy in the Radiance Sacred Hall. However, the Goddess of Mercy had no choice. Now that Qian Yu was dead, Lin Yuan was her only hope. If Lin Yuan had not displayed that mermaid bloodline that was even stronger than Qian Yu's, Luo would not have needed to summon Na as the Goddess Mercy would have stepped in to save Qian Yu. She would do this because she had the reason for needing to increase her power. This was also the reason she had come to this place. Any Federation's member of royalty who possessed decent power would be aware that she had managed to walk down heaven's path by making use of the mermaid bloodline. However, it had always been her greatest secret that she needed to obtain the affection of the Mermaid Emperor clan in order to increase her power. Only Second Page Revival, the Mirror God, and the God of Fools were aware of this secret. There was no way that the Goddess of Mercy would allow the Radiance Federation to find out about this. After all, Lin Yuan was from the Radiance Federation. If they found out about her secret and one of their members of royalty used him to advance their power first, the Goddess of Mercy would lose all hope. In the past, the Goddess of Mercy had searched far and wide for a life form that possessed the mermaid bloodline. After searching for half a year, during which one of the potential targets died, she finally found Qian Yu. Hence, the Goddess of Mercy might even be more worried for Lin Yuan's safety than the Radiance Federation was. The Goddess of Mercy always regarded the Moon Empress as absolute scum. Regardless of what the reason was, the member of royalty she had invested a mountain of resources into and was about to awaken the Mermaid Emperor bloodline had been killed by the Moon Empress while on a mission to the Radiance Federation. If the Goddess of Mercy had not come to the Radiance Sacred Hall with the intention of protecting Qian Yu, she would have attacked the Moon Empress and fought her to the death. But at that moment, the Goddess of Mercy felt no resentment toward the Moon Empress. Rather, she could not hate her now because she was Lin Yuan's master. She would need to go through the Moon Empress first before she would be able to gain Lin Yuan's affection. During the confrontation between Na and the Moon Empress, the latter had stood in front of Lin Yuan. From the way that Lin Yuan looked at the Moon Empress, the Goddess of Mercy could tell how close Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress were. While the gears in the Goddess of Mercy's head were turning, the Moon Empress' brow was deeply furrowed. The elderly man reached out and touched the armrest of his wheelchair as he said, "Goddess of Mercy, you made the effort of using your birth horoscope to arrange a meeting with us and return to the Radiance Federation just to stare at us? I'm very old. If that's the case, I won't continue to waste time being here." The Goddess of Mercy pursed her lips. The Goddess of Mercy had 3 possible options in her mind. All of them would take away from her profits. There was nothing that the Goddess of Mercy hated more than her profits being harmed. Hence, she decided to bring up the plan that would provide her with the most profits first. "Moon Empress, the young man known as Black or Lin Yuan is your disciple, right?" The Moon Empress frowned when she heard what the Goddess of Mercy said because she still remembered how the Goddess of Mercy had publicly asked Lin Yuan to be her favored expert and tried to take him back to the Freedom Federation. At that time, the Moon Empress had been so enraged that she almost attacked the Goddess of Mercy. Lin Yuan was the most important person to the Moon Empress, and she would not allow anyone to poach him. This was not a matter of pride but the Moon Empress' instinctive reaction. But when the Moon Empress heard what the Goddess of Mercy said, she did not feel any uncontrollable anger this time. The Goddess of Mercy saying such a thing publicly could have been understood as her becoming interested in Lin Yuan's talent and being overwhelmed by excitement. However, the Moon Empress could not understand why the Goddess of Mercy was saying such a thing now. The Moon Empress knew that the Goddess of Mercy had become interested in Lin Yuan for some reason. From the way she went out of her way to arrange to meet with the Moon Empress to discuss this matter, it meant that she was determined to obtain Lin Yuan. This caused the Moon Empress' urge to kill to spike. The Moon Empress glanced a look at the elderly man, and he immediately understood the look in her eyes. The Moon Empress wanted him to attack and kill the Goddess of Mercy together with her. Although a fight between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation was inevitable, attacking the Goddess of Mercy would bring forward the timeline of the battle between the two federations, regardless of whether they were able to seriously injure or kill the Goddess of Mercy. Currently, the mirror cities of the Radiance Federation were still being built. They needed at least a year to finish construction. Thus, the Radiance Federation had to make good use of the 2 years before the major Federation meeting. It would not be easy to kill the Goddess of Mercy. The Moon Empress' desire to attack the Goddess of Mercy was backed up by the fact that the Rabbit Emperor's power had also evolved. However, no one knew if the Goddess of Mercy had accumulated any secret weapons after triggering her birth horoscope long ago. If they started fighting in the Radiant Sacred Hall, they would put the lives of the people that lived in the royal capital at risk. However, the elderly man knew that the Moon Empress' heart was set. At this moment, the Goddess of Mercy went on to say, "Moon Empress, I am willing to trade all the resources from the Freedom Federation desired by the Radiance Federation in exchange for Lin Yuan." The Moon Empress and elderly man were stunned. Although the Moon Empress still wanted to kill the Goddess of Mercy, she still started examining the Goddess of Mercy in a new light. The Goddess of Mercy had essentially betrayed the Freedom Federation. Neither the Moon Empress nor the elderly man would have expected such an outcome. Both of them were suspicious of why the Goddess of Mercy wanted Lin Yuan so badly, to the point that she was willing to make such a decision. The goddess of mercy had said what she said while scrutinizing the Moon Empress' face to observe if any changes took place. The goddess of mercy felt that her offer should have been enough to be accepted because it would bring unimaginable profits to the Radiance Federation. This would give the Radiance Federation the advantage over the Freedom Federation in the upcoming fight. However, the Moon Empress expression told the goddess of mercy that her offer was about to be turned down. Although the Moon Empress was interested in the goddess of mercy's offer, her determined expression proved that she had zero intention of giving up her disciple. Now that the goddess of mercy knew what answer was coming, she did not give the Moon Empress the chance to voice it and went on to make her second offer known. The goddess of mercy was silent for a moment before she said, "I can leave Lin Yuan in the Radiance Federation, but I want to be able to meet with him whenever I want. Moreover, I'm already a Class 5 Creation Master. I should be able to reach the Moon Empress level soon. I can provide the Radiance Federation with a package of resources every month that will probably take up 7 days of my time to produce." The goddess of mercy stopped talking and observed the Moon Empress expression again. The Moon Empress' eyes narrowed. She knew that she had to make things clear with the goddess of mercy today because it was clear that her jaws had clamped down on Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress felt that it was ludicrous that the goddess of mercy was willing to offer so many resources just for the chance to meet with Lin Yuan whenever she wanted. According to the goddess of mercy, she was also willing to work for the Radiance Federation for a week every month. This meant that in a year, the goddess of mercy would be working for the Radiance Federation for 3 months. This would give the Radiance Federation another 1/4 of a Class 5 Creation Master. There was also the possibility that the goddess of mercy could become a Class 6 Creation Master. The Moon Empress had already become a Class 6 Creation Master and knew how large the gap between a Class 5 Creation Master and Class 6 Creation Master was. Class 6 Creation Masters could not only purify the Eternal Heart but could also produce 4 times the amount of resources that Class 5 Creation Masters could. Doing the calculations, once the Goddess of Mercy became a Class 6 Creation Master, she would be providing the Radiance Federation with an additional Class 5 Creation Master. This would greatly raise the Radiance Federation's top combat power. The Moon Empress wanted to attack the Goddess of Mercy because of how much she cared about Lin Yuan. Since she was his master, she did not want him to be in any danger or suffer any inconvenience. But now, the Goddess of Mercy had no intention of harming Lin Yuan. Moreover, if Lin Yuan remained in the Radiance Federation under the Moon Empress watch, she would be able to ensure that no harm came to him. Moreover, the Heavenly Family Cottage's members were also living in Lin Yuan's mansion. The Moon Empress had placed the Mother of Bloodbath as Lin Yuan's path protector because she knew of the Mother of Bloodbath's background. She wanted to create the chance for Lin Yuan to form a link with Heavenly Family Cottage. Lin Yuan had not only seized the chance, but had even managed to use his sincerity to obtain the Heavenly Family Cottage's friendship. No matter how strong the Goddess of Mercy was, there was no way she would be able to publicly take Lin Yuan away or cause him any harm while the Heavenly Family Cottage's members were present. The Moon Empress needed to ascertain the reason the Goddess of Mercy was willing to offer such a large price just to be able to communicate with Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress' sharp eyes studied the Goddess of Mercy to see if she felt any anxiousness. The Goddess of Mercy slightly regretted asking to meet with the Moon Empress and the elderly man in advance to discuss the trade with them. She should have snuck in under their noses to secretly meet with Lin Yuan. If the Moon Empress turned her down and hid Lin Yuan in the Radiant Moon Palace, any chance the Goddess of Mercy had of meeting with him would be gone. Just as the Goddess of Mercy was about to bring up her third offer, the Moon Empress said, "I can take you to see my disciple, but I need to know why you want to see him. Otherwise, not only will you be unable to meet him, but I will also make sure you never leave the Radiance Federation." While she spoke, a glimmer appeared next to the Moon Empress. The glimmer turned purple, and a small white rabbit holding a carrot appeared in the Moon Empress' arms. The small rabbit's eyes glinted purple and instantly solidified the air within the Radiance Sacred Hall. The Goddess of Mercy sensed that the air around her had solidified and looked at the rabbit with austerity as she said, "I didn't expect the Rabbit Emperor to have reached such a level. It has ignited its birth horoscope." The Goddess of Mercy shifted her gaze to the Moon Empress and said, "Don't think that you'll be able to keep me here. just because the Rabbit Emperor has reached the same level as the Mirror God and God of Fools. If I want to leave, no one will be able to stop me once I summon the Tanabata River of Desire. I am sincerely here to negotiate with you. I think my actions and promises have proved my sincerity. If I had not said what I said when you were facing off against Nana, she wouldn't have left so easily. As for why I want to meet with your disciple, I would prefer to keep my reason to myself. But if you bring your disciple to meet me, you'll be able to hear everything that I say. The Moon Empress was momentarily at a loss for words because she noticed that the Goddess of Mercy was lacking her usual arrogance. Rather, her expression was sincere and gentle. However, the Moon Empress knew the Goddess of Mercy well. The Goddess of Mercy was extremely selfish. In fact, all the Freedom Federation's members of royalty were the same. However, the others from the Freedom Federation would not sacrifice the profits of the entire Freedom Federation for their individual profit. It was rumored that there was conflict between the Goddess of Mercy and the God of Fools and Mirror God. Apparently, their conflict almost caused the Class 6 Marsh-dimensional rift in the Freedom Federation to close. The Moon Empress had never put stock in this rumor. However, it now seemed that the rumor was true. Otherwise, the Goddess of Mercy would not be here, doing something that went against the Freedom Federation's profits. This meant that the Goddess of Mercy felt almost no sense of belonging to the Freedom Federation. Lin Yuan was even more important to her than the Freedom Federation was. If the Moon Empress brought the Goddess of Mercy to see Lin Yuan, she would be able to watch everything that the Goddess of Mercy did. At that time, she would be able to use her actions to guess what the Goddess of Mercy's motive was. The Moon Empress had silently agreed to the Goddess of Mercy's offer, but she did not voice it immediately. The Moon Empress shot a look at the elderly man next to her. She noticed that from the moment the Goddess of Mercy appeared, she started to make increasingly better offers for the sake of being able to gain access to Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress wanted to use this chance to test what the Goddess of Mercy's limit was. This information would be vital for the Radiance Federation's strategic plans. They would be able to use her limit to gauge her sense of belonging to the Freedom Federation. Since a future fight between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation was inevitable, even if the Goddess of Mercy could not publicly appear to help the Radiance Federation, it would also be very beneficial in a strategic sense if she could continuously supply information about the Freedom Federation. In a brawl between two major federations, information was something even more important than resources and power. Any expert that had reached Emperor class and above would come to realize this, much less the all-powerful members of royalty. Even a fight between King-class experts would not be restricted to that level. If the phase involved could counter each other, Pinnacle King-class experts have been known to kill Emperor-class experts. The stronger the Spirit Chi professional was, the stronger his Fae would be, and the more evident the countering effects would be. The Goddess of Mercy had to know detailed information about the Freedom Federation's experts. Once they got hold of this information, the Radiance Federation would be able to know best how to take on the experts in the future. Moreover, the Goddess of Mercy's information would not only contain information about the experts. Although the Freedom Federation's members of royalty worked very independently and could form partnerships with other federations and factions on their own, they would still gather at the Freedom Mystic Temple to discuss important matters that concerned the entire Freedom Federation. The matters discussed in the Freedom Mystic Temple were secrets that were never revealed to outsiders. If the Radiance Federation could learn of such information in advance, they would be able to gain an edge over the Freedom Federation during a fight. When the Moon Empress did not reply even after the Goddess of Mercy made her second offer, the Goddess of Mercy knew that the Moon Empress was testing her. Otherwise, the Moon Empress should have attacked the Goddess of Mercy after summoning the Rabbit Emperor. Since the Moon Empress and that elderly man had not yet attacked the Goddess of Mercy, it meant that both of them had silently agreed to the offer. This set the Goddess of Mercy at ease. If the Moon Empress had tried testing the Goddess of Mercy in the past, the Goddess of Mercy would have been strongly opposed to it. But now, the Goddess of Mercy wanted to use this chance to gain even more favor with the Radiance Federation. The Goddess of Mercy was well aware that she had essentially betrayed the Freedom Federation by giving away its profits in exchange for an opportunity for herself. Once news of this got out, she would not be able to return to the Freedom Federation. Nonetheless, the goddess of mercy did not feel a shred of regret for her actions. If not for the mirror god and god of fools destroying her hopes and continuously putting up obstacles in front of her for fear that she would become too powerful and become a threat to them, she would not have been reduced to keeping her head so low. She was an extremely cold person and might not remember if someone did her a favor, but she would definitely make sure to repay whoever had caused her grief tenfold. Hence, once she made this decision, she no longer linked her profits to that of the Freedom Federation. Rather, she intended to lean against the Radiance Federation in the hopes that they would offer her a safety net and provide her with resources in exchange for her information and effort. A look of perturbation appeared on the goddess of mercy's face. A moment later, she felt that she had almost done enough. If she did any more, it would come off as phony. Thus, she made her third offer. In the future confrontations between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation, I can act as a third party to help the Radiance Federation as an ally. The Moon Empress was certain that the Goddess of Mercy was washing her hands off of the Freedom Federation. She was going to make use of the Radiance Federation to obtain benefits for herself. It would be good for the Radiance Federation if they could form an alliance with the Goddess of Mercy. Luckily, the Goddess of Mercy did not say that she wanted to join the Radiance Federation. Neither the Moon Empress nor the old man would agree to let her join the Radiance Federation. The Radiance Federation managed to develop to the point of being able to become one of the three major federations because their members of royalty were united. Although the circumstances were against him, that elderly man managed to start walking down heaven's path and awakened his birth horoscope. From that moment, the Freedom Federation started to envy the Radiance Federation while the Azure Federation acknowledged the Radiance Federation as one of the three major federations. When the old man became certain that he would not be able to break through any further for the remainder of his life, he used his vitality and birth horoscope to set the stars alight and evolved the 7 secure Federation treasures. The Moon Empress generation accumulated resources and became a pillar of the Radiance Federation because of the elderly man's protection. Hence, the elderly man was truly venerated amongst all of the Radiance Federation's royalty. Unity was the soul of the Radiance Federation that was ingrained in everything linked to it. Given that the Goddess of Mercy was willing to stake the Freedom Federation just to try and achieve her goal, she would definitely not fit with the Radiance Federation. This was an objective evaluation based on the Goddess of Mercy's character and personality. But as long as the Goddess of Mercy did not join the Radiance Federation, it would be fine to just form an alliance between the two. The Moon Empress finally said, "Since we're going to become allies, why don't the two of us enter the Radiance Sacred Hall and have a talk? Sincerity isn't produced by the mouth. I hope that you will be able to let us see your sincerity during the discussion." The Goddess of Mercy sat down on a golden jade chair and said, "Of course, once we're done talking, we can go and see Lin Yuan, and I'll return to the Freedom Federation." The discussion between the three of them moved into the inner area of the Radiance Sacred Hall. This meeting would influence the system of the entire main world for the next 2 years. After Lin Yuan instructed Rememberling to generate Jade Sundial's soul, they all gathered together for a meal. Purple Love, Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and White Phoenix wanted to express their thanks to Lin Yuan again, but he turned them down. The blessing that Blue Lotus gave Lin Yuan had been of great help to him. Blue Lotus blessing had enabled the faith power in the shrine to fully fuse with Lin Yuan in his mermaid form and produce the special and pure mermaid bloodline in his body. As a human, when Lin Yuan fused with a fae, the blessing of a heavenly family fae had enabled him to produce a new bloodline. Although Dark Blue had enabled the bloodline, it stayed in Lin Yuan's body and did not have any link to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan saw it as a miracle. However, he did not know if it would be a good or bad miracle. After Lin Yuan rejected any further thanks from Purple Love and the rest, he said, "Anti-Purple Love, you are the leader of Heavenly Family Cottage, and Tower Cannon is the enemy of the Heavenly Family Cottage. The Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation are enemies. There is a partnership between the Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon. I hope that the Heavenly Family Cottage and Radiance Federation will be able to form a close relationship from now on." Lin Yuan had said what he said after careful consideration. although this was slightly unethical as it made it seem as though he was trying to take advantage of the favor the Heavenly Family Cottage owed him to push them into an alliance. However, the Radiance Federation needed such an ally. At first, Lin Yuan thought that Purple Love would think it over before giving him a response. But she replied without hesitation and said, "Little Yuan, I will personally go to the Radiance Federation's Imperial Court tomorrow to greet the Radiance Federation's members of royalty and ask them to become allies. By the way, I saw the first Emperor Shark clan near the Starling Lines continent while I was on my way over here. The first Emperor Shark clan's target is the Radiance Federation. There was an agreement between the Radiance Federation and the Sea clans. Did a grudge form between the Radiance Federation and the first Emperor Shark clan?" Lin Yuan was delighted when he heard what Purple Love said. It was great that the Heavenly Family Cottage was going to become official allies with the Radiance Federation. However, Lin Yuan's face immediately turned stern when he heard the name First Emperor Shark Clan. Shark On of the First Emperor Shark Clan had almost killed the mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan could still vividly remember the sight of spikes protruding out of the mother of Bloodbath in all directions. The blood energy in Shark On and the Crimson Tentacle Algae's bodies all ended up absorbed by the mother of Bloodbath in the end and allowed it to break through to Myth 3 and awaken its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. If not for this outcome, Lin Yuan would have struggled to find a way to find an alternative source of blood energy, and the Blood Brew Grapevine would definitely have ended up as nutrition for the mother of Bloodbath. The mother of Bloodbath would likely also have died. But now, the Blood Brew Grapevine had been spared while the mother of Bloodbath's bloodline evolved. Shark On had eventually fallen because Lin Yuan had summoned White Speak to defeat Shark On. There was no way that Shark On would have sacrificed its life to supply the mother of Bloodbath with blood energy and help it to increase its power. Hence, there was no way that Lin Yuan would be letting the first Emperor Shark clan off. Purple Love was unaware of this. Before Lin Yuan could open his mouth, Blue Lotus burst out with anger. A first Emperor Shark clan member almost killed Sister Jade Sundial's child. If not for Lin Yuan, Sister Jade Sundial's child would already have died at sea. There is now a blood feud between the first Emperor Shark clan and Heavenly Family Cottage. Sister Purple Love, we have been lying below the radar because we didn't want to be disturbed by the troubles of the outside world. However, first, it was Tower Cannon who attacked Sister Jade Sundial, and now it's the first Emperor Shark clan attacking Blood Love. If we continue to stay away, we will continue to be trampled on by outsiders. Since you've decided to become allies with the Radiance Federation, it means our Heavenly Family Cottage is stepping back into public exposure. Why don't we eradicate the first Emperor Shark clan? They are a part of the 8 clans of Sea Emperors and are despicably in cahoots with the Freedom Federation. The entire clan migrated to the sea that belongs to the Freedom Federation and broke the balance between the sea clans. The 8 clans of Sea Emperors live by a creed of protecting the sea and its ways. The first Emperor Shark clan doesn't deserve to sit on such a throne. Purple Love knew that Blue Lotus was not one to be talkative. She had spoken for so long because the first Emperor Shark clan had almost killed Blood Love, and Blue Lotus wanted to get revenge for this deed. No matter how calm Purple Love was, a wave of fury surged from within her when she heard what Blue Lotus said. Luckily, Jade Sundial, Blood New Moon, and Blood Love had walked out to talk after they reunited. If Jade Sundial found out that Blood Love had almost died, she would be filled with grief and self-loathing. Purple Love hissed. Besides delivering the handkerchief with the fragments of Jade Sundial's handkerchief, I had intended to get some of Tower Cannon's blood on my hands. Since the 2 pages of Tower Cannon did not turn up in the Radiance Federation, we can vent our bloodlust on the first Emperor Shark clan instead. There are plenty of clans that can take first Emperor Shark clan's place in the 8 clans of Sea Emperors. The destruction of the first Emperor Shark clan won't affect the Sea clans in any way. I'm sure that the people from Vast Sea Labyrinth won't cause a commotion over this. After all, they are just using the 8 clans of Sea Emperors as their conduits to control the Sea clans. Blue Lotus and White Phoenix, the 2 of you go and tell the rest to lay siege to the first Emperor Shark clan. They can accomplish this before the first Emperor Shark clan arrives at the Radiance Federation. Once Purple Love heard what Blue Lotus said, she immediately decided that first Emperor Shark clan had to be wiped out. She said to eliminate the first Emperor Shark clan before they arrived at the Radiance Federation because she wanted to do the Radiance Federation a favor. There was a natural gap between humans and sea clans because one group consisted of humans while the other was made up of Fays. The Radiance Federation and sea clans had signed an agreement that held both sides to certain standards. If the Radiance Federation attacked the first Emperor Shark clan, it would displease all the sea clans despite the fact that the first Emperor Shark clan was at fault. After all, although there were countless conflicts within the sea clans, they were still one body. Vast Sea Labyrinth would never allow humans to kill one of their stronger conduits. It would not do the Radiance Federation any good to have this matter blown up. The sea was twice as large as the land. In the past, a federation called the Strong Ice Federation, which had a Class 5 creation master, had angered Vast Sea Labyrinth because of their unfettered hunting of the sea clans. Eventually, all the seas around the Strong Ice Federation turned violent, and 7,000-meter-tall tsunamis rose and crashed into the Strong Ice Federation. The entire Strong Ice Federation was ferociously flooded. Vast Sea Labyrinth even sent out experts to kill the Class 5 creation master from the Strong Ice Federation. Because of this incident, Vast Sea Labyrinth earned the ire of all federations that had Class 5 creation masters. This forced the Vast Sea Labyrinth to promise that they would never resurface as long as the humans did not hunt the sea clans and only fished at a regular pace for food. A long time had passed since this incident. It was likely that Vast Sea Labyrinth had been trying to find an excuse to resurface ever since. The Radiance Federation was not in a position to touch the first Emperor Shark clan. However, there was nothing keeping the Heavenly Family Cottage from attacking the first Emperor Shark clan. Firstly, Heavenly Family Fays were also Fays. Moreover, 3 members of Heavenly Family Cottage had married into Vast Sea Labyrinth. If Vast Sea Labyrinth tried to cause trouble for the Heavenly Family Cottage, they would probably end up kneeling at the bottom of the sea. Besides Jade Sundial, no other member of the Heavenly Family Cottage had a gentle personality. However, this did not mean that Vast Sea Labyrinth was weaker than the Heavenly Family Cottage. In fact, Vast Sea Labyrinth had more experts than the Heavenly Family Cottage. After all, the sea was immense. The 3 members of the Heavenly Family Cottage that married into Vast Sea Labyrinth had managed to attain such status because the Heavenly Family Cottage was powerful enough to stand toe-to-toe against Vast Sea Labyrinth, and because their husbands were extremely devoted to them. Once the Heavenly Family Cottage wiped out First Emperor Shark Clan, Vast Sea Labyrinth would not only have no objections but would even express their apologies to the Heavenly Family Cottage. If Bloodlove's 3 aunts found out that Bloodlove had almost died at the hands of the first Emperor Shark Clan, Vast Sea Labyrinth might personally kill off the first Emperor Shark Clan themselves. The husbands of Bloodlove's 3 aunts would be unable to handle it if their wives went back to the Heavenly Family Cottage. But it was clear that Purple Love did not intend to take things so far. Blue Lotus eyes lit up when she heard what Purple Love said, and she hurriedly said, "Sister Purple Love, White Phoenix never understands the task. Leave this to me." Blue Lotus excitedly took out her phone. White Phoenix rolled his eyes when he heard what Blue Lotus said. "Stupid girl. I can't believe you still remembered to take a shot at me at such a time." This was the first time Lin Yuan heard of Vast Sea Labyrinth. He still did not have a good understanding of the factions in the sea. Purple Love had not seen Lin Yuan in his merman form. If she saw it, she would immediately think that Lin Yuan did not need to understand what kind of faction Vast Sea Labyrinth was because anyone from Vast Sea Labyrinth that saw him in such a state would immediately approach him. Now that the matter was settled, Lin Yuan returned to his room. Before entering the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he intended to look at the willpower rune he had just comprehended. Back in his room, he activated his spiritual energy and released the willpower rune that was flying about within his soul. The creamy white and translucent willpower rune continuously broke apart and regenerated. Lin Yuan could sense a willpower called soul gathering within it. Lin Yuan was taken aback by the appearance of this willpower rune because he had already comprehended 2 willpower runes since he contracted the Remembrance Soul Whale, and it started to absorb souls. These 2 willpower runes were very similar in appearance but completely different fundamentally. The last willpower rune that Lin Yuan had comprehended through Rememberling targeted the absorption of souls, not its reformation. Rememberling had used that willpower rune to evolve to fantasy breed and gained the exclusive skill Soul Remember Gift. Soul Remember Gift would enable the Soul Remembrance Soul Whale to turn souls that had been reconstructed to a certain extent into soul imprints that could be applied on a life form of the same type to increase its comprehension ability. This would make it easier for the target to comprehend willpower runes. Although the new willpower rune that Lin Yuan had comprehended was more suitable for Rememberling, Lin Yuan did not regret his choice of willpower rune for Rememberling. This was because Soul Remember Gift appealed to Lin Yuan too much. It would not only be able to support Lin Yuan but also help him in managing his faction. Despite being a B-rank spirit chi professional, Lin Yuan demonstrated such power during the group battle because of his relentless standards when it came to nurturing his phase. The group battle was the first time that Lin Yuan had summoned Genius for combat. Genius had used all of its power to suppress Luo, who had fused with his devil. The elemental and physical attacks that came from this were extremely powerful because Genius had used Crowded Cat. The strength of Crowded Cat came from the cat species phase in the marsh world. If Lin Yuan wanted to increase Genius power, he would have to nurture these cat species phase. Lin Yuan had the army of 100 Questions Beast as well D Wanmi in his arsenal. As such, he had no lack of Creation Master resources. However, Creation Master resources could evolve the cat species phase to Diamond X/Legend, but not enable them to comprehend willpower runes and laws. Hence, it would be exceedingly difficult for the cat species phase to evolve further once they reached Diamond X/Legend. But with Rememberling's Soul Remember Gift, it would be much easier for the cat species phase in the marsh world to comprehend willpower runes and laws. Lin Yuan and Genius were symbiotic. Genius might be powerful, but if its contractor was not Lin Yuan, Genius would not have been nurtured to such an impressive state because it required the most outstanding methods and simultaneous nurturing of many cat species phase. There were currently 3,470 cat species phase being kept in the marsh world. However, they were far from reaching the maximum number of cat species phase that Genius could contract. With the amount of spiritual energy that Genius had, it would be able to contract more than 7,000 cat species phase. It had only contracted about 3,000 so far because Lin Yuan had not had the chance to obtain many high-quality cat species phase before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. It actually did not increase Genius power to a significant extent when the cat species phase were evolved to Diamond X/Legend. Crowded Cat was a very cost-ineffective ability. Not even Class 5 Creation Masters would be willing to spend so many resources to nurture phase. Only Lin Yuan, who had the Spirit Lock spatial zone and a special physique, could afford to nurture Genius. Genius was not the only one. Red Thorn's Mouth of Relinquish was also a bottomless pit that needed to be constantly fed. Chimey also needed a large number of strange flames in order to temper the sun within it. Although Source Sand was slightly easier to nurture, it still needed to grind up about 20 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls daily to use the pure Earth elemental energy to cultivate the Closed Guard Sand. Lin Yuan himself was a bottomless pit for resources, and so was Sky City. Soul Remember Gift was a heavy load off Lin Yuan's shoulders. Lin Yuan felt that Soul Remember Gift was even more precious than the abilities of some sacred source lifeforms. Presently, Lin Yuan did not have any suitable phase for the soul-gathering willpower rune he had just comprehended. He also did not plan on nurturing a Fae specifically for the purposes of fusing it with this willpower rune. Lin Yuan decided that he would put this willpower rune on the back burner for now. It would eventually come of use. After checking on the new willpower rune, Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The first thing he did was to take out the green dimensional gem. He communicated to Morbius in his mind, "Morbius, I can help you to find more of these dimensional gems. But how should I use this one?" Morbius could not hold back the excitement in its voice as it said, "This stone isn't called a dimensional gem, but I can't remember what its name is. I can sense that I need it. Partner, place this gem in one of the dents in my main body, and it will automatically start to fuse with my body. Then I will fall asleep. Once I'm awake, I'll probably know what this gem is. I might be able to do other things besides spirit-locking phase." Lin Yuan's chest tightened when he heard that Morbius was going to fall asleep again. Lin Yuan was not afraid that he would encounter challenges that he would be unable to handle on his own, when Morbius was asleep. Rather, he really liked being able to communicate with Morbius in his mind. Morbius was Lin Yuan's lifelong companion, and the two of them had weathered everything together. There were many things that he could not say to Chu Ci that he would not hesitate to tell Morbius. But now, Morbius was going to fall asleep again. Given Morbius' record of sleeping duration, Lin Yuan felt that he would not be able to communicate with Morbius for a very long time. However, Morbius completing itself was a good thing, and it made Lin Yuan happy. He could sense Morbius' excitement. Every life form looked forward to being improved, and Morbius was no exception. If Lin Yuan could sense what Morbius was thinking, it was only natural that Morbius also knew what ran through Lin Yuan's mind. Morbius could tell how Lin Yuan felt and said in a gentle voice, "Partner, I will only need to sleep for 8 hours to fuse with the green gem. It won't be too long. Tonight, I'll be able to greet you with a completely new me. In the 8 hours, you should think about which phase abilities you want to release." Lin Yuan smiled brightly when he discovered that Morbius only needed to sleep for 8 hours. He already knew which phase he was going to unlock. First, he was going to release the Jasmine Lily. He chose the Jasmine Lily because Blackie and Purple Afterglow were both support type while Rememberling was functional type. Healing abilities were much more important than support. After the team battle, Lin Yuan had a general idea of who the other Radiance envoys of his batch would be. None of them were pure healing-type spirit chi professionals. Lin Yuan would have to take up the mantle of healing his teammates. Blackie's abilities clashed with that of Gao Feng, while Purple Afterglow's abilities clashed with Gu Lang's abilities. Although Lin Yuan had never fought against Gu Lang or fought beside him, they had all told each other about their phase during the meeting in the Return from Faraway Mansion before the Radiance 100 sequence selection had started. Gu Lang's abilities were skewed toward control, and it complemented that of his sacred source lifeform. He would be able to perform multidimensional control. Rememberling was a functional type Fey and not within Lin Yuan's realm of consideration. Hence, the Jasmine Lily was Lin Yuan's best choice. Moreover, the Jasmine Lily's ability Severed Limbs Growth could be combined with the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring to work in conjunction with Rememberling's abilities to give a body back to the revived souls. Lin Yuan wanted to see if the Jasmine Lily would be able to significantly raise the 10,000 Medicine Hot Springs abilities after it was unlocked. Lin Yuan said resolutely to Morbius, "I choose the Jasmine Lily." Morbius said with relief, "Partner, that is the best choice." After Morbius and Lin Yuan talked for a while longer, Lin Yuan placed the green gem into one of the indentations in the Morbius bracelet. Morbius' rust-colored body lit up with a rust-colored light while the green gem lit up with an emerald light. The rust-colored light wrapped around the green light, and Lin Yuan noticed that the green gem sunk into the Morbius bracelet. Lin Yuan started the 8-hour wait until Morbius awoke. He not only looked forward to unlocking the Jasmine Lily, but also the evolution that Morbius would experience after it fused with the gem. Every time Morbius evolved, Lin Yuan greatly benefited. An example was the element well that appeared in the Spirit Lock spatial zone not long ago. A shallow pool of water had accumulated at the bottom of the well. It was like a puddle left behind by a shower of rain. There was still too little water in the element well, and Lin Yuan would need to wait a long time before he could start seriously tapping into the water. Lin Yuan stored away the 3 sacred source lifeforms that he had gained because Na had saved Luo. The 3 uncontracted sacred source lifeforms were mystery boxes to Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan knew how sacred source lifeforms were formed, he preferred to go to the marsh world to pick those he knew would be helpful for him because he could guess their abilities. Thus, Lin Yuan planned to give these 3 sacred source lifeforms away as rewards to the members of Sky City who had provided significant contributions. The child disaster world faceless beast never stopped roaring within Lin Yuan's soul. Lin Yuan still did not have a plan for the suzerain/myth I disaster world faceless beast. The disaster world faceless beast had entered his soul, and Morbius had used the power of its roots to trap the disaster world faceless beast inside Lin Yuan's soul, thereby severing the link between Luo and the disaster world faceless beast. But if Lin Yuan released the disaster world faceless beast, Luo would immediately be able to sense it, regardless of how far apart the two were. As such, Lin Yuan had no choice but to either keep the disaster world faceless beast contained in his soul or kill it. He could not tame it. Lin Yuan badly wanted the disaster world faceless beast. Just like Genius and Chimey, the disaster world faceless beast was the only Fae of its kind because it had broken past the limits of its bloodline to create a new species of Fae. The child disaster world faceless beast had come from the mother disaster world faceless beast. Lin Yuan had never seen the mother disaster world faceless beast and thus had no idea what its abilities were. However, the child's abilities, Steal the Fate of a Nation and Fate of Chaos, were both abilities that Lin Yuan had never seen in a Fae. They would allow the disaster world faceless beast to steal the fortunes of the land and use it on itself to strengthen the effects of its abilities so its abilities would be able to affect a larger environment. Steal the Fate of a Nation's only flaw lay in that it needed to use up the lifespan of the disaster world faceless beast. If there was a way to increase the disaster world faceless beast's lifespan, and when it was used in conjunction with payment in life, the disaster world faceless beast would turn into a terrifying killing machine. Faceless appearance would enable the disaster world faceless beast to shapeshift during combat. In a group battle, the disaster world faceless beast would be able to make up for where the team was lacking. During the battle, the disaster world faceless beast had only taken the form of Luo. Before it had the chance to attack, it had targeted Luo and became locked in a stalemate with him. Eventually, the disaster world faceless beast ended up trapped in Lin Yuan's soul and did not manage to unleash its effects at all. If Luo had not instructed the disaster world faceless beast to target Luo but instead used Deepened Curse Imprint, Disaster Warning, and Disaster Heart to take control of the situation, it would have put the Radiance Federation in a sticky situation. The Suzerain/Myth I Disaster World Faceless Beast had a higher grade than all of Lin Yuan, Zhongzhe, and Gaofeng's Faes. Hence, it would have had no issues taking control of them. Most of Lu Yifun's Faes and Sacred Source Lifeforms' abilities lay in providing physical and elemental defense. It was weaker when it came to spiritual, soul, and mind defense. Thus, countering the disaster world faceless beast would be difficult when it used its controlling abilities. Moreover, the Radiance Federation strategy had been to kill Yanling first to break the link between the three Sacred Source lifeforms. If Luo had not instructed the disaster world faceless beast to attack Lin Yuan but used it to create a replica of Yanling after she was killed, they could have maintained the link between the three Sacred Source lifeforms. It would have been fine if Lin Yuan had not been able to get his hands on the disaster world faceless beast. But now that he did but could not use it in any way, it was extremely frustrating. As he listened to the disaster world faceless beast continue to howl within his soul, Lin Yuan decided to tease it. Just as he was about to start teasing the disaster world faceless beast, his phone started to ring. Lin Yuan picked it up, saw that the call was coming from the Moon Empress, and hurriedly answered. The Moon Empress said in a somber voice, "Little Yuan, come to the Radiant Moon Palace tonight at 2100 hours. She promptly hung up once she was done speaking. Lin Yuan immediately knew that the Moon Empress needed to talk to him about something and that it was likely a very important matter. Otherwise, they had originally agreed for him to only go to the Radiant Moon Palace tomorrow. Off the top of his head, Lin Yuan could not figure out why the Moon Empress needed to see him. There were still quite a few hours to go before 2100 hours, so Lin Yuan did not continue ruminating over the matter and went back to studying the Disaster World Faceless Beast. The Disaster World Faceless Beast was not a cat species phase. Otherwise, when Genius was fighting against the Disaster World Faceless Beast, he could have used Master of Cats to control the Disaster World Faceless Beast. The Disaster World Faceless Beast was feral. Even after examining it for 2 whole hours, Lin Yuan could not find out anything else about it. If he really reached a point where he was out of ideas, he would have to kill the Disaster World Faceless Beast. Then, he would hand the Disaster World Faceless Beast's corpse to the army of 100 Questions Beasts so they would be able to study it. They might be able to find a way to nurture it. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan knew that it was too difficult to find out all the ins and outs of the Disaster World Faceless Beast. For example, when the Lifespan Mouse and Flower Branch Mouse were placed side by side, no one would be able to tell that the Lifespan Mouse had been nurtured from the Flower Branch Mouse. Another example was Genius, which had transformed from the 100 Questions beast until it became the highest access fate-knowing beast that it was today. Genius power had reached Diamond X/Fantasy V, while the army of 100 Questions beasts had also reached Diamond X. However, none of them had transformed into the highest access fate-knowing beast during their evolution. In fact, none of them had even transformed into the beast that connects everything. This made Lin Yuan guess if Genius was the only one that could walk down the special path. This was why Fays that had a unique species were so rare. Since Morbius was sleeping, Lin Yuan planned on waiting until 8 hours later when Morbius woke up, so he could discuss with it about what to do with the child disaster world faceless beast. Since there was still some time before the Moon Empress asked to see him, Lin Yuan started to organize the spoils of the battle he had won. Once he was done organizing all of them by type, Lin Yuan intended to go to the Radiant Moon Palace to find out why the Moon Empress wanted to see him. Normally, Lin Yuan should be giving the sacred source lifeforms to Di Wanmi, especially the 8 stars diving songstress. During the battle against Han Chi, Lin Yuan had witnessed the might of a combat-type precious weapon. Thus, Lin Yuan also wanted to create a precious weapon for himself. Although the precious weapon made from the diving songstress would only be suitable for Lin Yuan to wield when he was in his mermaid form, Lin Yuan was still himself regardless of when he was in his normal state or mermaid state. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to produce 2 precious weapons to suit both of his forms. It was likely that from now on, most of Di Wanmi's time would be used to create precious weapons for Lin Yuan. There were still 10 minutes until 2100 hours. Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle transportation to send himself to the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace. At the same moment that Lin Yuan appeared in the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace, his eyes widened. This was because he had spotted a person who had made a very deep impression on him sitting next to the Moon Empress at the Jade Table. This person was the Goddess of Mercy. The first association that Lin Yuan should have made with the Goddess of Mercy was that she was one of the Freedom Federation's royalty. But at the moment that he transformed into his mermaid state, he clearly sensed the mermaid bloodline inside the Goddess of Mercy's body. The mermaid bloodline within the Goddess of Mercy's body was superior to the mermaid bloodline within Qian Yu after he fused with the diving songstress, but far from the equivalent of Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline. Mermaid bloodlines had a clear and powerful hierarchy. When Lin Yuan was in his merman state, he had despised Qian Yu and the Goddess of Mercy mermaid bloodlines. Blue Lotus Blessing also caused the scorn Lin Yuan felt for the mermaid bloodline to intensify even when he was not in his merman state. Because of this, Lin Yuan instinctively felt contempt toward the Goddess of Mercy, who could kill him with one finger. Since the Moon Empress was also present next to the Goddess of Mercy, it meant the Goddess of Mercy was here as a guest. Normally, Lin Yuan should greet the Goddess of Mercy after he greeted the Moon Empress. However, the pride of his mermaid bloodline caused him to neglect to do the latter. It was the same way that a flood dragon would treat an insect. The moment Lin Yuan arrived, the small white rabbit in the Moon Empress' arms leaped into Lin Yuan's arms. Lin Yuan knew that the white rabbit's name was Zishi. Lin Yuan had tried to cuddle Zishi before, but in the past, Zishi always hopped away with disdain whenever he reached his hand over toward it. So why did Zishi voluntarily jump into his arms this time? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan immediately realized the answer. Zishi still appeared unwilling as it squirmed around in his arms. It seemed to be especially anxious that he would steal its carrot and so tightened its grip over the carrot. At the same time, its ears were sticking straight up, indicating that it was on guard. It was likely that the Moon Empress had instructed Zishi to protect Lin Yuan because the Goddess of Mercy was present. This meant that the Moon Empress did not trust the Goddess of Mercy. Lin Yuan did not even have to think to know why. The Moon Empress had likely asked him to come to the Radiant Moon Palace because of the Goddess of Mercy. Lin Yuan just needed to stand next to her and wait for her to bring it up. The moment Lin Yuan appeared, the Goddess of Mercy's mermaid bloodline became agitated from being so near to Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline. The Goddess of Mercy circulated her spiritual power to suppress her mermaid bloodline in order to maintain her calm expression and composed demeanor. If her grip over her composure slipped in front of the Moon Empress and she lost control of the mermaid aura within her, the Moon Empress would immediately guess the reason she wanted to be around Lin Yuan. This would go against the Goddess of Mercy's plan. She was willing to work with the Radiance Federation to sell out the Freedom Federation because she wanted the chance to improve herself. Once the Moon Empress found out what her motive was, the Moon Empress would also have figured out her weakness. The Goddess of Mercy would never allow such a thing to happen. When Lin Yuan walked over to the Moon Empress, she released her aura to envelop him and said to the Goddess of Mercy, "My disciple is standing in front of you now. Hurry up and say whatever it is you want to say to him." From the way Lin Yuan looked at the Moon Empress, the Goddess of Mercy could tell that Lin Yuan fully trusted the Moon Empress and had his guard completely down in front of her. The Goddess of Mercy had never let her guard down in front of anyone before. She felt that the truest relationship was one where both parties had their guards completely down in front of each other. Hence, the Goddess of Mercy could not help but be jealous of the Moon Empress. She hoped that Lin Yuan would also act that way around her. She wondered if it was still even possible for her to obtain Lin Yuan's affection. The mermaid bloodline within Lin Yuan's body had only recently transformed into the Mermaid Emperor bloodline. It still needed some time before it stabilized. Thus, the Goddess of Mercy's goal this time was to let Lin Yuan get to know her and leave a deep impression on him. This would give her an opening to curry favor with him in the future. She looked at him and was just about to put on a friendly display when he saw his exquisite features and sensed the aura of his bloodline. Her gold and red fishtail unconsciously quivered. This caused the Goddess of Mercy for the first time, who had been killing off the mermaid clan to take advantage of their bloodline, internally curse her bloodline for being too weak. Lin Yuan's bloodline had already reached the Mermaid Emperor bloodline. His Mermaid Emperor bloodline would only continue to strengthen until it reached Pinnacle Emperor. If the Goddess of Mercy could not obtain Lin Yuan's affection and improve her bloodline before that, she would probably not even have the courage to stand in front of him then. Even if she was able to sit in front of him, she would not be able to forcefully keep her composure as smoothly as she could now. She immediately felt that Lin Yuan was her stepping stone but also an obstacle. Although it would be a very long time before Lin Yuan's power would be able to catch up with that of the Goddess of Mercy, if he released his bloodline power in front of her to suppress her mermaid bloodline, she might even fall into a face-off against an eternal fae. Now that the Goddess of Mercy's mindset had reached this point, the way she looked at Lin Yuan immediately turned wary and judgmental. But soon, an uncontrollable sense of regret bubbled from deep within her. It was as though it was a crime for her to be looking at Lin Yuan in such a way. For the first time in her life, the Goddess of Mercy had the urge to flee. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down before she said, "I am a Pinnacle Class 5 Creation Master. Qian Yu's Sacred Source life form is very suitable for you. I can stay in the Radiance Federation for a while more. During this time, why don't I turn the diving songstress body into a precious weapon for you?" The Goddess of Mercy did not like to be inconvenienced. Even if the Freedom Federation's royalty offered her a high price in exchange for her creating a precious weapon for them, she only rarely agreed. She was only offering to do so now because she wanted Lin Yuan to like her. However, she did not notice that her voice had come out as extremely gentle when she spoke to him because of their bloodlines. She sounded so gentle that it could have been mistaken as a person talking to her crush. A strange expression immediately spread across Lin Yuan's face. He could not understand why the Goddess of Mercy had said such a thing to him. Why would she abruptly offer to make him a precious weapon? While the Goddess of Mercy was waiting for Lin Yuan's reply, the Moon Empress scoffed and said, "I am a Class 6 Creation Master. It's only natural that I'll mold my disciple on my own." When Zishi heard the Moon Empress tone, it shrunk back its neck. It could sense that the Moon Empress' anger was about to explode. "So what if you're a Pinnacle Class 5 Creation Master? Do you think you're better than me, a Class 6 Creation Master? Can you purify the eternal heart like I can? Don't make it sound like you're the only one who can forge precious weapons. You aren't worthy of creating a precious weapon for my disciple." The Moon Empress was not only angry because the Goddess of Mercy had said such a thing to Lin Yuan, but because she had also tried to recruit him to become her favored expert publicly. The Moon Empress was only being so friendly toward the Goddess of Mercy because the Goddess of Mercy had volunteered to become allies with the Radiance Federation. But this did not mean that all the negative feelings that the Moon Empress felt toward the Goddess of Mercy had vanished. From a small-scale perspective, the Goddess of Mercy was acting amicably with the Radiance Federation because she was attracted to one of the Radiance Federation's young experts. From a large-scale perspective, she was trying to publicly rob the Moon Empress disciple. Your favored expert has only just died, and you already want to turn his sacred source lifeform into a precious weapon for his killer. How evil! How heartless and cruel! The Moon Empress had always known that the Goddess of Mercy was merciless, but she did not expect it to be so extreme. This also allowed the Moon Empress to understand why the Goddess of Mercy was willing to sacrifice the Freedom Federation's profits for the sake of her selfish desire. The Moon Empress was boiling with rage over the Goddess of Mercy, but had no idea that the Goddess of Mercy was even more outraged when she heard what the Moon Empress said. So what if you're a Class 6 Creation Master? My power only needs to increase slightly, and I'll be a Class 6 Creation Master too. Even if I can't increase my power, there's also a chance I'll be able to become a Class 6 Creation Master in a few years. The criteria of a Class 6 Creation Master's soul power is to be able to walk down heaven's path. I have awakened my birth horoscope, which means my soul power has reached the required level. Do you think this plan of currying favor with Lin Yuan is easy? I only came up with it after racking my brains for a long time. The Goddess of Mercy felt that the Moon Empress had ruined her opportunity to curry favor with Lin Yuan. She also started to recall the respect, warmth, trust, and familial kinship that she saw in Lin Yuan's eyes when he looked at the Moon Empress. Jealousy bubbled up within the Goddess of Mercy again. She was so jealous that she almost started to roar alongside her devil. If she fused with her devil in the Radiant Moon Palace, it would be seen issuing a challenge to the Moon Empress. Moreover, it would cause Lin Yuan to be put off by her. If that happened, there would be no point in forming an alliance with the Radiance Federation. The Goddess of Mercy knew that it would be difficult for feelings of affection to arise once feelings of resentment were formed. As such, the Goddess of Mercy could not have a confrontation with the Moon Empress in front of Lin Yuan no matter what. Thus, although the Goddess of Mercy's eyes had gone red, she still had to keep her head low as though she was a daughter-in-law submitting to her mother-in-law. The Goddess of Mercy's fists were already tightly clenched. She usually did not have a goal, but now a goal appeared in her mind. This goal was to make Lin Yuan trust her more than he did the Moon Empress within 5 years. If she achieved this goal, even if she started arguing or fighting with the Moon Empress in the future, Lin Yuan would be on her side. She did not realize that her initial intention for Lin Yuan had changed. Although Lin Yuan had the Mermaid Emperor bloodline within him, which made it difficult for the Goddess of Mercy to lay a hand on him, she would still be able to come up with a way to kill him. At first, once the Goddess of Mercy obtained Lin Yuan's affection and used it to increase her power, there would be no point in her currying favor with him. In fact, the Mermaid Emperor bloodline within him would be very nutritious for her as it would supplement her bloodline and provide her with more opportunities. The Goddess of Mercy was willing to offer to turn Qian Yu's sacred source life form into a precious weapon for Lin Yuan, who had killed Qian Yu because her heart was as hard as stone. The Goddess of Mercy did not like to be threatened by anything. Although Lin Yuan could be of help to the Goddess of Mercy, he was also a threat to her. However, the Goddess of Mercy had completely forgotten about the influence that her bloodline had over her intentions. At that moment, Lin Yuan seemed like sweet honey to her. She not only coveted him but also wanted to protect him. She had only shared the same space as him for a short time, but the influence over her bloodline had already weakened her will to kill him. Rather, she wanted to show off his feelings for her once she gained his affection. The Goddess of Mercy continued to suppress her bloodline to maintain her composed facade. Alas, she had completely forgotten that Lin Yuan could clearly sense her bloodline because his bloodline was superior to hers. The pressure between the bloodline ranks was stronger for mermaids than it was for fairies. Mermaids with a superior bloodline could decide the life or death of mermaids with an inferior bloodline. However, fairies with a superior bloodline would only be able to stun fairies with an inferior bloodline. This was a world of difference. The Mermaid Emperor bloodline was foreign territory to the Goddess of Mercy. She had no idea what abilities the Mermaid Emperor bloodline had. At that moment, Lin Yuan could clearly sense the flow of the bloodline power within the Goddess of Mercy. He knew that she was using her power to suppress her mermaid bloodline and had gathered and sealed her mermaid bloodline in her heart. The Goddess of Mercy did not have to do such a thing usually. The Goddess of Mercy had not suppressed her bloodline when she had been alone with the Moon Empress. She only started doing so after Lin Yuan appeared. When he combined this action with how the Goddess of Mercy had been trying to gain favor with him, many of Lin Yuan's confusions cleared up. Although he had the Mermaid Emperor bloodline, he actually had very little information about the Mermaid clan. The Azure Federation would likely have the most information about the Mermaid clan. Luckily, Lin was still in the Radiance Federation and would only be leaving a week later. Lin Yuan intended to obtain information about the Mermaid clan from her before she left. It was impossible for her to carry the information around with her. All of the information in the Azure Federation was available to Lin, and she only had to search for what she wanted to obtain it. However, they could not be leaked to those from other federations. Once Lin returned to the Azure Federation and retrieved the related information about the Mermaid clan, she could relay it to Lin Yuan during the next Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Lin Yuan was now certain that the Goddess of Mercy was treating him so well because of their bloodlines. However, he did not know what the Goddess of Mercy wanted from him. There had to be something that was motivating her to try so hard to win his favor. Lin Yuan needed to know what the Goddess of Mercy's reason was for trying to win his favor, so he would be able to know how he should approach her. Although Lin Yuan came from two worlds, he had an extremely traditional mindset. He was not opposed to the Goddess of Mercy trying to get on his good side because he knew what her use was. She would be a great help to both Sky City and the Radiance Federation. While Lin Yuan was thinking, the Goddess of Mercy waved her hand toward the table. 7 or 8 aquamarine shells appeared on the table. The shells gleamed like pearls. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the shells, and saw that they were not living phase but special containment equipment made from the fused fragments of the clamshells of the spirited sea clam and powdered heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The fertilizer from the pure water element and spirit chi from the spirited sea clam made it very suitable for storing precious water elemental spiritual ingredients. The aquamarine shells were closed, so Lin Yuan did not know what they contained. However, Lin Yuan could sense through his Mermaid Emperor bloodline that the items within the shells were related to mermaids because they had the aura of the mermaid bloodline. After the Goddess of Mercy took out the shells, she said to the Moon Empress, "The diving songstress bone marrow, scales, and heart will be the main ingredients. The best supporting ingredients will be water-type spiritual ingredients, ideally linked to the mermaid bloodline as well. These are all the water-type spiritual ingredients that are linked to the mermaid bloodline that I possess. Moon Empress, since you want to make the weapon for Lin Yuan, you can have all these spiritual ingredients I set aside for him. You can decide for yourself if you want to use them. I don't think you have many spiritual ingredients that contain the mermaid bloodline." The Goddess of Mercy stared at the Moon Empress while she spoke. However, she was not trying to come up with a way to fight the Moon Empress but how she could deepen Lin Yuan's impression of her. She was attempting to juxtapose her gentleness against the Moon Empress' aggressive dominance because it seemed that males liked gentler mates. It would take more than a day to conquer Lin Yuan. There's still a long way to go. Just wait and see, Moon Empress. The Goddess of Mercy had spoken the truth. The Moon Empress would be able to produce even the most precious water-type spiritual ingredients, but would likely only have 1 or 2 water-type spiritual ingredients that contained the mermaid bloodline. One of the reasons for this was that water-type spiritual ingredients containing the mermaid bloodline were rarely needed during the concoction of high-grade spirit fluids. As such, the Moon Empress had never needed to seek them out. Additionally, Iron Prison's coronation costume included some scales from life forms with the mermaid bloodline. He really liked the blue scales. In order to attain more mermaid scales, Iron Prison had obtained a large batch of water-type spiritual ingredients from the other 12 members of royalty. But no matter how much the Moon Empress loved Lin Yuan and wanted to make ample preparation for his sake, she could not let Iron Prison fail to create the coronation costume he wanted. The goddess of mercy had also been secretly searching for the mermaids all these years. She had killed almost all of the ones that existed in the main world, and her crusade angered vast sea labyrinth. Eventually, for some unknown reason, the goddess of mercy had paid a price and came to a settlement with vast sea labyrinth. As such, it could be said that the goddess of mercy possessed all of the water-type spiritual ingredients that contained the mermaid bloodline in the world. Although the Moon Empress wanted to tell the goddess of mercy to get out with these things, she knew she could not produce these items herself. Thus, for Lin Yuan's sake, she could not turn away someone who did possess water-type spiritual ingredients that contained the mermaid bloodline. The Moon Empress opened the shells to check on the quality of the spiritual ingredients within. She saw that the goddess of mercy had carefully handpicked these spiritual ingredients, so they were very suited for complementing the diving songstress as it was turned into a precious weapon. The quality of this batch of spiritual ingredients was also extremely high, as many of them came from sacred source lifeforms. Using these spiritual ingredients in the forging of the diving songstress into a precious weapon would ensure that its stars would not drop. It was very common for stars to drop during the process of creating precious instruments. There was a very high chance of a 3-star sacred source lifeform's body to only become a 1-star precious instrument when a Class 5 creation master was creating it. The precious instrument made from the jeweled cave golden toad's stomach given to Lin Yuan by Chef Supreme had dropped to 2 stars. Although the Moon Empress had become a Class 6 creation master, even if she was extremely careful, she would likely only be able to create a 7 stars precious weapon out of the diving songstress body if she did not have these spiritual materials. The higher the stars of the corpse of the sacred source lifeform, the more likely it was to drop stars when it was being made into precious instruments. This was common knowledge to Class 5 creation masters. But now, with these items given by the goddess of mercy, the Moon Empress felt that there was a good chance that she would be able to create an 8 stars precious weapon for Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress could tell from the resources the goddess of mercy provided that the goddess of mercy had no intention of keeping anything from Lin Yuan. As of this moment, the Moon Empress set her anger aside and started to carefully study the goddess of mercy. She realized that the goddess of mercy no longer looked at Lin Yuan as though he was her favored expert or disciple. Rather, her gaze was very similar to how Lin looked at Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress had heard the rumor about how Lin Yuan and Lin had shared a fey carriage. Although she did not ask Lin Yuan about his relationship with Lin, she started to take note of Lin. When the Freedom Federation envoy group said they wanted to have a fight with the Radiance Federation's young experts, Lin had not hesitated to side with Lin Yuan. It was apparent that Lin tried hard to rein in her feelings for Lin Yuan. However, the Moon Empress felt that she was not the only one who had discerned these feelings. If the goddess of mercy had taken note of Lin, regardless of whether she knew that Lin and Lin Yuan had shared a fey carriage, she would also have come to a similar realization. However, the way the goddess of mercy looked at Lin Yuan had a more ulterior motive and was more veiled than Lin's gaze. Now that the Moon Empress noticed this, she started looking at the goddess of mercy strangely. She found it hard to believe that the goddess of mercy would betray the Freedom Federation just to find a man. She had to have another reason, but from her attitude toward Lin Yuan, it seemed unlikely that she would harm him. Rather, she might even step in to help him when he was in danger. At that moment, the goddess of mercy spoke to Lin Yuan in a gentle voice. The goddess of mercy's words caused Lin Yuan's body to tense up immediately. You probably used some way to trap Luo's disaster world faceless beast. It is Na's signature fey and is very powerful. Lin Yuan always thought that he had very furtively trapped the disaster world faceless beast in his soul. It would be understandable if Luo knew because he was the main target. However, Lin Yuan did not expect the goddess of mercy to have found out as well. If the goddess of mercy asked him to hand over the disaster world faceless beast now, there was no way he would be willing. If the goddess of mercy asked for the disaster world faceless beast back so she could return it to Luo and ameliorate the relationship between her and Na, he would essentially be increasing Luo's power. Luo had not even reached 30 years old yet. The fact that he already possessed such power at a young age made him a very likely candidate to become a freedom envoy. It would not do the Radiance Federation any good to increase the power of such a person. Even if the goddess of mercy wanted the disaster world faceless beast back for herself instead of returning it to Luo, Lin Yuan would be opposed to giving away something he won. If he killed the disaster world faceless beast and gave it to the army of 100 questions beasts so they could analyze and experiment on it, he would undoubtedly gain significant benefits. Even if Lin Yuan did not manage to use the benefits to find out how he could nurture the disaster world faceless beast, some benefits would be better than nothing. When the goddess of mercy saw Lin Yuan's eyes, she immediately realized that he had misunderstood her. This was understandable because Lin Yuan did not know that the goddess of mercy had come to an agreement with the Moon Empress and that elderly man. Hence, he did not see her as being on the same side as him. It was difficult for the goddess of mercy to explain something like this to him, but she could use her actions to demonstrate her stance and sincerity to him. The goddess of mercy shot a look at the Moon Empress as she said, "Normally, fays that have been contracted by spirit chi professionals can't be stolen. Alas, there's an exception for everything. Some special source-type lifeforms can invade a target and take over their soul." Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard what the goddess of mercy said. He knew what she said was true because he had encountered such source-type lifeforms before. Lin Yuan had used the source-type lifeform the fairy's heart to turn the golden lotus brocade pearls and the sea burial lotus flower into fairies. After the fairy's heart fused with a fae, its soul would take over the fae's soul. Lin Yuan only needed to contract the fairy's heart first, and the fae that the fairy's heart took over would become contracted to Lin Yuan. The 12 firefly demon fetuses that Lu Jie possessed could not be compared to the fairy's heart, because they could not replace souls. All they did was increase fae intelligence. The insect queen was still needed to take control of the insect species carcinoma phase. The goddess of mercy's words inspired Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan presently did not have any source-type items that could invade the souls of fays. But the goddess of mercy had to have a reason for bringing this idea up. It was likely that she wanted to propose something to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised his eyes to meet the goddess of mercy as he waited for her to continue speaking. When Zishi heard what the goddess of mercy said, it instinctively assumed that the Moon Empress would be angered. The goddess of mercy seemed to be trying to teach Lin Yuan. In the past, when the mother of Bloodbath or Mystic Moon tried to teach Lin Yuan in front of the Moon Empress, it would instantly earn her ire. Zishi knew that the Moon Empress only permitted her disciple to be taught by herself. However, reality did not play out as per Zishi's assumption. The Moon Empress was still looking at the goddess of mercy calmly. It was as though she did not find anything wrong with what the goddess of mercy had said. Frankly, the goddess of mercy had told the Moon Empress about this matter before the Moon Empress brought the goddess of mercy to see Lin Yuan. In fact, she had used this matter to convince the Moon Empress to let her speak with Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress did not have source-type lifeforms that could invade and take over the souls of beast-type fays. Hence, she could not help Lin Yuan take control of the disaster world faceless beast. Although she did not want anyone to take her place in teaching Lin Yuan, she was still willing to acquiesce in situations where she could not help him, but others could. Despite the fact that this made the Moon Empress extremely uncomfortable, she had already broken her usual patterns numerous times for Lin Yuan's sake. Lin Yuan was only growing stronger and was walking down a path that was beyond even the Moon Empress. Thus, he would only need more support in the future. Although she could stand behind him and give him the confidence to soar as high as he wanted, she could not stand in the way of Lin Yuan climbing to greater heights because of her petty feelings. Doing so would be too selfish. When the goddess of mercy saw the strange expression on Lin Yuan's face, she was instantly delighted. She felt that it was likely that Lin Yuan would form a good impression of her if she helped him to subjugate the disaster world faceless beast. Although it would not result in him forming affectionate feelings toward her, at least he would not be viewing her as an enemy. With a wave of her hand, a black crystal appeared in the goddess of mercy's hand. The crystal was obsidian, yet it was as transparent as a crystal. Lin Yuan could look through it to the other side. While Lin Yuan was observing the black crystal, he felt as though something within the crystal was looking back at him. This black crystal is a special source-type item called the Beast Spirit Soul. It can take over the disaster world faceless beast's soul by feeding on it and placing itself in control. However, the disaster world faceless beast has reached suzerain/myth I. The beast's spirit soul needs to be of the same level as the disaster world faceless beast in order to consume its soul and take over its body. Even if some special support methods were used to restrict the disaster world faceless beast, you will still need to form a contract with the beast's spirit soul and evolve it to diamond grade first, said the Goddess of Mercy. While the Goddess of Mercy was speaking, Lin Yuan used true data to check on the beast's spirit soul. Through this, he found out how the beast's spirit soul could be contracted. To anyone else, this method of contraction would be very challenging. But to Lin Yuan it was extremely simple. This was because one of the conditions for contracting the beast's spirit soul involved the purity of soul power. Lin Yuan had consumed the suzerain silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar and cleansed his soul of all impurities. He was fully capable of contracting the beast's spirit soul. The second condition involved willpower runes. The beast's spirit soul and source sand had a similar contraction method. Both required the use of willpower runes. The difference was that the source sand needed 2 willpower runes while the beast's spirit soul only needed 1. However, the source sand had not been picky when it came to willpower runes, but the beast's spirit soul needed a soul-related willpower rune. If this was happening yesterday, Lin Yuan might have been troubled over the requirement for a soul-related willpower rune. But now he did not have any cause for worry. A few hours ago, Lin Yuan had comprehended the soul-gathering willpower rune, while Rememberling was gathering the remnants of Jade Sundial's soul. This soul-gathering willpower rune would be perfect for contracting the beast's spirit soul. The disaster world faceless beast was suzerain/myth I. If Lin Yuan wanted to confidently use the beast's spirit soul to consume the child disaster world faceless beast soul, he would need to evolve the beast's spirit soul to suzerain/myth I as well. However, the Goddess of Mercy had mentioned support methods that would enable the beast's spirit soul to invade the child disaster world faceless beast soul when it was only diamond grade. This meant that Lin Yuan might be able to take care of the disaster world faceless beast tonight. After all, it would not be difficult for Lin Yuan to evolve the beast's spirit soul to diamond. The army of 100 Questions beasts had already stocked up on many bottles of spirit fluids. Some of these could be used to increase the beast's spirit soul's grade. Genius had produced the spirit fluids that could evolve soul-type phase because of Rememberling. In order to contract the beast's spirit soul, a soul-related willpower rune is needed. Without the soul-related willpower rune, the beast's spirit soul cannot be used. As for the support items, the pollen of the soul-bewildering daisy will be suitable. I just so happen to have a bottle of the soul-bewildering daisy's pollen. Only 1/3 of it will be needed to suppress the soul of the disaster world faceless beast to diamond. This is the most that the pollen of the soul-bewildering daisy can achieve. While she was speaking, the Goddess of Mercy took out a ceramic bottle and placed it in front of Lin Yuan. Then, she nodded at the Moon Empress and left the Radiant Moon Palace. While she was leaving, the Goddess of Mercy thought, "I've done everything that I should. If I stay any longer, it will just irk the Moon Empress. If I leave after giving away so much, Lin Yuan will definitely think of me as a woman who gives without asking for anything in return." The Goddess of Mercy felt that a person like that would come off as very attractive. She assumed that Lin Yuan only had positive emotions attached to her now. However, the smug Goddess of Mercy had no idea that Lin Yuan was even warier of her now. He was never the type to desire things without giving anything in return. Besides the resources that he nurtured Morbius, the only person in this world who would give him resources without asking for anything in return was the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan had already suspected that the Goddess of Mercy was specifically targeting him. Now he was even more certain of it. Both the beast spirit's soul and the pollen of the soul-bewildering daisy were invaluable. The Goddess of Mercy had no reason to give them to him, the killer of her favored expert. Once the Moon Empress sensed that the Goddess of Mercy had truly left the Radiant Moon Palace, she became certain that the Goddess of Mercy's intentions for Lin Yuan were on a large scale. There was no question that the Goddess of Mercy was allying herself with the Radiance Federation because of Lin Yuan. However, the Moon Empress did not believe that the Goddess of Mercy gave Lin Yuan such precious resources for the same reason that Lin had. Lin and the Goddess of Mercy had both sacrificed for Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress understood Lin's actions as coming from the deep feelings of young love. However, it would be ludicrous to apply this same reason to the Goddess of Mercy. The Goddess of Mercy was selfish and standoffish. As such, she would never form unexplained emotions for anyone or anything. The Moon Empress mulled for a moment before she said, "Little Yuan, the Goddess of Mercy has formed an alliance with the Radiance Federation. I suspect that this is all because of you. I'm not against you interacting with her. In fact, it would be extremely beneficial for you to do so. However, the Goddess of Mercy definitely has an ulterior motive when it comes to you. You have to be careful. She's the kind of person that will abandon anything that has lost its use to her." The Moon Empress was right, and it was only natural that Lin Yuan listened to her. The Moon Empress probably did not know that the Goddess of Mercy's intentions for Lin Yuan were a result of the mermaid bloodline. At first, Lin Yuan intended to ask Lin to find information from the Azure Federation for him. But now, he felt that he should tell the Moon Empress about his suspicions. Given the Moon Empress' experience and knowledge, she might be able to guess the reason behind the Goddess of Mercy's actions. For example, Lin Yuan had told Mystic Moon and Night Leaning Moon about the Whale Ocean commerce matter. There were some things that he could handle on his own. But when the events concerned the entire Radiance Federation, it was necessary for Lin Yuan to keep the Moon Empress abreast. After all, it was possible that the Goddess of Mercy was only working with the Radiance Federation because of him. "Master, I gained a bloodline when I was nurturing the moving source water that you gave me. It also gave me the ability to shapeshift. I was able to change into a merman during the fight against Chen Yu and Luo because of the moving source water. I think that the Goddess of Mercy is acting in such a way toward me because of the bloodline within my body. I can sense that she has the same bloodline within her. However, my mermaid bloodline is superior to the Goddess of Mercy's mermaid bloodline. Because of the bloodline, I can't help but feel disdain when I see the Goddess of Mercy." The Moon Empress had been wondering why the Goddess of Mercy was acting in such a way toward Lin Yuan. After some contemplation, the Moon Empress came up with numerous guesses. When the Moon Empress heard what Lin Yuan said, she immediately recalled the legend about the mermaid bloodline. Many points of fogginess cleared up in the Moon Empress's mind. The Moon Empress finally understood why the Goddess of Mercy had become hysterical a decade ago. She coldly scoffed to herself. Goddess of Mercy, I have you in the palm of my hand now." Currently, Lin Yuan could only make an educated guess that the Goddess of Mercy had acted in such a way because of the mermaid bloodline. However, the Goddess of Mercy had also gone into a frenzy 10 years ago because of the mermaid bloodline. The Radiance Federation did not have much information about young experts such as Luo, Han Qi, Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian, who rarely showed their faces. Every federation tried to keep information about their young experts secret because they saw their young experts as their future. However, Chen Yu was different because he was a freedom envoy. The Radiance Federation had more information about the 5 freedom envoys. After all, they would have to fight against the freedom envoys during the major federation meeting. There was no harm in learning about their enemy. The Radiance Federation was not the only one who had information about the freedom envoys. It was vice versa. This was why Chen Yu could immediately tell what kind of phase and sacred source lifeform Lu Yifan had when he saw him. According to the information they had about Chen Yu, the Goddess of Mercy was supposed to adore Chen Yu. This was why the Goddess of Mercy had stepped in and saved Chen Yu in a fight among the Freedom Federation's families. This did not fit with how the Goddess of Mercy had been so casual about Chen Yu's death. There had to be a reason for a person to react so drastically different to the same matter. By changing into a mermaid during the battle against Chen Yu, Lin Yuan had revealed his bloodline. The Goddess of Mercy had changed her target to Lin Yuan because she realized that Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline was superior to Chen Yu's mermaid bloodline. This train of thought explained everything. The Moon Empress asked Lin Yuan, "Little Yuan, what do you think of the Goddess of Mercy?" Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He and the Goddess of Mercy were strangers. What kind of thoughts could he have about her? Moreover, the Goddess of Mercy was trying to win his favor for some reason. Although the Goddess of Mercy had given Lin Yuan a large amount of water-type spiritual ingredients with the mermaid bloodline, the beast spirit soul, and the pollen of the soul-bewildering daisy, which would enable Lin Yuan to take control of the disaster world faceless beast. He still felt as though he was being targeted. But since the question had come from the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan said after a moment of silence, "The goddess of mercy is purely self-serving and only cares about her own profits. Faith, willpower, feelings, and riches don't matter as much to her." The Moon Empress' expression faltered slightly. She thought that Lin Yuan would reply with an analysis of the goddess of mercy based on his experience with her. However, Lin Yuan immediately and accurately saw through the goddess of mercy. He rationally understood her crux. This immediately made the Moon Empress aware that she did not need to say too much to Lin Yuan. He understood some of these things on his own. However, the Moon Empress still could not rest easy and asked Lin Yuan, "Little Yuan, do you think you'll like the goddess of mercy?" Lin Yuan was dazed for a few seconds. He had never pondered whether he would ever develop feelings for someone because he saw all relationships as slow processes that needed time to take their own course. It was difficult to define it as liking. Love, friendship, kinship, and anything related to desire could be defined as liking. However, after learning about the way that the goddess of mercy approached certain matters, Lin Yuan only wanted to stay away from her. If she maintained such an attitude in their future interactions, Lin Yuan could not see his impression of her changing. Even if he did not loathe her, it was a fact that her attitude toward him was a result of her ulterior motives. Thus, it would be very difficult for him to develop feelings for her. Lin Yuan did not sound insistent but said honestly, "It will be very difficult." When the Moon Empress heard what Lin Yuan said, her brows relaxed. The mermaid bloodline used their bloodline to command their clan. The mermaids with superior bloodlines held higher ranks in the mermaid clan. All mermaids desired to find a mate of a superior bloodline. When a superior mermaid had affections for an inferior mermaid, it was possible for the inferior mermaid's bloodline to evolve. It was highly likely that the goddess of mercy was after this goal. If it was difficult for Lin Yuan to like the goddess of mercy, love was undoubtedly out of the question. The Moon Empress felt that it would have been better for the goddess of mercy to have saved Chen Yu and nurtured him. "You don't deserve my disciple's love. Oh, goddess of mercy, you went through all that effort for nothing." The Moon Empress had initially intended to give Lin Yuan spoils to him tomorrow. But since he was here tonight, she took out a special silver ring. Perched on it was a ball of wire made of many different metal-type spiritual ingredients. There were spatial runes inscribed all over the ball. The wires also seemed to be wrapped around a silver crystal. The ball was embedded in a shell. There were a few blue and gold gems embedded in the ring. Lin Yuan immediately recognized the blue and gold gems to be the space-stabilizing blue diamond that only occasionally appeared in Class 5 subterranean dimensional rifts. Normally, the space-stabilizing blue diamonds were only around 1 carat. The 4 space-stabilizing blue diamonds embedded in the ring were all 2.5 carats. One would have to comb through 2 subterranean dimensional rifts in order to find a 2-carat space-stabilizing blue diamond. Thus, the 2.5-carat space-stabilizing blue diamonds were proof to Lin Yuan that this ring was impressive. The Moon Empress handed the ring to Lin Yuan and said, "The highest grade of Fey storage box should be diamond. Diamond Fey storage boxes can fulfill most basic needs. However, as a spirit chi professional's power grows, the number of riches they accumulate will also increase. Many experts that are Emperor class and above usually have empty storage equipment with them. This will make things very complicated." The Spacetime Elder used the shells shed by the spatial mother shellfish to create this ring. The pearl within the shell was formed from scraps of old pearls that had fallen off. The Spacetime Elder is a Class 5 spirit craftsman with a decent beauty standard. I placed everything you won inside this ring. Take a look and tell me what you think about the ring." When Mystic Moon heard what the Moon Empress said, he was rendered speechless. He wondered if the Moon Empress had been threatened by the way that the Goddess of Mercy had acted toward Lin Yuan. Although the Moon Empress had asked the Spacetime Elder for a huge favor in order to convince him to custom-make the ring for Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress normally did not have so much to say. The Moon Empress had just spoken more than she usually did in a day. Lin Yuan received the ring from the Moon Empress. He was still reeling over how precious the ring was. The Moon Empress had told Lin Yuan about the Radiance Federation's 13 members of royalty. The Bamboo Monarch was the only one whose sacred source lifeform was only pinnacle 9 stars and had not reached 10 stars. All the other members of royalty's sacred source lifeforms had reached 10 stars. It was too luxurious to use the shell that was shed by a 10 stars sacred source lifeform and the scraps of old pearls as spiritual ingredients. First, Lin Yuan manipulated his spiritual energy to envelop and enter the ring. He noticed that the inside of the ring was not just spacious, but there was also a dark door on all 4 sides of the space. When he opened one of the dark doors, Lin Yuan was stunned by how vast the space was. He could not even see the end of it. He estimated that the space was about as large as 20 football fields. Around the same amount of space could be found behind all 4 dark doors. The 4 dark doors separated the space into 4 sections. Lin Yuan could store a large amount of dimensional lifeform flesh and corpses behind one of the dark doors and not worry about it affecting the items in the other sections. Lin Yuan thought, with this ring, I won't need any other spatial equipment. When I leave the house, all I'll need to take with me is this ring. Besides the expansive space, Lin Yuan also saw that the Moon Empress had placed all the resources he had won from Liang and the Goddess of Mercy inside this ring. There were also 2 large purple and gold iron cages in a corner. These were the same cages that Shadow had been held in. However, instead of Shadow, these 2 cages contained an intermediate devil and a major sea demon. The intermediate devil had taken human form and did not appear as ferocious as the other devils. This intermediate devil's appearance was extremely beautiful. It was wearing a multicolored skirt, and its translucent body had a mystical hue. Its long hair billowed down to its waist, and its eyes were full of emotion. By any human standard, it was a beauty. Although the major sea demon was also a human with the bottom half of a fish, it seemed completely different from a merman because its tail resembled a snake tail more than a mermaid tail. Its skin was light blue, and its arms were crossed. Its sharp blue fingernails occasionally clattered against the purple and gold cage, producing the ear-piercing ring of metal against gold. A purple water current that seemed to be filling the air with frigidity swirled around the sea demon. This was likely the sea demon's life water. Besides the intermediate devil and the major sea demon, there was also a small yellow snake that had 4 wings that was flying around the giant space. The snake glowed gold, and there was a head both at its anterior and posterior end. This made the 4-winged snake appear extremely bizarre. While it was flying, water dried up, the ground cracked, and soil started to jut out of the earth in the area around it. Lin Yuan immediately knew that this was the Fae with the barren bloodline that the Radiance Federation had staked. The events happening around it were its signature. Plainly, the Fae with the barren bloodline had received different treatment from the intermediate devil and major sea demon. Lin Yuan did not expect the Moon Empress to give him everything. When Lin Yuan exited the ring, the Moon Empress said to him, "Don't think that there's too much inside of it. You deserve everything that's inside." All of the members of royalty agree with this. If not for you, all of these items would have fallen into the hands of the Freedom Federation. Liang was the one who offered the intermediate devil as a stake for the battle. It was the dominant body dagger devil that solely relies on physical combat. The spirit chi professional that fuses with it will gain superhuman strength but also become disfigured. I knew that the intermediate devil used by the Freedom Federation as a stake in a gamble could only be scum. Although the dominant body sagger devil would enable you to perform close-quarter combat, you will only be able to contract 1 devil. This is the same principle that goes for Faes with the barren bloodline. As a spirit chi professional's grade increases, their body will strengthen as well. Hence, it will be better to contract a functional type devil. The intermediate devil in the ring is called the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. I swapped it from the Goddess of Mercy in exchange for the dominant body dagger devil. The Goddess of Mercy said that the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil is the intermediate devil that is the hardest to nurture. It will require even more resources than higher devils. However, its growth is outstanding. When Lin Yuan was looking through the ring, he had not used Morbius to check on the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. Hence, he did not know how it should be nurtured. The Moon Empress went on to say, The flower Calamity Beautiful Devil will require pure elemental energy to produce the Calamity Flower. The purer the elemental energy, the stronger the Calamity Flower will be, and the higher chance the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil will have of evolving into a higher devil. Lin Yuan was elated when he heard what she said. There was spirit chi and elemental energy present in the air everywhere in the main world. Yet, the most precious things in the world were also pure spirit chi and elemental energy. High-class creation masters were distinguished by the purity of the spirit chi and elemental energy they could concoct. The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were the most simple medium for producing elemental energy that creation masters had found. It was much more difficult to use spiritual ingredients to produce elemental energy. Even the fire elemental energy at the center of volcanoes was not as pure as that of regular fire-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls because it was also contaminated by earth elemental energy. Moreover, only spirit chi professionals that had reached emperor class and above would be able to reach the center of volcanoes to absorb the fire elemental energy there. Presently, the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearls were still regarded as legends. However, Lin Yuan did not only rely on heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearls. If Lin Yuan wanted to concoct pure elemental energy, he could use the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearls in conjunction with the water from the element well. He wondered if such pure elemental energy would enable the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil to speed up its eventual evolution into a higher devil. The Moon Empress was unaware of Morbius and the element well's existence. Yet, she still coincidentally chose an intermediate devil that would be the easiest for him to nurture. After the battle against the Freedom Federation, Lin Yuan could clearly sense the canyon of difference in the powers between intermediate devils and higher devils. During the battle, Han Qi used his own phase while Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian had relied on their sacred source lifeforms. Besides Kai Hua, who had not contracted a devil, the rest of the team had all contracted devils. Qian Yu, Yu Changjian, and Yu Changjian had not relied on fusing with the devils to fight because their intermediate devils were not strong enough to be relied on. However, this was the opposite case for Luo. Luo had not even had the chance to use his sacred source lifeform because Gao Feng had sealed it off. Most of their phase had been Diamond X/Fantasy V, and none of them had performed remarkably during the battle. The strongest of them was the Disaster World Faceless Beast, which ended up trapped within Lin Yuan's soul after a stalemate. Luo's strength fully came from the higher devil he had contracted. Luo had not waited long to fuse with his higher devil because he was aware of this fact. He had used an unknown method to wipe out the army of insects produced by the parasite decay locusts. The battle gave Lin Yuan practical experience on how much an intermediate devil could improve if it evolved into a higher devil. If any other devil landed in Lin Yuan's hands, he might not be able to guarantee that he could evolve it into a higher devil. After all, there were very few cases of intermediate devils transforming into higher devils in the Freedom Federation. But since the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil fully relied on pure elemental energy, Lin Yuan could be confident of being able to evolve it into a higher devil. When it came to elemental energy, Lin Yuan never had to worry. According to Lin Yuan's observations, even though the Moon Empress had evolved her power to become a Class 6 creation master, she still could not concoct elemental energy as pure as he could. The Goddess of Mercy had more intermediate devils than the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. She had a hobby of accumulating resources. All three of the intermediate devils she possessed were not bad to look at. The Moon Empress had picked the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil because she knew that Lin Yuan could concoct pure elemental energy. She had heard from Chef Supreme that Lin Yuan had given Zhongzhe a heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearl. Chef Supreme assumed that the Moon Empress had given it to Lin Yuan. Even before her breakthrough, the Moon Empress could not nurture the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearl from the scorching elemental shellfish. Thus, there was no way the Moon Empress could have given heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to Lin Yuan. But just because she could not provide Lin Yuan with heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, it did not mean that she would not be able to help him in other areas. The Moon Empress took out a jade box she had prepared in advance and gave it to Lin Yuan. After Lin Yuan received the jade box, the Moon Empress said, "Little Yuan, there are many more types of pure elemental energy that can be produced besides water dash, fire dash, wind dash, and earth type. These are just the most common types and can be nurtured from the elemental shellfishes. However, the other types of pure elemental energy can also be produced through phase. The dark crystal armored insects from the cage of Brahma insects can produce dark-type energy. There are 10 of the dark crystal armored insects, 10 moonlight sleeping lotus, 5 of the plasma snails, 5 of the wood-building winged sandflies, and 1 of the ice-sealing frozen carp inside this box. All of them are in their young stage and can be nurtured using pure spirit chi. They don't need to be specially guided when they reached elite grade like the elemental shellfish do. Lin Yuan immediately knew how precious this box was. The cage of Brahma insects specially nurtured the dark crystal armored insects. They were regarded as treasures and not permitted to be traded away. Only the shells of dark crystal armored insects were occasionally sold, and at exorbitant prices. The cage of Brahma insects only been willing to give him 3 of the dark crystal armored insects because they were aware that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, afraid of him pursuing the insult that Fan Jianyi had inflicted on him, and hoped to obtain the golden lotus brocade pearls after working with him. Yet, the Moon Empress was able to give him 10. The Moon Empress must have asked the cage of Brahma insects for the dark crystal armored insects for his sake. Lin Yuan had heard of the plasma snail and always tried to keep a lookout for them. However, he had never found any. After the plasma snails absorbed pure spirit chi, they could produce dark purple sticky fluids. These dark purple sticky fluids contained pure lightning-type energy. The purity of the lightning-type energy was linked to the purity of the spirit chi that the plasma snail absorbed. The higher the purity of the spirit chi, the purer the lightning-type energy that the plasma snail produced. The wood-building winged sandfly was a very special winged insect species Fei. It liked to build its nest within jade-textured wood. It would then consume the jade-textured wood to absorb spirit chi and form a cocoon around itself. Eventually, it would turn into a chrysalis and die. Contained very pure wood-type energy. This would make it seem as though the 5 wood-building winged sandflies were just fuel to be burned up. However, this was not the case. Before the wood-building winged sandfly turned into a chrysalis, it would build a small nest inside the jade-textured wood it resided in and deposit its eggs in the nest. The eggs would only be able to hatch if they were exposed to pure spirit chi. The wood-building winged sandfly could produce 2 to 5 eggs at once. To most creation masters, they would consider themselves lucky if they could hatch even 1 or 2 of the eggs. But inside the spirit lock spatial zone, all the insect eggs would hatch without any issues. Lin Yuan learned about the plasma snail and wood-building winged sandfly from the knowledge that Genius had gleaned from Star Web. Both of them were considered legendary strategic class phase. In the past, a Class 4 creation master posted a message on Star Web saying that he was willing to offer 1 year of labor in exchange for 1 wood-building sandfly. However, no one came through to trade with him, and he only managed to obtain an egg. Nonetheless, the Class 4 creation master had still been willing to offer 3 months of labor. Luckily, the wood-building winged sandfly egg hatched, and the Class 4 creation master gifted it to a pinnacle Class 4 creation master in exchange for 2 secret spirit fluid recipes. As for the ice-sealing frozen carp, it was not a regular fae but a heaven and earth fae. Even places that experienced temperatures of 50 degrees and above would immediately become covered in ice if the ice-sealing frozen carp was in the vicinity. The ice-sealing frozen carp would then break through the ice and swim around in it. Ice element was a mutation of the water element and could not be specifically concocted. This also applied to the sand element, which could not sever its link from the earth element. However, if heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were ground up and added to water, and the ice-sealing frozen carp was tossed into this mixture, the ice-sealing frozen carp only needed to absorb a part of the water element before it was fished out of the mixture, and the water elemental energy would turn into ice elemental energy. Although there could be more than one type of a heaven and earth fae, it was unlikely that there would be 2 at once. Lin Yuan had divided the Sunlight King Lotus into almost 100 ramets, but it had only come about after the Sunlight King Lotus had submerged in the spirit pool and continuously absorbed pure elemental energy. It was cultivated from the mother and not a product of nature. It could be said that the Moon Empress had given Lin Yuan the ability to produce ice elements. The box and the items within it only weighed around 500 grams. Yet they felt incredibly heavy in Lin Yuan's arms. The Moon Empress had become accustomed to Lin Yuan turning her down. When she saw that Lin Yuan still had not stored the jade box away, she hurriedly said, "I prepared all of this for you, so you can raise your power as soon as possible. Although the current batch of Radiance envoys will be the leads at the major Federation meeting 2 years later, your batch of Radiance envoys will have to participate as well. Little Yuan, you grow at an exponential rate. 2 years later, you will be just as strong as any of the current Radiance envoys. You might even be stronger than them. I believe you have also sensed that the Freedom Federation also has numerous young geniuses of their own. It's hard to say who will win 2 years later. In previous years' fights, the Radiance Federation did not manage to gain any advantages. So, you must do your best to increase your power." Lin Yuan nodded. Lin Yuan no longer turned down the resources that the Moon Empress gave him. The first reason was that the Moon Empress was right in saying that he would need these resources to increase his power. On his own, he might not be able to obtain so many phases that could produce elemental energy even after a year. The fact that the Moon Empress could obtain these resources was proof of her status and a result of years of accumulation. Moreover, Lin Yuan was now able to help the Moon Empress as well. He could sense that they were very similar. If he accepted gifts from her, she would not reject his help in the future too. Lin Yuan stored the jade box within the ring that the Moon Empress had given him before he asked, "Master, I've heard of everything within the jade box except for the Moonlight Sleeping Lotus." The Moon Empress smiled kindly. She reached out and peeled a grape for Lin Yuan as she replied, "That is a fae I mutated from the Sacred Light Sleeping Lotus by using the Sacred Cry Moon Beast's tears as a guide. It can produce light elemental energy." Lin Yuan nodded. Now he would be able to use water, fire, earth, wind, wood, ice, dark, light, and lightning elements while nurturing the flower calamity Beautiful Devil. The blood energy produced by the mother of Bloodbath's disciple, also known as the Blood Brew Grapevine, was likely another type of element. Lin Yuan now had the means to produce 10 types of elemental energy. 10 calamity flowers would appear in the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's hands if the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil could absorb every type. After being nurtured by Lin Yuan, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil would be holding a bouquet of flowers. However, a problem suddenly struck Lin Yuan. What would he look like if he fused with the female Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil? When Han Qi, Yanling, Qianyu, and Yu Changjian had fused with their intermediate devils, their appearance changed according to their intermediate devil's characteristics and abilities. Oh my God! Forget the fact that I turn into a merman when I fuse with dark blue. If I fuse with a female devil, somehow, it feels like my contraction direction is becoming more and more skewed. The Moon Empress guessed what Lin Yuan was thinking from his strange expression. She coughed and said in a serious voice, "The devils produced in the Demon Church have always been the Freedom Federation's greatest secrets. No outsiders are permitted to know about them. But before you came, I communicated with the Goddess of Mercy and found out that there are 2 methods to contract a devil. The first is for the devil to be the master while the human is the servant. If you fuse with a devil after using this method, your body will take on the devil's features. This was what happened to Han Qi, Yanling, Yu Changjian, and Chen Yu. The benefit of this method is that it will greatly strengthen the human's body. But it will also cloud the mind during a battle. Devils like to remain hidden. If the devils are the master, they will not be willing to expose themselves to directly take on the opponent. This is why Han Qi's devil only left his body after he died until you eventually killed it." The Moon Empress paused for a moment before she continued. "The other method is for the human to be the master while the devil is the servant. However, this method of contraction will only work if the spirit chi professional soul power is sufficiently strong. There's no way to accurately test a person's soul power. Only an estimate can be made. The Goddess of Mercy said that only a person whose soul has reached 200 points will be able to contract a devil as its master. Normally, the souls of those who are able to contract sacred source lifeforms will only have reached 80 points. This means that only those who have contracted about 2.5 sacred source lifeforms will be able to try contracting a devil as its master. Luo had contracted his devil as its master. This is why only devil tattoos appeared on his face and 4 horns sprouted from his head after he fused with his devil. He would only have been affected by his devil, and a portion of his body transformed if he had triggered his devil's power at depth. However, the other parts of his body would not change. When Luo triggered his devil's power at depth, he only gained a tail. It was easy to accept. The biggest benefit of contracting a devil with the human as the master is that the devil can be summoned out to be used in a fight like any other fae. Although fusing with a devil will increase the spirit chi professional's power, it will dampen the devil's own combat power. Lin Yuan's heart throbbed when he heard what the Moon Empress said, and he furrowed his brow. However, even up to the end of the battle, Luo did not summon the higher devil he had contracted. It seemed that Luo had still intentionally hidden his power during the battle. The Moon Empress seemed to read Lin Yuan's thoughts as she smiled at him and explained, "Little Yuan?" Luo did not hide his power. He chose to rely on Qian Yu during the battle. Given that Qian Yu had an 8-star sacred source lifeform, it was right for Luo to depend on him. Luo had transferred all of his higher devil's roots energy to Qian Yu. Even if he had summoned the higher devil, it would not have had much combat power left. Moreover, if my guess is right, Luo's higher devil is the glutton. It is one of the 7 major devils. The power of such a higher devil is one of the Freedom Federation's greatest secrets. Once it's summoned, the Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, and I will immediately recognize it. Hence, Luo must have been ordered in advance not to summon his higher devil. But 2 years later, his higher devil will have grown and become worthy of being your rival. The Moon Empress had witnessed Lin Yuan's power during Capture the General and realized how rapidly he was growing. But at the same time, she also knew how strong the 7 major devils from Demon Church were. Lin Yuan nodded at the Moon Empress. Although he had reached the peak amongst his peers, he never lost his sense of respect because he knew that his opponents and enemies were not his peers at all. The Moon Empress said that those who could contract sacred source lifeforms would have souls that were 80 points strong. Only those with souls that had reached 200 points would be able to contract devils as their masters. After speaking to Morbius, Lin Yuan found out that both of his souls could contract 2 sacred source lifeforms each. Even if one of his souls had not reached 200 points, both his souls together would equal to more than 300 points. Hence, Lin Yuan felt confident that he would be able to contract the devil as its master. When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan's brow furrowed as though he was deep in thought, she thought that her words had given him pressure. This was not what she had intended. She knew that he had to have gone through a tough time in order to attain the power he had today. Although the Moon Empress dared to gamble on her own life in order to increase her power, she did not want Lin Yuan to have a difficult time. The Freedom Federation's Demon Church might have its 7 major devils, but the Faes with the Baron bloodline from the Baron Mystic Realm did not pale in comparison at all. Although none of the Faes with the Baron bloodline were born with the Desolate bloodline like some devils could be born as higher devils, they had outstanding growth potential. There was no way that the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation would offer outstanding devils and Faes with the Baron bloodline in a gamble with each other. The Freedom Federation had initially offered the dominant Body Dagger Devil, while the Radiance Federation had offered the Carnage Frog. The Carnage Frog had the ability to drain the energy of a target of similar power as it that it was currently attacking. It would be able to use the energy it drained to increase its own power. The Carnage Frog's ability would be extremely useful when it was weak, as it would be able to roll grades to fight at a higher level. However, once it reached Myth Breed, it would have to attack Myth Breed phase in order to use its ability. A sea of resources was needed to nurture a Myth Breed Fae. Normally, it was almost impossible for someone to be able to afford to nurture the Carnage Frog. Its conversion rate was very low, at only about 2% to 5%. This meant that the Carnage Frog would have to kill 20 other Myth Breed lifeforms in order to double its power. Moreover, there was also a time limit for the boost in power because it was not using its own energy. The energy would eventually dissipate into the surroundings. Once the Carnage Frog's power reached Immortal or Eternal, it would be impossible for it to find lifeforms of the same power to kill. The Radiance Federation had deliberated for some time before they decided to sacrifice the Carnage Frog. There was no gamble that had a 100% winning. Thus, they needed to be prepared. But eventually, Lin Yuan led the Radiance Federation's team to defeat the Freedom Federation's team. But they could not give the Carnage Frog to Lin Yuan. Although no Fays with the Barren bloodline were born with the Desolate bloodline, some of them caused the environment around them to wither when they were born. If these Fays were properly nurtured, they could evolve into the Desolate bloodline very quickly. The wailing snake that appeared inside Lin Yuan's ring was an example of such a Fey. After being nurtured by the Moon Empress, the wailing snake was already showing signs of evolving to the Desolate bloodline. However, it still needed some time before it could cross that level. Little Yuan, the Fey with the barren bloodline in your ring is called the wailing snake. Causes moisture to dry up wherever it goes. With the wailing snake, it will be easy for you to create land masses in the marsh world. There are also rankings between Fays with the barren bloodline. The golden wings and the wailing snake are on the same level. The wailing snake now belongs to you. You can give it to anyone you want. The Moon Empress paused before she continued. Because of the pure spirit chi you gave Mystic Moon, his power has experienced a breakthrough. He might not be a member of royalty, but when Yu's Fae's abilities make her a guaranteed member of the next batch of Radiance Knights. Thus, Mystic Moon can go and obtain a Fae with the barren bloodline for 1 Yu. If you give the wailing snake to 1 Yu, the Fae with the barren bloodline that Mystic Moon retrieves will fall in your possession. Before the Moon Empress spoke, Lin Yuan had been mulling over who he should give the wailing snake to. Because of the Insect Queen, Lu Jie could not contract a Fae with the barren bloodline despite being a disciple of royalty. Both Wen Yu and Chu Ci were the best candidates to receive the 1 Yu. Chu Ci was still young, and it would put a large strain on her soul power and spiritual energy to contract a Fae with the barren bloodline. Thus, there was no rush for her to do so. However, Lin Yuan was unsure if he would be able to obtain another Fae with the barren bloodline in the future if he did not save the wailing snake for Chu Ci. But at the same time, the wailing snake's abilities did not fit with Chu Ci at all. Rather, it was more suitable for Wen Yu. Wen Yu's Faes leaned toward functional type, and she never had to set up a combat system of any kind. The wailing snake would be able to dry up the marshes in the marsh world and turn them into dry ground. It was a strategic resource to Lin Yuan because he would be headed to the marsh world to carefully comb through it once he was done with his business in the Startling Lines continent. If Mystic Moon could prepare a Fae with the barren bloodline for Wen Yu, there was no need for Lin Yuan to be in a dilemma. He could just give the 1 Yu to Wen Yu. Once Chu Ci came of age, Mystic Moon could pick a Fae with the barren bloodline for Chu Ci based on her combat style. The Moon Empress had given Lin Yuan a lot of information about the Faes with the barren bloodline. Although Lu Yifan had also told Lin Yuan some information, he had not been as detailed as the Moon Empress. Now, Lin Yuan completely understood the ranks between Faes with the barren bloodline. The Desolate bloodline was not the maximum extent to which the Faes with the barren bloodline could evolve. But in order to break through the Desolate bloodline, the expert would have to take control of their birth horoscope and start walking down heaven's path. As he listened to the Moon Empress explanation, Lin Yuan suddenly felt as though he was back at the time when the Moon Empress had just accepted him as her disciple and they held daily question and answer sessions. While explaining to Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress would also answer any question he had that popped up. She soon realized that the questions he asked were increasingly complex. She had to ponder some questions deeply before being able to come up with an answer. This told the Moon Empress that Lin Yuan never stopped on the path of learning. It was likely that his improvements were linked to his cat species Fae. The Moon Empress had been shocked when she first saw the cat species Fae. She did not expect such a Fae to exist in the world. Even after examining Genius, the Moon Empress could not figure out that Genius had evolved from the 100 Questions Beast. This was the same thing Lin Yuan experienced with the Disaster World Faceless Beast. The Goddess of Mercy had also been present and tried to investigate Genius. Luckily, the Goddess of Mercy was on Lin Yuan's side because of their bloodlines. Otherwise, the situation would have turned very bad for the Radiance Federation. Genius' existence could have caused Lin Yuan to be assassinated and targeted. From Genius, the Moon Empress could tell that Lin Yuan had expanded his creation master capabilities. The Moon Empress remembered the major sea demon that Lin had given Lin Yuan and asked him, "Little Yuan, Are you on good terms with the Azure Federation's fourth Azure envoy Yin Lin? Lin Yuan nodded and started to explain. Master, my relationship with Yin Lin started because of Wen Yu's sacred source lifeform. Since Mystic Moon was Wen Yu's master, he knew about her sacred source lifeform's abilities. Mystic Moon had told the Moon Empress everything. The Moon Empress had even given Wen Yu a package of spiritual ingredients that could raise spiritual energy. As such, the Moon Empress was also aware of Wen Yu's sacred source lifeform's abilities. Once she heard what Lin Yuan said, the Moon Empress immediately connected the dots. Before Yin Lin awakened her two beast patterns, she had been blind, and her name was barely mentioned in the Azure Federation. But now the situation had changed completely. The Moon Empress expected that it was all because of Lin Yuan. It was no wonder that Yin Lin treated Lin Yuan this way, and was even willing to give him the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. The Moon Empress had not told Lin Yuan about the Lantis mystic realm yet. Now that Lin Yuan possessed a major sea demon, it would be extremely helpful to him when he transformed into a merman in battle. In order to form a contract with the major sea demon, one's soul had to have more points than when contracting a sacred source lifeform. There was no question that Lin Yuan would be able to form a contract with it. However, there was a condition when contracting the major sea demon that was not present when contracting devils. This condition was that the contractor's body had to be cleansed by strange water. It was extremely dangerous to use strange water to cleanse one's body. Many young experts from the Azure Federation had used strange water to cleanse their bodies to contract major sea demons. If even the slightest of problems arose, if the body had the smallest of cuts that allowed the water element from the strange water to penetrate the bone marrow, a light consequence would be the person being sentenced to a life of pain worse than those who had rheumatism. A serious consequence would mean death. If Lin Yuan could not fuse with the moving source water to turn into a merman and had received Blue Lotus Blessing, the Moon Empress would not allow him to take the risk involved with contracting a major sea demon. However, Lin Yuan had two safety nets. As such, it would be easy for him to use strange water to cleanse his body. Little Yuan, the major sea demon that Yin Lin gave you has awakened the purple frigid heavy water. The purple frigid heavy water is considered an above-average life water. The Lantis mystic realm is even more special than the Demon Church and Barren mystic realm. The Lantis mystic realm only produces one type of life form, the sea demons. After being nurtured, some sea demons can grow into major sea demons. Suppose they continue to be nurtured after becoming major sea demons. In that case, they can be guided using a large amount of water elemental energy, and some will awaken the life water and gain extremely strong elemental combat abilities. Others will start to age rapidly and wither. There are less than 30 major sea demons in the Azure Federation that have awakened their life water. This means that the purple frigid heavy water is ranked in the top 10 to 15 major sea demons. Its ranking is now low because it's weak. One drop of the purple frigid heavy water weighs 500 kilograms. It can curse enemy targets that have come into contact with water. Frigidity will be gathered at the target, causing it to freeze and die. It can also gather frigidity in front of friendly targets to increase their defense. When the opponent touches the friendly target's body, the curse will be transferred to the opponent, and they will sustain a serious freezing injury. Although experts cannot fuse with the major sea demons like devils, the major sea demons can be applied to spirits or weapons. However, it is not recommended to apply them to normal weapons or weapons that actually are shapeshifted phase, as the life water might corrode them and cause them to crack. The best targets to apply the major sea demons to are precious instruments. Once I turn the diving songstress body into a precious instrument, its power will be significantly boosted if the major sea demon that has awakened the purple frigid heavy water is applied to it. Even after saying so much, the Moon Empress still had not gotten to the main point of why the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water was only ranked 15th to 10th amongst the major sea demons despite being so strong. This was because she first wanted Lin Yuan to acknowledge the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. This would make him willing to go through the effort of nurturing this major sea demon that was ranked so low because it was hard to nurture. There was no question that Yin Lin was on Lin Yuan's side. At first, the Moon Empress thought that Yin Lin had fallen in love with Lin Yuan at first sight. But after hearing what Lin Yuan said, the Moon Empress realized that Lin was siding with Lin Yuan because of the astronomical parliament. The astronomical parliament could save a person who truly needed help. The rescued person would then need to dedicate their loyalty. This explained why Lin did everything she could to give Lin Yuan the best things. Although the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation were allies, they were not on such good terms that they would give resources away for no reason. Phase with the Baron bloodline and Sea Demons were extremely precious resources to the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation. Although they used a major Sea Demon as a gambling stake, Lan Sun had only allowed Lin to offer the lowest-ranked major Sea Demon. Eventually, that major Sea Demon was swapped for the one that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water because the Moon Empress had communicated with Lin and Lan Sun and also offered the Azure Federation some benefits. Since Lan Sun knew that the Moon Empress could purify the eternal heart, he happily accepted a favor from her. Moreover, Lin had been leaning toward Lin Yuan from the beginning. As such, Lan Sun had no choice but to agree. When the major Sea Demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water was first nurtured, its ability to weaken the enemy while helping friends allowed it to be ranked as one of the top 5 major Sea Demons. The major Sea Demon needed the same resources to be nurtured as an island whale did in order to hatch. Both required water elemental energy and spirit chi. Although major Sea Demons did not need as pure spirit chi and elemental energy as the island whale did, the difference was not significant. But there was an exception to everything. The major Sea Demon that had awakened the purple frigid heavy water needed water elemental energy and spirit chi of very high purity. It required water elemental energy and spirit chi that could only be produced by a Class 5 Creation Master in order to grow. Although the Azure Federation also had Class 5 Creation Masters, the Class 5 Creation Masters were swamped with work every day and did not have the time to continuously produce pure spirit chi for a major Sea Demon. It was good to have a major demon that had unlocked a life water. However, it would become a pointless endeavor once it required an excessive investment of resources. After weighing the pros and cons, they decided that it would be a good choice to give this major Sea Demon to the Moon Empress in exchange for her friendship. Moreover, the Moon Empress had given them significant Creation Master resources that contained spirit chi that was so pure that it was beyond Lan Sun's comprehension. Lan Sun could not believe that the Moon Empress could produce such pure spirit chi, even after becoming a Class 6 Creation Master. Although the Moon Empress had stipulated that Lin was the only one allowed to use the pure spirit chi, Lin was also an Azure envoy and would use it for the Azure Federation. Lan Sun agreed to this condition without hesitation. The Moon Empress had been delighted when she obtained the major Sea Demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. Other people might not have spirit chi of high purity, but Lin Yuan was not lacking in it at all. Lin Yuan had given her almost 1,000 of the spirit-mouthed peonies. Half of the 1,000 spirit-mouthed peonies would be enough for the major Sea Demon's evolution. Moreover, the major Sea Demon was not the maximum extent Sea Demons could reach. There was a large correlation between the evolution of a Sea Demon's bloodline and the purity of the spirit chi and elemental energy it was supplied with. There were experts in the Azure Federation that had evolved their major Sea Demons to King Sea Demons. The elder family head of the Azure Seeping Dragon family had even managed to evolve his King Sea Demon into an Emperor Sea Demon. Sea Demons and mermaids both used their bloodlines to define hierarchy. The elder family head of the Azure Seeping Dragon family was only a Class 5 Creation Master, and he would not be able to produce as pure spirit chi and elemental energy as Lin Yuan could. The Moon Empress looked forward to seeing Lin Yuan nurture the major Sea Demon that had awakened the purple frigid heavy water into an Emperor Sea Demon, or perhaps even further into territory that had not been uncovered yet. Little Yuan, it will be difficult for others to nurture this major Sea Demon. I know that you're able to produce pure spirit chi, so it will be easy for you to nurture the major Sea Demon. The Azure Federation keeps a tight grip over their Sea Demons. They have never let a major Sea Demon out of the Azure Federation before. As such, the Radiance Federation doesn't have much information on how to nurture Sea Demons. It will all depend on you to determine how far this major Sea Demon will go. The Moon Empress had interacted with the experts from the Azure Federation before but had not sparred against them before. Although she knew that a major Sea Demon's life water would transform once it evolved into a King Sea Demon, she did not have the full picture. If she relayed her incomplete information, she might affect Lin Yuan's nurturing of the major sea demon. Lin Yuan managed to nurture the highest access fate-knowing beast and the command phoenix New Day Sparrow. It should be easy for him to nurture a major sea demon. Now that the Moon Empress had fulfilled her reason for calling Lin Yuan over, she helped him to recharge the extreme token with a moonlight domain. Since the Moon Empress power had increased, her moonlight domain had also become stronger. It was only natural that the Moon Empress strengthened the secret weapon that she had given Lin Yuan. Besides strengthening the extreme token, the Moon Empress also gave Lin Yuan a new Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet. In the fight against the Freedom Federation team, Lin Yuan had killed many of their members. As such, he had definitely left a deep impression on their experts. Lin Yuan was going to head to the Divine Wood Federation and Marsh World to develop. He would be awash in danger in both of these places. The Moon Empress had given Lin Yuan the invisible demon, which had been Pinnacle Creation breed, to protect him. But within the span of a few short months, Lin Yuan's power had increased to the point that he barely needed the invisible demon. The invisible demon was no longer sufficient to protect Lin Yuan. Although creating the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet would seal off a portion of the Moon Empress power, it was the thing that could protect Lin Yuan's life. As such, the Moon Empress felt that the price she had to pay was worth it. Lin Yuan did not leave the Radiant Moon Palace that night and had a peaceful night's sleep. The next morning, Lin Yuan sat in the bath and distractedly played with the water while the gears in his mind turned. Lin Yuan did not like to reminisce, but at this moment, he could not help but feel like a chapter of his life had just come to a close. In the span of 10 months, he had transformed from a weak and sickly young man in the Xia region to one of the top geniuses in his federation. He knew full well how he had taken each step that led him to where he was today. He never felt pride or satisfaction over his achievements before because his burden of duty and responsibility also grew alongside his power. Luckily, no one from the Radiance Federation team died in the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Lin Yuan reeled in his thoughts. He was very eager for the future. Morbius said that it would only sleep for 8 hours. Yet, for some reason, it still had not awoken. Yesterday night, Lin Yuan counted that the 8 hours were almost up and assumed that Morbius would be waking up soon. But he realized that he could not enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Given this situation, Lin Yuan immediately knew that the Spirit Lock spatial zone must have transformed as a result of Morbius fusing with the green gem. Before the light green stone bowl and the element well appeared, the Spirit Lock spatial zone had been locked for some time. It seemed that even Morbius had not anticipated these changes. Otherwise, it would have told Lin Yuan about it. It was unlikely that such a sudden change would take too much time. Lin Yuan estimated that Morbius would be able to wake up today. Lin Yuan put on the set of moonlight-colored spirit chi clothes that a spirit attendant had brought for him. This set of spirit chi clothes was made from moon brocade. Only the Moon Empress was allowed to use moon brocade in the entire Radiance Federation. When moon brocade was worn, it made the wearer feel as though he was swathed in moonbeams. It was exceedingly comfortable. After Lin Yuan put on the spirit chi clothes made of moon brocade, they looked at themselves in the mirror. This was when he noticed that his hair had grown out, and his fringe would cover his eyebrows if he pressed it down. Lin Yuan summoned the source sand and instructed it to create feathers made of the day and night spirit silver. The wings fluttered around above Lin Yuan's head. The source sand deftly manipulated the feathers, and Lin Yuan's hair was cut quickly and neatly. Now that Lin Yuan's hair was shortened, he instantly recognized a style. Previously, when his hair had been slightly long and covered his forehead, it gave him a gentle appearance. But now that his forehead was revealed, his beautiful forehead was on display to the world. It underpinned his already perfect bone structure and weakened his aura of a young man while raising his air of dignity. Once Lin Yuan stepped out of his building, he noticed several spirit attendants sweeping the ground in front of his building. These 2 spirit attendants were about to greet Lin Yuan as no spirit attendant in the Radiant Moon Palace dared to offend the young lord when they realized that he had cut his hair. Now, he looked completely different and seemed more masculine than before. The spirit attendants were only around 23 and 24 years old. When Lin Yuan first came to the Radiant Moon Palace, he still had substantial baby fat on his face and looked like he was only 16 years old. As such, the spirit attendants did not see him as a peer. But as they looked at him now, the two spirit attendants could not help but feel their cheeks heat up. They felt that their young lord had grown up. They wondered when he would find a wife. There were rumors that one of the Azure envoys from the Azure Federation envoy group was on good terms with Lin Yuan. But it was unconfirmed if these rumors were true. Lin Yuan smiled back at the spirit attendants who greeted him. He completely failed to notice that his smile caused their faces to flush red. After Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress had breakfast together, the Moon Empress left for the Imperial Court to attend an Imperial meeting. Normally, the Moon Empress left the Radiant Moon Palace very rarely. She attended at least 3 Imperial meetings but not more than 7 or 8. But she had already gone to the Imperial Court 15 times in the past month. Most of the meetings had featured Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress had just received the news that Purple Love wanted to become allies with the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress knew where Purple Love had been spending her time ever since she arrived at the Radiance Federation. It was likely that Lin Yuan was involved in Purple Love's desire to become allies with the Radiance Federation. Since Lin Yuan was on such good terms with the Heavenly Family Cottage, the Moon Empress had achieved her aim. She knew that she had made the right decision by placing the Mother of Bloodbath as Lin Yuan's path protector. Now, besides already possessing a Fae with the Baron bloodline, Lin Yuan was about to contract an intermediate devil and a major sea demon. Lin Yuan was amassing a collection of precious resources from all 3 major federations. Lin Yuan would not experience any conflict if he contracted a Fae with the Baron bloodline, devil, and sea demon. He would also be able to use them simultaneously. Moreover, Lin Yuan would not only be able to fuse with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil under normal circumstances but even when he was in his mermaid form as well. The Moon Empress was very happy with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. However, even the contraction method where the Spirit Chi professional was the master and the devil was the servant would still affect the contractor's will. The Moon Empress wondered if Lin Yuan would take on a strange appearance under the influence of the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. The Moon Empress almost burst out with laughter. When Lin Yuan arrived back at the Return from Faraway Mansion, he saw Wenyu next to the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus. She was feeding the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus nectar to the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow while accompanying the Earth Rush Golden Lotus while it suntanned. When she saw that Lin Yuan had returned, a smile spread across her face. Although Wenyu was very busy as of late, she was in a very good mood. The elemental paper allowed Wenyu to see a way that she could fight side by side with Lin Yuan. She no longer needed to worry that she could not keep up with Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan was the one who set her on this path in the first place. However, Wenyu knew that both her creation master talents and combat abilities were unable to meet Lin Yuan's needs. Now that Wenyu was in a relaxed mood and had a clear mind, she started smiling a lot more than she used to. She was also happy to put more effort into contributing to Pinru's home, the fashion brand she managed alongside Lu Pinru. Lu Pinru could objectively observe Wenyu's changes and was extremely happy over it. As he watched Wenyu walking over to him, he prepared to give the wailing snake to her. Next, he would call Ji Feng over so that the prior decree Sleeping Lotus would be able to support her. Then he would use the Suzerain Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cassia Nectar as the guide to aid Wenyu in her contraction of the wailing snake. Before Lin Yuan could summon the wailing snake out of the ring, he heard Morbius' voice. A smile immediately spread across Lin Yuan's face when he heard Morbius' voice. Morbius was finally awake. "Partner, I thought that it would only take me 8 hours to fuse with the Endless Gem. But it turned out to take longer than I expected. I slept for another 8 or 9 hours because of the changes that took place with Klein Hub." Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard what Morbius said. Morbius' tone was pleasant, and Lin Yuan could sense Morbius' joy through their link. This meant that the change that happened to Klein Hub had to be extremely positive. Lin Yuan suddenly had a strong urge to go into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Klein Hub had allowed Lin Yuan to open the door to the Marsh world. Lin Yuan clearly remembered that Morbius had not been aware of the name of the green gem before it fused with it. But now Morbius called that gem the Endless Gem. This meant that Morbius had figured out exactly what the gem was. The Endless Gem came from the Marsh world, and Klein Hub was also linked to the Marsh world. If the Endless Gem could affect Klein Hub, it would likely be of great help to Lin Yuan's future development into the Marsh world. Besides seeing how Klein Hub had changed, Lin Yuan also wanted to see what the Jasmine Lily's 5 new abilities were now that it had been unlocked. The 5 new abilities would greatly increase the Jasmine Lily's healing abilities and help to fill Lin Yuan's gap in terms of healing abilities. Lin Yuan had never neglected to nurture the spirit-locked phase just because they could only use normal abilities. All of them had undergone the best nurturing processes under Lin Yuan's care. He nurtured them just as how he nurtured Genius and Chimey. Hence, although Lin Yuan had not seen the Jasmine Lily's other abilities, he believed that they would be pleasant surprises. Lin Yuan was more happy than excited and said to Morbius, "Congratulations, Morbius." Lin Yuan could sense how badly Morbius yearned to complete its body. Now, Morbius was one step closer to fulfilling its goal. The ever-serious Morbius let out a rare peal of laughter and said, "Partner, I'm just an item. You're the one who has to go through the effort of completing me. You're the one who's helping me slowly complete myself." Morbius was constantly worn on Lin Yuan's wrist. It knew that Lin Yuan had gone through a battle where he brushed against death before he killed Qian Yu and suppressed Luo to the point that Nana had to come and use the Endless Gem to trade for Luo's life. Lin Yuan naturally responded, "Morbius, if not for you, I wouldn't be as strong as I am now. Neither of us is riding off the other." Lin Yuan had 3 exceptional things about him. Firstly, he had 2 souls. Secondly, his body could draw in spirit chi from the air and inject it into phase. Thirdly, he had Morbius. Without Morbius, if Lin Yuan had to rely on himself, he would still be a C-rank spirit chi professional with a gold fei at best after the past 10 months. Without Morbius, he would not be able to complete the Class 2 Creation Master Test within such a short span of time and become the Moon Empress disciple. Although the past 10 months would not have been sufficient for Lin Yuan to attain such astonishing power on his own, he was confident that he would have been able to make it into the Radiance 100 sequence in 10 years. Morbius' presence just greatly compressed Lin Yuan's growth timeframe and enabled him to obtain more opportunities. Without Morbius, even if Lin Yuan had obtained the Sword of Service and Grace Queen, he would not have been able to fuse them into the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen. Lin Yuan and Morbius were best friends and also complemented each other. When Morbius sensed Lin Yuan's feelings, joy bubbled up within it. Although this feeling was foreign to Morbius, it treasured the emotion. Lin Yuan saw when he arrived back at the mansion. When you walked over to Lin Yuan and saw him smiling at her, she felt as though his smile broadened when he saw her. When you could not help but blush. While she was guessing what was making Lin Yuan so happy, he waved his hand and summoned a 4-winged flying snake with a head on both ends. When you did not have a fei with the Baron bloodline, but she had seen Zhong Zai's fiery sky ho. She could sense a similar aura to the fiery sky ho from the 4-winged snake. When you was only a Class 2 creation master and could not discern any information about the wailing snake. She was also unaware of the golden wing's existence. When you assumed that this 4-winged snake was the fei with the Baron bloodline that Lin Yuan had contracted. She had watched Lin Yuan's fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Her heart had raced with anxiousness during both the capture the general and the group battle. During the battle, when you noticed that Lin Yuan did not use a fei with the Baron bloodline. As such, she assumed that he had not contracted one yet. But what Lin Yuan said next instantly stunned this fei with the Baron bloodline is called the Wailing Snake. It was pinnacle truly barren from the moment it was born, and it can create fragmented barren environments in its surroundings. This bloodline is extremely outstanding. You already used the Suzerain Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cassia Nectar to cleanse your soul before you contracted the elemental paper. I'm going to call Jifeng over, so he can use the prior decree Sleeping Lotus to aid you while you contract the Wailing Snake. When you did not expect Lin Yuan to give the Wailing Snake to him. She had been a moon attendant who grew up in the Radiant Moon Palace. She had even more knowledge than some daughters of top factions. When you knew what phase with the Baron bloodline meant to the Radiance Federation and how valuable they were. Although Mystic Moon had accepted her as his disciple, she never expected that she would ever be able to contract a Fae with the Baron bloodline. Faes with the Baron bloodline could not be valued in the usual sense. When you already had an idea of how Lin Yuan had come about this Fae with the Baron bloodline, it was likely that Lin Yuan had won among the stakes of the gamble from the Radiance Federation, Freedom Federation, and Azure Federation. 1817 completed Jasmine Lily. 1817 completed Jasmine Lily. When you expected that the Moon Empress had called Lin Yuan to the Radiant Moon Palace last night so she could give the stakes of the gamble to him. After all, as per the regulations of the bet, the Fae with the Baron bloodline, Devil, and Major Sea Demon would go to the person who had the most outstanding performance during the battle. In the second leg of the battle, Lin Yuan had shouldered the battle on his own. Moreover, Lu Yifan was a defense-type spirit chi professional and did not stand out while he was protecting his team. As such, from both a visual and a practical standpoint, Lin Yuan was a head above Lu Yifan. Now, Lin Yuan was giving the Fae with the Baron bloodline, he had 1-to-1 Yu so she could form a contract with it. This showed how important she was to him and how generous he was. When Yu did not immediately receive the wailing snake. Instead, she said, "Young master, Chu Ci hasn't contracted a Fae with the Baron bloodline either. Why don't you give the wailing snake to her?" When Yu was sincere, Lin Yuan had already said that he wanted to give the wailing snake to her. All she had to do was agree, and the wailing snake would be hers. When Yu had said what she said because she knew that Faes with the Baron bloodline were rare to come by, much less one that was pinnacle truly barren from the moment it was born and could create fragmented barren environments around it. If when you formed a contract with the wailing snake, Chu Ci would not have a Fae with the Baron bloodline when it was time for her to contract one. Since when Yu was a functional type spirit chi professional, she did not need to be overly strong. She only needed to unleash her power at specific moments. Meanwhile, Chu Ci and Lin Yuan were going down the path of combat. A powerful Fae with the Baron bloodline would undoubtedly help Chu Ci greatly. Lin Yuan shook his head when he heard what Wen Yu said. Chu Ci is still young. She will only be able to contract a sacred source life form 2 years later when she reaches 18 years old. In order to contract a Fae with the Baron bloodline, one has to be at least 20 years old, even after consuming a large amount of spirit-type and soul-type spiritual ingredients, as well as the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. As such, there's still a long way for Chu Ci to go before she needs to contract a Fae with the Baron bloodline. Lin Yuan had contracted Shiny and knew how difficult it was to make an arrogant Fae with the Baron bloodline submit. He had 2 souls and consumed the Earth Center fine milk. Nonetheless, and despite the fact that he was already 18 years old, he almost failed to form a contract. As such, Chu Ci's chances of success were non-existent. 4 years later, Chu Ci would be 20 years old. At that time, even if Mystic Moon was no longer in the picture, Lin Yuan felt that given his trajectory of growth over the last 10 months, he would be able to obtain a Fae with the Baron bloodline for her. Wen Yu was extremely touched when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She was his assistant and only wanted to contract Faes to increase her powers so she could help him. Once she contracted the wailing snake, she could serve him better. Forming a contract with a Fae with the Baron bloodline was a very serious matter. When Yu went off to make her preparations while Lin Yuan called Jifeng, who was cleaning up the Whale Ocean Commerce's mess. After the spirit guards conducted their thorough investigation, the members of 10,000 Flags Trading who had participated in Di Wantian, Di Wancheng, and Di Wanmi's plan were all killed. Since they no longer cared about the Radiance Federation, there was no need to send them to the Sin Cleansing Pool. The members of Whale Ocean Commerce's third branch who were only after selfish benefits had been thrown into the Sin Cleansing Pool. Jifeng had been extremely busy of late. Although Whale Ocean Commerce had been ruined by this matter, the side branches of Sea Sky Nurture had been deceived by 10,000 Flags Trading all this time. Jifeng gathered all of them and reverted to the faction's original name, Sea Sky Creation. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. With the pinnacle Emperor-class Jifeng around, Sea Sky Creation was still able to retain their level as a top veteran faction. Despite not having slept for a few days, Ji Feng immediately rushed to the return from faraway mansion after he received Lin Yuan's call. When Yu still needed some time to prepare before she could contract the wailing snake. During this time, Lin Yuan summoned the Jasmine Lily. The Jasmine Lily still looked the same but had new abilities. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the Jasmine Lily. Fey name, Jasmine Lily, bud of Mountain Jade, spirit lifeform species, Crassulaceae genus/Ionium genus, Fey grade, diamond, 10/10, Fey type, wood, Fey quality. Fantasy V. Abilities? Heal. Fasciated flower stand. Its heal ability will reverse heal the target, absorbing its vitality and letting it experience extreme comfort at the same time. Crystallized main flower. Its heal ability will reverse heal the target and absorb a large amount of its vitality. Bud of Mountain Jade. Its heal ability will heal the target and channel rich vitality into it through its bud of Mountain Jade, restoring the target's damaged vitality. Mountain Jade Imprint. The Mountain Jade Imprint will compress the pollen and vitality within the bud of Mountain Jade to combine the two. A special imprint will be formed. When applied on a target, the healing effects will be greatly raised. Healing transfer. When the Mountain Jade Imprint is healing a target, if the vitality being injected into a target exceeds the amount that the target requires, the vitality will explode and heal the other life forms in the area. Alternatively, it can transfer the vitality to other targets that have the Mountain Jade Imprint applied on them. Life Protecting Soul. When a target is being healed, the vitality can form a protective layer over the soul to help the target's soul defend against external attacks. Red Crystal Jade Drain. When using the crystallized main flower to carry out reverse healing on a target, the effects of draining vitality and the negative impacts to the spiritual senses will be magnified. If the enemy target has the Mountain Jade Imprint applied on it, it can drain the target's vitality. Mountain Jade Prayer. Once the fasciated flower stand is activated, layers of jade will be produced, and the vitality within the body will be rapidly released. There is no distance limit, and the targets with the Mountain Jade Imprint on them will receive healing. This will enable the friendly targets with the Mountain Jade Imprint on them to recover their vitality to the maximum level. Exclusive Skill. Recovery Imprint. It accumulates the healing energy that is released by the Jasmine Lily during normal times. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the accumulated healing energy. Severed Limbs Growth. It comprehends the arcana of plant growth. Even if one's gene template is damaged, the rich vitality can allow one to continue to grow slowly. Lin Yuan realized that the Jasmine Lily's abilities had exceeded his expectations. Lin Yuan had always felt that he was weakest in his healing abilities. But now that the Jasmine Lily had more abilities, Lin Yuan felt that he would no longer have to worry about lacking healing abilities. Previously, Lin Yuan could only use the ability Heal in battle. Every time the Jasmine Lily evolved, the ability Heal would improve slightly. If not for the ability Vitality Imprint and Severed Limbs Growth, Heal would not be able to produce as large of an effect as it did. The Jasmine Lily's healing ability was based on Severed Limbs Growth. Vitality Imprint was only used during emergencies. Without Severed Limbs Growth, the Jasmine Lily would be able to use Fasciated Flower Stand to put a target in a comfortable state. This would have a controlling effect on the target. The crystallized main flower would also simultaneously drain vitality out of the target's body. However, it would be greatly disadvantaged when it came to healing. The only difference between the Jasmine Lily and other healing type phase was that it could trigger the target's genetic model and enable the target to regrow missing limbs. Without this ability, the Jasmine Lily would have been useless. But now, even if it lost the exclusive skill Severed Limbs Growth, the Jasmine Lily would still be an extremely powerful healing type Fae. Mountain Jade Imprint would enable the Jasmine Lily to place a special imprint made from the bud of Mountain Jade's pollen and vitality on either friendly or enemy targets. If the imprint was applied on a friendly target, it would be able to increase the Jasmine Lily's healing effects without the Jasmine Lily having to use up more of its energy. It would also enable the Jasmine Lily to help its team longer. In order to truly understand the effects of the Mountain Jade Imprint, reading the information from true data was not enough. Lin Yuan would need to perform his own experiments to fully understand the parameters of the boost that the Mountain Jade Imprint could provide. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan summoned a cat species Fey that he had prepared to hand over to Genius for it to contract. This cat species Fey was already Gold X/Legend. As he looked at the golden bone jade-clawed cat, Lin Yuan immediately sensed its animosity toward him and how feral it was. Lin Yuan had always had a way with Feys. However, he was not surprised by the golden bone jade-clawed cat's attitude toward him. Firstly, he had not released his pure spirit chi yet. Secondly, it had not been contracted by Genius and joined the rest of the cats in the marsh world yet. Additionally, it had been nurtured by the fat ginger cat and only listened to it. The golden bone jade-clawed cat seemed poised to attack him, and the source sand immediately restrained it. Even though the source sand had only exerted slight force, the golden bone jade-clawed cat ended up grievously injured. Lin Yuan intentionally chose to experiment with the mountain jade imprint on the golden bone jade-clawed cat. He also would not flippantly harm a Fey just for the sake of an experiment. In order to make the golden bone jade-clawed cat's bones and body stronger during its nurturing process, it had to fight constantly to break and reform its bones. Once it was done growing, its bones would become substantially stronger. In order for the golden bone jade-clawed cat to transform, Lin Yuan allowed the source sand to continue hurting the golden bone jade-clawed cat. Once the golden bone jade-clawed cat reached its limit, Lin Yuan used the Jasmine Lily's ability heal to treat the golden bone jade-clawed cat and took note of how much vitality had been used. Next, Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to inflict the same injuries on the golden bone jade-clawed cat so the Jasmine Lily could use mountain jade imprint on it. A green imprint in the shape of a lotus appeared on the golden bone jade-clawed cat's back. The Jasmine Lily started to heal the golden bone jade-clawed cat again. Not only was the golden bone jade-clawed cat healed 30% faster, but it also needed 30% less vitality as well. This meant that the mountain jade imprint would allow the Jasmine Lily to save 30% of vitality and become 30% more efficient when it was healing a target. Essentially, the Jasmine Lily's power had been raised by 30%. However, the Jasmine Lily's improvement would not be 30% in a battle. Lin Yuan had noticed a problem after helping the insect queen during combat numerous times. This problem was that Lin Yuan could heal the insects, but it would never be enough to compete with the damage that the insects sustained. As such, many insects would still end up dead. Now that Lin Yuan's healing abilities had improved, he would enable the insects to sustain 30% more damage, and the time it would take to heal them was also reduced by 30%. This would undoubtedly allow more insects to survive during battle. Lin Yuan could do the same for other targets as well. Although the Jasmine Lily's ability Mountain Jade Imprint was simple, Lin Yuan was very satisfied with it. Healing transfer would allow the Mountain Jade Imprint to be used dynamically and prevent overhealing. Every time a target was overhealed, the vitality would explode, and targets in the surroundings would receive healing. The Jasmine Lily had always been weak when it came to healing a group. This ability would heal targets in the surroundings once the specific target had received sufficient vitality. As such, none of the Jasmine Lily's vitality would go to waste. Nonetheless, the ability was not perfect. If they were locked in a physical battle against an enemy, the explosion of vitality would also heal the enemy. However, the Mountain Jade Imprint would perfectly make up for this limitation. As long as the Jasmine Lily created more of the Mountain Jade Imprints, the healing effects could be transferred back to friendly targets. Lin Yuan just needed to focus the Jasmine Lily on healing one target, and the entire team would be kept safe. When the Jasmine Lily used the Mountain Jade Imprint on the Golden Bone Jade-Clawed Cat, Lin Yuan noticed that the Mountain Jade Imprint did not require much vitality. If the vitality imprint was not used, it might have been challenging for the Jasmine Lily to create over 1,000 Mountain Jade Imprints. However, it would be easy for it to produce hundreds. Life-protecting soul would protect a target's soul while the Jasmine Lily was healing its physical injuries. After becoming the Moon Empress disciple, Lin Yuan had read through the information about nurturing phase that was available in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. In every 300,000 Jasmine Lilies that were nurtured to platinum, about 7 of them would gain the ability to protect the soul. This means that only 1 in every 40,000 Jasmine Lilies would gain such an ability. It was a stroke of luck for Lin Yuan to gain one of these Jasmine Lilies that developed this ability. However, Lin Yuan did not believe in coincidences. It was likely that the Jasmine Lily had developed the ability to protect souls because Lin Yuan used only the best ways to nurture it. A healing-type Fae was most afraid of overhealing during a battle. But now, not only would healing transfer keep the amount of healing in check, but it would also become a defense ability for the soul. When Lin Yuan was fighting against a Fae skilled at soul attacks, he could use life-protecting soul to put up an effective defense. Lin Yuan no longer had to be afraid of spiritual type or soul type Faes. With the Sea of Vitality stored in the Vitality imprint, Lin Yuan would be able to easily deal with soul type Faes that were of higher grades than the Jasmine Lily. The ability Red Crystal Jade Drain would be able to strengthen the crystallized main flower and the controlling effect of making the target comfortable as well as the draining of vitality. Red Crystal Jade Drain would be able to use the crystallized main flower to attack the enemy while using the Mountain Jade imprint as a guide. This would enable it to drain vitality from multiple targets simultaneously. This meant that it would be able to harvest vitality from the surrounding lifeforms. This would make the Jasmine Lily a vitality vampire on the battlefield. In a large-scale team battle, the enemy's vitality would be able to be used to heal teammates. This would quickly cause the enemy side to crumble. Previously, the Jasmine Lily could already use the crystallized main flower to control Faes of the same grade and quality as it. Now that it had evolved, it was likely that the Jasmine Lily would be able to take control of Suzerain/Myth-I Faes as well. If the Jasmine Lily had been able to unlock its abilities earlier, the team battle would not have been as much of a struggle as it had been. Since the feeling of comfort that came with healing was not associated with spiritual attacks, it was difficult to dodge such a feeling. Once the enemy was in a state of comfort, they would soon become as sweet as baby sheep. As for Mountain Jade Prayer, Lin Yuan was willing to call it the strongest healing type ability. When Mountain Jade Prayer was used in conjunction with the Vitality imprint, it would allow vitality to rapidly enter the target that had the Mountain Jade imprint applied on them. This would heal the targets that had the Mountain Jade imprint applied on them to full health. They would be no different from a persistently surviving cockroach. Even if the target lost multiple limbs, it would be able to quickly regrow them using severed limbs growth. The key point was that there was no distance limit for the ability Mountain Jade Prayer. No matter how far the Jasmine Lily was from the target, it would be able to use Mountain Jade Prayer. Lin Yuan immediately thought of the Astronomical Parliament. Besides Lin, Su Iran, and Ta Lei, Lin Yuan could not rest easy regarding the other Astronomical Parliament members. Bei Su, and Waluan were on the precipice of death every day. Bei Su lived in the horribly adverse environment that was the Grotto continent while Waluan was out at sea and could encounter danger at any moment. Lin Yuan had used his unique methods to help Bu Po become a Class 3 creation master and enabled him to appear on the Spirit Mother's radar. It was very likely that he would be chosen to become the Spirit Mother's disciple. If he did end up as the Spirit Mother's disciple, he would have the chance to become the next Spirit Mother. However, it would be difficult for him to distinguish himself from all the disciples. Bu Po could be assassinated by a rival at any moment. According to the information that Lin Yuan had obtained from the Hidden Moon Pavilion, the Spirit Mother was not overly concerned by such incidents. Rather, he liked to use such a method to weed out the incompetent so the next in line could distinguish themselves. Since Lin Yuan was so far from them, he could only give them opportunities from time to time, but he would not be able to watch them grow. Lin Yuan felt that he was failing as a system, but now things were going to change. Using the Jasmine Lily's ability Mountain Jade Prayer, Lin Yuan would be able to secure the safety of the members of the Astronomical Parliament. He would be able to ascertain if any of them were in danger by seeing if the Jasmine Lily's vitality had been used up. It would also not be difficult for Lin Yuan to confirm this as he just needed to spend a certain amount of willpowers, and he would be able to apply the Mountain Jade imprint on Bei Su, Ta Let, Bu Po, and Lin. Lin Yuan stored the Jasmine Lily away, and a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. After being significantly benefited by Lin Yuan, the previously hostile Golden Bone Jade-Clawed Cat was still wary of him but was no longer in an attacking stance. Lin Yuan did not want to cuddle with the Gold X/Legend Golden Bone Jade-Clawed Cat. It was around 2 meters long, had golden fur that was as sharp as metal, and could easily pierce the skin of spirit chi professionals. Lin Yuan had become accustomed to cuddling genius and found it difficult to act the same way with other cat species phase. He was about to enter the spirit lock spatial zone to see how it had changed. But he checked the time and realized that when you should be done with her preparations. Although he was curious, he was in no rush to check on the spirit lock spatial zone's changes because he would be spending plenty of time in the spirit lock spatial zone in the future. Lin Yuan now possessed the flower calamity beautiful devil and the major sea demon that had awakened the purple frigid heavy water. There was no reason for him not to contract them. Moreover, there was still the matter of the disaster world faceless beast that had not stopped thrashing about in Lin Yuan's soul. Lin Yuan would soon have to use the beast spirit soul that the goddess of mercy had given him to take over the disaster world faceless beast's soul, so he could tame it. No matter how powerful Na and Luo were, once the beast spirit soul replaced the disaster world faceless beast soul, they would be unable to retrieve it. The clear surface of the lake glinted with flecks of pink light. A group of strange-looking purple clamshells was continuously spitting out pink pearls. The light from the pearls blanketed the other life forms in the lake. Under the illumination of the pink light, the scales of the aquatic phase changed intermittently. A few large fusiform-shaped fish swam up to the surface of the lake. Their scales gleamed with pink light, and they chomped a school of small fish in half. Normally, unless a special bloodline is involved, the blood and organs of fish species phase should be dark red. The small fish from the school of fish all looked extremely ordinary, but their organs and flesh were pink and red. Two girls dressed in pink dresses and veils covering their faces had expressions of mixed fear and shock behind the veils. They held two large pails and poured small fish into the lake. Before the fish entered the water, their scales were light green. The blood that flowed out from them when they crashed into each other was also red. But a moment after they entered the water, their scales all turned pink. One of the girls said, "When Lordess Na brought Lord Luo back, she had been livid. Even Lord Luo, who's usually smiling, hasn't turned his frown upside down yet. Do you think something serious happened?" The other girl hurriedly reached out her hand and clapped her hand over the veiled mouth of the girl who had spoken and replied, "Nico, watch your words. We don't have the right to discuss matters regarding Lordess Na and Lord Luo. The many previous lessons should have warned you. Why haven't you learned to keep your mouth shut yet?" The girl named Nico hastily slapped a hand over her mouth, so she would not say anything else. Her terror only eased a while later. She changed the topic and said to the girl next to her, "Nero, Lord Luo's child beast, should have come to the lake last night to eat the fish that have transformed their bloodlines to obtain the concubine sweet conk's light. This pattern has not broken once since the day he formed a contract with the child disaster world faceless beast." A look of confusion also came over Nero's face. She could not shake the feeling that something had gone wrong on Lord Luo's trip to the Radiance Federation. Nonetheless, all she could do was sigh and push the questions out of her head because she knew that she was nothing more than a servant whose job was to prepare the disaster world faceless beast's food. There was no point in her being concerned by anything else. There was a grandiose palace about 3 kilometers from the lake. There were many pink decorations within the castle. The statue of a short-furred beast sat on the tip of the castle's sharp point. If Lin Yuan could see the statue, he would immediately recognize it as the disaster world faceless beast. At that moment, due to the anger of the castle's mistress, all the servants inside the castle were trembling as they lay prone on the ground. It was as though they were afraid that they might incur her wrath and end up as a bloody stain on the golden carpet. A standing woman was draped under a cloak of pink and white fur that gleamed with faint pink light that resembled the same shade of light that the concubine sweet conch emitted. The woman had an expression of grief and anger as she looked at Luo reproachingly, but she seemed to be unable to fully blame Luo because of Nana. This woman not only suppressed her reproachful feelings toward Luo but also felt bad for him. Evidently, she had great affection for Luo. The woman seated on the throne did not speak to the woman next to her. The tension in the hall was almost palpable. This environment caused the servants to even try and keep their trembling to a minimum. However, none of this affected the silver-haired young man. His eyes were closed as though he was sensing something. A moment later, he opened his eyes and said to the woman on the throne, "Mother, I can sense that little disaster is still alive. My spiritual energy is still intact. Mother, help me come up with a way to get little disaster back." The servants did not seem to find the way the silver-haired young man addressed the woman to be strange. But if anyone else heard it, their jaws would drop. All the experts who were favored by the Freedom Federation's royalty had guessed that Luo was Nana's child because she treated him way too well. Not even the Mirror God and the God of Fools treated their disciples half as well as how Nana treated Luo. However, these were all guesses that arose out of envy and jealousy. Even if all of them voiced it, they would not believe it to be true. After all, Nana had never been married. Nana looked at Luo and gently patted his soft silver hair as she replied, "If there was a way, I would never have allowed little disaster to stay in the Radiance Federation. But we don't have evidence that it is trapped in the soul of the Moon Empress disciple. Even if you can prove it, the people from the Radiance Federation would never allow us to carry out the investigation. They will never release little disaster, no matter how much resources I'm willing to pay. The same would go for us if we had defeated them and obtained one of their special phase." Although she seemed to be comforting Luo, her fists clenched up. Resentment bubbled up within her and distorted her facial features. Her hatred had even broken through the shell of aloofness that every member of royalty had trained to keep on their face. At that moment, the object of Nana's loathing was not the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan, or the Moon Empress, but the goddess of mercy and Liang. If Liang had not asked to take Luo with him, Luo would never have left the castle. If Luo had not left the castle, nothing would have happened to him. The promises that Liang had made to her only stoked the flames of her rage. However, the hatred she felt for Liang was less than 10% of what she felt for the goddess of mercy. Nana would not have been forced into such an unfavorable position if not for the goddess of mercy. They were on the same side. Yet, not only did the goddess of mercy not help Nana, but she even made the situation worse for her. If the goddess of mercy had not done so and helped Nana instead, she might have been able to retrieve little disaster. She also would not have had to give away so many resources. She had given up a seed of Satan and a dimensional gem that she had not tapped into yet. Although Luo's spiritual energy had not been damaged yet, it was only a matter of time. The damage might have been lessened if Luo had immediately lost all connection to the disaster world faceless beast. Luo could have recovered from the loss after wallowing for a while. But now, as long as the disaster world faceless beast remained alive, Luo would not be able to move on. In such a state, there was no way Luo could increase his power. The more Nana thought about it, the angrier she became. Once the meeting at the Freedom Mystic Temple was over, Nana would go into seclusion. She would make the goddess of mercy once she started walking down the heavens path and unlocked her birth horoscope. Presently, she was weaker than the goddess of mercy and had less authority during the meetings at the Freedom Mystic Temple. The Mirror God and God of Fools used to be able to keep the goddess of mercy in check. But after the goddess of mercy unlocked her birth horoscope, the Mirror God developed feelings for her. As such, Nana could not be certain if the Mirror God and God of Fools would be on her side if she engaged the goddess of mercy in conflict. Luo's eyes turned red when he heard what Nana said. At that moment, the woman wearing the pink and white fur cloak let out a sigh and said, "I will break the bloodline link with little disaster and stop supplying it with the concubine Sweet Conk's light through bloodline power. Without the concubine Sweet Conk's light, little disaster's bloodline will slowly dry up, and it will be of no research value to the Radiance Federation. They will definitely try to use little disaster to understand the disaster world faceless beast's nurturing method." Nana nodded. She was able to nurture the disaster world faceless beast because of a coincidence that took place 60 years ago when she became a Class 5 creation master. The concubine Sweet Conk's light was required to nurture and increase the disaster world faceless beast's power. Suddenly, a thought struck Nana. When she first started nurturing the disaster world faceless beast, it not only reacted to the concubine Sweet Conk's light but also to pure spirit chi. However, the pure spirit chi she was capable of producing at the time was insufficient to evolve the disaster world faceless beast's bloodline. Thus, She chose the significantly inferior path of using the concubine Sweet Conk's light. At first, the disaster world faceless beast's strength did not lie in its curses, but in its ability to absorb and change fate. It was the light from the concubine Sweet Conk that opened up a side path for the disaster world faceless beast to go down. Now that the Moon Empress could purify the eternal heart, she was worthy of being called a Class 6 creation master. As such, she could definitely produce spirit chi that was purer than what Nana could produce. But she remembered that she had already asked the Mirror God for pure spirit chi that Class 6 creation masters could only produce. However, it had still been insufficient to evolve the disaster faceless moon beast's bloodline. Hence, it was likely that the Moon Empress would be unable to do so either. This made Nana relax. If the Radiance Federation managed to take control of the child disaster world faceless beast and use pure spirit chi to evolve its bloodline, the disaster world faceless beast would transform and attain an even more elite bloodline. At that time, the disaster world faceless beast would no longer require the concubine Sweet Conk's light, and the disaster world faceless beast she had nurtured would end up belonging to the enemy. Since disaster concubine had decided to break the bloodline link between itself and the child disaster world faceless beast, Nana decided that Luo should also break his contract with it. Then, she would ask the God of Fools to concoct the potion that could recover spiritual energy and find another Fae for Luo. This was a period of rapid increase of power for Luo. Even a delay of a single day was not permitted. The conflict with the Radiance Federation had arisen because of Li Yang's unknown plan and because the Mirror God and God of Fools had agreed to it. Their most recent loss was acceptable, and the price they had paid had not been overly devastating. But if they lost during the major Federation meeting, the consequences would be too heavy for the Freedom Federation to bear. After all, the major Federation meeting involved Faes that came from that mystic realm. There was no expert in the world that did not want a Fae that came from that mystic realm. Lin Yuan, Ji Feng, and Wen Yu were currently in the activity room on the 3rd floor of the Return from Faraway Mansion. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu had held the first Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting here. The Astronomical Parliament had significantly changed Wen Yu's personality. Previously, she had not had confidence and felt that she was of no help to Lin Yuan. The appearance of the Astronomical Parliament allowed Wen Yu to regain her confidence. But now, she was embarking on a new opportunity to form a contract with the Wailing Snake. After Wen Yu contracted the Wailing Snake, she would have just as many resources as any other disciple of royalty. At that moment, Wen Yu was both nervous and excited. A Fae with the Baron bloodline had a special significance to any one of the Radiance Federation's young elites. Lin Yuan could tell that Wen Yu was nervous and said to her, "Wen Yu, you have already consumed the silver stamen gold luster kasha twice to cleanse your body and soul of impurities. After you contracted the Astronomical Parliament, your spiritual energy has only been increasing, to the point that it far exceeds regular people. In order to tame the Fae with the Baron bloodline during the contraction process, you will need to use your soul, spirit, and mind. Your soul and mind are up to standard. In terms of your mind, I'm sure you are determined to charge forward into the future. Out of the three, the burden will be the greatest on the soul. Ji Feng's Fae will protect your soul and reduce the pressure it will have to endure. Don't worry. Once you contract the Wailing Snake, you'll know what kind of items you'll need to nurture it. I will help you evolve the Wailing Snake in the future." While Lin Yuan spoke, he surveyed the Wailing Snake. Any Fae with the Baron bloodline could control a specific attribute. For example, Zhongzai's Fiery Sky Ho controlled fire, Lin Yuan's Golden Wings controlled wind, and Enhe's country governor Kuei controlled earth. As such, the Wailing Snake would also be able to control a certain attribute. However, Lin Yuan could not be certain what attribute it was. The Wailing Snake could dry up moisture to create land masses in the marsh world. The land's foundation would consist of soil from the marsh world. The Wailing Snake actually controlled water, but it had a reverse control over water compared to the traditional method. This reverse control allowed it to target water-type Faes and counter them during battle. Lin Yuan had already changed the focus of the direction of his development. Previously, his focus had been on the Radiance Federation. But now, he had moved it to the startling lines continent and the marsh world. Lin Yuan could enter the marsh world at any time through Klein Hub. Hence, no matter where he was, it would be easy for him to enter the marsh world. Lin Yuan's change in the focus of the direction of his development resulted in the destination of Sky City's development changing as well. A large reason for Lin Yuan establishing Sky City was to gather resources. If he gathered resources in the Radiance Federation, he would be taking away from the Radiance Federation's wealth. As such, it would be better for him to take the riches of other continents. Su Iran was holding down the fort in the startling lines continent. Her governance ability was lacking when compared to Wen Yu, but the gap was not large. It was enough to just have her in the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan intended to send Wen Yu to the Marsh World to help him manage the base there and speed up the development. The Vain Land Imp could continue looking for underground mineral ores in the Divine Wood Federation. However, Lin Yuan intended to send the Land Imp's apostles and favored believers to the Marsh World. The Land Imp had the ability to manipulate the ground. With the Land Imps to help the spirit craftsmen in the building of the base, the general structure would be quickly formed. This would save a lot of effort on the spirit craftsman's part. In order to build a structure on the ground in the Marsh World, the foundation had to be built twice as deep as usual. The Land Imps would essentially grow the structure out of the ground, so a foundation would not be needed to be built. In order to ensure that the structure built by the Land Imps was stable, the spirit craftsman would have to embed various metal-type spiritual ingredients into the structure. Lin Yuan wanted to help Morbius obtain the endless gems that it needed to complete itself, as well as obtain powerful source-type lifeforms and sacred source lifeforms from the Marsh World. All in all, his development into the Marsh World was of utmost importance. Ever since Sun Ningxiang joined Condensed Fairy Orchard with Sky City as one of its branches, she had used the resources given by Sky City to complete the tasks that Lin Yuan had assigned her and to further Condensed Fairy Orchard's development. This was so she would be able to regain control over the market it had lost because of their lack of Creation Master resources in recent years and the bullying from other factions. Lin Yuan already spoke to Sun Ningxiang on the phone last night. In another month, Sun Ningxiang would be able to finish everything she needed to do and her schedule would be freed up. Lin Yuan intended to send Sun Ningxiang to the Marsh World to help as well. The people who had chosen to stay in the Marsh World to cultivate the plant-type phase needed someone to manage and take care of them. Sun Ningxiang would be perfect for taking up the mantle. Lin Yuan found out from White Speak what the Marsh World's most precious and edible plants and fruits were. The life forms in the Marsh World were mostly carnivorous. After all of the plant-type dimensional life forms were ferocious and craved meat more than animal-type phase. Many of them grew sweet and tasty fruits. However, they were not meant to be consumed but to entice and trap prey. Hence, the delicious fruits all fetched high prices in the Marsh East Palace. The tastier they were, the more expensive they would be. This allowed Lin Yuan to see a business opportunity and realize why so many Star Web articles were written about the opening of Marsh dimensional rifts. The high-grade dimensional lifeforms from the Marsh World would not start rampaging like other high-grade dimensional lifeform after they emerged from a dimensional rift. Rather, they would gather in orchards and choose a fruit tree to claim as their own before they started confronting each other. Now, Lin Yuan knew the reason why. His conversation with White Speak allowed Lin Yuan to see the road he would go down in the Marsh World. Given his fake identity as a dictator that could even deceive White Speak, as well as the countless fruits growing in the territory, Lin Yuan would be able to corner a significant portion of the Marsh World's market. All-Creature Dictator was currently building the Palace of Everything. As such, Lin Yuan wondered if he would be able to build his own palace in the Marsh World as well. Then, he would be able to display the fruits in the palace and trade them for resources. It was extremely common for dimensional lifeforms to kill and hunt each other. As such, source-type items and sacred lifeforms were littered around the Marsh World. They were valuable because apostles and favored believers could absorb the energy within the source-type items and sacred source lifeforms. After all, the energy within the source-type items and sacred source lifeforms came from the solidifying of the energy of the apostles that had died. There were some fruits with special medicinal properties that Lin Yuan could feed to Rising Lizard and Wendy. However, the benefits that Rising Lizard and Wendy experienced would be no different from what regular Fays would experience. This meant that if Lin Yuan could build a new palace where he supplied fruits that could evolve dimensional lifeforms and apostles, he would be able to secure dominance over the market. Many spirit fruit trees in the main world could store energy. The storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch were examples of such trees. While both of these plant-type Fays were being nurtured, they could be guided by any type of energy so that they produced fruits that contained the same type of energy. If the two plant-type Fays continued to be nurtured, the energy within the fruits could be absorbed by lifeforms. When these two plant-type Fays were discovered, the Creation Masters became interested. They felt that these two Fays would be able to usher in a new era of Fey development. But when the Creation Masters started to excitedly nurture the storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch, they realized that the energy within the fruits produced would not share the purity of the energy that was used to nurture the Fays. After a large amount of the Creation Master's precious resources went down the drain, the storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch became the objects of hatred for all Creation Masters. Eventually, the two plant-type Fays' significance was reduced to nothing more than tasty premium fruits. If sufficient water elemental energy was used to nurture the storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch, they would allow any spirit chi professional who ate it to gain moisturized and bouncy skin. As such, they could also be seen as beauty products. Many Class 1 and 2 Creation Masters earned their first wad of cash by nurturing the deposit ability Lychee Branch and storing ability White Peach. Lin Yuan was not interested in cosmetics or the taste of the storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch. After all, he had more than his fair share of delicious fruits. He was interested in the storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branch because he wanted to use source-type power to nurture them to see if the fruits they produced could also contain source-type power that dimensional lifeforms would be able to consume. If his experiment was a success, he could imagine how excited and frenzied the dimensional lifeforms in the marsh world would become. Only the dictators from the dimensional world had the ability to concoct source-type power. Source-type power was also the medium that enabled dimensional lifeforms to raise their life ranks. In order to grow and cultivate plant-type Phase on a large scale in the marsh world, the whaling snake would be needed to create the land. The higher the whaling snake's grade was, the larger the mass of land it would be able to create. In the marsh world, the work would not end with just constructing a building because the water elemental energy seeping into the ground would cause the ground to slowly be replaced by water. This was why Lin Yuan had gone through such effort just to find a suitable location to build his base. Alternatively, Lin Yuan could have used Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls to create a mass of Earth. The territory that Lin Yuan had chosen was not turning into water because of the 3 mountains around it. As such, the marsh at the center was shallow. Even the deepest part was 20 meters deep at most. Normally, the deepest part of a marsh was about 200 meters deep. There were also some that reached depths of 1,000 meters. With the whaling snake, Lin Yuan would be able to expand the territory endlessly with Klein Hub at the center. As long as the whaling snake remained on the territory, its ability to draw out moisture would guarantee that no water elemental energy seeped into the territory. When Yu heard what Lin Yuan said, she immediately remembered that young man who had given her a drop of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar outside the radiant moon palace. That young man had chosen her, elevated her, found Phase for her, and paved the way for her future. He had always been extremely thoughtful. Yu now possessed many things that others could never even hope to lay their eyes on. Alas, she had not obtained any of them on her own. Lin Yuan had been the one who had given all of them to her. Ever since Yu became Lin Yuan's aide, she rarely thanked him for the gifts because she preferred to repay her using her actions. But now, Yu could not help but verbally thank Lin Yuan. Given that Jifeng was the young leader of Sea Sky Nurture, he understood the significance of Phase with the Baron bloodline. Jifeng was rather envious of Yu. He knew why Lin Yuan had called him over. Jifeng immediately summoned the prior decree Sleeping Lotus and instructed it to help Yu with a serious expression on his face. A strange expression spread across Lin Yuan's face when he heard Yu's thanks. Lin Yuan said with a curious tone, "Why are you being so polite with me?" You should start preparing to form a contract with the wailing snake. From Lin Yuan's expression, when you could tell that he saw her as close kin. This was the only reason Lin Yuan found it strange when she thanked him. With a warm feeling stewing in her heart, when you took a deep breath and started forming a contract with the wailing snake. Before contracting the wailing snake when you had been nervous. She was afraid that she would fail and disappoint Lin Yuan. When you had been worried about the condition of her mind because she had never experienced a bloody fight of tooth and nail, nor was her will as steely as that of combat-class spirit chi professionals. But now she found a way to strengthen her will and a reason to do so. While when you was contracting the wailing snake and clashing against it, her soul, spirit, and mind were all locked in a tough battle against the wailing snake. She now knew the pain that Lin Yuan had gone through when he contracted his fey with the barren bloodline. If Lin Yuan could get through it, so could she. Otherwise, she would not deserve to stand by Lu Jie and Lin Yuan's side in the future. With this resolution, when you held her own against the wailing snake for almost 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Lin Yuan watched as Wen Yu's face turned from healthy red to ghostly white. She was also trembling as though her soul was undergoing horrible torture. Lin Yuan knew that Wen Yu was about to fall. It already exceeded his expectations that she had managed to hold on for 2 hours. Lin Yuan nodded at Jifeng, and the latter immediately ordered the prior decree Sleeping Lotus to use its abilities to soothe Wen Yu's soul. If there was external aid when a spirit chi professional was trying to contract a fey with the barren bloodline, the fey with the barren bloodline would react even more violently. Alarm bells immediately rang in Jifeng's mind. The wailing snake was getting ready to launch its final attack on Wen Yu. If Wen Yu could make it through this attack, she should be able to tame the wailing snake and turn it into her lifelong companion. However, even with Jifeng's help, the wailing snake's attack on Wen Yu's soul would still result in Wen Yu's soul becoming seriously injured. Just as Jifeng was about to relay the information to Lin Yuan, a beam of green energy landed on Wen Yu's body. The green energy instantly filled Wen Yu's body with vitality. At the same time, the vitality that leaked out formed a protective layer over Wen Yu's soul. This would help Wen Yu's soul to defend against damage. With this protective layer, the wailing snake's attack would not harm Wen Yu's soul. The protective layer on Wen Yu's soul was formed as a result of the Jasmine Lily's ability life-protecting soul. Although the wailing snake's final attack on Wen Yu would not cost Wen Yu her life and any injuries her soul sustained could be healed by Jifeng and sped up if the cold snowpine resin was used, it would take around 2 months for the healing to be completed. During the 2 months, there was no way that the Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting could be held. This would put a huge dent in Lin Yuan's plans. Lin Yuan could see Ta Lei and Su Iran anytime because they were in the Divine Wood Federation. Yin Lin was still in the Radiance Federation, so Lin Yuan could explain the situation to her. But he would lose communication with Bei Su, Bu Pa, and Waluan. It would be a devastating blow to all three of them if they could not enter the Astronomical Parliament. At that moment, Lin Yuan was relieved that he had unlocked the Jasmine Lily's abilities and allowed it to be completed before when you tried to contract a fey with the barren bloodline. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble now. The Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meetings had not been going on for long. If communication was lost for 2 months, even if Bei Su, Bu Pa, and Waluan managed to survive, their confidence in the Astronomical Parliament would plummet. Lin Yuan did not want to affect the morale of the team. Now that Lin Yuan had used the Jasmine Lily to prevent the wailing snake from hurting Wen Yu's soul, the latter could use her soul, mind, and spirit to start a counterattack against the wailing snake. It did not take long for the wailing snake to fall under the pressure exerted by Wen Yu. A moment later, Wen Yu opened her eyes. At that moment, she had become the owner of the wailing snake. When she opened her eyes, her gaze was filled with excitement. Although Lin Yuan had not used true data to check on the wailing snake, the Moon Empress had already told him what abilities the wailing snake had. Hence, Lin Yuan already knew how the wailing snake could be of help to him. But Wen Yu was still unaware of this. When Wen Yu sensed the wailing snake's ability draining Lake Water River, she knew she could greatly help Lin Yuan in his development in the marsh world. Wen Yu was not a combat-class spirit chi professional and did not need to fight. As such, she knew that she only needed to have functional type abilities. The whaling snake provided her with a functional type ability that she could use to help Lin Yuan. Just as Wen Yu was about to speak, Lin Yuan asked, "Wen Yu, what kind of resources does that whaling snake need to increase its power?" Wen Yu replied, "Young master, the whaling snake needs a large amount of snake blood and water, and earth elemental energy in order to evolve its quality and grade. There aren't many requirements for the snake blood. It is just the catalyst for the water and earth elemental energy. But the higher the purity of the water and earth elemental energy, the greater the benefits the whaling snake will receive." Only the contractor knew what his Fae with the Baron bloodline needed to increase its power. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief when he heard what Wen Yu said. He had been afraid that the whaling snake would be as picky as shiny. Up till now, Lin Yuan still had not started evolving the golden wings. This was because he had not obtained the necessary resources. He had accumulated a significant amount of main phoenix species Fae blood from Dark Cloud's bird shrine. However, the time was not right for him to harvest the livers of dragon species Faes. If the whaling snake also needed such precious spiritual ingredients to increase its power, it would be a headache for Lin Yuan. But if the whaling snake only needed a large amount of snake species Fae's blood and pure water, and earth elemental energy, Lin Yuan had nothing to worry about. Lin Yuan had been nurturing Listen. In this year's ranking of top factions, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would definitely make it into the ranking. There were not many factions with the Chamber of Commerce role. Although the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's rapid development was mainly owed to the sale of luxury resources, Lin Yuan had specified that they must not lose their original role as a Chamber of Commerce. Listen had invested a large amount of money earned from the sale of luxury resources to the Chamber of Commerce side of the business. He had broadly expanded both the Chamber of Commerce's online and offline resources. It could be said that Lin Yuan would be able to obtain any resources that could be found on the market from Listen. No matter how much he needed, Listen would be able to obtain it for him. Thus, Lin Yuan did not have to worry about the large amount of snake blood that Wen Yu needed, because Listen would be able to settle it for Wen Yu. Lin Yuan took out a diamond Fae storage box and gave it to Wen Yu. Wen Yu looked inside the diamond Fae storage box and saw 10 brocade boxes. She did not know what the brocade boxes contained, but Lin Yuan had to have his reason for giving them to her. Wen Yu took out one of the brocade boxes and looked inside. She saw 100 shining water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan said to Wen Yu, "Every brocade box contains 100 water or earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The 1,000 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls should be enough to sustain the whaling snake for some time. You don't yet have a willpower rune that is suitable for the whaling snake. Let's evolve the whaling snake to bronze/legend first and keep its grade there. Once you've comprehended a willpower rune, you can evolve the whaling snake to bronze/fantasy and continue increasing its power. This will ensure that the whaling snake's talent will be preserved." Ji Feng had followed Lin Yuan for some time but understood the extent of Lin Yuan's wealth, the least out of all the people from the return from faraway mansion. After all, Lin Yuan had never produced so many resources in Ji Feng's presence before. At that moment, Ji Feng was stunned by Lin Yuan's store of resources. Why does Lin Yuan seem like a mine where mineral ores can be discovered? He is utterly nonchalant about it. Also, he is way too strict when it comes to Fae evolution. If Lin Yuan had instinctively asked Wen Yu to evolve the Fae to bronze/fantasy to preserve as much of its talent as possible, it meant that Lin Yuan held himself to such a high standard as well. It was no wonder that his diamond/fantasy phase were so much stronger than the diamond/fantasy phase of others. Wen Yu did not reject the brocade boxes full of resources. After all, she had already received a significant amount of resources from him and had become used to it. Wen Yu knew that her focus should be on how she could develop Sky City to the maximum extent. She thought about the whaling snake's normal ability and said to Lin Yuan, "Young master, the whaling snake's normal ability is called Draining Lake Water River, and it can change the environment of its surroundings into a lake or a mountain." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He thought that the location where the whaling snake was would turn into a dry mass of land, just as it had been described in the classic of mountains and seas. He did not expect that there could be more than the drying effect. There were some water-type phase that would immediately cause their environment to become colder. The whaling snake could control if the ground became dry or wet. Previously, Lin Yuan had been worried that the whaling snake would cause the ground to dry excessively, and he would have to expend significant manpower to rehydrate the ground. Otherwise, not only would the plant-type phase be unable to survive, but even the resilient soldier ration radish and the marsh ground sphagnum that required a large amount of water would also die. According to what Wen Yu said, the whaling snake could adjust the moisture level of the ground it was manipulating. The whaling snake could create a suitable environment based on the requirements of the plant-type phase growing on the land. With the whaling snake in control of the land, there would be no need for the Medusa snake demons or workers to water the plant-type phase. From all perspectives, this was good news and would save a large quantity of manpower. Alas, the whaling snake would not be of help anytime soon. The size of land that the bronze whaling snake could control would not be very large. When Yu went on to say, "Young master, the whaling snake can currently control a land size of around 5,000 square kilometers." Shock spread across Lin Yuan's face. Although 5,000 square kilometers was not considered very large, it still exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. The whaling snake was currently only normal quality. Yet, it was already able to control a land size of 5,000 square kilometers. This meant that once it evolved to bronze/legend, it would be able to control 10 times more land. 5,000 square kilometers was almost half of the size of the Radiance 100 sequence testing ground. This was large enough for Lin Yuan's territory in the marsh world. Lin Yuan hurriedly contacted Listen to tell him to prepare a large amount of snake species Fey blood. Then, Lin Yuan brought the snake blood into the breeding room and started to increase the whaling snake's power. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the whaling snake. Lin Yuan saw that draining Lake Water River could not only create masses of water or mountains, but could also attack other life forms by drawing out water from their bodies until they died of dehydration. After all, blood composed most of a life form's body. At the same time, the whaling snake could use its bones to pierce the skin of enemies. This combat ability mainly came from its ability to manipulate water and earth elements. If heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers were used to nurture the whaling snake, it would have much stronger control over elemental energy than other phase did. Even elemental-type source-type phase that had not received proper nurturing could have a weaker control over elemental energy than the whaling snake did. As Lin Yuan continuously injected spiritual power into the whaling snake's body, its grade climbed and soon reached elite. When the whaling snake reached elite grade, it gained a new ability called Training Earth into Pearls, which enabled it to absorb the energy of a specific type of soil and solidify it into pearls. The whaling snake would be able to apply the effects of the pearls on the masses of water and land that it had control over. As such, it would be able to benefit a large area at once. When it came to soil that contained special energy, Lin Yuan's mind immediately went to marsh soil. Marsh dimensional rifts opened much less frequently than abyss and water world dimensional rifts. Hence, top-grade marsh soil was much more valuable than top-grade strange flames and strange water. Every type of top-grade marsh soil contained powerful energy that could substantially benefit the plants that grew in them or life forms that lived around them. If Lin Yuan could harvest top-grade marsh soil from the marsh soil, he could give it to the whaling snake to absorb. This would allow the whaling snake to apply the energy from the marsh soil to the earth and water that it took control of. Lin Yuan felt that both Training Earth into Pearls and Draining Lake Water River were functional type abilities. Most of the soil in the cultivated garden was revival soil. The soil in the marsh world was naturally fertilized. If it was combined with the effects of any top-grade marsh soil, it would be comparable with the revival soil from cultivated garden. Moreover, the training soil into pearls could train more than one type of soil. As long as it had enough time, the whaling snake would be able to turn many types of marsh soil into pearls and impart the effects from the pearls into the ground and water it had control over. Lin Yuan felt that the whaling snake was a fae that was made to help him expand into the marsh world. Soon, after continuous consumption of snake blood, water and earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, and pure spirit chi, the whaling snake evolved to Elite X/Epic. After Lin Yuan used spirit chi to break through that level, the whaling snake evolved to bronze grade. When the whaling snake evolved to elite grade, it grew significantly larger. But when it reached bronze grade, the 200 square meter breeding room became slightly cramped. Since the whaling snake was a fae with the barren bloodline, it had extremely high intelligence. The whaling snake knew how when you felt toward Lin Yuan and also that Lin Yuan was the one who was evolving it. Thus, it felt very affectionate toward Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan was evolving the whaling snake, the latter was already smart enough to speak continuously, thanking him. While Lin Yuan was nurturing the whaling snake, he instinctively checked its gender. He tried stopping the small female snake from thanking him multiple times, but it still continued doing so. This made Lin Yuan think in frustration. This little female snake is too polite. The bronze whaling snake was almost 12 meters long, and its 4 wings had a 10-meter wingspan. Given its size, it could well be considered a giant fae. Lin Yuan estimated that it would grow to at least 1,000 meters once it reached Diamond/Fantasy. Lin Yuan found it hard to swallow that such a gargantuan creature was thanking him in a childlike voice and acting coquettishly toward him. When the whaling snake reached bronze grade, 3 exclusive skills appeared. Lin Yuan checked on all of them. Mountain water molded body. The ground and water within the whaling snake's control will become nutrients. By sacrificing the ground and water, the whaling snake's power will be increased, and its physical body will be strengthened. Lin Yuan immediately knew that mountain water molded body would allow the whaling snake to roll grades and do combat. If the whaling snake was a power offense type fae, mountain water molded body would be the best choice of exclusive skill. It would allow the whaling snake to sacrifice the territory under its control when it was in danger so it could transfer the energy from the territory to itself. It was rare for faes to be able to temper their bodies. This was even more so for stronger faes. No matter how strong the whaling snake became, mountain water molded body would allow it to continue strengthening its body. As the whaling snake continued to take control of earth and water to temper itself, it would strengthen its body to the point that it would become much physically stronger than other faes of the same grade. However, mountain water molded body did not complement draining lake water river and training earth into pearls, which were strategic abilities that would help Lin Yuan with his development in the marsh world. Moreover, mountain water molded body could end up counterproductive to his plans. Once the whaling snake sacrificed the ground and water under its control, all the plant-type faes that grew on the ground would die immediately. Lin Yuan could feed top-grade marsh soil to the whaling snake so that it could use training earth into pearls. However, the low-grade marsh soil that was discovered would be buried beneath the territory to benefit the growth of the plants. Once the whaling snake used mountain water molded body, its power would be raised significantly. However, it would cause the marsh soil in the ground to be sacrificed. This would be a huge loss. In terms of combat, Lin Yuan had situated Whitespeak, the kill food sky butterfly, and Shadow within the marsh world. There was no need for the whaling snake to participate at all. Thus, Lin Yuan moved on to the second exclusive skill. Double head mutual kill. The whaling snake can use its bloodline to curse a target. Its 2 heads will start attacking each other. When the whaling snake sustains damage, the damage can be transferred to the cursed target. Lin Yuan was rendered speechless when he saw this exclusive skill. Firstly, the whaling snake could not be considered a power offense type fae. Both the Fiery Sky Ho's normal and elite abilities were meant for power offense type faes. As such, it could be classified as a power offense type fae. There was no need for the whaling snake to have combat ability, much less develop a new combat style. The only outstanding part of the second exclusive skill was that it would enable the whaling snake to use its bloodline to curse a target. With Lin Yuan providing water and earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, as well as pure elemental energy from the element well, there was no doubt that the whaling snake's bloodline would be mighty. But the method of hurting itself to curse the opponent, essentially taking the opponent on in a stamina battle of vitality, was terrible. Any external party could interrupt the 2 faes while they were clashing against each other. Moreover, there were things like the Possessed Star Intelligent Dark Clouds pollen that could relieve the curse's effects. Both Wang Fuxiang and Zhong Zhe had received the benefits of the Possessed Star Intelligent Dark Clouds pollen. The Possessed Star Intelligent Dark Clouds pollen would also be useful against double head mutual kill. Lin Yuan could not be certain if other spiritual ingredients or fey abilities would also be able to limit and counter curses. Normally, any abilities that could be limited or countered by opponents or external factors would not be a good choice. If Lin Yuan had to choose between Mountain Water Molded Body and Double Head Mutual Kill, he preferred Mountain Water Molded Body. If it had no choice but to choose this ability, the Wailing Snake could just avoid using this ability in the marsh world. It was still better than a useless curse ability. Lin Yuan had no choice but to place his hopes in the Wailing Snake's third possible exclusive skill. When he saw the third exclusive skill, a smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. Transform Spirit Strong Defense. By increasing the area of ground and water that it controls, it can sacrifice its combat ability and turn into the protector of the land. It will become an all-knowing master of that land. Lin Yuan was already interested in the aspect of Transform Spirit Strong Defense that allowed the Wailing Snake to increase the area of water and land it controlled. The larger the area of his territory in the marsh world, the better. Lin Yuan could not be certain how much Transform Spirit Strong Defense could increase the area of water and ground the Wailing Snake controlled. But the larger the area, the more benefits Lin Yuan would receive. Moreover, Transform Spirit Strong Defense would allow the Wailing Snake to become the protector of the land and know the minute details of exactly what happened on the land. Once the Wailing Snake became the protector of the land, it would be able to appear anywhere on the land. It would be easy for it to handle any issues that took place within the land. Although Whitespeak's territory was right outside Lin Yuan's territory, Whitespeak could not guarantee that no powerful dimensional life form would break through its territory to invade Lin Yuan's territory. There were many normal people living on Lin Yuan's territory who were in charge of cultivating the plant-type phase. They would not even be able to handle a weak marsh crocodile. The Wailing Snake could secure these people's safety as the protector of the land. There was bound to be conflict wherever there were people. Once any squabbles broke out within the territory, the Wailing Snake would be able to step in immediately to settle it. The Marsh Ground Sphagna was Wendy's favored believer. The Marsh Ground Sphagna's scouting ability mainly involved mapping the geographical formations. As such, it would not clash with the Wailing Snake's ability. Lin Yuan would be able to rest easy if he could know exactly what was happening in his territory at all times. He would not have to worry about trivial matters that took place within the territory. Through the Wailing Snake, he would receive an accurate report. Lin Yuan's favorite was the third exclusive skill. However, the Wailing Snake was a fey that Wen Yu had contracted. Thus, Wen Yu had to be the one to make the choice. As such, he called Wen Yu, who had been waiting outside the room. Wen Yu was about to ask Lin Yuan about the Wailing Snake when she saw the gigantic creature in the breeding room. She did not expect the Wailing Snake to grow to such an extent when it reached bronze grade. Wen Yu never had any large fays, but she liked them tremendously. Moreover, the Wailing Snake had an extremely appealing appearance. It had a golden body that was elegantly coiled, 2 large snake heads, and light gold wings. Snake species fays mostly had sinister appearances, and very few of them had such a magnificent appearance. Lin Yuan said, "Wen Yu, I have evolved the Wailing Snake to bronze grade. Take a look at the 3 exclusive skills and pick one of them. Personally, I think the first and third ones are not bad. The second one doesn't complement the Wailing Snake's other 2 abilities." Wen Yu carefully sensed the Wailing Snake and said with a thankful tone, "Young master, I think that the third exclusive skill, Transform Spirit Strong Defense, suits the Wailing Snake best. It will also make it easier to manage the territory in the marsh world." Once she was done speaking, Wen Yu did not hesitate to choose Transform Spirit Strong Defense. Wen Yu's reason for becoming stronger was to be of help to Lin Yuan. Now that she had the chance to help him, there was no way she would pass up on the opportunity. When Wen Yu made her choice, Lin Yuan used true data to check on the Wailing Snake. Fey name: Wailing Snake, Fey species. Barren species / featherwinged species, Fey grade. Bronze, 1/10. Fey type: Earth / water, Fey quality. Normal, abilities. Draining lake water river. According to the willpower within its body, it can change the environment to fill it with water or mountains. When attacking a life form, It can choose to strip the life form of the moisture within it or cause its bones to lose control. Training Earth into pearls. Choose a soil that contains special energy and absorb it into the body to solidify the energy into pearls. The pearls can affect the size of the ground and water under the whaling snake's control and apply the effects of the pearls to them. In combat, the pearls can be used as weapons. Exclusive skill. Transform Spirit Strong Defense. By increasing the area of ground and water that it controls, it can sacrifice its combat ability and turn into the protector of the land. It will become an all-knowing master of that land. Lin Yuan said with a smile. When you leave the whaling snake with me, I will return it to you once I evolve it to legend quality. You have been nurturing Lu Pinru all this time. How are the results? When you replied with a serious tone, Young Master, Lu Pinru can now stand on her own 2 feet. There will be no problem for her to put on the Sky City's mask and manage the Star Web territory. Lu Pinru did not expect Wen Yu to have such high praise for Lu Pinru. If Lu Pinru could manage Sky City's Star Web territory, it would be a load off Wen Yu's shoulders. Wen Yu, take the next 2 days to prepare. I have already contacted Sun Ningxiang, and both of you will be going to the Marsh World 2 days later to help me manage my territory there. When you had wanted to go and visit the Marsh World for a long time. Recently, Sky City had been quiet. When you spent most of her time organizing materials to set up Sky City's own information repository. When you was more excited about managing the territory in the untapped Marsh World than she was about managing Sky City's already well-managed Star Web faction territory. Young Master, there isn't much for me to prepare. I can go to the Marsh World tonight. When Lin Yuan saw how Wen Yu was raring to go, he said, Slow down, Wen Yu. I plan on taking you to visit Lin tomorrow afternoon. I already met her once since she arrived at the Radiance Federation. Since there is an opportunity for it, you should see her too. Zhongzhe, Gao Feng, and the rest want to gather together for a meal tomorrow. You can get back to work after the meal. You can take these 2 days to rest. Wen Yu immediately became interested when she heard that Lin Yuan wanted to take her to see Lin. When you had noticed Lin's attitude toward Lin Yuan during his fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group, there was no question that Lin was one of their own. There were many ways that Sky City could work with Lin. Through her, Sky City would be able to obtain phase and resources that were only available in the Azure Federation. If Lin could not bring herself to ask Lin Yuan for a collaboration, Wen Yu would step in to fill the gap. The Azure Federation had always remained neutral between the Freedom Federation and Azure Federation. After leaning so obviously toward the Radiance Federation on this trip, Lin would definitely have to quell some issues when she returned to the Azure Federation. Lin's authority in the Azure Federation might even be diminished. When you wanted to work with Lin because she wanted to obtain resources and help Lin secure a more stable seat amongst the Azure envoys. This was the only way that Lin would be of the most help to Sky City. Ever since she ascertained her status within Sky City, Wen Yu no longer involved her emotions when she handled matters. Everything came after Lin Yuan's benefits. While Wen Yu was chatting with Lin Yuan, she suddenly remembered the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting that would be taking place tomorrow. The Astronomical Parliament was currently 4 stars and could summon its members even if they were not sleeping. As such, Wen Yu decided that she would hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting with Lin Yuan before lunch. However, once she went to the Marsh World, she would be in a completely different space from the main world. In order for the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting to take place, the members had to be in the same space. Wen Yu hurriedly asked Lin Yuan, Young Master, the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting won't be able to carry on as usual when I'm in the Marsh World. If it's inconvenient to travel to and from the Marsh World, why don't we inform the other members during this parliamentary meeting that we will only be meeting once a month from now on? Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head. Each Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting did not take long. It had already become part of the members' habit to attend the once-a-week meeting. There was no need to break this habit. Moreover, it was much more convenient to take Wen Yu to and from the Marsh World and the main world than it was to take her to and from the Radiance Federation and Divinewood Federation. The spirit craftsmen and plant-type Fey cultivators in the Marsh World could not leave because Lin Yuan wanted to keep news about the Marsh World from leaking into the main world. At the crux of it, Lin Yuan could not trust these people. Although Lin Yuan had carefully chosen them, the human heart was still an enigma. Lin Yuan could not know if any of them were harboring unsavory schemes. If the people with evil intentions were left in the marsh world, they would not be able to cause much trouble. Meanwhile, Wen Yu was Lin Yuan's aide who had been with him for a long time and even set up Sky City with him. He had absolute trust in her. Although he still did not want anyone to know about the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he had the Jeweled Cave Golden Toad, which could be the bridge between the main world and Klein Hub and the Marsh world. As such, Lin Yuan would be able to take Wen Yu out of the Marsh world whenever she wanted. Wen Yu, we will carry on holding the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting on a weekly basis. Both of us have the thoughts letter papers and can communicate any time. Wen Yu smiled and replied, "Young master, the thoughts letter paper needs to use mind power. Hence, they can be sent even if the users are in different spaces. Young master, I'll still be able to contact you even when you're training in the Divine Wood Federation." Suddenly, a thought came to Wen Yu's mind, and she asked, "Young master, the thoughts letter paper was originally meant to be given to the members of the Astronomical Parliament. However, Yin Lin and Su Iran are in different situations. Now that the 7 states of darkness has been destroyed, Su Iran's status as a Dark Envoy is in name only. The Azure Federation still exists, but no one can be sure until the last moment if they will side with the Radiance Federation or Freedom Federation. As the 4th Azure Envoy, Yin Lin might not have much say in this matter. Should we keep our guard up against Yin Lin and not give her one of the thoughts letter paper?" Li Yong understood what Wen Yu meant. The ability thoughts letter paper would be extremely useful during the major Federation meeting. They could be used to inform the Radiance Envoys and Radiance Knights, who were scattered all around to gather. Wen Yu was afraid that if they gave one of the thoughts letter paper to Yin Lin, she would expose its existence. Not exposing the existence of the thoughts letter paper had not been part of her oath when she became a member of the Astronomical Parliament. Hence, it was understandable for Wen Yu to be wary. After all, Lin Yuan was still the main decision-maker for everything. Lin Yuan pondered over the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water, as well as Yin Lin who had not hesitated to stand by his side against the Freedom Federation. Lin Yuan said, "All the members of the Astronomical Parliament are equal. Yin Lin can also receive one of the thoughts letter paper." Lin Yuan made this decision after careful consideration. Firstly, Yin Lin had helped him to involve 2 other disciples of the Radiance Federation's royalty. This had enabled the Radiance Federation's team to emerge victorious. Without Zhongzhe and Lu Jie, Lin Yuan was not sure if they would have won even if he had fully emptied his tank. Since Yin Lin made this decision, it meant that she was fully on Lin Yuan's side. As such, there was no way Yin Lin would reveal the secret. Moreover, even if the secret of the thoughts letter paper was leaked, it would not seriously impact the big picture. Thoughts letter paper used up mind power to link with the elemental paper to transfer information. No external force could break this ability unless the elemental paper was destroyed or Wen Yu was killed. Every Federation envoy at the major Federation meeting would have to communicate with the 2 Federation Knights under them. If Lin Yuan could become a Radiance envoy, his Radiance Knights would be Lu Jie and Wen Yu. As he continued to protect Lu Jie and Wen Yu over the next 2 years, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to break through his and Lu Jie's defenses to get to Wen Yu. As such, there was no need to be overly worried about the information being transmitted through thoughts letter paper. If the existence of the thoughts letter paper was leaked, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu would know that one of the members of the Astronomical Parliament was no longer on the same side as them. After hearing Lin Yuan's opinion, Wen Yu said, "Young master, why don't we hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting before we visit Yin Lin? This way, we'll be able to let her know in advance and arrange for a place to meet." Lin Yuan nodded. Lin Yuan was in no rush to address the Disaster World Faceless Beast, Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, or Major Sea Demon because he had not even had the time to check on the transformed Spirit Lock spatial zone. First, they would hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting and meet with Yin Lin. Then, Lin Yuan would settle everything else tonight. After tonight, he would have contracted a Fae with the Baron bloodline, a devil, and a Major Sea Demon. Lin Yuan had another reason for visiting Yin Lin besides thanking her. He also wanted to trade for some high-grade strange water. Very few Class 4 and above water-world dimensional rifts opened near the Radiance Federation. Although they had a stock of strange water, not much of it was high or top-grade. Lin Yuan needed strange water to nurture both Dark Blue and the Major Sea Demon. He preferred to trade with Yin Lin than burn holes in his wallet, buying them from the market. The Azure Federation regarded strange water the same way that the Radiance Federation regarded strange flames. It was not considered rare. Yin Lin would definitely turn him down if he tried to give her resources. But if he proposed a trade, he would be able to transfer resources to her and speed up her growth. Soon, when you prepared 2 chairs and started the ritual for the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. When the Astronomical Parliament had only been 1 and 2 stars, it took when you half an hour to complete the ritual. But now that it had evolved to 4 stars and when Yu's spiritual energy had also increased significantly, it only took her 5 minutes to complete the ritual. When you thought about how her spiritual energy had increased and said to Lin Yuan, "Young master, should we recruit 2 new members for the Astronomical Parliament? We will be able to expand the scale of the Astronomical Parliament." Lin Yuan had always been eager to increase the number of the Astronomical Parliament's members. But this time, he shook his head at Wen Yu's suggestion and said, "This time, I intend on evolving Bei Su, Bu Per, and Waluan. I especially have to focus on Bei Su and Waluan." Bu Per had already met up with the Spirit Mother. Although the Spirit Mother liked to use the method of weeding out the weak, he would not allow one of the Phaelus candidates to clash against the other reserve disciples that had diamond grade and above phase. The candidates for the next Spirit Mother would come from his reserve disciples. Although only one of them could succeed the role, there were many other roles besides Spirit Mother. Lin Yuan just needed to use the Astronomical Parliament to ensure that Bupa survived to the end. As for now, Bupa lived a very comfortable life. By comparison, Bei Su and Waluan were barely getting by. Lin Yuan still had not been able to pinpoint the Grotto continent on a map. Bei Su led a ragtag team, and they only managed to just scrape by every day. They not only had to be worried about the environmental threats but also the residents of the Grotto continent. Currently, Bei Su was still a C-rank spirit chi professional. He definitely did not have the power to take on significant threats. Although Lin Yuan had a wealth of resources and could even enable Ta Lei and Bu Pe to become creation masters, he could not instantly raise Bei Su's spirit chi professional rank. As such, Lin Yuan needed to come up with another plan. However, he did not understand Bei Su's circumstances, and any plan he came up with might not be useful for Bei Su. Hence, he needed to have a proper discussion with Bei Su during the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Waluan was an A-rank spirit chi professional. Since he was a sailor, he had to encounter far more dangerous situations than regular spirit chi professionals. Lin Yuan had provided Waluan with the Bronze X/Legend Blue Ring Sea Octopus and several bottles of potions that would be able to evolve the Blue Ring Sea Octopus to diamond grade. Waluan had a willpower rune that was suitable for the Blue Ring Sea Octopus. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have used Star Spirit Seat to send the Blue Ring Sea Octopus to Waluan. An A-rank Spirit Chi professional could roll grades to take control of Suzerain/Myth phase. The Starlight Intelligent Dark Clouds pollen was becoming increasingly common, and many veteran and rising factions had ways to obtain it. The hardest thing for A-rank Spirit Chi professionals was to evolve their phase from Fantasy I to Fantasy V. Every Fae needed different resources to be able to evolve from Fantasy I to Fantasy V. Even Faes that needed the least conceivable amount of resources would take a Pinnacle King-class expert 5 to 8 years of hard work to accumulate. Waluan did not have 5 to 8 years. Lin Yuan was still waiting for Waluan to build his own boat in the Violent Wind Federation that Lin Yuan would use to carve out a sea trade in the future. Lin Yuan planned on spending more willpowers and laws this time to significantly improve Waluan by enabling the Blue Ring Sea Octopus to evolve to fantasy breed. The Astronomical Parliament linked Lin Yuan, Waluan, and Wen Yu in a way that Waluan became their subordinate. Waluan was willing to sacrifice everything for them. Thus, Lin Yuan was willing to provide Waluan with more in-depth resources. When Lin Yuan was evolving the Blue Ring Sea Octopus, he noticed something special about the blue ring sea octopus. There seemed to be a unique bloodline within the blue ring sea octopus. Lin Yuan had given the blue ring sea octopus to Waluan. During the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, Lin Yuan planned to ask Waluan if the blue ring sea octopus had mutated when it evolved from bronze to diamond. When you thought, it looks like Bei Su and Waluan are going to receive opportunities. If Lin Yuan was willing to help Bei Su and Waluan, he would definitely have ways to protect them no matter how far apart they were. After Lin Yuan sat down on the chair, when you injected all the spiritual energy in her body into the cat's eye stone in her forehead. The cat's eye stone lit up with silver light, and a brilliant sky of constellations materialized. Once the parliamentary meeting began, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, whose bodies now comprised of laws and willpowers, took their seats on the golden thrones. They immediately sensed a few of the north-south constellation seats reacting. The first to react was the Andromeda seat with which Lin had formed a contract. Lin knew Lin Yuan would seek her out after she gave him such a large helping hand. Today was the day for another scheduled Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Lin thought, Leo will probably invite me to meet with him during this Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. As such, Lin was extremely excited about this Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. She forgot that the others around her could feel what she felt when they were composed of their soul and willpowers. When you gently shook her head when she sensed Lin's excitement. When you did not have a problem with Lin. In fact, she felt grateful that Lin had helped Lin Yuan. Given that Wen Yu was also a young girl who had experienced similar feelings, she understood how Lin was feeling. When you shook her head because she felt bad for Lin. When you knew how quickly Lin Yuan advanced. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to catch up to him. Wen Yu was only able to stay by Lin Yuan's side because her phase and sacred source life form had strategic significance. Before Lu Jie obtained the Firefly demon fetuses, he had struggled to catch up with Lin Yuan despite possessing numerous insect species carcinoma phase. Although Lin was the fourth Azure envoy and had awakened 2 types of beast patterns, she might end up left in the dust by Lin Yuan if she did not give up everything to stick close to him. When you had witnessed Lin Yuan's increase in power, there was a time when becoming a member of the Radiance 100 sequence was a seemingly unattainable goal for Lin Yuan. But soon, he started overtaking them one by one. Even Long Tao, who was the current sequence number 2 of the Radiance 100 sequence, had long been left behind by Lin Yuan. Once Lin Yuan left someone in the dust, there was no way they would be able to catch up to him. The second person to show up after Lin was Waluan. Waluan and Bu Po were new to the Astronomical Parliament. Both of them saw the Astronomical Parliament as their savior. Since Waluan had become accustomed to the savagery of the sea, he did not believe in having faith. But now, the presence of the Astronomical Parliament surpassed his cognition. Waluan was now the head of a team and was free. Thus, after Waluan felt the Astronomical Parliament summoning him, he immediately found an empty space and entered the Astronomical Parliament. He looked at Lin Yuan and Wen Yu as though they were gods that he worshipped. Previously, Waluan only had the gold-tied armor sea fern. He had not stood out amongst A-rank spirit chi professionals. But now that he had the Diamond Eye/Fantasy Eye Blue Ring Sea Octopus, he had managed to take control of Dwuluan Harbor in the span of a day. Since the ground in the Violent Wind Federation was not suitable to grow plant-type phase on, its residents could only sail out to sea to fight against the elements to obtain sea resources. Waluan was much more powerful than the other sailors from a small site like Dwuluan Harbor. According to the way the Radiance Federation was managed, any region belonging to a city that was conquered by an external force would trigger the city guards into action to remove the hostile entity. However, this was the opposite case for the Violent Wind Federation. Once it became certain that Waluan had absolute power to take over Dwuluan Harbor, the envoys from the Violent Wind Imperial Court immediately went to Dwuluan Harbor and made Waluan the consul of Dwuluan Harbor. However, they had requested that Waluan protect Dwuluan Harbor from any and all danger. In the past, Waluan might not have agreed to this opportunity. Once he became the consul of Dwuluan Harbor, he would not be able to go out sailing as often and continue his cavalier sailor lifestyle. Instead, he would have to carry out the duties of a consul and remain in Dwuluan Harbor. Woluan loved adventure, and such a life would seem like jail to him. But after he became a member of the Astronomical Parliament, he knew that Leo wanted him to set up his own faction. Hence, Woluan had been trying to carry this out. But setting up a restaurant through which he would recruit sailors would not be as convenient as being the consul of Dwuluan Harbor. After he became Dwuluan Harbor's consul, he would have a reason to gather the sailors together. This might be the first time that Woluan owned a fantasy breed fae, but he had seen faes of this level before. However, the blue ring sea octopus was much larger and more ferocious than the diamond/fantasy faes that Woluan had encountered in the past. Normally, faes like the blue ring sea octopus that attack targets using psychotoxins were not large. This was common knowledge to spirit chi professionals. Although Woluan was not a creation master, he was aware of such common knowledge. In order to investigate the blue ring sea octopus special characteristics, Woluan had consulted 3 Class 2 creation masters. He had not summoned the blue ring sea octopus out for them to see, and had only described the blue ring sea octopus to them. Displeasure had spread across the faces of the Class 2 creation masters. It was as though Woluan had been spinning a sea tale to them. The Class 2 creation master's reaction not only did not disappoint Woluan but delighted him. He now knew that the blue ring sea octopus had indeed mutated in an unprecedented way. There had been a diamond/fantasy knife-thrusting man-killing crab within the 270 leagues under Dwuluan Harbor's territory. It had seriously deterred Dwuluan Harbor's development. As the new consul of Dwuluan Harbor, Woluan had immediately gone to settle the knife-thrusting man-killing crab. This act had earned Woluan the thanks of all the sailors from Dwuluan Harbor. All the sailors had had to pass through the territory that the knife-thrusting man-killing crab occupied, and they had been living in fear of becoming the crab's next meal. When Woluan became a consul and declared that he was going to kill the knife-thrusting man-killing crab, he removed an issue that had plagued the sailors for years. This allowed Woluan to gain their loyalty. Moreover, Woluan had wanted to test the blue ring sea octopus compatibility. When the blue ring sea octopus killed the sharks, it had been evident that the shark's combat power could not compare with that of the blue ring sea octopus. As such, it had not been a good gauge of the blue ring sea octopus combat power. When the blue ring sea octopus fought the knife-thrusting man-killing crab, the blue ring sea octopus easily slaughtered the Diamond 3/Pinnacle Fantasy I knife-thrusting man-killing crab within 2 minutes. The hard crab shell and knife-like pincers had been crushed under the blue ring sea octopus tentacles. The fight had only lasted 2 minutes because the blue ring sea octopus had toyed with the knife-thrusting man-killing crab for some time to savor the experience of the kill. Woluan had not gone into the water and had not seen the blue ring sea octopus absorb the gray ripples that emerged from the dying knife-thrusting man-killing crab. However, he had sensed that the blue ring sea octopus had absorbed some type of energy after the extermination and strengthened itself. The blue ring sea octopus power left Woluan stunned. Could an instant kill happen in a fight between faes of similar grade and quality? Although the blue ring sea octopus had evolved to fantasy breed from bronze/legend, it was almost unbelievable that it was this strong. Leo had given the blue ring sea octopus to Woluan, so he intended to tell Leo about the blue ring sea octopus during the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. He would also ask about what made the blue ring sea octopus special. After Woluan respectfully greeted Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, Bei Su, Ta Lei, and Su Iran entered the Astronomical Parliament one after the other. Bu Pa only appeared in the Astronomical Parliament 3 minutes after Wen Yu sent out the signal. He was very apologetic about his tardiness. In the short span of a few days, Bu Po's life had been turned upside down. Previously, he was a weak young man who the servants of the Earth Mothers even abused. Now, he was a disciple of the Spirit Mother to whom the Sky Mothers even had to bow in greeting. He had even seen the legendary Spirit Mother. All of this left Bu Pa terrified, but he also knew why he was receiving such treatment. As one of the Spirit Mother's disciples, he was always surrounded by people. Bu Pa had almost 5,000 people serving him. The palace that Bu Pa was assigned to was even larger than the village he had grown up in. Besides his servants, he also had 4 Sky Mothers and 2 Spirit Mother guards by his side. In a very short period, Bu Pa had attained a high status but also had his freedom taken away. When he received the astronomical parliament signal, Bu-pe had been training fighting strategies with the two spirit mother guards. He had only managed to slip away to his bedroom to enter the astronomical parliament by lying and saying that he was tired and wanted to take a nap. Bu-pe never felt a sense of belonging to the Spirit Mother Federation. He did not have much respect for the Spirit Mother either. Bu-pe knew what would have happened to him and his sister if not for Lin Yuan's existence. As such, after he apologized, he immediately told Lin Yuan and knew everything about what was happening to him. He also did not try to hide anything from the other members of the astronomical parliament. Bu-pe felt that the members of the astronomical parliament gave him a warmer feeling than the Spirit Mother Federation did. When they heard what Bu-pe said, Lin and Su Iren immediately knew that his life had been transformed. The Spirit Mother's reserve disciples received endless esteem in the Spirit Mother Federation. But in the end, they would be pitted against each other in a battle of their creation master talent. Lin Yuan had managed to turn Bu-pe into a Class 3 creation master. This allowed Bu-pe to become noticed by the Spirit Mother. It was unlikely that another of the Spirit Mother's disciples was also a Class 3 creation master who was as young as Bu-pe was. If Lin Yuan gave Bu-pe more resources that allowed Bu-pe to take another step forward, Bu-pe would almost certainly be able to emerge victorious from the battle between the Spirit Mother's reserve disciples. There were still 8 years before the current Spirit Mother's term ended. If Bu-pe became the next Spirit Mother, it would mean that the Spirit Mother Federation's next Spirit Mother would be under Lin Yuan and Wen Yu's control. From Bu-pe's attitude, it was clear that he did not feel a shred of loyalty to the Spirit Mother Federation. All of his affections were directed at Lin Yuan. Among all the federations with Class 5 creation masters, the Spirit Mother Federation was the most closed off, and very little information about it was leaked to the outside world. Hence, Bei Su, Ta-Lei, Waluan, and the rest did not understand much of what Bu-pe said. Lin Yuan had been like them when he was still in the Xia region and only knew of the happenings within the Radiance Federation. At the same time that Lin Yuan turned Bu-pe into a Class 3 creation master, he had also planned out Bu-pe's life. Nonetheless, he had not expected Bu-pe's journey to be so smooth. Bu-pe was already so vibrant that his light overshadowed the rest of the reserve disciples. Given his position, it was inevitable that he would be the object of envy and targeted by the other reserve disciples. Unlike the other reserve members who had the support of their powerful families, Bu-pe had no one that he could rely on in the Spirit Mother Federation. However, no support in the Spirit Mother Federation could compare with support from the Spirit Mother Federation. If Bu-pe wanted to rely on the Spirit Mother and gain his acknowledgement and blessing, his best bet would be to advance his own talent. Lin Yuan said, Bu-pe, as of now, you only have the knowledge. It will be difficult for you to gain experience if you don't apply the knowledge practically. I will help you to advance further once you manage to reach 80% homogeneity when combining spiritual ingredients for a grade 3 spirit fluid. Bu-pe nodded dutifully. Since Lin Yuan's image in the astronomical parliament consisted of his soul and thousands of willpowers and laws, Bu-pe could not tell how old Lin Yuan was. At that moment, Bu-pe was looking at Lin Yuan with childlike admiration. It was the same way that a young man would look at his father. Now that he understood Bu-pe's circumstances, Lin Yuan knew that he would not have to worry about him. Nothing was more important in the Spirit Mother Federation than the legacy of the Spirit Mother. Bu-pe's talent gave the current Spirit Mother a reason to be biased toward Bu-pe. Bu-pe was as important to the Spirit Mother Federation as Lin was to the Azure Federation. Once Lin Yuan was done speaking to Bu-pe, Ta-Lei hurriedly said, "Master, I have sent someone to investigate the land that I applied for. We will be able to begin building on this land within this month." Ta-Lei was still a child and was 1 to 2 years younger than Bu-pe. Once he became familiar with someone, he acted like an innocent child. Ever since Ta-Lei and Su Iren met up, Su Iren had started teaching him. As she watched Ta-Lei excitedly chatting with Lin Yuan, Su Iren said, "Ta-Lei, you will be able to see Leo very soon in reality. You can say anything you want to him then." After being taught by Su Iren for more than a month, Ta-Lei had changed from a simple young man to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Thus, Ta-Lei instantly picked up on what Su Iren was trying to say. He stuck out his tongue and realized that he had been overly enthusiastic. Each parliamentary meeting did not last long. Since he was going to be able to meet with Leo in reality, there was no need for him to take up the parliamentary meetings time. Lin Yuan glanced at Su Iren. It was true that Lin Yuan had not intended to dedicate much of the parliamentary meetings time to Su Iren, Ta Lei, and Yin Lin. Lin Yuan looked at Bei Su and saw that Bei Su was staring at him unblinkingly. Lin Yuan asked Bei Su, "How is your current situation?" Bei Su continued to stare dazedly at Lin Yuan. His lips only parted a moment later as he said, "I'm sorry, Leo, but I might not be able to make it." While Bei Su spoke, he thought about the Fey source-type items, books, and resources that Lin Yuan had given him. The more he thought about it, the guiltier he felt. He still had not been able to set up an official faction or repay Lin Yuan in any way. He felt that he would not be able to make it past today and would be doomed to roaming the darkness forever. His life would end as a pile of bones in this underground world. After growing up in the underground world, Bei Su had long come to terms with death. However, now he had interacted with light and experienced hope. It was difficult for even the steel-willed Bei Su to accept such an end. There were members of the astronomical parliament who were about to meet with Leo, but he did not have such luck in his cards. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Yin Lin, Su Iren, Ta Lei, and Waluan were all shocked when they heard what Bei Su said. They frowned simultaneously. Lin Yuan asked Bei Su in a solemn tone, "What's wrong? Why didn't you contact the astronomical parliament if something happened to you?" After the astronomical parliament evolved and when Yu's link to the members of the astronomical parliament deepened, the members did not have to wait until they were asleep to enter the astronomical parliament. The astronomical parliament's members could also voluntarily reach out to the astronomical parliament to communicate with Wen Yu and Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan would have to pay a higher price of willpowers when the members of the astronomical parliament wanted to communicate voluntarily, he still wanted Bei Su to contact him if he was in trouble. In the astronomical parliament, Lin Yuan was like a god and would go to the aid of any member. Even if Yin Lin was not an Azure envoy and Bu Pe was not one of the Spirit Mother's reserve members, all of them had formed a contract with the astronomical parliament to save themselves in exchange for everything they had. Although Lin Yuan called himself the system as a joke, he could not be as unfeeling as one. Humans were all emotional creatures. Every member of the astronomical parliament was now linked to Lin Yuan. Bei Su was the first to join the astronomical parliament. Lin Yuan was beside himself with worry over Bei Su's safety. At first, Lin Yuan had not expected to gain much. Otherwise, he would not have chosen someone like Bei Su, who came from nothing and seemed to be useless dead weight. After every astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting, Lin Yuan would try to come up with ways to keep Bei Su and Waluan alive. Due to the sacred sword-wielding queen, Lin Yuan had no lack of laws and willpowers. As long as he continuously gathered the law crystals and law crystal fragments from the corpses of fantasy and myth breed phase, Lin Yuan would have a constant supply of laws and willpowers. No one else would be able to freely use the astronomical parliament's ability star spirit seat to help the members of the astronomical parliament. Now that Bei Su said that he might not be able to hold on, Lin Yuan felt his first burst of violent emotion while in the astronomical parliament. This caused his voice to turn cold. The people who heard him instinctively thought that he was angry. However, when you had been with Lin Yuan for a long time and knew him well, as such, she knew that what he was feeling was worry over Bei Su. Bei Su hurriedly apologized to Lin Yuan and said, "I'm sorry, Leo. Before Bei Su could finish speaking, Lin Yuan interrupted him. Lin Yuan sensed Bei Su's soul through the astronomical parliament and could feel that the vitality within his body was flowing in a strange direction. If Bei Su was injured, the blood loss would have been stable, and the vitality would be dissipating at a constant rate. However, Bei Su's vitality was fluctuating like a roller coaster. Lin Yuan immediately thought about the sharp shadow bat that he had given Bei Su. The sharp shadow bat could replenish its vitality by absorbing blood. It was likely that the volatility of Bei Su's vitality was linked to the sharp shadow bat. However, it would not be a difficult issue for Lin Yuan if it was just a matter of the loss of vitality. "What exactly is happening on your side?" Bei Su hastily described his circumstance. Leo, I wanted to contact you, but something happened. I realized that I couldn't hold on and was about to contact the Astronomical Parliament when this meeting started. Baesu wanted to explain himself first. The figures seated on the golden throne had become the most important people to him. Since he could die at any time, he did not want to be misunderstood by the most important people in his life. Baesu went on to say, I met a group when I was exploring the underground world. All the people in the group had turned into monsters. However, none of the experts from the group could defeat me, and I conquered them. Right after I took over the group, the underground river flooded. All of my subordinates, including the people from the group, started building dams to prevent the river from destroying the structures the group had built. However, someone still ended up falling into the water. I jumped into the water to save him and was bitten by a strange life form with a red fishtail. For some reason, I managed to form a contract with this life form. It grew and increased its power by absorbing my vitality. The Fae you gave me has been killing life forms continuously to replenish my vitality. Otherwise, the half-human life form with a red fishtail and algae-like hair would have killed me within 10 minutes. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and a look of disbelief spread across his face. He nodded at Wen Yu and used his willpowers to apply the Mountain Jade imprint on all 6 members of the Astronomical Parliament. The other 5 did not feel much as a green lotus flower imprint appeared below their clavicle. However, Baesu could feel the vitality in his body rapidly being replenished. As the strange life form with a red fishtail continued to drain his vitality, the green imprint would recover the vitality he had lost, so the amount of vitality in his body remained at peak level. Lin Yuan's method went beyond Baesu's comprehension. Baesu had been certain that he did not have long left to live, but with a wave of Lin Yuan's hand, he brought Baesu light at the end of his previously pitch-dark tunnel. Baesu could sense that the half-human life form he had formed a contract with felt very affectionate toward him. It continuously increased its power by absorbing his vitality. At this moment, Lin Yuan said, I didn't expect you to receive such an opportunity. When Lin Yuan was learning about mermaids and major sea demons, he read through many secret tomes. According to the historical records, there were only 3 kinds of life forms in the world of human-shaped life forms with fishtails. One of them was deep-sea mermaids. Lin Yuan already knew that they came from the water world and had accidentally arrived in the main world and managed to breed. The second group was the sea demons that came from the Lantis mystic realm, and the Azure Federation regarded them as strategic class resources. The deep-sea mermaids were already considered legends. Yet, the third group of life forms was even rarer than deep-sea mermaids. This type of life form was not born with human form. Rather, they had to continuously absorb vitality from humans in order to transform themselves into human form. If they did not start out by absorbing human genes, they would become monsters with the tail of a fish and the body of a beast. They were called the blood parasite witch fish. According to the records of the blood parasite witch fish, it was the only Fae that could initiate a contract with another life form before it reached gold grade. The blood parasite witch fish would continuously absorb the vitality of its contractor to deepen their bond until it eventually became its contractor's lover. Before the contractor died, the blood parasite witch fish would do everything it could to protect its contractor with utmost loyalty. However, regardless of whether the blood parasite witch fish formed a contract with a human or Fae, it would rapidly suck its contractor dry of their vitality. As such, they would not have time to enjoy the protection of the blood parasite witch fish. Since the blood parasite witch fish that Baesu had formed a contract with already had human form during their first encounter, it meant that it had already sucked a human dry of vitality before in the past. Given the clear definition of its human form, it had already sucked numerous humans dry of vitality. The blood parasite witch fish was skilled at controlling water. Normally, the underground rivers were very calm. It was likely that the blood parasite witch fish caused the flood to try and trap the group of men situated on the shore of the river. Given the disorganized culture of the underground world, it was likely that any expert that did know of the blood parasite witch fish would not be aware of how dangerous it was. It was probable that many of them wanted to form contracts with the blood parasite witch fish. The spirit chi professionals in the subterranean world who possessed Faes all held significant authority. Since the blood parasite which fish initiated the contract with the spirit chi professional, its power was not restricted by the spirit chi professional's rank. With the mountain jade imprint continuously replenishing Bei Su's vitality, Bei Su could continue providing vitality to the blood parasite which fish. The blood parasite which fish's power would soon exceed that of the sharp shadow bat. According to the historical records, the blood parasite which fish did not need its contractor to provide it with a willpower rune. After absorbing a certain amount of vitality from its contractor, the blood parasite which fish would issue its own willpower rune that was linked to blood and evolve to fantasy breed. As long as its contractor had enough vitality, the blood parasite which fish would have nothing standing in its way. Only 2 of the blood parasite which fish were recorded in history, and the Freedom Federation had captured both. One of them had not been able to withstand the experiments and died, while the other was eventually contracted by a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty. This member of royalty was the Goddess of Mercy. The blood parasite which fish's bloodline was unrelated to the mermaid bloodline. Hence, the Goddess of Mercy must have contracted the blood parasite which fish because it was powerful. An expert had almost endless options when it came to phase they could contract. Every contract had to be made with deep and careful contemplation. It was miraculous that Bei Su had contracted the same fae as the Goddess of Mercy had. Moreover, with the blood parasite which fish, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about providing Bei Su with a secret weapon. The more human vitality the blood parasite which fish absorbed, the more human its appearance would become. It only looked ugly now because its power was only around silver grade. Once the blood parasite which fish evolved to diamond grade, the top half of its body would look no different from a human girl. Bei Su had not only been granted an opportunity but his future mate had been decided as well. Lin Yuan looked at the other 5 members of the astronomical parliament. Since he knew what had happened in their lives, he thought, these 5 single men and women have all lost to Bei Su in matters of the heart. Despite being so young, Bei Su has already secured a wife. Lin Yuan did not tell Bei Su much about the blood parasite which fish besides that he did not have to worry about vitality and that he needed to eat well to maintain his nutrition. Although Bei Su did not fully understand what Lin Yuan meant, he still nodded seriously and made sure to mentally note down what Lin Yuan had said. His eyes were still fixed on Lin Yuan, but he no longer felt a shred of pessimism. Rather, he was full of hope and motivation again. The person who had rescued him had come to his aid again. As long as he worked hard, he would be able to meet with Leo one day. Now that Bei Su's problem was solved, the other members of the astronomical parliament looked visibly relieved. All of them were here because they put everything they had on the line. As such, even if they did not interact much with each other, they saw each other as comrades. Lin Yuan's attitude toward Bei Su and the way he did everything he could to help the boy warmed the hearts of the remaining members of the astronomical parliament. They knew that Lin Yuan would do the same for them because they had already dedicated their loyalties to the astronomical parliament. When one dedicated their loyalty, it would only be sincere if it was a two-way transaction. Almost 20 minutes had passed since the astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting began. Lin Yuan looked at Waluan and asked, "Waluan, how are things going with you?" Waluan reported his progress with a serious tone and told Lin Yuan about how he had become Dwuluan Harbor's consul. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He was aware of the violent Wind Federation situation and knew the benefits of being the consul of Dwuluan Harbor. Now, Dwuluan Harbor was essentially Waluan's case camp. However, what Waluan said next caused Lin Yuan's expression to turn austere. The mutation of the blue ring sea octopus was considered trivial. It was just an opportunity that Waluan had received. Since the blue ring sea octopus had already formed a contract with Waluan, no one could take it away from him. But why had there been a Diamond 2/Pinnacle Fantasy I-Fae in the sea? Wild Faes could only comprehend willpower runes when they reached Diamond X/Legend. If there was a Diamond 2/Fantasy Fae in the sea, it would have a master. This meant that the sea hazard in Dwuluan Harbor's vicinity was the result of someone's deliberate action. Waluan was not a creation master and did not have enough experience to be aware of this fact. Fantasy breed faes were largely foreign to Class 2 creation masters from small regions. Wen Yu had also noticed the anomaly and communicated with Lin Yuan through her spirit. Lin Yuan felt that it was necessary for him to inform Waluan of this issue he had noticed. It was likely that Dwuluan Harbor was on the precipice of a sinister plan that had been in the works for some time. If Waluan had not become Dwuluan Harbor's consul, he could have just sailed away on his boat. But now that he had become Dwuluan Harbor's consul, he could no longer disentangle himself from the impending crisis. The enemy was hiding in the shadows while Waluan was out in the open. If Waluan did not set up his defenses early, he might end up targeted by the enemy and defeated. If the hidden enemy could send out a diamond fae to cause sea hazards, it meant that they had to be at least king class or stronger. It was now necessary for Lin Yuan to raise Waluan's power. If Waluan died, all the resources he had already invested in Waluan would go to waste. Thus, Lin Yuan asked, "Waluan, did anything strange happen during the time that the sea hazard plagued Dwuluan Harbor?" Waluan looked surprised as he did not understand why Lin Yuan would ask such a question. But Waluan knew that Lin Yuan had to have his reason for asking. Waluan lowered his head and carefully pondered. He had lived his entire life on the perilous seas. Thus, in his perspective, Dwuluan Harbor was very calm and could be a shelter for sailors. The sea was where the dangers existed. But now that he thought about it more carefully, Waluan remembered that there had been several assassination cases in Dwuluan Harbor in the last few years. Dwuluan Harbor's previous consul had died by one such assassination. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for Waluan to become Dwuluan Harbor's consul. While Waluan was thinking, Lin said, "Leo is trying to say that wild fays are only able to comprehend willpower runes when they reach Diamond X/Legend. The knife-thrusting man-killing crab that the blue ring sea octopus killed can't be a wild fay. It also can't be the case that the fay escaped its contractor's control after the spirit chi professional died, because the death of a spirit chi professional would also result in the death of their fays." Waluan had been trying to organize any and all strange occurrences that had taken place in Dwuluan Harbor. When he heard what Wenyu said, all the hair on his body stood up, and he immediately felt as though he had a laser sight aimed at him. This meant that there had to be more to the death of Dwuluan Harbor's previous consul than met the eye. A few unfamiliar faces had appeared in Dwuluan Harbor. These people had ivory skin that contrasted sharply with the rough, textured skin of the sailors. These people seemed to have appeared after the knife-thrusting man-killing crab died. There were rumors that these people had been trying to seek information and were willing to pay handsomely. It was clear that they were investigating something. Waluan might end up targeted like the previous consul of Dwuluan Harbor. The knife-thrusting man-killing crab's contractor was already aware that the blue ring sea octopus had killed the knife-thrusting man-killing crab. He would have learned about the blue ring sea octopus power through this. Lin Yuan was the one who had given the blue ring sea octopus to Waluan. Lin Yuan was also the one who had provided the spirit fluid that evolved the blue ring sea octopus. Waluan could only rely on two figures sitting on the two golden thrones in the astronomical parliament. As Lin Yuan looked at Waluan's pleading eyes, he knew that Waluan must have realized something. There was no point in Lin Yuan knowing about Dwuluan Harbor's circumstances. Waluan would only be able to survive if he became stronger. Lin Yuan said, "You are an A-rank spirit chi professional. You should only be limited to contracting phase up to Diamond X/Fantasy V. However, A-rank spirit chi professionals can use a special method to roll grade in order to contract a Diamond X/Pinnacle Myth 2 Fae. If you don't know who the hidden enemy is, there is no way I can know. As such, I can only increase your power to the maximum to optimize your chances of surviving whatever the secret enemy has planned. You might even be able to gain a new opportunity in Dwuluan Harbor." Lin Yuan instructed Wenyu to use Star Spirit Seat to transport the Starlight Intelligent Dark Clouds pollen. For law crystals with pure law power, 8 bottles of spirit fluid that could increase the blue ring sea octopus power, and a portion of pure water elemental energy that had been produced by the element well to Waluan. Lin Yuan gave Waluan some of the element well's water despite not having much of it because he realized that the blue ring sea octopus was extraordinary when he evolved it to Bronze X/Legend. It was very rare for fays to awaken their bloodline at bronze grade. If Lin Yuan was not incompatible with the blue ring sea octopus, he would have wanted to form a contract with it himself. Thus, Lin Yuan decided to transform the blue ring sea octopus before it reached myth breed. This transformation would apply to Waluan as well. Pure water elemental energy was the best supplement to trigger a water-type phase bloodline. As for usage and sequence, the time in the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting was precious. Lin Yuan did not have to inform Waluan of these, as Wen Yu would be distributing the thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan would be able to communicate all relevant information about the resources to Waluan through the thoughts letter paper. He could also learn about the blue ring sea octopus subsequent transformation through the thoughts letter paper. At first, Waluan had been nervous, but when he heard what Lin Yuan said, he immediately calmed down as excitement and happiness filled his eyes. Although Waluan did not know much about fantasy breed phase, he had heard of myth breed phase. Myth breed phase were considered legends in Dwaluan Harbor. Waluan had never seen a myth breed fae for himself. If he had encountered a myth breed fae at sea, he would not have survived long enough to become a member of the Astronomical Parliament. Dwaluan Harbor was a small harbor on Lattice Plum Island. There were 3 harbors on Lattice Plum Island. The owner of Lattice Plum Island was famous throughout the island because he possessed myth breed phase. When Waluan first heard of myth breed phase, he had been certain that he would never be able to obtain one. But now he had the chance to have one of his own. Waluan bowed deeply to Lin Yuan before sincerely kowtowing to Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. Su Iren was currently lamenting to herself. Bei Su and Waluan were regular people, but they took flight with Lin Yuan's help. Su Iren did not know what the life form with a red fishtail that had initiated a contract with Bei Su was. But since she had joined the Astronomical Parliament early, she knew that Waluan was an A-rank spirit chi professional who used to only possess the gold-tied armor sea fern. He had been considered a poor and almost destitute spirit chi professional. But ever since he joined the Astronomical Parliament and became acquainted with Lin Yuan, he could now stand toe-to-toe against any other A-rank spirit chi professional in the world. Only the disciples of wealthy families in federations with Class 5 creation masters could contract suzerain/pinnacle myth 2 phase when they were A-rank spirit chi professionals. If not for the fact that Waluan was at the advanced age of almost 40 years old, he would be comparable with the disciples of royalty when it came to his Fey deployment. All of this had been given to him by Lin Yuan. Su Iren only became increasingly shocked by Lin Yuan's wealth of resources. Not long ago, Lin Yuan had sent a batch of resources to the Divine Wood Federation. A spirit chi professional wearing a silver mask and blue robes had come with it. Su Iren had been friendly and greeted the spirit chi professional. However, the silver mask-wearing spirit chi professional ignored her. This had left Su Iren feeling awkward. Su Iren did not try to engage the spirit chi professional again. She went ahead and carried out Lin Yuan's instruction of preparing a breeding room for this spirit chi professional. When she sent the spiritual ingredients into the breeding room, Su Iren realized that this spirit chi professional was a Class 5 creation master. This realization almost caused Su Iren's legs to turn weak. Lin Yuan could dispatch a Class 5 creation master. He had as many foundational resources as the 7 states of darkness. Hope reignited within Su Iren when she realized the number of foundational resources and power that Lin Yuan possessed. She also became even more determined to work hard to help Lin Yuan manage his faction in the Divine Wood Federation. Su Iren knew that she would have to represent sufficient value for Lin Yuan to keep her by his side. This was the only way that she would have the grounds to negotiate with him. Just as the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting was about to end, Wen Yu, who rarely spoke during the parliamentary meetings, said to all the people seated on the north-south constellation seats, "I will be giving each of you a golden letter paper. You will be able to form words and communicate through it by using your mind power. You will not only be able to use it to communicate with Leo and me but between yourselves as well. Given the amount of mind power a person has in a day, you should be able to form more than 2,000 words on the thoughts letter paper each day. After sleeping, your mind power will be replenished." When you handed out the thoughts letter papers to the group, the members of the Astronomical Parliament would only be able to receive the transported items once they exited the Astronomical Parliament because the Astronomical Parliament was just a space constructed out of willpowers, laws, and souls. when you used the laws that Lin Yuan had prepared in advance to utilize Star Spirit Seat to distribute the Thought's letter paper. Lin Yuan looked at Wen Yu silently because he could sense that she had not distributed the Thought's letter paper to Lin. Before the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting began, Wen Yu had asked Lin Yuan for his opinion. There was no way that Wen Yu would go against Lin Yuan's instruction. It was likely that she had a special reason for her action. Excitement spread across the faces of Bei Su, Bu Pe, Waluan, Ta Lei, Su Iran, and Lin when they heard what Waluan said. If what Wen Yu said was true, that all of them could communicate 2,000 words to each other using the paper, it meant that the members of the Astronomical Parliament would be able to chat freely in reality. The papers would pull the members of the Astronomical Parliament closer together. Now, they were linked not only to Lin Yuan and Wen Yu but also to each other. This would undoubtedly make the Astronomical Parliament even more secure. After the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting ended, all of them instinctively searched for the golden letter papers that Wen Yu had mentioned. Ta Lei, Su Iran, Bu Pe, Bei Su, and Waluan all received the golden letter paper and immediately started communicating with each other. However, Lin's table was empty. Her smile disappeared, and she looked slightly hurt. Lin was smart. She expected that she had not received the golden letter paper that Libra had mentioned because she was the fourth Azure envoy. She could not help but be saddened by this. Although she knew that Lin Yuan would be taking Libra to see her soon, Lin could not fend off her disappointment. Libra and Lin Yuan were a set. Moreover, Libra held Lin Yuan's opinion in the highest regard. It was clear that Lin Yuan was the true chief of the Astronomical Parliament. Lin wondered if Libra was wary of her because Lin Yuan did not trust her. Lin had absolutely no walls set up against Lin Yuan. Rather, all she wanted to do was help him. Otherwise, there was no way that the Azure envoy Lin would have publicly sided with the Radiance Federation in a confrontation between the Radiance Federation and the Freedom Federation. The longer Lin thought about it, the sadder she became, and the lower her head hung. Her gaze darkened. After they left the Astronomical Parliament, Lin Yuan looked at Wen Yu. When he saw how pale her face was, he knew that she had used Star Spirit Seat too many times. As such, Lin Yuan took out more of the roasted rainbow-colored fish coats. After Wen Yu received the fish coats, she anticipated Lin Yuan's question and took out a piece of the Thought's letter paper. She waved it in front of Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, since we're going to meet with Lin soon anyway, I thought that it would be better for us to just hand the Thought's letter paper to her directly." As Lin Yuan looked at Wen Yu's smiling face, he knew what Wen Yu's intention was. Wen Yu wanted to assess Lin. She wanted to deliver the Thought's letter paper to Lin directly to build rapport with her because she wanted to establish a collaboration with Lin. Wen Yu had expressed her desire for the Azure Federation's resources more than once. Every federation in the main world had its own unique phase and resources. Only 6 of the Radiance Federation cities had access to the sea. Thus, it was not rich in sea resources. They did not even have 1/5 of the Azure Federation sea phase. Thus, it would be extremely beneficial for Sky City to collaborate with Lin. Wen Yu also knew that the only way Lin could obtain more authority in the Azure Federation would be to receive help from Sky City. Lin Yuan handed his amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box to Wen Yu. Wen Yu had been the one who had custom-made this Fey storage box for Lin Yuan after he obtained the source sand. Lin Yuan had been using the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box for more than 6 months. But now, he had the ring that the Moon Empress had given him and no longer had much use for the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box. As such, Lin Yuan decided to give the Fey storage box to Wen Yu. He had already placed many resources inside the diamond Fey storage box. He did this because Wen Yu needed to dispatch resources as part of her job of managing Sky City. Previously, Wen Yu always had to inform him in advance when she needed to dispatch resources. Lin Yuan found this method to be inconvenient. Moreover, Lin Yuan greatly trusted Wen Yu. Ever since Wen Yu started managing Sky City, Lin Yuan rarely got involved in Sky City's management. Rather, he focused on increasing the Spirit Lock spatial zone's capacity to accumulate more resources for Sky City. He only invoked his authority in serious matters. As such, it was necessary for Wen Yu to have a store of resources that she could draw on at any time. When Sky City was first started, the only members were Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie. Besides being a representation of Lin Yuan's will, Sky City was split into 3 divisions. Lin Yuan was in charge of creating resources. Lu Jie was in charge of managing the White Clothes followers that were Sky City's martial force. And Wen Yu controlled Sky City's internal affairs. If not for Lu Jie and Wen Yu's help, Lin Yuan would have been overwhelmed trying to keep Sky City afloat on his own. Wen Yu looked confused when Lin Yuan handed the diamond Fey storage box to her. But when she received the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box and looked inside it, Wen Yu immediately realized what Lin Yuan's intention was. Young master, leave the collaboration with Lin to me. I will make sure it is a win-win collaboration. Out of the 6 members of the Astronomical Parliament, I think we should invest the most resources into Lin. Since Lin supported the Radiance Federation so publicly, she won't have an easy time when she returns to the Azure Federation. So, she needs to grow quickly so she can maintain her current status and increase her authority and influence others' decisions, said Wen Yu. Lin Yuan nodded and said, while you're collaborating with Lin, help me obtain more high and top-grade strange water. Wen Yu replied, no federation in the main world has as much strange water as the Azure Federation. With so many high-class creation master resources and Lin's help, it will be easy to obtain high and top-grade strange water from the Azure Federation. Lin Yuan mainly wanted to see Lin because he wanted to thank her. When it came to expressing his gratitude, Lin Yuan preferred to use his actions rather than words. Lin Yuan did not know what Lin's major sea demon was, but all major sea demons needed pure water elemental energy. Lin Yuan knew what circumstances Lin had opened herself to when she returned to the Azure Federation by helping him. Lin Yuan wanted to help Lin purify her major sea demon's bloodline, so she would have the power to keep any naysayer's mouth shut when she returned to the Azure Federation. Lin Yuan was confident he would be able to do this because he had the Element Well. The Element Well was a new secret weapon that Morbius had provided him with. Besides being able to be summoned during battle, the Element Well's biggest ability was to help Lin Yuan and the people around him to evolve their phase. Lin Yuan intended to help not just Lin but also Zhongzhe, Gu Lang, and he, and the rest before the major Federation meeting. Lin Yuan did not intend to keep his visit to Lin a secret. Instead, he would openly visit her as the Moon Empress disciple. As such, Lin Yuan rode in his Fey carriage pulled by the Emperor-armored martial god insects and headed to the accommodations where the Azure Federation envoy group was staying. When Lin Yuan arrived, Lan Sun hastily pulled Lin out the door to greet him. There was actually no need for Lan Sun to greet Lin Yuan by the door. Although Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, he was still a junior. But when Lan Sun saw Lin and heard that Lin Yuan was coming, he immediately dashed out. Lin Yuan and Lin's previous meeting had been a secret, and not many people had caught sight of it. But this time, it would do no good for Lin, a girl still unspoken for. If word got out that Lin Yuan was visiting her, they would only be able to avoid wagging tongues if Lan Sun came out with Lin. Lan Sun was beside himself, worrying for Lin. Although Lin had not received the golden letter paper after the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, she was still looking forward to seeing Lin Yuan. However, she had been like a blank slate for the first half of her life. She still was not skilled at hiding her emotions when it came to the people and things she truly cared for. Hence, from the moment Lin Yuan and Wen Yu stepped out of the Fey carriage, they noticed Lin's disappointment. Wen Yu pressed her lips together to try to keep herself from laughing. The last time that Wen Yu saw Lin was on the Star Web broadcast. Now that she was looking at Lin in the real world, Wen Yu felt that Lin was even more immature than she expected. Lan Sun felt that it was not acceptable for Lin Yuan to do nothing after Lin had helped him so significantly. Thus, Lan Sun left the space for Lin and Lin Yuan. From the way Lin looked at Lin Yuan, Lan Sun could clearly see how Lin felt about Lin Yuan. Hence, Lan Sun was worried that Lin might be affected by Lin Yuan bringing a girl with him. However, things did not play out as Lan Sun thought. Firstly, Lin knew that when Yu was Libra from the astronomical parliament. Additionally, it was true that Lin had special feelings for Lin Yuan. But what she felt was not love but reliance and veneration. Love would lead to jealousy, but reliance and veneration would not. After Lan Sun left, Wen Yu did not greet Lin. Rather, she took out the thoughts letter paper and handed it to Lin. When Lin saw the thoughts letter paper, her disappointed expression vanished. Lin looked ecstatic, like a rabbit that had just dug up a large carrot. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu did not say much to Lin. If they wanted to communicate in the future, they could just use the thoughts letter paper. Although Lan Sun had left the room for Lin Yuan, Wen Yu and Lin, he was definitely listening in. Lin Yuan knew that the Moon Empress had used the pure spirit chi from the spirit mouth peonies to trade for the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. The Moon Empress had also stipulated that only Lin could use the pure spirit chi. Lin Yuan asked, Lin, you should be in possession of the pure spirit chi, right? Lin thought that Lin Yuan needed the pure spirit chi. Pure spirit chi was extremely important to every spirit chi professional. They could never get enough of it. When Lin handed the spirit mouth peonies to Lin Yuan without hesitation, Lin Yuan could not help but be touched. Lin, you have contracted a major sea demon, right? Is it possible for me to take a look at it? Said Lin Yuan. Although Lan Sun had left the room, he was still keeping tabs on everything Lin Yuan did in the room. This was out of concern for Lin's safety and because Lin was young and Lan Sun was afraid that Lin Yuan would say something inappropriate to her. When Lin held out the spirit mouth peonies to Lin Yuan, Lan Sun almost choked. He became increasingly confused. How did Lin Yuan and Lin get on such close terms, to the point that she was even willing to hand over the pure spirit chi that would be pivotal for her growth? But even if Lin was willing to give it away, that did not mean that Lan Sun would allow Lin Yuan to leave with it. These spirit mouth peonies were the reason the Moon Empress was allowed to trade for the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. Major sea demons were vital to the Azure Federation. Once Lan Sun returned, he would have to provide an explanation for his actions. The pure spirit chi in the spirit mouth peonies would be the best explanation. When Lin Yuan did not take the spirit mouth peonies from Lin, Lan Sun let out a breath of relief. However, he did not expect Lin Yuan to ask to see Lin's major sea demon. Lin's major sea demon was her and the entire Azure Federation's secret weapon. How could she show it to an outsider so casually? Just as Lan Sun was about to stop her, Lin had already summoned her major sea demon. Lan Sun knew that Lin Yuan had achieved the champion of the martial arts stage at the Guard Yi banquet. It was likely that he would immediately understand it. Lan Sun deeply regretted leaving the room. If he were there, he was certain that Lin Yuan would never ask to see Lin's major sea demon, regardless of how much Lin trusted Lin Yuan. At the same moment Lin summoned her major sea demon, Lin Yuan felt like he was suddenly submerged in a comfortable hot spring. All of his exhaustion melted away as his body was replenished with vitality, spiritual power, soul power, and spiritual energy. The major sea demon had not even used its ability yet. Evidently, Lin's major sea demon had unlocked an extremely powerful life water. Lin's major sea demon had a white fishtail, and its dark blue skin gleamed silver. A ball of sacred white water aerially circled the major sea demon. Lin Yuan had learned from the Moon Empress that the sea demons with silver but unpatterned skin were close to evolving into king sea demons. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the major sea demon and saw that it was Gold X. Lin was fully capable of evolving the major sea demon to diamond grade. The only reason to explain why she had not done so was that she wanted to preserve its potential. She wanted it to evolve into the king sea demon while it was still gold grade. The major sea demons from the Lantis mystic realm and the devils from the demon church did not need their contractors to provide them with willpower runes. They also differed greatly from regular phase. Lin's major sea demon's life water was the Sacred Evening Tide Healing Water. Sacred Evening Tide Healing Water. It can be applied to items to replenish their spiritual energy, spiritual power, soul, and vitality. It can also remove all curses that the target is afflicted with, Lin's major sea demon allowed Lin Yuan to understand how important she was to the Azure Federation. Her major sea demon was ranked 4th amongst all the major sea demons. It was the only one of the top 5 major sea demons that had healing and support effects. By contracting the major sea demon, Lin had become a healing and support-type spirit chi professional. This was the first time that Lin Yuan encountered a fae that could simultaneously replenish a target's spiritual energy, spiritual power, soul power, and vitality. Major sea demons could be applied to precious instruments to increase their power. If Lin could obtain a precious instrument with healing effects, she would be like a high priest in battle that Lin Yuan had read about in the myths of his previous life. Lin Yuan did not intend to withhold anything from Lin. Although he knew that Lan Xun was close by and listening in, Lin Yuan was not going to hide anything. Just as the Moon Empress had said, Lin Yuan could cause as large of a spectacle as he wanted, and everyone would assume that the resources he produced came from her, the Class 6 Creation Master. Lin Yuan shook his hand and took out a crystal bottle that contained azure fluid. Lin Yuan said, "This bottle contains pure water elemental energy. Why don't you combine it with the pure spirit chi from the spirit mouth peonies to see if they can help to purify your major sea demon's bloodline?" Ever since she obtained the pure spirit chi, Lin could sense how much her major sea demon craved it. She would have hesitated if anyone else told her to use it. But since the suggestion had come from Lin Yuan, Lin did not think there was any need to hesitate, because Lin Yuan would not harm her. After Lin tossed the spirit mouth peonies to the major sea demon that had unlocked the sacred evening-tide healing water, it seemed to be afraid that Lin would suddenly change her mind and instantly swallowed the 2 spirit mouth peonies. The pure spirit chi instantly exploded within the major sea demon. Lin Yuan plucked out the crystal bottle stopper and tossed it to the major sea demon. Major sea demons were very sensitive to water elemental energy. When the major sea demon sensed the purity of the water elemental energy within the crystal bottle, it could not help but tremble. It grabbed the bottle and gulped down all the pure water elemental energy within. Lan Xun, who had been trying his best to control himself, finally lost control and briskly walked into the room. However, the major sea demon had already swallowed the spirit mouth peonies, and there was nothing that Lan Xun could do about that. At that moment, Lan Xun's heart ached badly. It was not easy to evolve a sea demon's bloodline. Otherwise, there would not only be one Emperor Sea Demon in the entire Azure Federation. Ever since Lin contracted this major sea demon, she had not stopped supplying it with water elemental energy. Nonetheless, it still had not officially transformed into the King Sea Demon. The pure water elemental energy that had been supplied to the major sea demon was personally concocted by the leader of the Azure Cloud Leopard family. Lin's grandfather was a veteran Class 5 Creation Master. Thus, the pure spirit chi he concocted could not be compared to that of a new Class 5 Creation Master. Moreover, that person from the Deep Blue Association who greatly favored Lin had also given her a batch of water elemental energy. The Azure Federation had always been slightly stronger than the Radiance Federation and equal to the Freedom Federation. But now, the Radiance Federation's Moon Empress had become a Class 6 Creation Master. Lan Xun was shocked by the rate of the Moon Empress growth, rather than the fact that she was a Class 6 Creation Master, because that person from the Azure Federation could have attained the title of Class 6 Creation Master long ago. Lan Xun had intended to give the pure spirit chi from the spirit mouth peonies to that person when he returned to the Azure Federation so that he would be able to use it to ascertain the Moon Empress Creation Master level. He also hoped to use it to help Lin's major sea demon to transform into a king sea demon, but now all his hopes were dashed. The Moon Empress had only offered the pure sea demon to trade for a better major sea demon for Lin Yuan. Otherwise, she would not have allowed the Azure Federation to take control of such precious resources. It was only natural that Lan Xun assumed that Lin Yuan would not be able to produce water elemental energy that was of the same quality as the pure spirit chi from the spirit mouth peonies. At this moment, Lan Xun was swimming in regret. If he had not left the room, he would have been able to stop Lin from tossing the spirit mouth peonies to the major sea demon. Lin frowned when Lan Xun stormed into the room. However, she could not be bothered to ask Lan Xun to leave now because she noticed that her major sea demon had started to evolve rapidly. It was evolving at a rate faster than she could imagine. Whenever a Fae evolved its bloodline, it was no different from being reborn. A bloodline evolution was never comfortable, which also applied to Lin's major sea demon. The sacred evening tide healing water started thrashing and turned into a giant white whirlpool. The giant white whirlpool swallowed the major sea demon. The major sea demon let out howls of agony within the whirlpool. Lan Xun was stunned by what was happening in front of him. Lan Xun's own major sea demon's bloodline had transformed into a king sea demon more than a decade ago. However, it had not improved since then. Lan Xun found both the whirlpool of the life water and the sea demon's cries of pain to be very familiar because his own major sea demon had gone through the same experience when it transformed into a king sea demon. Soon, silver light cracked through the whirlpool, and faint silver patterns appeared on the fishtail that occasionally peeked through the whirlpool. Lan Xun could not help but gasp softly because he knew that Lin's major sea demon had successfully evolved into a king sea demon when it was only gold grade. Lan Xun could already sense an intense king sea demon bloodline from Lin's major sea demon. Lan Xun looked at Lin Yuan with shock because he could not believe Lin Yuan was willing to give such precious resources to Lin. At the same time, he was also shocked by the Moon Empress Creation Master level. According to the information that the Azure Federation possessed, the Moon Empress had been keeping a low profile for almost 10 years. A decade ago, the Moon Empress had crossed swords with one of the Freedom Federation's royalty and killed him while suffering serious wounds of her own. But now, Lan Xun seriously suspected the information that came from the Azure Federation's intelligence department. It was impossible for the Moon Empress to concoct such pure water elemental energy if she had only just started walking down Heaven's path, taken control of her birth horoscope, and become a Class 6 creation master. Could it be that she had already started walking down Heaven's path and unlocked her birth horoscope 10 years ago? Lan Xun nodded slightly when he thought of this. There was shared acknowledgement in the main world that the Radiance Federation's members of royalty all withheld some of their power. No one knew exactly how many secret weapons the Radiance Federation's royalty had. If the Moon Empress well ran so deep, who knew what the Radiance Federation's other members of royalty were hiding? The main world had started to destabilize. When the day of the battle between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation came, the Azure Federation would have to make a choice. If one wanted to work with the Freedom Federation, one would have to separately establish collaborations with each of the 16 members of royalty. But with the Radiance Federation, the 13 members of royalty were one unit. When faced with such options, the right choice would be obvious even to an idiot. However, the Azure Federation had always been wary of the Mirror God and God of Fools from the Freedom Federation, who had not appeared for more than a decade. They were much better established than the Goddess of Mercy. But now, the Moon Empress was rising up to meet that elderly man. The more Lan Xun thought about it, the more he felt that it would be a better choice for the Azure Federation to ally itself with the Radiance Federation. However, he quickly shook his head and thought, have I been influenced by Lin? When did I start becoming subjective about such matters? As an Azure envoy, Lin did not have a say in such matters. As part of the Council of the Deep Blue Association, Lan Xun did not have the final say either. The 12 aristocratic families of the Azure Federation would have to discuss with the Deep Blue Association to come to a decision. Nonetheless, there was no question that the Azure Federation owed the Radiance Federation. It was likely that the precious resources that Lin Yuan owned came from the Moon Empress. By helping Lin nurture her major sea demon into the King Sea Demon, the Moon Empress had given the Azure Federation an enormous gift. This gift involved the Azure Federation's future. As 1,000 thoughts flew through Lan Xun's head, he immediately realized that something was off. After Lin's major sea demon evolved into a king sea demon, the whirlpool of sacred evening tide healing water should have dissipated. However, the whirlpool persisted even after 5 minutes had passed. The screams also continued. It was as though the evolution had not ended yet. Lin Yuan did not stop using true data to check on Lin's major sea demon. He noticed that the major sea demon's transformation into king sea demons was similar to when dimensional lifeforms evolved into apostles. Their life rank would transform completely. The sacred evening tide healing water had become at least 3 times stronger than it originally was. The benefit that the King Sea Demon would bring to the precious instrument it combined with could not be compared to that of the Major Sea Demon. This was the first time Lin Yuan used the pure elemental energy from the element well. It rocketed past Lin Yuan's expectations. The high purity of the elemental energy from the element well was what enabled Lin's Major Sea Demon to continue evolving even after it transformed into a King Sea Demon. However, almost all the spirit chi from the spirit mouth peonies had been used up. Even if there was still leftover pure water elemental energy, the King Sea Demon's evolution would halt. Lin Yuan ignored Lan Xun and tossed 6 more of the spirit mouth peonies into the whirlpool to supply the King Sea Demon with more pure water elemental energy. The silver light from the whirlpool grew brighter until it spread throughout the entire whirlpool. The whirlpool of the sacred evening tide healing water dissipated at the instant that golden flecks appeared in the whirlpool. Lin Yuan examined the King Sea Demon and noticed that it looked very different from when it had been a Major Sea Demon. When it was the Major Sea Demon, it had dark blue skin, and its tail resembled that of a snake as it was more slender than a mermaid's tail. Its scales had not been attractive and seemed to have a wild and rough aura. But now that it was the King Sea Demon, its skin was no longer dark blue but the same color as its life water. The tips of its scales were now covered in mesh that formed a skirt. Its eyes were full of intelligence, indicating that it was now much smarter than it had been. Its life water had been a current that circled around its body. But now that it had transformed into the King Sea Demon, the sacred evening tide healing water had transformed into a water sprite that the King Sea Demon could use in combat. Lan Xun was stupefied because he noticed that Lin's King Sea Demon had a light gold sheen on the silver patterns on its body. Sea demons were also separated by the hierarchy of their bloodline. Lan Xun could sense that Lin's King Sea Demon had a more elite bloodline than his own King Sea Demon. Lin's King Sea Demon was on the cusp of becoming the Emperor Sea Demon. Lan Xun felt gratitude as well as deep terror toward the Moon Empress. He was certain that she was the one who had supplied both the pure spirit chi from the spirit mouth peonies and the pure water elemental energy. If she was willing to produce more of such pure spirit chi and water elemental energy to nurture Lin's King Sea Demon, it would be able to evolve into the Emperor Sea Demon very soon. This meant that the Moon Empress was capable of nurturing Emperor Sea Demons. At that moment, Lan Xun felt unending relief that the Azure Federation had given Lin Yuan the Major Sea Demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. The Major Sea Demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water was the most difficult Major Sea Demon to nurture. The Moon Empress would have to supply 13 times more resources than other Major Sea Demons. Even then, there was no certainty that the Major Sea Demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water would be able to reach the same grade and strength of bloodline that other Major Sea Demons had. Thus, it was going to be very difficult for Lin Yuan to evolve his Major Sea Demon into an Emperor Sea Demon. If the Moon Empress had not traded the Major Sea Demon and helped Lin Yuan to evolve the first Major Sea Demon the Azure Federation offered into an Emperor Sea Demon instead, the pressure from its bloodline would enable Lin Yuan to suppress the Major Sea Demons of other experts from the Azure Federation in spite of its weaker abilities. Although the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation have always been on good terms and the Moon Empress had just done the Radiance Federation a huge favor, Lan Xun did not want the Radiance Federation to take possession of a secret weapon that could suppress the Azure Federation. Given that Lin was the contractor of the Major Sea Demon that had unlocked the sacred evening tide healing water, no one was more aware of its growth than her. She always relied on and worshipped Lin Yuan because he had brought light into her world and allowed her to experience colors. This was why she had been willing to help Lin Yuan during such a circumstance. Every person hoped that their affection would be returned. Lin Yuan's action was how he returned Lin's affections. His response solidified the position he already held in her heart. She would never allow herself, her family, or her federation to ever become Lin Yuan's enemy. They would always be on his side. Lin would not have known how to carry this resolution out in the past. But now, she had the Gold King Sea Demon that was only one step away from evolving into the Emperor Sea Demon. Her status and authority in the Azure Federation would change completely. With more authority, she would have more say when it came to her family and the Deep Blue Association. She had already set up a faction in the Azure Federation. She was determined to accumulate as much power as possible before the battle between the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation 2 years later. Since Lan Xun was present, Lin knew that she could not show too many uncontrolled emotions. Lin Yuan had already been curious about why she was so close with Lin Yuan, and she did not want Lan Xun to find out the reason. Although Lan Xun would not be able to find out about the secret of the astronomical parliament even if he tried to investigate the matter, she would not be able to escape from a barrage of questions when she returned to the Azure Federation. Since Wen Yu had given her the golden paper, she could use it to communicate safely. Lin had been going back and forth internally for some time, but now, she subconsciously already started placing Lin Yuan before anything else. Nonetheless, Lin did not forget about her role as an Azure envoy. She saw the collaboration between the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation as beneficial for the Azure Federation. Lan Xun walked up to Lin Yuan and said with excitement, "I thank the Moon Empress for her gift to the Azure Federation. Once we return to the Azure Federation will send someone to deliver a generous gift to her." Lan Xun's words told Lin Yuan that Lan Xun assumed all the resources that Lin Yuan had produced had come from the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan was not surprised that Lan Xun thought this, and he was happy to let this erroneous thinking continue. Lin Yuan had already proved his power during the group battle against the Freedom Federation. It was unlikely that there was any other young expert in the Radiance Federation who could compete with him. Thus, Lin Yuan was going to set his sights on the older generation from now on. He knew that he was still very weak when compared to the older generation. Before Lan Xun spoke, he had already carefully thought through how he could establish a friendly bond with the Moon Empress. Even if the Azure Federation kept a neutral stance, it needed to maintain a good relationship with the Moon Empress. The Lantis Mystic Realm had many major sea demons, and it would be beneficial to nurture more of them into King Sea Demons with the Moon Empress' help. The pure spirit chi and water elemental energy that the Moon Empress had concocted had evolved the bloodline of the major sea demon into a pinnacle King Sea Demon. It was on the brink of evolving into the Emperor Sea Demon. If the same pure spirit chi and elemental energy had been given to the pinnacle King Sea Demon, it could have transformed it into the Emperor Sea Demon. The evolution of the King Sea Demon's bloodline into Emperor Sea Demon had always been solely privy to the Azure Federation. Both the Major Sea Demon and King Sea Demon's greatest asset was their ability to be applied to precious instruments. But once a Sea Demon evolved into an Emperor Sea Demon, its life water would evolve into the Independent Sea. At that time, the Spirit Chi professional would gain a territory they could control. Lan Xun coughed and shot a look at Lin before winking at her. Lin immediately understood that Lan Xun was interested in the resources that Lin Yuan had produced. Lin knew that Lin Yuan needed top-grade strange water. Although top-grade strange water was not difficult to obtain in the Azure Federation, it was still a strategic class resource. Even Lin had spent significant effort in order to obtain the 3 to 4 types that she had. She might be able to obtain high and top-grade strange water for Lin Yuan, but she would not be able to bring him a lot at a time. But if Lin Yuan could establish a collaboration with the Azure Federation, he would be able to get as much high and top-grade strange water as he wanted. The Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift had already been open in the Azure Federation for 15 years. In the past 15 years, the Deep Blue Association always kept at least 100 units of top-grade strange water in stock. Lin said to Lin Yuan, "Lin Yuan, I'm sure you have a great need for high and top-grade strange water now that you have a major sea demon. To thank you for helping me, I can provide you with high and top-grade strange water. However, I will need resources in exchange." Lin had managed to stop herself before she called Lin Yuan by Leo, which was the name she was used to addressing him by. She had been pondering an issue for some time. She had managed to obtain a large number of various types of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls from Lin Yuan. When she started managing her faction, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls would definitely enable the faction to develop rapidly. However, she would not be able to explain this to her family and the Deep Blue Association. Her family might not question how she came to possess so many resources, but the Deep Blue Association would definitely pursue the matter. It would be better for her to propose a collaboration with Lin Yuan in front of Lan Sun. With the collaboration, no one would question her regardless of how many heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls she came to possess. She was confident that Lin Yuan understood her intention. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu shared a look when they heard what Yin Lin said. It was clear that both of them understood what Yin Lin was trying to do. However, in order for Lin Yuan and Wen Yu to agree to work with Yin Lin, they needed a guarantee that she would be the one to use all of the resources that came from them. Under no circumstances would Lin Yuan allow such precious creation master resources to be used by other factions. Since Lin Yuan was visiting Yin Lin as the Moon Empress disciple, he represented the Moon Empress and Radiance Federation. There were some things that were inappropriate for him to say, but Wen Yu did not have such obstacles because she was his assistant. The words that Wen Yu said represented Lin Yuan's feelings as well. We only need 1 to 2 units of high and top-grade strange water. Our young master wants them because he likes collecting such things. He has a fair number of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. I'm sure you know that heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers are more valuable than top-grade strange water. If our young master is willing to trade with you, it will only be because of the friendship between the two of you. As such, only you can use the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that you trade for with us. When you spoke so brashly because Lan Sun was present, and there was no point in trying to put up a facade. Frankly, it was difficult to compare the value of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers and top-grade strange water. They could be priceless as long as a person needed them. When you said that heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers were more valuable than top-grade strange water because there was a larger market for the former. It was a basic resource that every high-class spirit chi professional needed. Meanwhile, only top-class experts who nurtured water-type phase needed top-grade strange water. It was actually very disrespectful for Wen Yu to have said such a thing, but it did not displease Lan Sun. Lan Sun was well aware of Yin Lin's life thus far. As the only daughter of the Azure Cloud Leopard family, there was no link between Yin Lin and Lin Yuan. Lan Sun was certain that the two of them only got along so well because of the attraction between opposite genders. Thus, he did not question whether Yin Lin had other intentions. Nor was he aware that Yin Lin and Lin Yuan were putting on a show together. Both high and top-grade strange water could be found in the water world. Although the Azure Federation had explored the water world for more than a decade, they had not made much headway. After all, even spirit chi professionals who had contracted aquatic phase could not stay underwater for long. The water world was far richer in resources than the Azure Federation's 12 aristocratic families could imagine. Something that could be found in the natural world could not be compared with something that Class 5 creation masters could only concoct. Class 5 creation masters were the most important strategic resources to any federation. The amount of Class 5 creation master resources a federation possessed would determine how stable it was. The Azure Federation had always gobbled down water-type, heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The Azure Federation was surrounded by the sea and had established waterways with numerous federations that had Class 5 creation masters. They needed the water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to nurture the island whales as well as major sea demons. It would definitely be beneficial for the Azure Federation to be able to use high and top-grade strange water to trade for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers. Lan Sun did not see any issue with the condition that only Yin Lin could use the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Firstly, Lan Sun was Yin Lin's teacher and was naturally biased toward her. Secondly, Yin Lin's Azure Cloud Leopard allowed her status as an Azure Envoy to be untouchable. Hence, the Azure Federation would still have to supply her with many resources annually. Otherwise, Yin Lin would not have been able to evolve her Major Sea Demon to Pinnacle Major Sea Demon when it was only gold grade. With such a large-scale trade between two federations, neither side would be able to deceive the other. If Yin Lin was the only one who was allowed to use the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, it meant that the traded high and top-grade strange water would be used to nurture Yin Lin. If Yin Lin became stronger, it would mean that the Azure Federation would become stronger. Lan Sun agreed to the terms without hesitation. Yin Lin's Major Sea Demon was very close to evolving into an Emperor Sea Demon. Lin was the apple of the eyes of those lords from the Deep Blue Association. As such, there was no question that Deep Blue Association's council would also agree to the terms. But before the negotiations could begin, Lan Xun needed to ensure that the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were comparable to the high and top-grade strange water. Lin Yuan had intended to use Thought's letter paper to ask Lin to obtain high and top-grade strange water for him. Dark Blue already needed a large amount of strange water. Now that he also had the major sea demon that had awakened the purple frigid heavy water, Lin Yuan would require even more high and top-grade strange water. But now, Lin had moved the private trade to one between Lin Yuan and the Azure Federation. Lin Yuan was very grateful to Lin. He would no longer have to worry about lacking in high and top-grade strange water in the future. Without Lin needing to ask him, Lin Yuan said after a moment of silence, 1 unit of top-grade strange water and 10 units of high-grade strange water will be worth 150 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers. Although Lin Yuan always carried heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls around with him and did not have to scrimp on his usage of them, heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers were still resources that only Class 5 creation masters could produce. Normally, 140 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls should be able to trade for 10 units of high-grade strange water. However, all the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were only going to be used by Lin. Thus, Lin Yuan was willing to raise the price. Lan Xun was delighted that Lin Yuan upped the price on his own. When Lin did not reply, Lan Xun almost urged her to say something. At that moment, Lin looked at Lan Xun as though she wanted his opinion. This trade concerned Lin's own benefits. Lan Xun was touched that she still wanted his opinion in such a situation. Lin was indeed his beloved disciple. Lan Xun suppressed his overwhelming happiness and nodded at Lin. After Lan Xun's nod, Lin said happily, "If that's the case, let's begin a long-term collaboration." Lan Xun hastily added, "I have 4 top-grade and 35 high-grade units of strange water on hand. Forget about the lacking 5 units of high-grade strange water first. Can I trade for 58 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers with you?" Lin Yuan realized that Lan Xun was very detailed. Top-grade strange water was much more valuable than high-grade strange water. There was no need to trade for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with high-grade strange water. Nonetheless, Lan Xun still discounted for the 5 units of strange water that he lacked. However, Lin Yuan was not petty and wanted to leave a good impression on Lan Xun. The water world dimensional rift also had a moon, and Lin Yuan could harvest it through Lin. But Lin Yuan would not do this. There was only one sacred cry moon beast, and it was in the marsh world. Once the moon from the water world dimensional rift disappeared, the Azure Federation experts in the water world would definitely notice. If Lin brought him into the water world, such an incident would only cause trouble for her. Thus, Lin Yuan had to go with another method. It would be a better choice for him to use the endless supply of resources from the Spirit Lock spatial zone to nurture Lin into a beacon of hope for the Azure Federation. He would engineer it so that the Azure Federation was made continuously aware of Lin's value. Eventually, they would willingly hand over the moon from the water world dimensional rift. This path would also lead to the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation becoming allies. Lin Yuan smiled and said to Lan Xun, "There's no need for such inconvenience. We'll go with 60 water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. You can make up for the 5 units of the high-grade strange water during the next trade. To express my sincerity, I promise that 20% of the 60 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls will be over the rail coral." Lin Yuan was magnanimous, but it left Lan Xun with a bad taste in his mouth. Lin Yuan might be powerful, but he also did not hold back when it came to taking advantage of his master. Lan Xun expected that even the Class 6 Creation Master Moon Empress would need at least a week to produce 600 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, 120 of which were even over the rail coral. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan sounded extremely robust when he said what he said. It was only something that could be said by a Class 6 Creation Master's disciple. He wondered how the Moon Empress would feel if she knew that her disciple was giving away her labor so effortlessly. Lin Yuan did not know what Lan Xun was thinking. If he did, he would think that Lan Xun had an overactive imagination. It was true that Lin Yuan always had the Moon Empress protection. However, he rarely took resources from her. Once he became capable, he would reject the resources she offered him. Lin Yuan was no wastrel and would never take his master's labor for granted. If Lin was not a member of the Astronomical Parliament and one of his own, he would never trade with Lan Xun, no matter how much he lacked high and top-grade strange water. Lan Xun coughed and said, "If that's the case, I will go and prepare the high and top-grade strange water. I will hand them over to you before you leave." The reason Lan Xun said this was simple. Lan Xun was completely unacquainted with Lin Yuan. He took the initiative to propose the trade because he hoped that he would be able to obtain the 600 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers as soon as possible. The quality of over-the-rail coral elemental pearls was completely different from other elemental pearls. Since Lin Yuan had guaranteed that 20% of the pearls would be over-the-rail coral, Lan Xun would make sure to check all of them. Lin Yuan picked up the meaning behind Lan Xun's words. He could casually produce the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls at any time to complete the trade, but he did not do so. Instead, he said to Lan Xun, "Tonight, someone will deliver the promised 600 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to you." Lan Xun set all his worries to rest and left the room to Lin Yuan, and Wen Yu. Lan Xun had been against Lin and Lin Yuan interacting because it would not be beneficial for Lin in any way. If news of their interaction got back to the Azure Federation, it could even blemish Lin's image. Now, the trade between Lin and Lin Yuan provided the Azure Federation with a new path to obtaining profits. As such, Lan Xun was completely unbothered by Lin and Lin Yuan's interaction. Rather, Lan Xun hoped that Lin and Lin Yuan would deepen their relationship to keep the collaboration going for as long as possible. Lan Xun was in the Deep Blue Association's council, so it was natural for him to prioritize the Azure Federation. But at the same time, he was Lin's teacher, and a part of him was selfishly biased toward her. The Azure Federation was not as fractured as the Freedom Federation. However, the 12 aristocratic families were not completely united either. All of them pursued their individual profits with vigor. The competition between the younger generation was extremely fierce. With Lin's two beast patterns, the Deep Blue Association had decided that she would become the fourth Azure envoy. However, a few of the 12 aristocratic families had opposed this decision. They felt that in spite of her two beast patterns, she only deserved to be part of the Azure Knights until she matured and grew stronger. With Lin Yuan's resources, Lin's growth would skyrocket, and all those who undermined her would have no choice but to keep their mouths shut. With this thought, Lan Xun now looked at Lin Yuan with fondness. After Lan Xun left, Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lin smiled at each other. Lin nodded at Wen Yu as the both of them finally officially became acquainted with each other. Lin, let's keep in touch from now on, said Wen Yu. Lin replied with a smile. Of course. Wen Yu wanted to keep in touch with Lin because she wanted to obtain even more resources. Although Lin had always favored Lin Yuan, she still had a clear mind and knew what kind of person Lin Yuan was. Wen Yu always kept half a body distance behind herself and Lin Yuan. Although both of them sat on golden thrones in the Astronomical Parliament, Wen Yu still sought Lin Yuan's opinion on some matters. Lin Yuan had just put on a show with Lin. When Lin was trading resources with Wen Yu, he would need to use the island whales and travel along the Radiance Azure waterway. None of the Azure Federation's 12 aristocratic families would be able to stop the trade even if they wanted to. There was no way that Lin Yuan would take advantage of Lin. Lin would be obtaining numerous resources from the trades. She would not only use these resources to increase her own power but also to develop her faction. She wanted to stamp Sky City's name on her faction as soon as possible. When Lin first summoned her major sea demon, it had been extremely wary of Lin Yuan. But with Lin Yuan's help, it evolved into the King Sea Demon and was very close to evolving into the Emperor Sea Demon. The Sea Demons were governed by their bloodline. With Lin Yuan's help, Lin's Sea Demon had elevated its status among its species. The major Sea Demon that had unlocked the sacred evening tide healing water occasionally swept its life water onto Lin Yuan to heal him and alleviate her exhaustion. When Lin saw Lin Yuan looking at her major sea demon, she remembered the major sea demon the Moon Empress had traded from Lan Sun for Lin Yuan. Lin could not help but want to advise Lin Yuan that the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water was powerful, but it was a bottomless pit. It required an overwhelming number of resources to be nurtured. However, Lin could never say such a thing because Lan Sun was still paying attention to the goings-on in the room. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, Lin, how great of a benefit will your precious instrument receive if the major sea demon is applied to it now? Lin Yuan was going to obtain his own precious weapon soon. With the 8 stars diving songstress body as the main ingredient and supplemented by many precious spiritual ingredients, the Moon Empress would be able to produce at least a 7 stars precious instrument. She might even be able to retain the diving songstress stars and create an 8 stars precious instrument for Lin Yuan. As such, Lin Yuan was very curious about how much a major sea demon could benefit a precious instrument. Instead of using her words to answer Lin Yuan, Lin summoned a green clam that resembled a clarion. She said softly, "This is a 5 stars precious instrument that I casually put together. It is called the Blue Tide Clarion. My major sea demon used to be able to boost it to almost the level of a 6 stars precious instrument." Lin immediately ordered her major sea demon to fuse with the Blue Tide Clarion. In an instant, the sacred evening tide healing water that had turned into a water sprite separated the water currents. The major sea demon's body turned illusionary and fused with its life water. Now there was a sea demon swimming around within the water sprite. The sea demon within the water sprite let out a cry, and the sea demon and water sprite transformed into a sacred white gem. The sacred white gem was embedded into the 5 stars Blue Tide Clarion, and the Blue Tide Clarion's appearance started to change. The surface of the Blue Tide Clarion turned into a sea. The sea demon's figure could be vaguely seen in the sea. Without Lin having to say anything, Lin Yuan could sense that the Blue Tide Clarion had surpassed the level of a 7 stars precious instrument. In fact, it was considered an exceptional 7 stars precious instrument. Lin was also taken aback by how much more powerful the major sea demon made the precious weapon. After being dazed for a moment, Lin said, "The more powerful the precious weapon, the less benefit it would receive from the major sea demon. Even if a Pinnacle King sea demon is applied to an inferior 9 stars precious weapon, it would not reach 10 stars. Before my major sea demon evolves to diamond grade, it should be able to evolve the Blue Tide Clarion to Pinnacle 7 stars. If its bloodline reaches Emperor Sea Demon, it should be able to boost the Blue Sea Clarion to 8 stars. Lin spoke honestly and included a lot of information that allowed Lin Yuan to understand more about sea demons and how they boosted precious instruments. Now, Lin Yuan looked forward to evolving the major sea demon with the purple frigid heavy water even more than ever. At the same time, he became determined to evolve it into an Emperor Sea Demon. This would ensure that his precious instrument would still be able to reach 9 stars even if it dropped stars during the forging process. He would not dare to hope for the precious instrument to reach 10 stars. 10 stars precious instruments were even rarer than 10 stars sacred source lifeforms. Firstly, it was very easy for high-grade spiritual ingredients to drop stars when they were forged into precious weapons. Even a Class 6 Creation Master would need the body of a complete 11 stars sacred source lifeform, as well as more than 10 supplementary ingredients that came from 10 stars sacred source lifeforms in order to create a 10 stars precious weapon. Moreover, the forging process had to go perfectly smoothly. 10 stars precious instruments were considered legends. They were as valuable as 12 stars sacred source lifeforms. None had ever appeared. Thus, no one could be certain if 10 stars precious weapons could trigger celestial phenomena like 10 stars sacred source lifeforms could. At that moment, Lan Sun spoke from the doorway. Lin did not hide anything from Lin Yuan and told him about the relationship between major sea demons and precious weapons. Lan Sun saw this as reciprocation. Since Lin Yuan already obtained the major sea demon, it was fine for him to know such things. However, Lan Sun had not expected Lin to mention the Emperor Sea Demon. The entire main world knew that the Azure Federation had the Emperor Sea Demon because the Azure Federation had flagged it as their icon to deter other federations. Lan Xun felt that Yin Lin had undermined the might of the Emperor Sea Demon. Hence, he needed to correct her. The boost that Emperor Sea Demons provided precious weapons was far stronger than she made it out to be. Moreover, Emperor Sea Demons were not the limit of the major Sea Demon's bloodline. If the Emperor Sea Demon was applied to the Blue Tide Clarion, it would reach 8 stars at least. If the Emperor Sea Demon was applied to a pinnacle 8 stars precious instrument, it would just be able to reach 10 stars. Lan Xun took out one of the Azure Federation's specialty spatial equipment and gave it to Lin Yuan as he said, "This is the strange water for you." The 4 types of top-grade strange water are the paralysis water, deep ocean frozen water, spirit sharp chaos water, and revival blue water. The deep ocean frozen water might be less outstanding, but the other 3 types of strange water all have their own abilities. The deep ocean frozen water will be extremely useful for your major sea demon. If you want to form a contract with that major sea demon, you can use the deep ocean frozen water to temper your body, as well as give types of high-grade strange water with frozen attributes. Lan Xun paused before he continued. If you have seen the major sea demon that has unlocked the purple frigid heavy water, you should have sensed how powerful it is. However, I have to warn you that it is extremely difficult to nurture. It needs an unimaginable amount of pure spirit chi and water elemental energy. Lan Xun did not continue speaking. He expected that the Moon Empress would be the one nurturing Lin Yuan's major sea demon. The Moon Empress could easily tell how difficult it would be to nurture the major sea demon. He had told the Moon Empress the same thing about the major sea demon when she traded for it, and now he had also told Lin Yuan. This meant he had done all he was obliged to do. Lin Yuan was extremely excited when he received the spatial equipment from Lan Xun. Besides the deep ocean frozen water that he needed to temper his body so he could form a contract with the major sea demon, he could give the other 3 top-grade strange water to Dark Blue. Dark Blue would be able to use the strange water to unlock 3 types of willpower and speed up its growth. Lin Yuan stayed for a while longer before he and when you left. In the past, Yin Lin would be reluctant to see Lin Yuan leave. But now, she had the golden letter paper, and the distance between her and Lin Yuan had been cut short. She would be able to communicate with Lin Yuan anytime she wanted. After Lin Yuan and when you left the accommodation where the Azure Federation envoy group was staying, they went to the Radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan had just left the Radiant Moon Palace yesterday, and the Moon Empress was still attending the Imperial meeting. He only went to the Radiant Moon Palace to make Lan Xun think that all his resources came from the Radiant Moon Palace. After staying in the Radiant Moon Palace for a while, Lin Yuan returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion. At that moment, Lin Yuan could barely contain his excitement. He had 4 important things to do. Firstly, he had to go and see what changes had taken place to the Spirit Lock spatial zone after Morbius fused with the Green Gem. Next, he would have to use the Beast Spirit's soul and soul-bewildering Daisy to turn the Disaster World Faceless Beast into his Fae. He also needed to form a contract with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. Lastly, he had to form a contract with the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. Once Lin Yuan returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion, he noticed that all the Heavenly Family Faes were gone except for White Phoenix. White Phoenix was combing his hair while looking into the mirror. During the time that he was in the Return from Faraway Mansion, he had become very good friends with Lu Pinru. Lu Pinru had designed trendy clothes that were right to White Phoenix's taste. After White Phoenix wore the clothes that Lu Pinru made and strutted in the streets, Blue Lotus and Blood New Moon eventually became unwilling to go out shopping with him. As he looked at White Phoenix's clothes, Lin Yuan thought, "Isn't that female attire? It is even more outlandish than when Endless Summer dressed itself up as a Christmas tree." When White Phoenix saw Lin Yuan, he tossed a bag to Lin Yuan and said, "These are the feathers that I accumulated all these years. You probably gave all the feathers I gave you last time to Night Leaning Moon. I will give you these feathers as well. You can do whatever you want with them." In White Phoenix's previous conversations with Lin Yuan, he would constantly thank Lin Yuan. But now he no longer thanked Lin Yuan. White Phoenix never expected that Lin Yuan would truly be able to revive Jade Sundial. He thought that Lin Yuan had just given Blood New Moon hope. But Lin Yuan did manage to do it. Now that Lin Yuan had revived Jade Sundial, the Heavenly Family Cottage no longer just owed him a favor. White Phoenix now saw Lin Yuan as a comrade and a part of the Heavenly Family Cottage. This was why he proposed a collaboration between the Heavenly Family Cottage and the Radiance Federation. White Phoenix was rational. Purple Love had led Blood New Moon, Blue Lotus, and Blood Love to the Imperial Court. White Phoenix was supposed to go as well, but he was perturbed that the 2 pages of Tower Cannon had not shown up yet. He stayed back to protect Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony with White Phoenix. After the Heavenly Family Cottage and the Radiance Federation formed a collaboration, White Phoenix became an ally of the Radiance Federation. Since White Phoenix had given something so precious to him, he would do the same. Lin Yuan had been nurturing the dark crystal armored insect for Qin Luan and Qin Yu. Both of them had already used up many of the dark crystal armored insect's shells. Lin Yuan had more than 100 of the dark crystal armored insect's shells stored in a brocade box. In the past, Lin Yuan would not have given so many insect shells to White Phoenix because he needed to nurture the flower calamity beautiful devil. But now, the Moon Empress had given him more dark crystal armored insects. Once the dark crystal armored insects were stored in the spirit lock spatial zone, they shed their shells quickly. They shed 1 shell daily. The insect shells from the dark crystal armored insect contained much more elemental energy than elemental pearls, and were sufficient for Lin Yuan to evolve the flower calamity beautiful devil. Lin Yuan handed the brocade box that contained the dark crystal armored insect shells to White Phoenix as he said, "Since you're giving me another gift, I will give you this." Lin Yuan used the moonlight brocade for the brocade box that contained the dark crystal armored insect shells. The moonlight brocade was made out of the moon reflection spider threads. This was produced by the moon reflection crafty spider, which was nurtured by the Moon Empress. Thus, the moonlight brocade could only be found in the Radiant Moon Palace. White Phoenix could not sense anything past the moonlight brocade, but he assumed that it contained some type of small trinket. After receiving the brocade box, White Phoenix went back to combing his hair. Lin Yuan headed to Lu Jie's room. After knocking on Lu Jie's door, he handed the bag of feathers that White Phoenix had given him to Lu Jie and said, "Big brother Lu, take these feathers with you when you go to the Spirit Guard's land and give them to Auntie Night." Lu Jie replied with a smile, "Lin Yuan, I was just about to head to the Spirit Guard's land. Master said that many of the 200 insect species carcinoma phase that came from the Goddess of Mercy are suitable for me. They will make my combat system even more complete." Ever since the Insect Queen was strengthened by the blessing from the Emperor Core of all insects, Lu Jie could see the road ahead of him. Regardless, everything would still be for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before he said, "Big brother Lu, besides using one of the 12 firefly demon fetuses on the blade Queen Bee, carefully consider which other insect species carcinoma phase you use them on. Insect species carcinoma phase are scattered everywhere on the earth. We should gather more of them before you finally decide which of them to fuse with the firefly demon fetuses. This will ensure your power increases to the greatest extent. Also, the Insect Queen can form a contract with the Cocoon of Evolution. There will be more sacred source items in the future that the Insect Queen can form contracts with." Lu Jie nodded seriously. He knew that everything Lin Yuan said was in his best interest. Lu Jie was very careful when it came to the firefly demon fetuses. This was the same approach he had when the Insect Queen started consuming insect species carcinoma phase and gaining their abilities. Since he was going to become a disaster, he would have to be comprehensive. Lu Jie packed his things and went downstairs. This was when he saw White Phoenix staring dazedly into the brocade box while sitting on the sofa. After Lu Jie greeted White Phoenix, the latter only nodded distractedly. The insect shells inside the brocade box were treasures to every dark-type fae, and White Phoenix was no exception. White Phoenix was stunned for a moment before his hand started trembling slightly. He controlled the night and was extremely talented. However, his exceptional talent was also a trap. It caused his growth to be slower than the other Heavenly Family phase. But there had been nothing that White Phoenix could do about it. Now, White Phoenix saw a chance to soar up to the heavens. It was clear that the resources in the box were the product of a human creation master. White Phoenix seemed to understand why the sacred cry moon beast had decided to follow the Moon Empress. He slowly closed the brocade box. White Phoenix already felt indebted to Lin Yuan for saving Jade Sundial. If Lin Yuan helped him to start walking down heaven's path, White Phoenix would be willing to follow Lin Yuan, like how the sacred cry moon beast was following the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan had no idea that the dark crystal armored insect shells were about to create a new pinnacle expert. At that time, Lin Yuan had already entered the spirit lock spatial zone. He instantly noticed the changes. Since Morbius grade had not evolved, the spirit lock spatial zone remained the same size. However, there was now an ancient emerald tree growing out of the pure land of bliss. The spirit lock spatial zone was a flat space without any height. Although the ancient emerald tree's trunk was slender, Lin Yuan guessed that the emerald tree was at least 600 meters tall. There were several new leaves growing on the branches that still appeared weak. However, the tree was being nurtured by the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone and was slowly growing. Lin Yuan heard Morbius' voice in his ear. "Partner, this tree growing on the pure land of bliss is the product of the endless gem I absorbed. It is tightly linked to Klein Hub and is linked to the entire marsh world. This tree can evolve the marsh soil around the pure land of bliss. It can significantly speed up the growth of plant type phase in its immediate surroundings. As the tree grows, so will the size of the area it can affect. Currently, the area is less than 2,000 meters wide." Lin Yuan now understood the emerald tree growing in the pure land of bliss. Since it could affect the ground in a 2,000-meter radius around it, the ground on it could not be used to cultivate on a large scale. Even Morbius said that it could significantly speed up the growth of plant type phase. Morbius rarely used such extreme terms. This meant that the ancient emerald tree had to be able to benefit plant type phase to an astonishing extent. In order to make the best use of it, Lin Yuan decided to plant the soldier ration radish, item-storing walnut trees, and eventually the barren river orchid bud on this ground. This would ensure that Morbius' evolution from the endless gem did not go to waste. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus used to be planted in the pure land of bliss. But Lin Yuan had moved it to the return from faraway mansion. Now the pure land of bliss was empty. As Morbius' grade increased, the pure land of bliss and spirit pool also grew bigger. With the appearance of the ancient emerald tree, Lin Yuan felt that the interior of the spirit lock spatial zone no longer looked as plain as it used to. The golden lotus brocade pearls were growing right below the ancient emerald tree. Brocade zither was curiously circling the ancient emerald tree. When it saw that Lin Yuan had walked over to the pure land of bliss and red thorn, as well as silver corona, were not present, Brocade zither flew over to Lin Yuan's shoulder and started expressing its affection for him. If red thorn and silver corona were present, Brocade zither would never dare to act this way despite how friendly they were to it. As Lin Yuan continued studying the ancient emerald tree, Morbius said, "This tree can't be moved out of the spirit lock spatial zone, but it also uses a lot of spirit chi and has some special abilities. However, more investigation is needed to find out what these abilities are exactly." Lin Yuan nodded when he heard what Morbius said. He also shared the sentiment that the ancient emerald tree was hiding a big secret. If he could find more endless gems for Morbius in the future, would this tree continue to grow, or would a new tree appear? Lin Yuan had no clue what the answer was. He would only know the answer once he obtained a new endless gem. At that point, Lin Yuan was done checking on the spirit lock spatial zone's changes. Lin Yuan had used his blood to nurture the floating island whale, so it saw him as its father. He had not entered the spirit lock spatial zone for some time and spent a lot less time with Universe. Universe sadly spread its wings as though it wanted to hug Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gently wrapped his arms around Universe to soothe it. Universe had reached gold grade. Once it evolved to Diamond X/Legend, it would be able to comprehend a willpower rune on its own to evolve to fantasy breed. It was likely that this would happen soon, in a matter of 1 or 2 months. Thus, Lin Yuan would not be able to hug Universe in this form for much longer. After soothing Universe, Lin Yuan took out the beast spirit soul that the goddess of mercy had given him. Before he could use it on the child disaster world faceless beast, Lin Yuan first needed to form a contract with the beast spirit soul and evolve it to Diamond X. In order to form a contract with the beast's spirit soul, a willpower rune linked to the soul was needed. Lin Yuan just happened to have this. Lin Yuan directly formed a contract with the beast's spirit soul. Since the beast's spirit soul was a soul-type source-type item, it did not need spirit chi to be evolved, but it needed soul power. The easiest source of soul power was soul-type spiritual ingredients. However, soul-type spiritual ingredients were rare, and there was no need to waste them just to evolve the beast's spirit soul. The Remembrance Soul Whale had collected numerous souls in the lava zone. Rememberling absorbed souls very slowly, but it could store all the souls it had gathered. It had not even absorbed 1% of the souls it had gathered yet. Many of the souls that Rememberling had collected were from myth breed phase, so they contained a large amount of soul power. If these souls were used to nurture the beast's spirit soul, it would be able to evolve quickly. Evolving soul-type phase have always been a big issue for creation masters. Due to the rarity of soul-type spiritual ingredients, spirit fluids that could evolve soul-type phase were extremely costly. With Rememberling as the medium, Lin Yuan would be able to obtain a large amount of pure soul power that other phase could absorb. As the soul power evolved the beast's spirit soul from Rememberling, it evolved to Diamond X in less than an hour. The beast's spirit soul was a special source-type item that did not have abilities or exclusive skills. It would take on the abilities and exclusive skills of the Fae it invaded. After nurturing the beast's spirit soul, Lin Yuan let out the Disaster World Faceless Beast. The Disaster World Faceless Beast had been trapped in Lin Yuan's soul for more than a day. This was more than enough time to sand down the Disaster World Faceless Beast's temper. It now felt extreme fear. Once the child Disaster World Faceless Beast appeared, it tried to contact its mother. However, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was a secret space that was separate from the outside world. Thus, there was no way for the child Disaster World Faceless Beast to get in touch with its mother. Before summoning the child Disaster World Faceless Beast, Lin Yuan had instructed Shadow to release its aura and try to push out as much spirit chi from the space as possible. When Faes from the outside world first entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and absorbed the pure spirit chi that was within the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, their bloodlines usually started evolving. Lin Yuan was afraid that after he summoned the Disaster World Faceless Beast, its bloodline would evolve after it absorbed the spirit chi from the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. If the Disaster World Faceless Beast's soul was strengthened as a result of the bloodline evolution, the beast's spirit soul might not be able to take over the Disaster World Faceless Beast's soul. Lin Yuan did not want this to happen. As such, he was prepared. Once the child Disaster World Faceless Beast realized that it could not contact its mother, it decided to attack Lin Yuan. Shadow had already entered the child Disaster World Faceless Beast's shadow and immobilized it. Lin Yuan handed the soul-bewildering Daisy's pollen to Shadow and said, "Shadow, pour out all the pollen from this bottle into the Disaster World Faceless Beast's body." Shadow respectfully received the bottle that contained the soul-bewildering Daisy's pollen. When it turned to the Disaster World Faceless Beast, its gaze changed into a mix of coldness, derision, and indolence. Its expression was like a statistical graph, and it terrified the Disaster World Faceless Beast to the point that it started trembling. The Disaster World Faceless Beast had reached Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth I and was as intelligent as a regular spirit chi professional. Hence, it knew what was in store for it. It wanted to let out a wail, but the suppression from Shadow caused it to be unable to even draw breath. The Disaster World Faceless Beast looked like a sable species fae that resembled a dog. Its silver fur with red flecks was long and thick. The petrified Disaster World Faceless Beast could be described as adorable. However, Lin Yuan had seen the Disaster World Faceless Beast's true colors. It was a fae that toyed with spirits, souls, and minds and used these to cleanse itself. An unknown number of life forms had already died at its hands. Lin Yuan had experienced being stuck in a stalemate with the Disaster World Faceless Beast, and he had almost lost control of his soul. If Morbius had not helped him to use his soul to trap the Disaster World Faceless Beast, Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, Gao Feng, and Lu Yifan would have ended up killed by the child Disaster World Faceless Beast. Hence, Lin Yuan did not feel an ounce of pity for the pitiful state that the Disaster World Faceless Beast was in. He was no longer the naive young man from the Xia region. He had been trained by his experiences and could even bring himself to kill spirit chi professionals now, much less a fae. Lin Yuan understood the change in Shadow's gaze. Shadow was a dimensional life form that lived its life by carnage. Savagery and cunning were in its nature. In the abyssal world, any kind demon would end up killed by its fellow demons before it even reached Class 1. Since Shadow had managed to survive to become a Class 11 dimensional lifeform on its own when it had been in the abyssal world, it proved that it was heartless. At that moment, Shadow reached out and grabbed the Disaster World faceless beast's neck, lifting it off the ground. The soul-bewildering daisy's pollen's effects were astonishing, but Shadow had reached Immortal, and the soul-bewildering daisy's pollen would not work on it. Shadow opened the bottle and poured out the soul-bewildering daisy's pollen into the Disaster World faceless beast's nostril. Then, it manipulated the Disaster World faceless beast to breathe in the pollen. Soon, the Disaster World faceless beast fell to the ground as though it was drunk. Shadow had only poured out half the bottle of the soul-bewildering daisy's pollen. It returned the half-empty bottle to Lin Yuan. The soul-bewildering daisy pollen was like the muscle hyperthymesia grassroots in that both could only be encountered by chance. Lin Yuan might be able to find another use for it in the future. Lin Yuan looked at the Disaster World faceless beast and said to the beast spirit soul that was circling around in his palm, "Go, that body is yours." The beast spirit soul was a parasitic source-type life form. It needed to take over a soul to invade its body in order to truly become alive. The beast spirit soul was in agony that Lin Yuan had not allowed it to take over a life form throughout its evolution to diamond grade. When it heard Lin Yuan's instruction, the beast spirit soul dashed over to the Disaster World faceless beast and started to attack its soul. The soul-bewildering daisy's pollen was very dominant, and the Disaster World faceless beast's soul was rendered utterly helpless. It was like a muscular man who was restrained to a wall. No matter how strong this man was, he was reduced to a sitting duck. The beast spirit soul was in no rush to exterminate the Disaster World faceless beast's soul and take over its body. Instead, it gobbled up the Disaster World faceless beast's soul like a fine delicacy. The soul-bewildering daisy's pollen's effects would last for at least 3 hours. This was more than enough time. Lin Yuan could allow the beast spirit soul to do as it pleased during the 3 hours. A phase thinking process was very simple. It only knew to pursue its benefits. The beast spirit soul was consuming the soul-bewildering daisy's pollen because it was beneficial to its growth. The Disaster World faceless beast had comprehended the confounding law. The beast spirit soul was using its soul-gathering willpower rune to consume the confounding law. Although the soul-bewildering daisy's pollen had already paralyzed the Disaster World faceless beast's soul, the confounding law was unaffected. It was stupid to use a willpower to take on a law. The beast spirit soul was not only unable to consume the confounding law, but its soul-gathering willpower rune even experienced backlash from the confounding law. As such, the beast spirit soul was in great peril. Even without Lin Yuan issuing an order, Shadow's totem lit up, and Shadow used its totem power to suppress the confounding law. It was like an elephant that was being restrained in front of an ant so the ant would be free to prey on it. It sounded like a joke for an elephant to be eaten by an ant. But given enough time, it was not impossible. The beast spirit soul was hard at work using its soul-gathering willpower rune to harvest the confounding law. Lin Yuan patiently waited to see if the beast spirit soul's soul-gathering willpower rune could successfully consume the confounding law. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan noticed that the soul-gathering willpower rune had harvested a portion of the confounding law's abilities. This discovery elated Lin Yuan. As long as the beast spirit soul had enough time, it would be able to fully harvest the beast spirit soul. However, 3 hours was clearly insufficient. 3 hours later, when the Disaster World faceless beast soul became free and was about to fight back, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to use the remaining half the bottle of the soul-bewildering daisy's pollen. 6 hours later, the soul-gathering willpower rune completely consumed the confounding law. Even if the Disaster World faceless beast soul recovered, it no longer had the ability to fight back against the beast spirit soul. Eventually, The disaster world faceless beast's soul became sustenance for the beast spirit soul, and the beast spirit soul officially took over the body. The beast spirit soul was a parasitic source-type life form. Although the beast spirit soul was limited by Lin Yuan's spirit chi professional rank, and thus was only Diamond X/Fantasy V, the disaster world faceless beast was still Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth I. If the beast spirit soul had not fully taken control of the confounding law, the disaster world faceless beast quality would have fallen after the beast spirit soul invaded it. After a series of events, Lin Yuan managed to obtain a Suzerain X/Myth I Fei despite only being a B-rank spirit chi professional. The disaster world faceless beast that had been struggling on the ground now stood up obediently. It shook out its hair and lunged toward Lin Yuan affectionately. Now that the beast spirit soul had taken over the disaster world faceless beast, it had become one of Lin Yuan's fays. Hence, Shadow stopped restraining the disaster world faceless beast. Before the disaster world faceless beast could reach Lin Yuan's body, the thick fur on its body that had started coming into contact with the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone lit up. Lin Yuan was about to reach out to catch the disaster world faceless beast, which was about the size of a pet dog, when all of its fur fell off, exposing a body that was only around the size of a palm. This allowed Lin Yuan to know that the disaster world faceless beast size had mostly come from its fur. It was actually very cute. Lin Yuan had seen a fey transform in such a way in the spirit lock spatial zone more than once. When Genius, the lifespan mouse, and fays that were sensitive to spirit chi were awash in the pure spirit chi, their bloodlines would transform, and they would grow new fur. Moreover, they would also gain a new body when their fur was transforming. This was what had happened to the flower branch mouse. The disaster world faceless beast was already walking down an unknown path. If it evolved again, it might refresh its fundamental lifeform status and species. This was what had happened to Genius when it evolved from the 100 questions beast to the 1,000 questions beast, then to the beast that connects everything, and finally to the highest access fate-knowing beast. Lin Yuan saw the disaster world faceless beast's current bloodline as the same as when Genius evolved from the beast that connects everything to the highest access fate-knowing beast. Lin Yuan had found out from the goddess of mercy that the mother disaster world faceless beast belonged to Na. Once the child disaster world faceless beast's bloodline completed its transformation, its bloodline would surpass that of its mother. He would likely clash swords with Na again in the future. At that time, it was likely that the child disaster world faceless beast would be able to suppress its mother. Previously, the child disaster world faceless beast's fur had been silver with hints of red. But under the nourishment of the pure spirit chi, the red in the disaster world faceless beast's fur intensified. However, the red was completely different from the red on the mother of Bloodbath's body. The disaster world faceless beast's red was sinister and bewitching. It had an ominous aura. Lin Yuan seriously observed the disaster world faceless beast. The fur had gathered in a pile by his feet. The large amount of fur indicated that the disaster world faceless beast had already transformed multiple times. Lin Yuan realized that the disaster world faceless beast had already molted and grown new fur 15 times. The disaster world faceless beast's fur was now fully red. As its fur continuously fell and regrew, its fur slowly took on an alluring purple hue. The fur also started growing longer. If Chu Ci were younger, Lin Yuan would have given her the disaster world faceless beast. She would have been able to braid 300 braids out of its fur. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt the disaster world faceless beast growing hotter in his arms. A power rose out from its bloodline and enveloped its body. This told Lin Yuan that the disaster world faceless beast was about to be done with its transformation. He held his breath and continued staring at the disaster world faceless beast. Lin Yuan noticed numerous large purple spots on its originally pink and red skin. The purple spots continuously changed. An eye appeared at the center of each of the purple spots. Lin Yuan had never seen a Fei's bloodline become so sinister during an evolution. Soon, soft purple and red fur grew out from its body. The tips of the hair were red, but they gradually turned purple toward the roots. A cry that resembled that of a baby was released from Lin Yuan's arms. The disaster world faceless beast opened its eyes, and Lin Yuan was suddenly looking into a pair of beautiful pink eyes. Although the disaster world faceless beast had become Lin Yuan's fae and Lin Yuan's soul was much stronger than average, he still felt his spirit becoming influenced when he locked eyes with the mesmerizingly pink ones. The small beast in Lin Yuan's arms had no idea that its gaze was affecting Lin Yuan and continued to snuggle up to him. Lin Yuan was the one who had nurtured the beast's spirit soul. As such, it felt sincerely affectionate toward Lin Yuan. A moment later, Lin Yuan shook his head to clear his mind. It was just a pair of eyes. But Lin Yuan could be certain that the disaster world faceless beast that had evolved its bloodline was extremely powerful. There were hundreds of eyes on its skin, and it had twin-colored fur and pink eyes. Genius came across as transparent, clean, and agile. Meanwhile, the evolved disaster world faceless beast came across as muddled, unclean, and seductive. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the evolved disaster world faceless beast. Fae name: Death Demon Concubine Beast, Fae Species. Demon Concubine Beast Species / Faceless Beast Species. Fae Grade: Suzerain, 10 out of 10. Fae Type: Curse, Spiritual Soul. Fae Quality: Myth I. Abilities: Death. Make a judgment on the target's willpower, soul, spirit, and mind power. If the judgment decides that the combined power of the 4 powers is weaker than it, the life form will not be able to attack it. Heart words cross disaster, placing a voiced curse on the target. The strength of the target's spiritual energy will determine the strength of the curse. Under the influence of the curse, if another curse is placed on the target's mind, the effects of the curse will multiply, and the target's soul will start to corrode. Demon Concubine's Promise. The Death Demon Concubine can turn its heart into a pill that can be gifted to a target. The target will become the Death Demon Concubine's dependent, and their lives will be tied together. Heart Stolen Soul Photographed. After disaster heart curses the target's soul, it can enter the target's body and use its soul to control the target's body. Deepened Curse Imprint. Magnify the effects of the curse on the target and bewitch the target's mind, soul, and spiritual energy simultaneously. Steal the fate of a nation. If it can influence the fate of a country that sits upon a certain area of the earth, the fate can be stolen. The price of this ability is the burning up of one's lifespan. Demon Concubine's Chaos. When affecting the fate of the nation that the territory belongs to, a chaotic destiny can be injected into the territory. The chaotic destiny will cause all the life forms on the ground to be afflicted by bad luck. The effects of the bad luck will be linked to the strength of the chaotic destiny. Exclusive skill: Faceless Appearance. Set a target and absorb its bloodline, spiritual energy, and soul. It will then assume the appearance of the target and obtain all of its abilities. Fate of Chaos. Absorb the fate of the ground it is present on. The fate can be used to enhance the effects of its abilities. Payment in Life. Use its lifespan to investigate the lifespans of other targets. If its own lifespan is sacrificed, it can take away another's lifespan by touching the target. Lin Yuan realized that the small beast in his arms was no longer called the Disaster World Faceless Beast but the Death Demon Concubine Beast. It changed from Faceless Beast Species / Furred Beast Species to Demon Concubine Beast Species / Faceless Beast Species. Evidently, its species had been extrapolated. From the Death Demon Concubine Beast's name, it was clear that it was the first of its kind. Its normal ability child and mother double body, which relied on cooperating with the mother, had changed to Death. Lin Yuan found the ability Death to be extremely interesting. The Death Demon Concubine Beast was Curse - Spiritual - and Soul type. As such, its willpower, soul, spirit, and mind were extremely powerful. While the Death Demon Concubine Beast was growing, it would be very difficult for other fays of the same grade to be judged as stronger than the Death Demon Concubine Beast. If Death was used, fays that were of the same grade or were weaker than the Death Demon Concubine Beast would not be able to attack it. This ability would allow the Death Demon Concubine Beast to never have to worry about being sieged by a group. In a way, Death would cause Spirit Chi professionals to lose control of their fays. This would cause the Spirit Chi professionals to lose confidence in their fays during battle. The phase that lost to the Death Demon Concubine Beast as a result of Death's judgment would only be able to watch as their contractors were taken control by the Death Demon Concubine Beast or killed. The Death Demon Concubine Beast's original Elite and Silver abilities Disaster Warning and Disaster Heart had fused to become Heart Words Cross Disaster. A curse would first be applied to a target. Once the curse took effect, a mind curse could be stacked onto it. Since the Disaster World Faceless Beast's Elite and Silver abilities had been fused, the Elite ability slot was left empty. Demon Concubine's promise would allow the Disaster World Faceless Beast to turn its heart into a pill that could bind it with a life form. It would become dependent on this life form, and the death of one would lead to the death of another. Lin Yuan saw this as a contraction ability. Normally, it would be best to use Demon Concubine's promise on the strongest Fae available, because Faes that were stronger at combat would be better able to protect the Death Demon Concubine Beast. However, Lin Yuan did not see it this way. In order to use Steal the Fate of a Nation and Payment in Life, the Demon Concubine promise would have to use up its lifespan. Since Lin Yuan had become the Death Demon Concubine Beast's contractor, he knew that its lifespan was extremely long. However, if its power did not increase and it remained stuck at Suzerain X/Myth I, it would only be able to live around 800 years at the most. This was much longer than the lifespan of regular Spirit Chi professionals. But it would be far from enough if Lin Yuan wanted to use Steal the Fate of a Nation and Payment in Life. Lin Yuan felt that Steal the Fate of a Nation was the Death Demon Concubine Beast's essence. The fate of a nation encompassed the fates of every life form living in it. In order for a territory to be titled as blessed, the considerations included not only its resources but also fate. This was what made up the fate of a nation. With a lifespan of only around 800 years, the Death Demon Concubine Beast could not extract too much of a nation's fate. The Death Demon Concubine Beast's second exclusive skill, Fate of Chaos, could absorb the fate of the territory that the Death Demon Concubine Beast was on. It would then use the fate to boost its own abilities. This meant that the more fate that the Death Demon Concubine Beast drained, the greater its power would be. Besides Fate of Chaos, Payment in Life also needed the Disaster World Faceless Beast to use up its lifespan. As such, Payment in Life would shorten the Disaster World Faceless Beast's life. It not only harmed the opponent but oneself as well. Luo never dared to use this ability in the past. However, Lin Yuan had nurtured a new life form that had gotten the Moon Empress out of her half-dug grave. This life form would forever only be able to remain normal quality. But it was a treasure that every expert would desire. The life form that Lin Yuan was referring to was the Lifespan Mouse. If Lin Yuan could strengthen the Flower Branch Mouse and nurture another Lifespan Mouse, the Death Demon Concubine Beast would be able to use Concubine's Promise to form a contract with the Lifespan Mouse and link their lives together. As long as Lin Yuan could provide the Lifespan Mouse with enough spiritual ingredients that contained vitality, its lifespan would virtually be endless. This might even allow the Death Demon Concubine Beast to drain all of a nation's fate using Steal the Fate of a Nation. Payment in Life enabled the Disaster World Faceless Beast to use an unreasonable method to eliminate Faes that were stronger than it. However, Lin Yuan would never take this ability for granted because he would not know what secret weapons his future enemies possessed. No matter how confident he was, an ability like this that risked everything had to be used cautiously. Heart Stolen Soul Photographed and Deepened Curse Imprint had not changed. When they were used in conjunction with Heartward's Cross Disaster, they would be able to increase the Death Demon Concubine Beast's control over the target. Blessing of Mother's Body would have allowed the Disaster World Faceless Beast to receive boosts from its mother's mind, spirit, and soul. If it burned up its bloodline, it could even summon its mother over. Thus, it had been a life-preserving secret weapon. Now, Death Concubine's Chaos caused the Death Demon Concubine Beast to lose this life-preserving secret weapon. But when used together with Steal the Fate of a Nation, Death Concubine's Chaos could be even more apocalyptic than Blessing of Mother's Body. When the Death Demon Concubine Beast was draining a nation's fate, it could inject a chaotic destiny into the ground to curse all the life forms present on the territory. Normally, due to the restriction of the Death Demon Concubine Beast's lifespan, the effects of Steal the Fate of a Nation and Death Concubine's Chaos were not strong. But once the death demon concubine beast used demon concubine's promise to contract the lifespan mouse, it would be able to place a terrifying chaotic destiny on the territory that bound every life form to bad luck. Cold beads of sweat had started dripping down Lin Yuan's back by the time he was done reading about the ability Death Concubine's chaos. He was relieved that he was the one who possessed the death demon concubine beast. Even if Luo did not have the lifespan mouse, he could still wield the death demon concubine beast as a fearsome strategic killing machine. Although the members of royalty had reached eternal, they were humans and did not have a lifespan that reached 1,000 years. Only experts who started walking down heaven's path were able to live past 1,000 years. Lin Yuan always assumed that a person's lifespan was limited. But once the Moon Empress started walking down heaven's path and unlocked her birth horoscope, she got a peek at the cinder that could be set alight. The Moon Empress told Lin Yuan that once the ember in the birth horoscope was lit, one's lifespan might even become endless. There might be an end eventually, but the minimum lifespan would still be raised to tens of thousands of years. Even if the death demon concubine beast contracted the lifespan mouse, it would not be the same as experts because the process by which the lifespan mouse accumulated lifespan was not as simple as it seemed. Besides spiritual ingredients that contained vitality, the lifespan mouse also needed to digest the vitality-containing spiritual ingredients. However, the lifespan mouse would forever be stuck at normal quality and did not have a strong digestive ability. Although the death demon concubine beast could not compare to an expert that had set their birth horoscope alight, it would still be able to take on eternal experts with lifespans of 1,000 to 2,000 years. As long as the lifespan mouse continued eating with time, the death demon concubine beast might even be able to take on experts who had set fire to their birth horoscope. As he looked at the little beast in his arms, the only feeling that Lin Yuan could identify was shock. He would struggle if he was asked to compare the death demon concubine beast with Genius and Chimey. Chimey had produced its own son and had turned into a completely new celestial being. Genius was the king of cats and could use its tail to connect with higher powers. As long as it paid the price, it would be able to find out anything it wanted to know. The death demon concubine beast could toy with lifespans and had the added edge of chaos. Lin Yuan noticed that these fays that had their species as part of their names all had a unique power that no other fae would be able to replicate. Lin Yuan seemed to have found his new ideals. Now that he was done nurturing the death demon concubine beast, Lin Yuan's combat power had increased substantially. Currently, the death demon concubine beast was the strongest fae that Lin Yuan had. Its grade and quality only further cemented this ranking. Lin Yuan decided to name the death demon concubine beast. He would not base the name off of the death demon concubine beast because Lin Yuan had formed a contract with it through the beast's spirit soul. Eventually, Lin Yuan decided to name it Merciful Soul. This was because the goddess of mercy had been the one who had given him the beast's spirit soul, and it would allow Lin Yuan to always remember the goddess of mercy's ulterior motive for him. Now, Lin Yuan was done with his second task. Lin Yuan prepared himself to contract the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had a high standard for the strength of the soul. Every young elite from the Freedom Federation was exceptionally careful before they contracted an intermediate devil. However, Lin Yuan did not have to do the same because he had two souls, both of which had been cleansed of impurities. Since he was capable of contracting 4 sacred source lifeforms, he had nothing to worry about when contracting with a mere intermediate devil. Lin Yuan let out the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil from the purple and gold cage. Every devil that came from the demon church had its own unique nurturing method. But all devils had extremely strong reactions to spirit chi. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was extremely beautiful. It was wearing a light green dress that resembled a nun's tunic. Its ruby lips were dewy and looked alluring yet gentle. When the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil sensed the pure spirit chi, it started taking deep breaths wildly in order to absorb as much pure spirit chi as possible to strengthen itself. But before a hint of the spirit chi could reach the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's abdomen, Shadow used its aura to squeeze all the spirit chi out of the vicinity of the purple and gold cage. Once the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was unable to sense any pure spirit chi, it instantly went into a frenzy. When the goddess of mercy had been in the Radiant Moon Palace, She had candidly described devils to him. Devils were all selfish, cruel, violent, bloodthirsty, and sly. They only acted in their own interests. Their nature made them impossible to tame. Although the goddess of mercy had turned her higher devil into her servant when she formed a contract with it, there had been numerous times that she needed to use benefits to tempt the higher devil. This was because she had strengthened it extensively and needed to depend on its power during battle. As such, although the devil acknowledged the goddess of mercy as its mistress, it would still request perks from her. The goddess of mercy had reflected on her situation. Although she had become the devil's mistress when she contracted it, she had not disciplined it. Thus, the goddess of mercy made sure to stress the importance of disciplining the intermediate devil to Lin Yuan. After the goddess of mercy sensed the mermaid bloodline within Lin Yuan, she started looking out for him as long as it would not involve her giving up her profits. There was something that the goddess of mercy had not understood. She had 3 intermediate devils on hand, so why did the Moon Empress pick the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil out of all of them? The goddess of mercy felt that the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was too challenging to nurture. Although the Moon Empress could purify the eternal heart and had become a Class 6 creation master, she would still have to invest a lot of time and energy if she wanted to help Lin Yuan nurture the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that the time and energy spent would be rewarded. However, the Moon Empress was still Lin Yuan's master. The goddess of mercy could not interfere in a decision that the Moon Empress had made for Lin Yuan. The goddess of mercy was hoping to obtain the affection of Lin Yuan, who had the Emperor Mermaid bloodline. As such, she needed to maintain an amicable relationship with the Moon Empress. Although the goddess of mercy could not decide which intermediate devil Lin Yuan contracted, she could give her suggestions. Lin Yuan still kept the goddess of mercy's advice in mind and intended to properly discipline the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. Given the nature of devils, it would not do to use the soft method on them. When the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was unable to sense the pure spirit qi, its beautiful countenance had warped into a frightening sight. Lin Yuan walked up to it and placed his hand on the cage as he said, "You are in my territory now, yet you're still trying to absorb my spirit qi. It looks like you still don't know your place." Lin Yuan's words seemed to be an arrogant provocation, but he was actually informing the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil of its circumstance to let it know that the pure spirit qi was still present. After contracting the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, Lin Yuan would have to evolve it. He felt that with all the different types of pure spirit qi at his disposal, he would be able to evolve the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil to a higher devil at least. Once the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil evolved into a higher devil, it would become more powerful than Lin Yuan. When Luo fused with his higher devil, he could control it better than Yanling, Kaihua, and Yu Changjian could contract their intermediate devils. However, the higher devil also affected his personality. If Lin Yuan wanted to keep his personality intact when he fused with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, he needed it to submit to him whenever he summoned it. Since the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was an intermediate devil, it was as intelligent as any human adult. In fact, it was much more scheming. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil clearly understood its value to spirit qi professionals. It spoke with a fawning, beguiling, and cunning tone. "If you give me the spirit qi, I will help you once I become stronger." Every devil had its own distinct personality. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's personality was characterized by greed. It was almost obsessed with wealth. Thus, when Lin Yuan demonstrated how much pure spirit qi he had, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil completely submitted to him. From its tone, it seemed willing to allow Lin Yuan to become its contractor. If the other elites from the Freedom Federation who had contracted intermediate devils found out about this, their jaws would drop because devils almost never submitted to spirit qi professionals when the force was not used. By saying what it had said, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was the first of its kind. The main reason for this was that the purity of the spirit qi in the spirit lock spatial zone was much too high. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil wanted nothing more than to spend every day drinking it all up. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil felt that it would be able to start devouring the pure spirit qi quicker if it submitted. Alas, Devils and humans did not share the same language. Lin Yuan had no idea what the flower calamity beautiful devil said. Moreover, he intended to put it through the ringer to instill discipline in it. Thus, he did not instruct Genius to use connected tales to learn what the flower calamity beautiful devil was thinking. He did not know how to torture a devil. However, all the demons that lived in the abyssal world were experts at this. Corporal punishment was a life skill for abyss demons. Shadow was a wily old fox in its own right and was likely to have countless methods for torture. Lin Yuan said, "Shadow, discipline her. I hope to see it bowing to me the next time I lay my eyes on it." Lin Yuan did not understand what the flower calamity beautiful devil said, and the same went for the flower calamity beautiful devil. Hence, the flower calamity beautiful devil still had not realized the severity of its situation. It continued looking at Lin Yuan with confusion. "I've already submitted to you. Why are you talking to that dwarf instead of taking pity on me?" Ever since Lin Yuan transformed Shadow, and it nestled itself in the warmth of Sky City, Shadow had been suppressing its true nature. Devils had bad habits, and so did demons. It could even be said that demons were even more enslaved to their bad habits than devils were. Shadow had been controlling itself for far too long and was anxious to unleash its brutal side. It delightedly promised Lin Yuan, "Lord Dictator, it will willingly kneel before you the next time you see it. It will be nothing more than a loyal puppy by your feet." When Lin Yuan heard what Shadow said, he stored Shadow and Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil in the spatial ring. It was time for Shadow to perform. Lin Yuan was not interested in seeing exactly what Shadow did to the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, because he had more important things to do. He had to use the well water that had been accumulating in the element well to prepare more types of pure elemental energy. Lin Yuan already had water dash, fire dash, earth dash, and wind elemental energy. In fact, he had as many types of them as he wanted. After all, the 4 elemental shellfish were continuously producing heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan wanted to nurture the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, so he could increase its power. As such, he needed to prepare other types of elemental energy. Since the element well appeared, Lin Yuan had been using the water sparingly. As such, there was a significant amount of water at the bottom of the element well. It would fill 6 to 7 bowls without issue. Besides pure water dash, fire dash, earth dash, and wind elemental energy, the Moon Empress had given him 10 of the dark crystal armored insects, 10 of the moonlight sleeping lotuses, 5 of the plasma snails, 5 of the wood-building winged sandflies, and 1 of the ice-sealing frozen carp, which were mediums for 5 types of pure elemental energy. Lin Yuan also had the blood brew grape from the blood brew grapevine. This meant that Lin Yuan also possessed blood energy. This meant that Lin Yuan had exactly 10 types of pure elemental energies. However, Lin Yuan needed to nurture all the phase that the Moon Empress had given him before the element well could use the resources they produced to concoct elemental energies. This would take some time. This time would be perfect for teaching the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil obedience. The dark crystal armored insects had an unassuming appearance, as all of them were only around the size of a fingernail. If a spirit chi professional who was not a creation master saw the dark crystal armored insect, they might mistake it for the gray beetle. But if the dark crystal armored insect was nurtured by pure spirit chi, its shell would fall away from its body and crystallize instantly. The shell that fell off would automatically absorb light from the surroundings. This would cause the surface of the shell to be covered with a layer of starlight. Currently, Lin Yuan only had 5 of the dark crystal armored insects. Hu Quan had used the dark mystic martial rock to create a container to store the dark crystal armored insects in. The container was only around half a square foot large, but it was very spacious for the 5 dark crystal armored insects. Now, Lin Yuan could store these 10 new dark crystal armored insects in the container as well. Since the dark crystal armored insect was armored insect species, it was not territorial. Although they also had their own hierarchy, the 15 dark crystal armored insects would not attack each other as long as they were supplied with sufficient spirit chi. The 10 dark crystal armored insects that were added into the container quickly gathered in the corner and started to absorb pure spirit chi. Lin Yuan plucked out 3 shells that had fallen not long ago and closed the container. With these phases, Lin Yuan had taken possession of numerous types of pure elemental energy. These types of pure elemental energy were extremely valuable and could be considered foundational resources. Lin Yuan had not organized the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone in a long time. Ever since the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone expanded to 400 square meters, Lin Yuan no longer had to try to conserve space like when it had only been 80 square meters large. Moreover, the true use of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone did not involve taking up a large amount of space. The rate of resource production of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone came from the rate at which the Spirit Pool broke down the energy ores. The phase that needed to absorb Spirit Chi were all greedy for Spirit Chi. Moreover, there was also universe. Lin Yuan no longer needed to remain in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to lay out the coral jades and other spiritual ingredients in order for the Spirit Pool to break down the energy ores to produce Spirit Chi. Nonetheless, it was still his private space, and it was time for him to organize the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Through his will, he instructed the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope to use chains made of wind elemental energy to arrange the items in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yuan was done arranging the 400 square meter space. The size of the platinum-wood shelves and tables no longer suited the current size of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Lin Yuan decided that when he went to the Divine Wood Federation, he would ask Hu Quan to use some rare wood to make new furniture for the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. In less than a day, the furniture would turn jade-textured. While he was instructing the Windspeed Rapid Antelope to arrange the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, Lin Yuan specifically set aside a space of about 40 square meters. Lin Yuan took out a strip of grass that had the faint fragrance grass growing on it. The faint fragrance grass was an advanced strip of grass specially nurtured by Condensed Fairy Orchard to plant fortuitous phase. It could release water vapor and had cleaning effects. It would also release a faint fragrance. Lin Yuan covered the 40 square meters with the strip of faint fragrance grass. A special type of wood elemental energy was needed to nurture the faint fragrance grass. As such, it did not have a strong reaction to concentrated spirit chi. When the faint fragrance grass was submerged in a high concentration of pure spirit chi, it did not start to evolve or mutate. The only thing that changed was that the grass became more luxurious. When Lin Yuan stepped on it, he felt as though he was stepping on a thick green carpet. Although the faint fragrance grass would not evolve or mutate when exposed to concentrated pure spirit chi, its grade would still rise continuously. Even if Lin Yuan left the faint fragrance grass to its own devices, it would quickly raise itself from bronze to gold. Once it reached gold, small flowers would start growing out of the green carpet. These flowers did not have any special uses, but they were very pleasant to admire. However, Lin Yuan was still a man. He did not lay out this strip of grass for decorative purposes. Rather, he wanted to provide the phase in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone that could produce spirit chi with the best environment. Lin Yuan placed the container that stored the 15 dark crystal armored insects on the strip of grass. Next, he placed the elemental shellfish at the center of the grass strip so that the elemental pearls that were spat out by the elemental shellfish would land on the grass. The Wind Speed Rapid Antelope would then pick them up swiftly and sort them into their respective chests that were next to the Pure Land of Bliss. All the chests were sectioned into 4. Given the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope's intelligence, it could easily separate the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls based on their outer layers. The Wind Speed Rapid Antelope was increasingly living up to its role as a housekeeper. Lin Yuan did not need to do anything special to the Moonlight Sleeping Lotuses because the Moon Empress had already planted them in pots made of moonstone. Lin Yuan only needed to place these pots on the grass strip. Once the Moonlight Sleeping Lotuses absorbed sufficient pure spirit chi, the lotuses that contained pure light elemental energy would eventually fall on their own. Once the 5 plasma snails were triggered by spirit chi, they would release plasma. If the plasma came in contact with other phase, it would cause damage. When Lin Yuan went to the Miao family's residence, Miao Zhinshan had given a flower sculpture carved from agate in order to please him. The agate flower was hollowed out and could separate elemental energy. Lin Yuan placed the 5 plasma snails into the agate flower and set it on a platter made of gold destiny separating crystal gold. From now on, Lin Yuan could retrieve the plasma snail secretions from the platter whenever he needed it. Compared to the dark crystal armored insects, moonlight sleeping lotuses, and plasma snails. The wood-building winged sandflies were more difficult to handle. The pure wood elemental energy that came from the wood-building winged sandflies came from their pupas. As such, the wood-building winged sandflies were consumable phase. Lin Yuan did not want the 5 wood-building winged sandflies to disappear once they turned into pups. As such, he built a nest for them first so they could procreate. He would then nurture the young wood-building winged sandflies until they reached adulthood and repeat the process of procreation before they turned into pupas. This way, Lin Yuan would not only be able to ensure that he had enough of the wood-building winged sandflies' pupas, but also have a store of its eggs that he could trade for resources. Besides trading for resources, Lin Yuan also had a great need for the wood-building winged sandflies. Both the jasmine lily and red thorn were plants and benefited greatly from pure wood elemental energy. If the wood-building winged sandfly's pupa was buried in the twin red pagoda's pot, the pure wood elemental energy it produced would enable the twin red pagoda to grow quickly and produce the life-form sacrificial fire again. Thus, when Lin Yuan created a nest for the wood-building winged sandflies, he used the best jade-textured wood in his possession. After he bundled the jade-textured wood together, Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to produce feathers made of the day and night spirit silver and started digging out holes in the jade-textured wood. Using the sharp day and night spirit silver to dig holes in the jade-textured wood was very easy. However, it took Lin Yuan around 15 minutes to complete this task. Lin Yuan used his crude carving skills to dig many holes in the bundled jade-textured wood until it resembled a wasp nest. Lin Yuan did not feel any reluctance at all. Rather, he was extremely satisfied. He was confident that he had dug out enough holes for the wood-building winged sandflies to them. Thus, the wood-building winged sandflies were not afraid of him. 1817 continuously build and rebuild nests. When other creation masters nurtured the wood-building winged sandfly, they would be afraid that it would die after it laid eggs. Even with the utmost care, only 1 out of the 2 to 5 eggs that the wood-building winged sandfly laid would survive. But with the nourishment from the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone, it was guaranteed that none of the eggs would be lost. Thus, even if Lin Yuan did not invest any effort into taking care of the wood-building winged sandflies, he would be able to obtain more and more of their pupas. The jade-textured wood would be the wood-building winged sandflies' food. Lin Yuan did not waste the jade-textured wood that he had dug out from the bundle. Instead, he instructed the wind-speed rapid antelope to collect them and pile them up neatly. When the wood-building winged sandflies were seeking food, they would naturally head for the pile of jade-textured wood scraps. They would only start to eat their nest if they were desperate. Once the source sand moved the large pile of jade-textured wood scraps onto the strip of grass, he released the 5 wood-building winged sandflies. He had already fed the wood-building winged sandflies pure spirit chi by hand before he released them. Thus, the wood-building winged sandflies were not afraid of him. Once the wood-building winged sandflies came into contact with the pure spirit chi, it was as though the procreation genes in their bodies were triggered, and their lifespans were shortened. Once the wood-building winged sandflies saw the jade-textured wood, they immediately started nesting, laying eggs and turning into pupas. Now that Lin Yuan was done handling the wood-building winged sandflies, only the ice-sealing frozen carp was left. The ice-sealing frozen carp did not produce water elemental energy but could turn pure water elemental energy into ice elemental energy of the same quality. Lin Yuan currently had 2 possible plans in front of him. The first was to breed the ice-sealing frozen carp in the Amazonite tank and add in powdered heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that had outer layers so that the powdered pearls could dissolve inside the tank. He would do this until a large amount of sediment collected at the bottom of the tank because this meant that the Amazonite tank was fully saturated with water elemental energy. Once the ice-sealing frozen carp transformed the water elemental energy, Lin Yuan would be able to collect the ice elemental energy. The method would be too wasteful. It involved using water from the element well to concoct pure water elemental energy, then using the water from the element well to nurture the ice-sealing frozen carp in order to obtain pure ice elemental energy from it. There was no question that the second method was more convenient. However, Lin Yuan still chose the first option because the ice-sealing frozen carp would absorb a portion of water elemental energy when it turned water elemental energy into ice elemental energy. Every drop of water from the element well was invaluable. unless it was absolutely necessary. Lin Yuan did not want to waste even a single drop. Since he had made his choice, Lin Yuan added grasswood fountain water into the Amazonite tank before he placed the ice-sealing frozen carp into the tank. Grasswood fountain water contained vitality. Without water elemental energy, the ice-sealing frozen carp would cause the temperature of the grasswood fountain water to drop, but it would not freeze. Lin Yuan did not have to scrimp or save when he used the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Out of all the elemental shellfish, Lin Yuan had the most of the aquamarine elemental shellfish. This was enough to meet the floating island whale's needs, as well as maintain his trades with Lin. Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to grind up 100 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers. He poured the crushed heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls into the Amazonite tank. Grasswood fountain water had extremely strong harmonizing effects and quickly dissolved the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl powder. At that moment, the ice-sealing frozen carp turned the entire tank of water cold. Lin Yuan knew that he had poured in more than enough heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl powder. It would be enough to last the ice-sealing frozen carp for some time. Now, Lin Yuan only needed to wait for time to pass, and he would be able to collect the resources that could be used to nurture the flower calamity beautiful devil. Lin Yuan had already been in the spirit lock spatial zone for about an hour. Now that he was free, he decided to see how Shadow was coming along in teaching the flower calamity beautiful devil. As such, he let Shadow and flower calamity beautiful devil out of the ring. Shadow had shattered the purple and gold cage that contained the flower calamity beautiful devil long ago. Shadow was standing while the flower calamity beautiful devil was cowering while staring at Shadow with terror. At that moment, Shadow had a guilty expression. When it accepted the task from Lin Yuan, it had promised that it would make the flower calamity beautiful devil bow before him. It had been confident in its methods but had not anticipated the flower calamity beautiful devil to be so stubborn. It had put in a lot of effort but still failed to make the flower calamity beautiful devil submit in the short time span it had promised. Although the flower calamity beautiful devil was plenty scared of Lin Yuan and it would not attack him even when it was out of the cage, it still had not reached the extent of the promise that Shadow had made to Lin Yuan. Shadow lowered its head and said softly, "Lord Dictator, I wasn't able to fulfill my promise to you. I am useless." Lin Yuan shook his head. He did not blame Shadow in the slightest. If intermediate demons were so easy to break, the young elites from the Freedom Federation and members of royalty like the Goddess of Mercy would not have been plagued with headaches about contracting them. It was only to be expected that the flower calamity beautiful devil was difficult to discipline. Lin Yuan was already surprised by how much Shadow had achieved in such a short span of time. "Shadow, since you aren't done teaching the flower calamity beautiful devil yet, you can continue doing so," said Lin Yuan. Shadow nodded seriously. It was not going to go east on the flower calamity beautiful devil. The flower calamity beautiful devil trembled when it heard what Lin Yuan said. Nothing had been more terrifying in its mind than the 7 major devils. But now it feared Lin Yuan even more. When the flower calamity beautiful devil first met Lin Yuan, it had developed positive feelings for him. Devils were all lustful and cunning, regardless of gender. Lin Yuan's appearance easily met the flower calamity beautiful devil's standard for beauty. Additionally, Lin Yuan possessed seemingly endless pure spirit qi. The flower calamity beautiful devil needed this badly. If not for these reasons, the flower calamity beautiful devil would not have taken the initiative to try and gain his favor and was even willing to form a contract with him. Regardless, the flower calamity beautiful devil did not want to be locked in the spatial ring and tortured by the executioner-like dwarf any longer. The flower calamity beautiful devil placed its hands on the floor and adjusted its tunic as it prepared to climb to its feet. At that instant, Shadow's aura landed on the flower calamity beautiful devil, preventing it from standing up. Although Shadow had not fulfilled its promise to Lin Yuan and so the flower calamity beautiful devil would not willingly bow respectfully to Lin Yuan, it was already at Shadow's limit to allow the flower calamity beautiful devil to crouch in front of Lin Yuan. It would not allow the flower calamity beautiful devil to stand up in front of Lin Yuan. The flower calamity beautiful devil said in a panicked tone, "I can listen to you. As long as you provide me with resources and don't harm me, I will do what you say." The flower calamity beautiful devil's tone was full of alarm, and its natural voice was already shrill. Thus, although its words showed weakness, they sounded like a provocation. Lin Yuan returned Shadow and Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil into the spatial ring so Shadow could continue to mold the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. At the instant that the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil entered the ring, it became certain that this handsome human could not be defied. I've already demonstrated my submission, but this human still isn't satisfied. What does he want from me? Do I have no other choice but to be enslaved? The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had no idea that its misunderstanding came from a loss in translation. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan would still have instructed Shadow to continue disciplining the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil if he understood what the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil said. This was because, during Lin Yuan's battle against Han Qi and Luo, he learned about how a devil's character could affect a spirit Qi professional. During a battle, only a clear mind would enable one to make the most accurate analyses. Due to the influence of his higher devil, Luo had become increasingly agitated during the battle. After Han Qi fused with his higher devil, the devil started dictating his actions. Thus, despite not being afraid of contracting devils, Lin Yuan still had to ensure that his devil submitted to him. Moreover, the goddess of mercy had repeatedly stressed the devil's bad habits. Something that she had repeatedly stressed had to be something that had tripped her up in the past. As such, Lin Yuan would try his best to avoid it if he could. After all, Shadow would change the force it used in order to keep the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil alive. The eggs that the wood-building winged sandflies had laid still needed some time before they turned into pupas. The plasma snails also had not produced a significant amount of secretions yet. As such, Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock spatial zone to go and have his meal. Since Lu Jie still had not returned from the Spirit Guard's land yet, Lu Pinru was in charge of dinner. Although Lu Pinru was not as skilled as Lu Jie when it came to cooking, she was still better than Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. Through Lin Yuan's battle against the Freedom Federation envoy group, Chu Xi thoroughly realized how lacking she was. She now knew how much her brother had silently endured as he shielded her. Hence, Chu Xi contacted Cold Moon to request to go out to train. Cold Moon was happy that Chu Xi was so eager to improve and agreed to the request. She decided to take Chu Xi to Cloud Lake City before school began so Chu Xi could face off against dimensional lifeforms that emerged from the dimensional rift. This would train Chu Xi's fighting skills. When Cold Moon accepted Chu Xi as her disciple, Lin Yuan told her that he wanted to be the one to prepare phase for Chu Xi. Cold Moon was not opposed to this. She could tell that even before Lin Yuan became the Moon Empress disciple, he did all he could to leave the best things for his sister. When Chu Xi and Lin Yuan reunited recently, he gave her the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly. The Nirvana Blaze Butterfly was a special defense-type Fey and fit in with Chu Xi's combat system. It would be easy for Cold Moon to obtain a powerful Fey for Chu Xi. However, she had no idea how she would go about obtaining a Fey like the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly that was so illusionary and whose method of nurturing it was still unknown. Chu Xi had contracted a new Fey, and her phase grades were all evolved. What she needed now was to firm up her combat skills. The decision to go out to train had been impulsive, and Chu Xi had not told Lin Yuan about it yet. When Chu Xi saw Lin Yuan now, she said, "Big brother, I have spoken with teacher, and the two of us will be going out to Cloud Lake City to train tomorrow morning. A month later, I still start my final semester at Redbud City." When Lin Yuan heard that Chu Xi was going out to train tomorrow, he could not help but feel reluctance. As her older brother, he did not like her immersing herself in danger. Although she would be with Cold Moon at Cloud Lake City, so Chu Xi would not be in any real danger. There was no doubt that she would have a difficult time. This was inevitable. When Lin Yuan went out to train and increase his power, he also had to experience many more challenges that regular people would not have to go through. Chu Xi had already decided to go out and train and had agreed on it with Cold Moon. No matter how reluctant Lin Yuan was, he could not hold her back. She only addressed him as Big Brother when she was revealing her true feelings or when she wanted to ask him for something. In all other situations, she called him by his name. He knew that Chu Xi was reluctant to leave him too, Lin Yuan reached out and pressed down the stray hairs on Chu Si's head as he said softly, Chu Si, I will be very busy for the next 2 years. I might not always be in the Radiance Federation, but I will definitely be here to send you to school for your next semester and attend all parent-teacher meetings. In the past, if Chu Si heard that Lin Yuan would be busy for 2 years and he would only make time to see her when she started school, she would feel a strong twinge of sadness. But she no longer felt this way. From the battle with the Freedom Federation envoy group, Chu Si saw the duty that Lin Yuan carried. He would not have been able to become so powerful if he had not worked tirelessly. For the first time since Chu Si grew up, she hugged him like when she was a child and said, Big brother, don't force yourself if it ever becomes too difficult. I only hope that you're safe and well. Lin Yuan had intended to immediately return to the Spirit Lock spatial zone after the meal. But since Chu Si was going to leave tomorrow, Lin Yuan spent 2 hours watching television with her before they played 2 rounds of the Battle Flag game. He only returned to his room and then to the Spirit Lock spatial zone after he put her to bed. From the moment he entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, alarm bells rang in Lin Yuan's head. He could not help but feel like he had forgotten something. Oh my God! I've kept Shadow and the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil inside the spatial ring for at least 3 hours. Doesn't this mean that Shadow has been disciplining the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil for at least 4 hours? The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil might be a devil, but such a punishment might even be too much for it. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and hurriedly let Shadow and the Flower Calamity Beautiful Demon out of the spatial ring. Once it was released, Shadow seemed to be panting. It was likely that it had expended a substantial amount of effort in order to discipline the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. It was not easy to tire out a demon that had reached Immortal. When Lin Yuan turned his eyes onto the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, he saw that it was trembling. Once it saw Lin Yuan, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil wrapped its arms around itself and respectfully knelt in front of him with its head lowered. It was as though it was a lowly speck of dirt. Lin Yuan gave Shadow a thumbs up. Not bad. Shadow's disciplining of the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. Lin Yuan was curious about what methods Shadow had used in order to discipline a devil to this extent. Since Shadow was done disciplining the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, Lin Yuan decided to communicate with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan summoned Genius and relayed his instruction. Soon, a belt that was transformed from a tail linked Lin Yuan and the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil together. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil could sense that Lin Yuan was reading its thoughts through this belt. However, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil that had been disciplined by Shadow dared not show any form of opposition. Rather, it had lost its ability to fight back. At that moment, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was fully vulnerable to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan assumed that a devil's heart would be muddled and filthy with slyness, greed, and wickedness. But when Lin Yuan looked into the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's heart, what he found was completely different. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's heart was filled with fear and submission. No matter what order Lin Yuan issued, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil would instantly jump into action. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had lost even its most basic characteristics. Lin Yuan looked at Shadow with shock and wondered how it managed this feat. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to carefully assess the situation before he assigned any tasks to the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. He had only instructed Shadow to discipline the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil as a spur-of-the-moment idea. His inspiration had been to fight fire with fire, but it ended up being a great success. If not for the enmity between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation, Lin Yuan would have made a windfall using Shadow to discipline devils for experts in the Freedom Federation. Lin Yuan asked the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, "Do you have anything to say to me now?" Lin Yuan's tone was gentle. If Shadow had not disciplined the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil yet, it would have prattled off numerous requests for Lin Yuan. But now, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil would not dare to do so. It kept its tone meek when it spoke to Lin Yuan for fear of setting off this young man with the face of an angel but a heart blacker than that of a devil. It was terrified that the young man would instruct the dwarf to start torturing it again. As it thought about how it had suffered at the hands of the dwarf, the flower calamity beautiful devil was certain that it was a pain that it would never be able to endure again. The flower calamity beautiful devil kowtowed to Lin Yuan. The devil's voice was naturally sharp and sultry, but it tried its best to sound docile in order to come off as respectful as possible. Lord, I don't have any requests. I will do whatever you ask of me. Lin Yuan now knew that the flower calamity beautiful devil was ready to form a contract with him. He walked over to it and pressed his hand down on its head as he circulated his soul power and formed a contract with the flower calamity beautiful devil. Lin Yuan had a reason for doing this. He would see if the flower calamity beautiful devil resisted during the contraction process and, through this, determine if it had truly submitted. Although contracting a devil was not an easy thing, and any resistance on the devil's part could result in backlash and injury to the soul, Lin Yuan had 2 souls. They counted for a total of around 400 points. One only needed a soul with around 160 points to form a contract with a devil. Thus, even if the flower calamity beautiful devil violently defied the process, Lin Yuan was confident that he would be able to overcome it. Moreover, given the current state of the flower calamity beautiful devil, Lin Yuan could not let shadow have its way with it a third time because it might cause the flower calamity beautiful devil's survival instinct to be destroyed. If that happened, Lin Yuan would only be contracting a shell of a devil. Lin Yuan's contraction of the flower calamity beautiful devil went extremely smoothly. It only took an instant for him to contract the flower calamity beautiful devil as his servant. With such a contraction, the flower calamity beautiful devil would not dare to use its character and will to influence Lin Yuan during their future fusions. Now that the contraction was complete, the flower calamity beautiful devil had become Lin Yuan's fae. Lin Yuan always treated his faes well. He instructed Shadow to recall its aura. The flower calamity beautiful devil obediently knelt on the ground and was finally allowed to absorb the pure spirit chi from the spirit lock spatial zone. Once the pure spirit chi entered its body, the flower calamity beautiful devil could not help but smile drunkenly. But it suddenly remembered that Lin Yuan had not said that it could absorb the pure spirit chi inside this room. The flower calamity beautiful devil quivered. Terror and submission had its greed fully under their thumb. The flower calamity beautiful devil forced itself to stop breathing in the pure spirit chi. Instead, it started looking at Lin Yuan pleadingly as though it was asking for permission to absorb the pure spirit chi in the room. Lin Yuan reached out his hand and pulled the flower calamity beautiful devil up to its feet as he said, "As long as you serve me, you can absorb as much of the pure spirit chi in this room as you want. I will even evolve your bloodline to higher devil." When Lin Yuan said that it could absorb as much of the pure spirit chi as it wanted, delight spread across the flower calamity beautiful devil's face. But when it heard the latter part of what Lin Yuan said, the flower calamity beautiful devil's delight turned to shock. Eventually, the flower calamity beautiful devil's body started trembling uncontrollably. The flower calamity beautiful devil had experienced true hell at the hands of Shadow. But what Lin Yuan just said sent it straight to heaven. No devil could resist the temptation of bloodline evolution. The flower calamity beautiful devil was also very smart. Back at the Demon Church, it would absorb the spirit chi supplied by the Freedom Federation every day. The purity of the spirit chi absorbed by the flower calamity beautiful devil then could not be compared to the purity of the spirit chi in this room. If this young man was able to possess so much pure spirit chi at his young age, it went without saying that he would be able to evolve the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline. Even devils would be fond of the person who shot them up to heaven. The flower calamity beautiful devil reached out its hand and touched the 2 curved horns on its head. Could not help but look forward to the day that it obtained 4 horns. Before the flower calamity beautiful devil could become overly hopeful, Lin Yuan took 2 green things out of a wooden pillar. When he walked nearer, the flower calamity beautiful devil saw that the 2 green things were 2 insect pupas. Lin Yuan took out the crystal bottle containing the element well's water and poured some of it while tossing the 2 wood-building winged sandfly pupas into the glass bowl alongside the water. Soon, Lin Yuan saw a swatch of green spread from the wood-building winged sandfly pupas to the element well's water. A moment later, the element well's water turned emerald green, while the wood-building winged sandfly pupas disappeared. Both the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls and wood-building winged sandfly pupas would not allow the elemental energy within them to escape in order to maintain the purity of the elemental energy. Thus, the flower calamity beautiful devil had no idea what the wood-building winged sandfly pupas were when it saw them. The element well could block spirit. As such, the flower calamity beautiful devil was confused when Lin Yuan handed the glass bowl to it. It had no idea what Lin Yuan was trying to do. "Drink every drop of this water," said Lin Yuan. There was an unspoken ban in the demon church. When devils were produced in the demon church, they did not possess human thoughts. In order to help them communicate with spirit chi professionals better, a scholarly spirit chi professional was assigned to be eaten by every newborn devil. When the devil consumed the spirit chi professional, it would immediately be able to think for itself. To a certain extent, the devil would also take on a part of the tastes of the human it consumed. Hence, the flower calamity beautiful devil detested insects, especially fat ones. However, Lin Yuan had already issued his instruction. Fear and submission won out over the flower calamity beautiful devil's distaste for insects, and it gulped down the green fluid. Since Lin Yuan said that it had to finish every drop, the flower calamity beautiful devil even started to lick the bowl. At that moment, elation erupted across the flower calamity beautiful devil's face because it sensed how pure the wood elemental energy in the water was. The flower calamity beautiful devil's true form was a female devil who wore a nun's tunic and had a breathtakingly beautiful face. It did not have many accessories. If Lin Yuan used the perspective from his past life, it came across as extremely poor. Suddenly, the pattern of numerous green vines appeared all over the flower calamity beautiful devil's tunic. As such, the tunic was no longer as plain as it had been. Circles of flowering vines wrapped around the flower calamity beautiful devil's bare feet. Rosy liveliness appeared in the flower calamity beautiful devil's cheeks. As such, its devil aura became blurred. An emerald green flower basket weaved from vines appeared in the flower calamity beautiful devil's hands. The vines that made up the flower basket were neither gold nor jade. The emerald green was mesmerizing. The green leaves that decorated the basket were layered. It was as though all the green in the world was contained in the flower basket. Due to this, the flower basket appeared extremely lush. Before a devil was contracted, no one could say what would happen to it once it was contracted. When the flower calamity beautiful devil was fed with various types of pure elemental energy, calamity flowers would bloom in its hand. The goddess of mercy had been right about this, and so had the moon empress. But before the calamity flowers were produced, the first elemental energy it absorbed would turn into the flower basket of calamity. From now on, this elemental energy would become the flower calamity beautiful devil's life elemental energy. This first hint of elemental energy had determined the flower calamity beautiful devil's abilities. Lin Yuan had no lack of combat abilities. Thunder Dash, Dark Dash, and Fire elemental energy were not suitable to become the flower basket of calamity's life elemental energy. Eventually, Lin Yuan decided that Water Dash, Earth Dash, and Wood elemental energy were good choices. Lin Yuan could fuse with dark blue and turn into a merman. Now that he had contracted the flower calamity beautiful devil and was about to contract a major sea devil that was also water type, the strongest type of element in Lin Yuan's possession was water. If the flower calamity beautiful devil's life elemental energy was water type, Lin Yuan's water type arsenal would be strengthened, and he would also become more powerful when he was in his merman form. However, Lin Yuan was always afraid of becoming too specialized. He wanted to go down the path of being all-inclusive. Thus, he gave up on water type without hesitation. If the flower calamity beautiful devil's life elemental energy was earth type, its abilities would be skewed toward defense. However, Lin Yuan's defensive abilities were covered by a three-pronged approach. During the battle against the Freedom Federation envoy group, Lin Yuan had a taste of a battle to the death. Offense would always be more useful than defense because it decided the direction of the battle. Even if one was an impenetrable shell, one would only be able to be on the receiving end of beatings. This was why, although Lu Yifan was the Radiance envoy and clearly the strongest in the team, he had seemed the least impressive. As such, Lin Yuan eventually picked wood type. Wood elemental energy was the most moderate out of all the types of elemental energy. It could be extended into combat, defense, healing, and control abilities. Lin Yuan's combat system had already taken shape. The biggest benefit to Lin Yuan would only come from the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil choosing this moderate path. Moreover, he would only use the best methods to nurture the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. With so much elemental energy, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil would be able to become powerful even if it chose the moderate path. At that moment, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil held onto the flower basket of calamity excitedly and bowed to Lin Yuan to express its gratitude. Lord, thank you for improving me. With you around, I will definitely be able to become a higher devil. I will do all I can to serve you. Intermediate devils saw higher devils as pipe dreams. It was an obstacle that all of them would run into. Although the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had believed Lin Yuan when he said he could nurture it into a higher devil, it did not understand his methods. But now that it had experienced the methods for itself, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil estimated that it only needed 4 to 5 more types of pure elemental energy for its bloodline to evolve into higher devil. The more types of pure elemental energy the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil absorbed, the stronger its bloodline would become. Its power was related to the elemental energy it absorbed. Lin Yuan did not know what the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was thinking. He still had 9 types of pure elemental energy that he had not fed to the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil yet. Lin Yuan instructed the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope to bring over the 4 types of Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls. After the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's most recent evolution, the Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls were no longer rare. The next time he saw Hu Quan, Lin Yuan could upgrade his chain of pearls by asking Hu Quan to use the Wood Weaving House Centipede to create a chain of Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls. The 4 types of Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls were the easiest homogenized with the element Well's water. Lin Yuan took out another 4 glass bowls and filled them with water from the element well. Next, he took out 3 types of Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls and placed them in the glass bowls. Soon, the pure elemental energy inside the elemental pearls fully dissolved inside the element Well's water. The spirit chi professional that the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had consumed was not aware of the wood-building winged sandfly pupas, but it knew of elemental pearls. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil did not expect Lin Yuan to evolve it again immediately after evolving it. The foundation of the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's obedience was fear and submission. But now, the fear and submission were overshadowed by a special feeling. This feeling was even more solid than love and affection. Lin Yuan did not know what the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was thinking. After he was done concocting the pure water dash, fire dash, earth dash, and wind elemental energy, Lin Yuan nodded at the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil to indicate that it should drink up the 4 bowls of water. At that moment, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil no longer yearned to evolve its bloodline. It first thanked Lin Yuan in a gentle voice before it picked up the bowls one after another and drank up their contents. When Lin Yuan evolved the Sacred Sword-wielding queen, he felt as though he was watching a dress-up pageant. Now, he was getting the same feeling as he watched the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil evolve its bloodline. Tangerine red, blue, brown, and green appeared on the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's tunic and shaped themselves into various flower patterns that were now embroidered on the tunic. This made the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil become even more charming. 4 flowers also appeared in the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's flower basket. Each of them was about the size of a palm and corresponded with the color of the flower embroideries on the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's tunic. The flowers were even more elegant than crystals yet still seemed harder than gems. However, Lin Yuan did not see this as the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's biggest change. The biggest change to the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had to be to the 2 horns on its head. A devil's horns were a symbol of their status. At first, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil had 2 long horns that sprouted side by side on its head. Now they twisted down toward its head. 2 bumps appeared behind its ears. This was clearly the beginning of the growth of new horns. Once these 2 horns grew out, the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil would evolve from an intermediate devil to a higher devil. When Lin Yuan noticed this, he was happy but also suspicious. Was it this easy to evolve a devil's bloodline? He had only used 5 out of 10 types of the elemental energy that he possessed. From the growth of the 2 bumps, it seemed as though it would be able to evolve into a higher devil once it absorbed one more type of pure elemental energy. Lin Yuan did not possess all types of elemental energy. If Lin Yuan wanted to, he could find more phase that could produce elemental energy. If Emperor Sea Demon was not the peak of the major Sea Demon bloodline, then Higher Devil was not the peak of the Devil bloodline. Lin Yuan could not help but become hopeful. He wondered if the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil would evolve past Higher Devil after he fed the remaining 5 types of pure elemental energy to the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan filled another glass bowl with the element well's water and tossed in 7 or 8 blood brew grapes. After the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil drank the water infused with pure blood energy, its aura intensified. As its aura exploded out, beautiful flowers bloomed. Each of them seemed to contain a robust life. When the blood-red Calamity flower appeared in the flower basket of Calamity, 2 long horns pushed out from behind the flower basket of Calamity's ears. At that moment, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's aura was completely different from that of an intermediate devil. Its expression also became more dynamic, and viciousness and desire intermixed in its countenance. It was as though it had great disdain for everything. At that moment, everything in the world was nothing more than its playthings. But once the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil laid eyes on Lin Yuan, its expression became extremely pure. It was as though it could only calm down when it was next to him. The nun's tunic that the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was wearing also changed. 2 layers of veil appeared over the tunic, and a hood grew out of the tunic as well. This made the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil seem like an archbishop. Finally, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil evolved into a higher devil. Lin Yuan checked on the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil. Fey name: Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, Fey species. Higher Devil species / Beautiful Devil species. Fey grade: Silver, 6/10. Fey type: Natural, Fey quality. Legend: Satanic abilities. Calamity judgment. According to the elemental energy that the target wields, a calamity flower will bloom on the target. Every time the target uses elemental energy, the calamity flower will absorb and store the elemental energy. When the calamity flower is exploded, the target will suffer a backlash from the stored elemental energy. Calamity flower toying with life. The calamity flower will fall from the flower basket of calamity and become hidden. When a life form of the same type as the calamity flower comes into contact with the calamity flower, it will be compared with the purity of the elemental energy within the calamity flower. 1. If it is purer than the elemental energy in the calamity flower, the calamity flower will give the target a boost. 2. If the elemental energy is less pure than the elemental energy within the calamity flower will rob the target of its elemental energy and use an about-to-die effect on the target. Before the about-to-die effect ends and the target is not reimbursed with elemental energy, the target will die. 3. If the elemental energy is of the same purity as the elemental energy in the calamity flower, it can decide whether to boost the target or steal its elemental energy and place the about-to-die effect on it. Misfortune for all. All the creatures in the area will form a net of karma linked by misfortune. 2 types of calamities will be compared, and the weaker one will automatically sacrifice half of its calamity to the stronger party before entering a temporary state of feebleness. Lin Yuan's expression turned austere. He was at a loss for words. His expression was not austere because he was displeased with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's abilities. It was actually the opposite because its abilities had exceeded his expectations. His expression was austere because he felt that the higher devil's abilities were too terrifying. Although there were only 7 of the original higher devils, intermediate devils could evolve into higher devils. Lin Yuan felt that there could not be more than 10 higher devils in the Freedom Federation. If all of them were like the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, the higher devils would be a great threat to the Radiance Federation during a battle. Lin Yuan shook his head and told himself that he was overthinking. The Freedom Federation had higher devils, but the Radiance Federation had the Fays with the barren bloodline. Fays with the desolate bloodline were not any weaker than higher devils. However, the sea demons that came from the Lantis mystic realm and the devils from the demon church were different from regular Fays. On the other hand, Fays with the barren bloodline were more similar to Fays. They had the same catalog of information displayed on true data. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil did not have abilities and exclusive skills, but something called satanic abilities. There were 3 satanic abilities listed in the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's true data: the Calamity Judgment, Calamity Flower Toying with Life, and Misfortune for All. It was likely that the 3 satanic abilities corresponded to that of Lower Devil, Intermediate Devil, and Higher Devil. Lin Yuan had already heard about this from the Goddess of Mercy. Nonetheless, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil could still evolve into Fantasy Breed and Myth Breed. But when the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil evolved to Fantasy Breed and Myth Breed, it would not develop exclusive skills, but its satanic abilities would be improved instead. Lin Yuan was temporarily unable to come up with a description for the first satanic ability, Calamity Judgment. When Calamity Judgment was used, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil would apply a Calamity Flower to the judgment based on the elemental energy that the target possessed. Every time the target used its elemental energy, the Calamity Flower would rob the elemental energy, and the target would experience a backlash. From all angles, the ability was perverse. Besides Fays that relied on their bodies to fight, all other Fays depended on using elemental energy. From now on, the more pure elemental energy the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil absorbed, the more Fays that wielded elemental energy it would be able to affect. The Calamity Flower would absorb the elemental energy from the target's body as the target used it. This was no different from depleting the elemental energy from Fays that wielded elemental energy. It was considered a restricting effect. The final effect of elemental energy backlash could be seen as a combat ability or deterrence. With Calamity Judgment, Lin Yuan now had a deadly move that could target all types of Fays. It went without question that the strength of Calamity Judgment was linked to the elemental energy of the Calamity Flower in the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's Flower Basket of Calamity, because the purity of the Calamity Flower determined how long it could be applied to other Fays. Lin Yuan felt that Calamity Flower Toying with Life was a twin-directional ability that could boost their team while harming enemies. According to the purity of the elemental energy within the Calamity Flower, not many life forms would escape having their elemental energy stolen by the Calamity Flower and having the about-to-die effect placed on them. All the types of Fays that Lin Yuan nurtured possessed elemental energy of about the same purity as that of the Calamity Flower. During combat, the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil could choose to boost Fays that were on the same side by strengthening the elemental energy within them. Lin Yuan could understand Calamity Judgment and Calamity Flower Toying with Life. However, Misfortune for All was past his understanding. Misfortune for All would lay out a set area and affect the karma of all the Fays in that area. 2 Fays that had the same types of elemental energy that the Calamity Flowers had would be chosen. The weaker side would have to sacrifice half of their elemental energy to the stronger side and enter a feeble state. Lin Yuan saw it as an unreasonable ability. This ability reminded Lin Yuan of how Luo had used his higher devil to wipe out the colony of the parasite decay locusts. It was likely that Luo had also used his higher devil's 3rd satanic ability because that ability had been as unreasonable as Misfortune for All. Lin Yuan felt that his combat power had doubled with the Death Demon Concubine Beast. But now that he had the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil that had evolved to Higher Devil, Lin Yuan felt that his combat power had increased another 3 times. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil was Silver 6/Legend. Once the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil evolved to Diamond X/Legend, it would automatically comprehend a willpower rune. If Lin Yuan wanted to evolve the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's grade even further, he only needed to allow it to absorb even more pure elemental energy like he had done today. In order to nurture the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, it was likely that Lin Yuan would not have much of the element Well's water to spare in the future. Although the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's bloodline had evolved to Higher Devil, Lin Yuan still intended to continue to evolve its bloodline. Lin Yuan took the dark crystal armored insect shells out of the container. He also brought over the plasma snail secretions, the moonlight sleeping lotuses, and the ice crystals that the ice-sealing frozen carp produced and combined them with the element well's water. To the flower calamity beautiful devil's delight and excitement, Lin Yuan allowed it to drink the 4 bowls that contained the thunder dash, dark dash, light dash, and ice elemental energy. Once it consumed the 4 types of pure elemental energy, the flower calamity beautiful devil's archbishop attire became even more opulent. The 4 new colors that appeared on the tunic made it seem more lavish. 4 more calamity flowers appeared next to the 6 original ones in the flower basket of calamity. With 10 calamity flowers in the flower basket of calamity, it no longer looked sparse. But at that moment, Lin Yuan's attention was not on the changes to the flower calamity beautiful devil's clothes or the new calamity flowers, because he noticed that the 4 horns on the flower calamity beautiful devil's head had changed after it consumed the 4 types of pure elemental energy. The flower calamity beautiful devil's horns continuously grew out and crisscrossed until they formed a crown of brambles. 2 bumps appeared on the inner side of the flower calamity beautiful devil's crown. It was as though there was something about to grow out from within the 2 bumps. The crown of brambles was firmly attached to the flower calamity beautiful devil's head. At that moment, the flower calamity beautiful devil was drunk on its own bloodline. Lin Yuan stared at the 2 bumps on the flower calamity beautiful devil's head. He felt that the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline would transform again once the 2 bumps grew out. In order for the flower calamity beautiful devil's bloodline to transform again, Lin Yuan felt that he needed 1 or 2 new phases that produced different types of pure elemental energy. Lin Yuan balled his fist. He was about to head to the Divine Wood Federation to train soon. During the training, he would head to the Sacred Forest City to see if he could find these 2 new phases. Black fluids flowed from the corner of the flower calamity beautiful devil's eyes and rolled down its face until they landed on the ground as black rocks that emitted a devilish aura. Lin Yuan hurriedly instructed Shadow to pick up the black stones. The most difficult thing to obtain from a devil was its tears. Devils rarely cried. Most devils went their entire lives without letting a single tear fall out. The creation masters from the Freedom Federation had always struggled to find a way to obtain the tears of devils. When Shadow disciplined the flower calamity beautiful devil, it tortured the flower calamity beautiful devil to the point that it lost its personality and only felt fear and submission. Yet, the flower calamity beautiful devil did not shed a single tear throughout the entire incident. This proved that using force was not the key that unlocked the devil's tears. Since Lin Yuan had already formed a contract with the flower calamity beautiful devil, he could sense its mood through its soul. If one feeling had to be used to describe the flower calamity beautiful devil, it would be tears of joy over the evolution of its bloodline. As he looked at the devil's tears in Shadow's hands, Lin Yuan returned the devil's tears into the spatial ring. The more elite the bloodline of the devil, the more valuable its tears would be. The goddess of mercy had told Lin Yuan about how the higher devil's tears could be used. A tear could revive devils that had died within 8 hours. The revived devil had to have a less elite bloodline than the devil that the tear came from. At that moment, the flower calamity beautiful devil was about to break through the limit of higher devil. It was likely that the flower calamity beautiful devil was currently at pinnacle higher devil. This meant that the 2 tears that Lin Yuan had collected could be used to revive 2 higher devils or the same higher devil twice. For now, Lin Yuan did not have any use for the devil's tears. However, Lin Yuan felt that it was only a matter of time before he would be able to use them. Lin Yuan walked up and touched the 9 calamity flowers in the flower basket of calamity as he said softly, "I can't evolve your bloodline any further for now, but you can consume as much of these 6 types of elemental energy every day from now on. You can use them to increase your power. Try to evolve to Diamond/Fantasy as soon as possible to evolve the effects of the satanic abilities. Although I can't evolve your bloodline now, it won't be difficult for me to find the necessary resources to evolve your bloodline again." Devils hated other people touching the source of their power. Despite being its contractor, Luo was not allowed to touch his higher devil's abdomen. But when Lin Yuan touched the calamity flowers, the flower calamity beautiful devil not only did not look displeased, but it handed the entire flower basket of calamity to Lin Yuan. The flower calamity beautiful devil was looking at Lin Yuan with increasingly bright eyes. It knew that its life was reaching its prime. As it sensed the strength of its bloodline, the flower calamity beautiful devil knelt respectfully and kowtowed to Lin Yuan as it said, "Lord, please take pity on me from now on. Would you like to try fusing with me?" Lin Yuan shook his head. Fusing with the devil was the most basic skill for a spirit chi professional after contracting one. If the spirit chi professional did not form a contract with a devil as its master, the devil would not listen to them or appear during battle. From now on, Lin Yuan could summon the flower calamity beautiful devil like a fae and instruct it to use its satanic abilities. Nonetheless, there were benefits that came with fusing with a devil. However, fusing with a devil would quickly use up a spirit chi professional stamina, soul power, spiritual energy, and spirit chi. Lin Yuan had something important to do next. He decided that he would fuse with the flower calamity beautiful devil during the next battle to test how powerful he could become in such a state. Lin Yuan decided not to keep the flower calamity beautiful devil in the spirit lock spatial zone. Instead, he stored it in his spiritual spatial zone. The aura from the flower calamity beautiful devil would not harm its contractor. But if the flower calamity beautiful devil lost control of its aura and allowed it to seep out, it could harm the other phase in the spirit lock spatial zone. This could cause the phase to wither and die. After sending the flower calamity beautiful devil to the spiritual spatial zone, Lin Yuan summoned the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. Sea demons were not bad-tempered or as set in their bad habits as devils were. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan knew that he needed not just top-grade strange water to temper his body, but also to communicate with the major sea demon to gain its acknowledgement in order to form a contract with it. But before Lin Yuan could communicate with the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water, the major sea demon instantly let out a shrill screech of fear when it saw Shadow. It was as though it had just seen the most terrifying sight in the world. Lin Yuan was stunned by this. Shadow scratched its head with embarrassment and said, "Lord Dictator, when I was disciplining the flower calamity beautiful devil, I did not block the major sea demon's sight, so it ended up seeing what I did to the flower calamity beautiful devil. The major sea demon might be a bit afraid of me now." Lin Yuan could not help but become even more curious about how Shadow had disciplined the flower calamity beautiful devil. What had it done to terrify the flower calamity beautiful devil to such a degree? As the major sea demon trembled with its eyes wide open, Lin Yuan prepared to comfort it and express his friendliness. Lin Yuan smiled and walked over to the purple and gold cage that contained the major sea demon to open it. Suddenly, Lin Yuan noticed that there was water below the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. His eyebrow twitched wildly. Since he had blue lotus blessing, water-type phase were naturally drawn to him. Yet the major sea demon was still so afraid that it lost control of its faculties. Lin Yuan thought back to when he was a small stall owner who had just bought Genius and Chimey. Both of them had been similarly distressed. It had taken Lin Yuan almost a week to build up a bond with Genius and Chimey so they would stop being scared of him. Lin Yuan tried to move slowly while he instructed Dark Blue to produce a large ball of water with an area of 10 square meters. He placed the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water in the ball of water. Major sea demon's favorite environment was water. Now that it was submerged in the water, the major sea demon slowly calmed down. Lin Yuan and the sea demon did not share the same language. Although both mermaids and sea demons had fishtails, they were completely different life forms. Lin Yuan instructed Genius to use connected tails to create a bridge of communication for himself and the petrified major sea demon. He used the most direct method to express his kindness to the major sea demon. The major sea demon soon stopped trembling as Lin Yuan continued to express his kindness. However, the sight it had witnessed was too horrifying. As such, the major sea demon was still wary of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew that he would not be able to remove this wariness through verbal communication. He took a step forward and entered the ball of water. Once he entered the ball of water, the silhouette of a mermaid appeared behind him, and he swam over to the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. He placed his hands on the major sea demon's shoulders and looked calmly into its eyes. After half an hour of looking into Lin Yuan's clear eyes, the Major Sea Demon finally let down its guard. Nonetheless, the Major Sea Demon dared not even glance at Shadow. Lin Yuan transmitted to the Major Sea Demon through connected tails. I am going to form a contract with you. Before the contraction, I will use the top-grade strange water, deep ocean frozen water, and 5 other types of high-grade strange water that suit you well to temper my body. After we form a contract, I will help you to raise your bloodline to Emperor Sea Demon. He did not need to continuously prune the Major Sea Demon before he formed a contract with it like he had to do with the devil. After forming a contract with a spirit chi professional, a Major Sea Demon would form a deep bond with its contractor like Phase did. From then on, it would always place its contractor before anything else. The Major Sea Demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water had long become aware of its fate. Due to its special nature, it had not been picked by anyone in the Azure Federation. This had greatly disheartened the Major Sea Demon. All the other Major Sea Demons from the same generation had been contracted ages ago. Meanwhile, it remained unwanted. The Major Sea Demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water was not stupid. It knew why it had not been chosen yet. In order to evolve its bloodline, it needed a massive amount of pure elemental energy and concentrated spirit chi. However, this was not its weakness, but because it was one of the rare sea demons that was a sacrifice. After evolving its bloodline to King Sea Demon, it would possess not only its life water but also the poisonous magic. Every time the Major Sea Demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water was tossed aside by potential contractors, it could not help but fervently declare this special feature it had. Alas, before it formed a contract with a spirit chi professional, they would not understand it. Yet, a young man now said that he would immediately evolve it into Emperor Sea Demon once they formed a contract. The Major Sea Demon was in disbelief. However, it did not put up any opposition. This was because it did hope that it could find a contractor and because this young man's eyes were too pure and reliable. As such, it wanted to believe this young man, even if what he said seemed practically impossible. A moment later, the Major Sea Demon gently nodded and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "It will be fine if you just contract and nurture me. It's difficult to even evolve me to King Sea Demon, much less Emperor Sea Demon. I am a sacrifice. Thus, I need substantially more spirit chi and elemental energy than other sea demons. Please don't be turned off by me." Lin Yuan was astonished when he heard this, but this almost immediately morphed into elation. A sacrifice. The Major Sea Demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water said that it was a sacrifice. The legend of sacrifices was recorded in the book Annal of Monster Information that was in the Radiant Moon Palace. This book recorded numerous legends and covered the entire main world. The legends in the book were so imaginative that no one put any stock in their legitimacy. The Hidden Moon Pavilion usually did not keep such fictitious information, but the Moon Empress had verified one of the legends recorded in the book about Phase with the barren bloodline. Thus, the book was allowed to be stored in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Lin Yuan had been very interested in the book and remembered that the part about sea demon sacrifices was written before page 10 of the book. Sea demon sacrifices can use their bodies to carry out the will of magic wielders. Once they evolve into kings, they will activate the poisonous magic to curse the world. When Lin Yuan first read this, he had no idea that sea demons came from the Lantis mystic realm. He assumed that the Annal of Monster Information was nothing more than a book of fantasy.